Well, there you go. Another season of NFL football is in the books. That's all she wrote. Hope you got your fix yesterday, because you're going to have to wait till August or September until we see football like that again. Except hopefully when the games return, they're actually exciting, unlike that Thursday night football game we watched for 3 quarters yesterday. Well, welcome to 6 in the morning with Brett Kane on this Rally House Football Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town. Kaner's on his way in. He's working on it. He's going to be here. He's fine, but he's had one of those mornings. And I think you know the type of morning I'm talking about, where everything kind of blows up in your face. And a quote came to mind when Kaner and I were talking before the show, where I think it was Breece Hall, the Jets running back, was asked after one of their many losses this year what was going on. And he said something along the lines of, well, we keep shooting ourselves in the foot and then we shoot ourselves in the face. So it's one of those mornings for Brett. He's working his way in. But in the meantime, I'm your friendly neighborhood producer, Steve Nelson, and I'll do my best to get things rolling after a busy and exciting sports weekend. Obviously, we had the big game last night, but also we had the opening ceremonies for the Winter Olympics. We had the Nuggets beating the Bulls. I mean, there's so much to talk about, and we're going to get into all of that. But obviously, we got to start with that game last night. And I'm going to start by asking you guys a question, everyone out there. And this is the question that we are probably going to ask ad nauseum for the next 8 or 9 months. And let me preface this by saying, as I said, gross, boring Super Bowl. If you like defense, that was an amazing game. If you liked watching that Seahawks defense just put a hurtin' on Drake May and the Patriots, then you loved that game. But if you were hoping for offense, boring game. And so last night, get home from the Super Bowl party, and my girlfriend asked me, she's like, oh man, you guys got to talk about that game tomorrow. Sucks, man. It's a boring game. What are you guys going to talk about? And I said, I will tell you exactly what we are going to talk about, and then what the morning sprint is going to talk about, and what PhD is going to talk about, and what Kreckman and Lindahl is going to talk about. Everybody is going to have the exact same question. And that question is, if Bo Nix's ankle, predisposed or not, lives to see another day after the Broncos beat the Buffalo Bills, would they have, yes, so if his ankle survives and they beat the Bills, then they go to the AFC Championship with Bo Nix and they beat the Patriots and they reach the Super Bowl. Could that Broncos team, as it was constructed, have beaten that Seahawks team? That's the question we're going to ask. And we can keep going deeper down the rabbit hole if you want. What if J.K. Dobbins returns, right? Because he was going to return if they came back for the Super Bowl. He even said that as much, that he was on a good of enough recovery timetable that if the Broncos made it to the Super Bowl, J.K. Dobbins would have been on that field. So you have a healthy Bo, you have a healthy J.K. Dobbins. Is that enough to penetrate that ironclad Seahawks defense? Is the Lombardi trophy coming back to Denver? That's the what if that is going to rattle around our skulls probably for the rest of eternity here in Broncos country. So that's what I want to hear from you. Do you think Denver would have gotten it done? And tell me why. And give me your reasoning on the Champ Mazda text line. That is 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda, one price, one person, 1 hour. Let's do Bizarro World. Let's play pretend. And if you got more thoughts, you can actually send us a voicemail using the voice of the people on the Altitude Sports Radio app. If you have the Altitude app on your phone, open up that app, and at the bottom of the app, there's a little microphone icon, and you can press that microphone. A little screen will pop up where you can record a voice message that will get sent straight to my inbox. So if you want to rant about all that, and you can't compress it into about 160 characters for a text message, send me a voice memo because we're obviously going to get into this throughout the whole day. So I want to get your thoughts. Get these messages coming in on this last Rally House Football Monday. And like I said, Brett Kane's working his way in. He'll be here shortly. But as Kaner's getting here and getting settled in, I want to play some of the post-game press conference comments from Seahawks coach Mike McDonald. Because, I mean, what? He's 38, already has a Super Bowl ring, second year with the Seahawks, first year with Sam Darnold. He actually became the first coach in NFL history to win a Super Bowl while calling defensive plays. And actually, we don't need to hear any post-game comments because the man, the myth, the legend, Brett Kane is here getting settled in. So, yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to play Bizarro World. We're going to talk about these Broncos and if they would have had the juice to beat that Seahawks defense. Because obviously, I would say yes. I'll be a good Broncos country fan, and I'll say yes. But I don't know, man. That defense was pretty nasty. And I am not sure how the Broncos would have stacked up against that defense if they made it there. All right, I'm handing off the Olympic torch to the man himself.
If they would have won is not the question. It would have been better. And thank you, Nelly. As it's been, as he said, one of those mornings. You can't find your keys and then your spare keys because these all come in batteries now. The batteries are dead. Then you have to take the wife's car. The wife's car has the car seat in it. You know, it's just one of those things. Anyway. Happy Monday, everybody. First and foremost, that to me is the ultimate question. I know it's woulda, coulda, shoulda, and a lot of people are going to be annoyed by it, but to me, it's the truth. When you had the ankle break, and this speaks to how fragile the nature of your windows are, all it takes is one. And I think we've seen that in multiple cases with the Nuggets, certainly throughout the past. Jamal Murray, you know, you feel like you're on a championship trajectory, and that gets delayed by 2 years because his knee goes down. The Avs, you win a championship. You think you're built for a dynasty. And then Gabe Landeskog doesn't play for 3 years. The timing of all of that stuff is what is most important in this. And it makes it hurt less. You know, if Knicks goes down in the middle of the season, it makes this late stage pain less, but it doesn't make the season any better because then you're basically trying to assess what the team actually is. You have a true feel for it now. You have it. And with the way that you watch Seattle dismantle that Patriots offense, they did it in a certain and particular way. How did they get that dominant of a victory where it felt like a snooze fest? Because they sacked Drake May 6 times, but it felt even more than that. You know what they weren't doing with the healthy Bo Nix is sacking him 6 times. That's why I think it provides the equalizer. And here's the crazy thing about Nix. I'm even guilty of it, but we do this a lot. We have this assumption that Nix played at like an elite type level the entire year when he didn't. They were mostly bad to mediocre with occasional spurts of brilliance that came at the end of games to win. Guess what that game felt like? That one. A 9-0 halftime score. Yeah, the Broncos could have done that. A 12-0 score going into the fourth quarter. How many times did we see that over the course of the year? So, I mean, look, I'm going to play the what-if game in my head because I think that it's really all I was thinking about. I couldn't help myself watching the entire game. I don't know if were you guys watching that game because it was so boring. It's not like something was exciting you at all. The only excitement I got was in watching the Patriots get their ass kicked. That was it. which, trust me, is fun. A very fun detail. But all I could think about is if I flipped out that Patriots team for this Broncos team, what does that game look like? Let's be honest. It's not like Sam Darnold was great. I was talking to people. We thought 3 quarters into the game, a kicker might get Super Bowl MVP. Now, Kenneth Walker ends up with it. Probably the right choice. 27 carries, 135 yards. He was their offense because Darnold wasn't good. Especially after JSN goes out. It was like a kicker or it was going to be a defensive player. And you could kind of take your choice of who. Couple of guys with 2 sack games. Witherspoon had a big one. But the fact that we're talking about a kicker having a chance of being Super Bowl MVP kind of tells you where that game was. And starts to tell you a lot about what the Broncos could have looked like. Like, you guys listening right now, you can't tell me that wasn't running through your head over and over again. You can't. And look, the Seahawks earned this. They are a complete football team. They do everything really well. But, the Patriots, we saw the flaws in there when they played against the Broncos. Like, they ran the football, not effectively, but they just kept doing it because Drake May just couldn't play in the conditions or something. But then Drake May gets to this game. It's perfect conditions. And he's sacked again 6 times, throws a couple of picks. So I don't know. I mean, when I watched that game, the only thing running through my head was Broncos with Bo Nix. What does this look like? You might have another trophy in the case. And I don't think that's looking at anything through rose-colored glasses. I think this is just assessing what the matchup would be. Now, could Seattle still win that game because of how dominant that defense is? Yes. But could the fact that the Patriots were in that game for most of it? I mean, the final score says blowout, right? But it's 19-7 with 12 minutes to go. That's not like a Herculean effort to overcome. But the second you start throwing, passes that, I mean, they called that an interception, right? I wonder on the ruling on that. Is that a sack and an interception or just an interception? Like, I don't know if this is a Patriots O-line problem or if this is Drake May holds onto the ball way too long, but he can't keep getting hit like that. First of all, he's going to get killed. Second of all, it's funny because everything I was watching was through Broncos glasses. I kept watching that and thinking to myself, if Sean Payton has the stomach to watch this football game, he is screaming at Drake May to knock that off. I can hear him, his voice, annoyed, saying, sacks, stop drives, that gets you beat. Like, which he ingrained into Bo Nix's head so much that I almost think that Bo Nix panics in a clean pocket sometimes because of it. But he needs to be way more on the Bo side than he does on his side. But 303-504-0925. Texter says, game was really boring. Really didn't have that much interest in turning it on, but there was nothing else to watch. Yeah, we'll get to the Bad Bunny stuff. I know everybody's got the most elite takes on this. I know exactly how you should feel. All right. Fine. For some reason, a song has turned into a political discussion. I really don't get it. I don't understand it. But I do want to talk about just the vibe of the Bad Bunny halftime show in a little bit. I feel weird every time I say Bad Bunny, by the way. Isn't that the chick, the Catch Me Outside chick? Isn't that her name?
It's either Bad Baby or Bad Barbie. It's one of those two.
Oh,
I think it's
okay.
Bad Baby.
Bad Baby. Bad Baby and Bad Bunny. He should have done a collab. Called it the Bad Halftime Show, like Michael Jackson bad.
We also could have gotten Bugs Bunny in the mix. Let's just get all the bunnies.
Brett, it's called an interception fumble sack. That's what that is. Okay, I had no idea the correct terminology. Thank you very much, Dexter. 303-504-0925. A lot more to get to with this game. Obviously, the Nuggets from over the weekend as well. Jamal in the three-point contest, which is really, really cool. But a lot more to get to. Rally House Football Monday. Stick around.
the Patriots have a first down. And the clock is ticking at 4:38. And they trail 22-7. Shotgun snap, 44 Seattle. He's hit as he drops back. The ball free. Picked up by Noosu. Running down the side. 30, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown! It's picked off and a touchdown! Seattle has scored on another turnover. And that will seal it seems, right now for the Seahawks in Super Bowl 60.
When the ball got knocked out of Drake May's hand.
The signs were there. Rally House Football Monday. So Schefter is not going to join us today. He will join us tomorrow. But we will have Chad Brown to break these things down at 9 o'clock this morning. So, again, it gave me a lot of the vibes, at least early, of that Patriots and Rams Super Bowl. God, how long ago was that now? 8, 9 years ago?
I think that was 2018.
Yeah, like 8 years ago.
Yeah, 18 or 19.
With the Jared Goff LA Rams that was 13-3. Just nobody could get anything going. I understand two good defenses going against each other, but there wasn't even like, I don't even know how many pop plays there were. The biggest plays that were made in that game felt like runs by Kenneth Walker. Matt Collins had the one touchdown, but the game was pretty much over by then. It was just the game felt like it lacked a little bit of that juice, unless you were a big Seahawks guy. Then you loved it. But I think this also goes to prove something else. The defensive part of this, if you can sustain it, is the immediate sort of factor in being a contender. As long as you have a great defense, you are going to be in Super Bowl discussions if it's that level good. Because even when your offense plays like crap, when you only need to score 19 points or something like that to win a football game, it makes it exponentially easier. Like, the Seahawks weren't doing well offensively. They ran the ball pretty well the entire game. They got some plays out of Kenneth Walker. It's why he was the MVP. But, again, when you're settling for field goals, in any other scenario, you're like, dude, we got to get a touchdown on the board. And in that game, it felt like field goals were good enough. It's part of the reason why I think, as much as it pains you and as difficult as it's going to be to get back to where you were, it's a lot easier when you have a great defense. I like this. Baby Cubes, Clint Kubiak, was calling plays like Sean Payton early on. This once again goes like, there's a bigger discussion to be had about Sam Darnold because I don't know what to do. If you had to guess right now, is Sam Darnold, I'll give you 3 different sort of perspectives. Which one is he closest to? Is he closer to the Trent Dilfer winning quarterback? Is he closer to the Joe Flacco winning quarterback? Or is he closer to the elites, the Mahomes level quarterback? Like, which one is he? Because we're going to start, well, not we. I know what's going to start, though. It's going to be, is Sam Darnold elite? And it's going to be that same Joe Flacco discussion because it was a nice little run to the Super Bowl. But in Flacco's case, Flacco was the Super Bowl MVP. He played great throughout that playoff run. The reason they won was because he was fantastic. Darnold was really, really good in the NFC Championship game. Played as well, if not better, than Matt Stafford did. Like, that was elite level quarterback stuff. The first game that they played in the divisionals against San Francisco, where they won 41-6, remember, he had the oblique problem. He barely threw the football, and they won by 35 points. In this game, it felt like he had to do nothing except hand the ball off to Kenneth Walker, and they win. So what do I do with that? They're 4 of 16 on third down. That's not anything special, but he's a Super Bowl winning quarterback now. And I don't hate Sam Darnold. I'm happy for him. I think that this sort of redemption arc is really cool. But if I had to guess, I think he's somewhere around the Flacco. Like, I don't know how much this changes perspective for Sam Darnold, and that might be unfair. You have 2 consecutive seasons of 14 wins. You do it with 2 different teams, and one of them you take to the Super Bowl. By the way, as a backstory to this, I don't even know who's more sick today. Is it Patriots fans or Vikings fans? Think about that for a second. You had a guy that won you 14 ball games, damn near was the number 1 seed in the NFC last year, if not for a loss the last week of the season to Detroit. You kick him out saying, we got something better here, better, younger, hotter. And turns out that kid stinks. His own elite wide receiver is saying, well, for right now, he's my quarterback.
As of right now, JJ is my quarterback. So for me,
and you just watched the guy who left go win a Super Bowl. Minnesota's got to be sick.
I mean, I firmly believe that the Seahawks making the Super Bowl was the last nail in the coffin for the Vikings GM. The ownership was definitely watching that season going, if this guy that you let walk makes the Super Bowl, your ass is grass.
Well, it's just, I think part of it for them, too, is like, we made the investment, and they had to be thinking to themselves, the reason why Darnold worked is because Kevin O'Connell is such a genius, which there probably is something to that. But for him to go out and do that again is crazy. So texters are coming in saying Darnold is like Russell Wilson. Is that what you're talking about? Like Russell Wilson to me? I don't think so. Look, I know that we all got sour grapes on Russ after his time here, and everybody thinks he's a big corny joke now. That guy,
that's not what he wanted to cook.
He played really good football for a long time in Seattle. Like, he was really good. He had a stretch of super elite level play. Eli Manning. Yeah, but Eli was asked to do more than that. I think he's just a really difficult comp. And part of it's like, what is he going to be next year? Let me ask you this. Honestly, would it surprise you at all if Sam Darnold went 9-8 next year? Because it wouldn't surprise me. If their defense takes a couple of injuries and they aren't at the same level next season, I think Darnold struggles. Because then you're going to be playing from behind at points in games. You know, they feel a lot. It's funny because it's like watching the Seattle Kraken. You know, especially that playoff series that the Avs lost to them. It's like they would get a 1-0 lead and the rest of the game would suck. But they wouldn't do anything to give that lead up. Like, they would just play the most boring brand of hockey imaginable, and you just suffocate on your own disappointment. And that's what the Seahawks do to people. You know, at times, when Darnold has had to play catch-up, again, the NFC Championship game, he did it. And that's what makes it such a difficult judge. But this also goes to show you, we're not quite sure what Bo Nix is yet. And I thought all year, it was an unsustainable model to win the way that the Broncos were winning, and then it became sustainable to the point to where I thought the Broncos, if Nick stays healthy, would make the Super Bowl. But I think for both of those teams, you look at those situations offensively and you're like, that's got to get more consistent. But Seattle does have something the Broncos don't, which is Kenneth Walker. Like, imagine that for a second. Nelly, I heard you saying this on the way in. If the Broncos win that game and they get J.K. Dobbins, it's like maybe that equalizes a lot of different stuff. Like, guys like that, they need really good things around them to thrive. They're one of those people. If you give them that sort of opportunity, they will take it, and they will capitalize on it. But if they need to be the reason for winning, it becomes a lot more difficult. 303-504-0925. Texter says, should be pretty easy to judge, Brett. What else you need to see? Another Super Bowl? It's not like hard to win. It's not hard enough to win just one. I don't know if you're new to this program or not. Using the Super Bowl and championships discussion with me is very, I feel it's lazy and very surface level. There's plenty of people that we all think are really good that don't have championships. It doesn't mean they suck. There's plenty of people who I don't think are very good that do have championships, and I think they suck. Judging that ultimately by the championships that they win is you're skimming the surface of trying to analyze how they got there. That's it. For example, Jalen Hurts won a Super Bowl. I don't think he's that good. So what? His team's going to be around that point every single year because their roster's amazing. And I think Jalen Hurts is just okay at best. Meanwhile, Josh Allen doesn't have a Super Bowl. Think he's pretty damn good. Like, when it comes to Darnold, what I'm telling you, what makes this a lot more of a difficult problem. If he is good enough to win a Super Bowl, which he just did yesterday, then why don't people believe in him? Why did his team last year, after he won 14 games, not believe in him? And this is why we can't flip wildly on each side of this every time something like this happens. Because I'll tell you what this was. I was even spouting this off. I was not a Sam Darnold believer. I didn't think he could get to or win a Super Bowl. And you know who else didn't? Kevin O'Connell didn't think so. I remember his press conference to this day after they lost in the wild card round last year. And they asked something about Sam Darnold if he's coming back. And he goes, yeah, I really enjoyed Sam's time here. Which meant he's gone. And if somebody is that good, 4 different teams in 4 different years speaks to something about belief within the NFL. And so now the question is that sustainable for him? I mean, he's the first starting quarterback in NFL history to win the Super Bowl on his 5th team or later. Usually when quarterbacks are really good, they aren't on team 5. And Texter's right. First impressions are impossible to shake. Maybe that's a big part of it. And maybe the failure of the New York Jets has just stuck on him unfairly. But I do think it is a question. By the way, Nelly, you're our music aficionado. Bad Bunny, what did we think?
You know, I liked all the sets. I thought the design of the whole show was amazing. All the visuals of Puerto Rico and the bushes that were actually people. Do you know that all those bushes were people? So they could,
were?
Yeah, so they could move
they
throughout
could
the
get out,
performance. Yeah. So if you've seen the videos of them all running off the field. As for the music, I like the more melodic stuff when he was singing and when the band was cooking some hot Latin jazz.
Yeah.
When he got into some of the patches where he was just straight mumble rapping in Spanish, I went, we're 0 for 2, because I don't even like mumble rapping in English, and now he's mumble rapping in a different language. Like, we're 0 for 2 here, boys. But when he was singing and the band was tearing it up, I thought it was great. I mean, it was entertaining. I think it did what it needed to do.
I love how that became some sort of political discussion, all this. My take on this is the same as the previous one that I had before the halftime show started, which is I got nothing against Bad Bunny. I remember I went to a Blink-182 concert with my wife and her friend and her friend's husband. And we're watching Blink-182. Now, I know some of their songs. I don't know a lot of them. And so it was one of those things, I was at a concert from a band that I knew, but I didn't know a lot of their songs, so a lot of times I just kind of stood there. So I don't know a lot of Bad Bunny songs, and I don't speak Spanish. And so part of that was hard for me to get over. That's it.
Well, and look, I got to play.
It didn't make me angry. I was just like, I can't get, I like them. Like you said, the melodic stuff, mumble rap is terrible.
Well,
I don't know why that's popular.
And I got to call it both ways. I can't say, oh, yeah, Bad Bunny mumbling in Spanish was so hard to understand, and then go home and listen to Pearl Jam.
Well, yes.
Because I love Pearl Jam. Green Day, who opened the show, Billy Joe Armstrong isn't known for his diction.
Yeah.
Blink-180, all the rock and punk bands that I listened to growing up. Oh, hey, now,
Understood.
But
they get made
Bad
fun
Bunny.
of for that. They get made fun of for that. Now, I'm just saying, I couldn't understand it. That's all.
But the vibes, though, the vibes were great when he was dancing in his suit, holding the football, walking through the streets of Puerto Rico, and he actually. I saw everybody on Twitter was saying Bad Bunny moved the football for more yards than the Patriots did in that entire first half in his performance.
It is true.
And also, by the way, did you see the dancers?
Yes.
The like 300 dance. Are you not entertained?
Yes.
Did you see them?
Okay, I had a question because by the beginning of that halftime show, there was like a house there. There was a woman who looked just like Jessica Alba that was like on the porch of it.
It was her, yeah.
Was it Jessica Alba?
Yes, there were some celebrities just chilling. There were Pedro Pascal was there. I think Karol G was there. There were some people just chilling on that house, Jessica Alba included.
Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, I swear to God, I just saw Jessica Alba in there. And everybody's like, nah, that wasn't her. Like, I got a pretty good Jessica Alba reader, okay? I'm aware of what that woman looks like. I'm pretty sure that was her. 303-504-0925. Rally House. Football Monday, the last one of the year. A lot more to discuss with this game. Do want to get to the Nuggets and the huge and something that finally happened. God, we've been waiting for this for so long. We'll get to it next. It's a Rally House Football Monday. Nelly, you know the morning I've had. And it's like when you start at this level already, there's not a lot of places you can go. I'm being tested on this text line. The Lord has tested me with a whole bunch of people spouting quarterback takes that I don't like.
Serenity now.
Texture says this. That Jalen Hurts take is horrible. You don't just outplay Mahomes in both head-to-head Super Bowls, and you're just okay. If that's the case, then why do they keep firing offensive coordinators in Philadelphia? Why does the fan base not seem particularly keen on liking Jalen Hurts? Why is their head coach perpetually on the hot seat? Why? I'll tell you why. Because they have an amazing roster, and it feels like their offense is not good every year. You know what elite level quarterbacks don't do? This was last season, by the way, for Jalen Hurts. An 18 touchdown season through 15 games. And don't give me the rushing touchdown, stupid push stuff. Throwing the football, which is what matters most at that position. I didn't say it was bad, but there is a context to everything. There are plenty of quarterbacks in this league that I think would thrive in Philly because they are insanely talented. I think there's a bunch of quarterbacks that would have won with this Seahawks team because they are insanely talented. The way that we give 100% credit to quarterbacks in the NFL or the star players in basketball or whatever, it's such a foolish way to evaluate things. Like, Nikola Jokic was just as good before he won the championship than he was after. What changed? I'll tell you what changed. Bruce Brown was on the roster. That was a change. Christian Brown was drafted to be your sixth man off the bench. That's what changed. The team got better. In the years since the Nuggets won the championship, is Jokic worse? How about Nathan McKinnon? Is he a worse hockey player since the Avs won? Or were there some team problems, like goaltending not good enough? Couldn't find a second-line center that was very good? Guys kept getting hurt? That's the context that nobody wants to discuss, and that's why I think it's hard to talk about Sam Darnold and what he is as a quarterback. You're telling me you'd feel comfortable giving him $60 million a year? Because I wouldn't be, despite a Super Bowl. But if this is all we want to boil this down to, winners and losers, do you have a championship or not? Like, I bring this example up a lot, but it's so funny. You ask anybody who's over the age of like 45 about Michael Jordan. What do they tell you? Dude, he's the best basketball player that's ever lived, and there's nothing you could do about it. You are never beating Michael Jordan, only he was winning, right? That's what you get. 6 straight titles. And then I would be like, well, what happened earlier than that? And they're like, oh, different. I think that Dennis Rodman and Scottie Pippen had something to do with the level of success that he got, even though he was the ultimate reason for it. But ignoring that, at the same time, nobody was going to beat Michael Jordan. He was too good. But Charles Barkley's a bum for not winning a championship. So which one is it? And I'm not saying, look, nobody thinks he's a bum, but it's like everybody gives him grief for having no rings. There's context. Contextually, the Broncos are a good football team and not a very good offense. And they could have, if Nix was healthy, could have been in Sam Darnold's position right now. We could have been talking about Bo Nix hoisting up that trophy. With the exact same kind of game that he goes out there, he goes 19 of 38 for 202 yards and a touchdown. But what happened? Your defense just absolutely ravaged the opposing quarterback and didn't allow him to do anything. It's not hard. It takes just a modicum of critical thinking skills, just like barely, a skosh. By the way, something really cool. Jamal Murray's going to be in the three-point contest. I've been waiting for a Nugget to be in one of these skills competitions forever. And by the way, it's the better one. I know everybody's out on the dunk contest. I really think that if they had actual names that would participate in it, it would change a lot. But it just feels like it's never going to quite get there. They might get a name or two occasionally, but it feels like that thing is dying because of the participation. Three-point contest is still, I think, a really fun watch. And having Jamal in that game, Jamal is uber competitive and I think going to take this really seriously, and I think could have a really good shot to win. Because he is, I don't think he gets the credit that he's due for being as good of a shooter as he is. No hand in his face and just rapid fire throwing this out there. Trust me, Jamal is like, I guarantee you, putting racks all around the gym right now to try and get ready for this thing. But I love it. And the Nuggets with a win over Chicago over the weekend, which is big. You had the little scare with Jamal, but he's all right. God, according to David Adelman. The fact that he's participating in this three-point contest tells you he will be too. But you had a more complete game against a not very good Chicago team. Hardaway was again fantastic off the bench with 23 points. Joker with another triple-double as he went for 22, 14, and 17. You kind of like sleptwalked into a win, especially when the fourth quarter came about. You just took a hammer to him. And part of me is like, well, why not do this the entire game? But I think it's one of those times that they felt like they knew they could turn it on whenever they wanted to. And so they go out and get the dub against Chicago. Got a few more games here until the break. Cleveland tonight in a very difficult game. Vic has brought this up, that this is like you get into a really, really tough portion of the schedule moving forward here in a little bit. And it all kind of comes after this All-Star break. But you got Cleveland today, Memphis on Wednesday, and then we're off until the 19th. But that's where you go at L.A., then at Portland, at Golden State, Boston, OKC, Minnesota, Utah, L.A., New York, Oklahoma City, Houston, San Antonio, L.A. Like, it's a big, big stretch right after the break. So racking up as many wins as you can right now, because you have these teams that are nipping at your heels still in the Western Conference. You know, still a game up on Houston. You're still a game up on L.A., but there are teams that are close behind you, so it's important to keep these things rolling. And it's going to come tonight against a Cleveland team that, look, they just made a big trade. They're going through some transition. I would assume that James Harden, who was active the game before, is going to be active for this one as well. And look, they played well. They just had a game a couple nights ago. Donovan Mitchell went for 35, Harden was 23, and Jared Allen was 29. So, big one tonight. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5. 303-504-0925. You can always watch on Twitch, twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
The clock is ticking, 2-1, and that's it. And the Seattle Seahawks have won Super Bowl 60 in pretty dominating fashion. 29-13, they win their second Vince Lombardi trophy in a win over the New England Patriots. And Mike Macdonald, the Seahawks head coach, becomes the third youngest head coach to ever win a Super Bowl. And tonight, with the confetti flying, wins Super Bowl 60 here in Santa Clara.
We're in the business of winning football games. And to win football games, you got to be a great team. And great teams have people from all over the place that come together. That's why football is so special. You look at that locker room and what people have gone through to get to this point in their career on this particular team. It's a beautiful thing, man. It's really, really powerful, really awesome.
He deserves it.
He does deserve it.
He does. He deserves it.
That damn singer, Michael McDonald, Super Bowl champ.
Even though this coach, Michael McDonald, admitted that he sees his son maybe like once a year during football season.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Well, I mean, between that and the Doobie Brothers sessions he's got to go through, I mean, what are you going to do? I don't know how you felt, Vic. I didn't know like what to feel watching the game. I'll tell you one thing I felt was boredom for a lot of it. Really bored.
Where did you watch it? I was at a neighborhood watch party, and when I say watch party, there were maybe 8 of us there. It wasn't a party. It was 8 people.
Our boys at the brewery shut it down and had friends and family over, yeah.
So you had a bunch of people. Like, how many people were there?
A lot of people.
Could you hear the
Not really.
play-by-play? Okay.
Not really.
See, that's where I draw the line. I have to be able to hear it. I can't just see it. I have to hear it.
Okay.
So how many of you watch the game not hearing it? I just think it changes the whole game when you can't hear the play-by-play. But
it does.
It was boring. I think anybody that watched that game will have the same understanding and the same takeaway. It was a boring Super Bowl. The playoffs, the NFL playoffs were sublime. They were awesome. I mean, they were some of the best, right? Some of the best games we can remember. Some of the best finishes. Some of the best heartbreak. If you're a Denver fan, heartbreak. But the Super Bowl itself was the worst way to cap it off. Anticlimactic, boring, nothing about it. Drake May, it's embarrassing now to think how poorly he played against better competition. And you saw better competition in the playoffs.
Yeah.
To think that he was a candidate for league MVP. What a joke.
Well, here's the thing. He had a good year, but that was like a shocking last couple of games. Like, here's what I was going to tell you. It was impossible for me to not keep thinking to myself, Broncos could have done that. Broncos could have done this. Like, I know it all comes with the context of Bo Nix being healthy, but I don't know how you don't go straight to that. Like, think about it, Vic. Seattle, who is a very, very good football team, deserves to be champions, all that different stuff. They couldn't move the football either.
No.
They couldn't. And
Darnold did not look good.
No. It was, thank God they had Kenneth Walker, because if they didn't, that game was going to be 3-0. You know what I mean?
They had to force it, too.
Yes.
It was like, okay, it's not working. It's not working. Okay, here we go. Now we got it. And you have to keep attacking the run game. And I give Clint Kubiak credit. He learned that from his dad. They didn't abandon the run game when it didn't work early. A lot of teams would.
Yeah.
They kept going back to it. And they finally found some creases. You're so right. Listen, Seattle had the right formula to win it all. I don't know if you saw Adam Schefter's tweet. Seattle's the first team in modern history to win a Super Bowl without having committed a single turnover in the playoffs.
It's crazy.
So, and here's the formula. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, run the football.
Run the football. Don't turn it over, and don't have major injury. Now, I know they lost one of their running backs, but they have 2 of them.
Yeah.
So, the other guy's better, Walker. Walker's better. They had another guy waiting.
But Charbonnet was the other guy. He split carries with him and kind of spelled him at times to make sure he was fresh for especially late in the game. But I'm watching the same thing that took place last week and really what's taken place every game of this postseason. And this is where I think the Drake May and Patriots offense thing got exposed. I don't know if it's offensive line. I don't know if it's Drake May just holding onto the ball too long. How do you get sacked that much? Like, if Sean Payton had the stomach to watch that game, he had to be screaming at his TV about, throw the ball away.
Yeah.
Get rid of it.
Yeah.
I mean, he was sacked, Vic. It said 6 times, 7 if you include the interception that turned in, the pick 6 that was basically a sack fumble that the guy caught, and numerous other pressures. It was just crazy to watch him continue to get hit.
Until the game was out of reach and Seattle went prevent, they changed the way they played and allowed Drake May to throw the ball.
Yeah.
Take a look at Drake May's numbers through 3 quarters. And remember his numbers against the Broncos in the first half.
Yep.
Remember how poorly he looked in the first
Abysmal.
half? And then the snow came and it neutralized everything. They started running the ball. Drake May just played 2 games in which, if you look just at his quarterback skills, he was terrible.
Yeah.
No, not bad. Terrible.
Yep.
Terrible. A terrible play, a terrible quarter. He's only 23. I'm not trying to poop on the guy. He's going to be back. He's going to be fine.
But he was
to
bad,
put him in
like the last couple games.
To put him in the same class as Matt Stafford, did you watch 2 weeks earlier Matt Stafford against that Seattle defense?
I mean, and you know what's funny? To Sam Darnold's credit, he played as good as Stafford did in that game, and he had to win. But like that game, the NFC Championship, was elite level quarterback play going back and forth, and we watched Drake May for 2 straight weeks do nothing. And by the way, the Patriots offense as a whole did nothing. They ran the football with Ramondre Stevenson, what was it, like 25 times or something like that against the Broncos? He didn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
He got 70 yards. It's the same thing in this game. The problem is they only ran the ball with Stevenson and Henderson 13 times, and they dropped back 43 passing attempts.
They couldn't run the ball. They couldn't establish the run. Seattle's front was awesome. I thought the Schadenfreude would really ease my pain, but it hasn't, because I wanted New England to lose, and they lost.
Yeah.
I wanted Boston fan to be upset today. I wanted all that, but it really doesn't do much for me, because all I could think about is what every Bronco fan was thinking about. If Bo Nix and J.K. Dobbins are both available for that game yesterday, and it takes both of them.
Yep.
It can't be just Bo.
No, I agree.
You would need J.K. You need a run game to beat Seattle.
And it sounds like he would have been.
Yes. If you give me a healthy Bo Nix and a healthy J.K. Dobbins ready to run the ball, I think the Denver Broncos would have had a chance. And I'm not saying they would have won. I'm not saying that. But they would have given you a better performance than what New England did. Because a healthy Bo Nix and a healthy J.K. wins the AFC Championship. Are we in agreement there?
Yes. I mean, look, man, I don't know how you couldn't look at that game and say to yourself, like, it's all I was thinking about, Vic. I just kept thinking, like, if the Broncos are in this game with those 2 things, Dobbins and Nix, you would have a hell of a shot to put another one in the trophy case.
I mean, it's just unfortunate, man. You're starting running back and you're starting quarterback. The 2 most important offensive positions are gone. And you could have leaned into it. Okay, let's say they kick the field goal on that infamous play. Let's say things work out and the Broncos emerge with Stiddy. I don't see Jarrett Stidham and the Broncos beating that Seattle team. That's just not going to happen. Do you?
No.
I don't see that happening. Then you're looking at the same ride that the Patriots just went on.
Yep.
Same type of game, which the Broncos have been there before. Felt that too many times, especially against that Seattle team. But you replace those people with the starters, and I think you got a different outcome. I really do. And that's football. That's sports, man. That's sports. Look at all the teams. Look at all the teams locally. When you start suffering injuries, man, it sets you back. It sucks.
Yeah. It's Rally House Football Monday, our last one of the year. Rally House shop every team in town. Now, there are different offshoots to that game that I want to talk about, one of them being Sam Darnold, because I don't know what to do with Sam Darnold. He's a Super Bowl champion now, and I don't know what to think about him at all. And so I'm going to give you like a list of guys that you tell me who you think he's closest to. So we'll get to that in about 5 minutes. But when you think about what Seattle had and what the Patriots had and what the Broncos are. And this is, I think, something that's encouraging. Whatever you think of Sam Darnold, you don't think he's Mahomes. Whatever you think of Drake May, even though he's up for the MVP discussion and was close to winning it, I don't think anybody's putting him in the category of the top 5 elite quarterbacks in the league right now. They won throughout holistic team efforts. It was good defense mixed with running games, mixed with this and that, and a little bit
Both teams have very good defenses.
Yes. And that's sustainable. Sustainable. And that's the thing for the Broncos. It's like the Broncos can do that. They can get back here. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that, but it makes it a lot easier than, look, man, the Bills have had elite quarterback play for 5 years. Never made it to that point because it's just super hard to rely on one guy to do everything for you. Seattle erased a bad game from Sam Darnold, and he walked away with the win. Think about this, Vic. This was Sam Darnold's playoff run this year. Against San Francisco in the divisional round, he threw the ball 17 times, and they won by 35.
Yeah.
Against the Rams, he had to have a big game, and he did. 346 yards, 3 touchdowns. He had to outgun Stafford. That's a credit to him. In this game, he didn't do jack squat, and they were comfortably in the lead the entire time.
Brett, not only did he not do jack squat, the first 3 passes coming out of his arm could have been intercepted.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw that.
Yep.
The tight end that caught that first pass, it was a quick out to the left side. How that did not get picked is beyond me. I'm like, he's throwing into some windows that are flat out risky now to start the game.
And the whole thing was no turnovers during the course of the postseason. And it's just like you're putting the ball in harm's way.
Yeah. If you think it's tough to be a Broncos fan watching that yesterday, and it was, because every Broncos fan was thinking the same thing. This could have been us. Mm-hmm. Imagine what it was like watching that game as a Rams fan. Just imagine if your punt returner just does the normal thing and lets it bounce.
Yeah.
And you win a game. They waltz through a Super Bowl championship.
Okay. Let me add another one to the pain. I think if you're a Patriots fan, you're miserable. I think Minnesota fans have to feel almost as miserable. They watched the quarterback they booted out the door after a 14-win season just basically do what he did last year and win a Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. And they got J.J. McCarthy now, which their star wide receiver says this.
As of right now, J.J. is my quarterback. So
that.
For me.
I mean, Minnesota's got to be sick. They had that guy in the building, and I get it that he wasn't like maybe the ultimate reason why they won. But, Vic, you mentioned it, like he didn't turn the ball over. That's a big thing when you got a good team.
I know that they awarded Kenneth Walker the MVP, and it's great. He goes for 135. Anytime you can rush for over 100 yards, it's a big deal. But to me, the MVP of that game was just pick your defensive player. I mean, look at what Seattle's defense did. Look at what they did to the Patriots' run game.
Yeah.
Drake May was the leading rusher. They held Ramondre Stevenson to 23 yards. Travion Henderson, 19 yards. They couldn't move the ball.
Multiple discussions during the game last night, by the way. How much consideration in the middle of that game do you think the people, I don't know, who makes that call, by the way? Who votes on the Super Bowl MVP?
I think it's assorted media.
How many of them thought about, are we really going to give this to the kicker?
Well, at one point, that was a factor because there were no touchdowns.
We actually thought, like, there were guys jumping on FanDuel and DraftKings and Circus Sports being like, what are the live odds for Jason Myers being the Super Bowl MVP? Which I don't think, that's never happened before, right? A kicker's never won that.
I don't think so.
But it was, like, legit up for it. And then there was a couple of players, like Devon Witherspoon was making some plays on defense. I go, they'll give it to a defensive player before they do that.
Listen, I'm not trying to diminish what Kenneth Walker did. He deserved the MVP given the fact that he went for 135. I'm not saying he didn't. But I can also make an argument for that Seattle defense. The problem is, defensively, you can't pick an individual player.
Right.
Because it was all of them.
Right.
I mean, you can look at Devon Witherspoon. By the way, he's a guy that they picked up as a product of that Russell Wilson trade.
A lot of the reason why the Seahawks are in the Super Bowl come off the foundation of that trade. A lot of it really takes place because of it. But we'll get more into this as we go along today. No Adam Schefter at 9 o'clock. We'll be joined by Chad Brown today. Schefter will join us tomorrow at 9 to wrap up the year. 303-504-0925. It's Rally House Football Monday. Stick around.
Do you have to hassle with glasses? Or how about the progressive lens glasses? Those are the worst. You don't even know where to look, up, down, sideways, whatever. Readers, yeah, not fun. None of that is. Well, I have a solution for you. It's called Refractive Lens Exchange, and you can get it from my buddy, Dr. Cudarelli at Cudarelli Vision. Vic Lombardi here. I know you're having trouble reading menus, texting, doing stuff on your phone. I know what it's like because I'm there myself. Cudarelli Vision RLE is the permanent solution to all of that. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. It's part of the procedure. I visited Dr. Cudarelli. We sat down. We went through the whole thing. He said, hey, your eyes are bad, but not quite bad enough. You're going to have to wait a little longer, which I didn't like to hear, but he was honest with me. I'm not ready for RLE, but you may be. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at coloradorle.com. Cudarelli Vision RLE. No more readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. That's coloradorle.com.
So you've been dreaming about a mountain property. You're ready to embrace the mountain lifestyle. You just don't know how to find that perfect place, that second home, that investment property. Well, the answer is Anastasia Bell, a broker associate with Breckenridge Associates in Breckenridge. And right now, get this. You can discover exclusive Breckenridge ski chalets. Private mountain living meets world-class skiing. Limited, luxurious, and totally Breck. Slopeside in your own Breckenridge ski chalet, private and refined. You've got that available to you if that's what you're looking for. And Anastasia Bell has been sought out by discretionary buyers from Denver for quite a long time. And she can help you too, whether it's buying or selling. And now is the perfect opportunity. Don't wait. Give her a call today. 970-968-7646. You know you're going to appreciate that level of professionalism that's required for this kind of deal, and Anastasia Bell is going to deliver it for you. That number one more time, 970-968-7646. Remember that name for Mountain Properties, Anastasia Bell.
The Patriots have a first down, and the clock is ticking at 4:38, and they trail 22-7. Shotgun snap, 44 Seattle. He's hit as he drops back. The ball free, picked up by Noosu. Running down the side, 30, 20, 10, 5, touchdown! It's picked off and a touchdown! Seattle has scored on another turnover. And that will seal it seems, right now for the Seahawks in Super Bowl 60.
When the ball got knocked out of Drake May's hand.
Westwood One on the call, and you heard it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I'm glad you're playing. Is that is somebody in?
This is Mr. Bunny.
Okay, yeah. Somebody in our contingent yesterday. This should just show you that everybody comes from all different walks of life, and there's no reason why we can't all just get along.
Yeah.
Somebody in our contingent called the performer Bad Rabbit. Is Bad Rabbit performing?
I actually think that's a better name than Bad Bunny.
So, I'm glad you're playing this
silly rabbit
because I don't. You know, we're told never to go here, but I just made what I thought was a pretty harmless mention on X. I like the halftime show.
How dare you, Vic?
I didn't even listen. I didn't understand a word he was saying. Not a word. Didn't understand a single word. Not one. I understand Lady Gaga. I didn't know that was Lady Gaga. My wife told me that was Lady Gaga. I didn't understand a word. But the joy, the celebration, the choreography, all of that stuff going on, I thought it was great. Honestly, I thought it was great. I thought it was fun. It kept me, it was better than the game. The halftime show was better than the game. And I'm sitting there going, okay. And I made a simple comment on that. Oh, my God. What world do we live in where you can't even enjoy music anymore? Even music is now politicized and radicalized to the point of no return. Why? What are we?
I don't know.
What is this?
It is weird. It's like, you know what? I should have done some Oppo research. I should have tuned into the Kid Rock show to have some sort of reference, but I got to be honest, didn't do it. I don't know. I don't know what that is. Like, I think I told you this before, Vic. I got nothing against Bad Bunny, but I don't speak that language.
I've never listened to a song he sings. I don't know anything about him. Honest to God, I know nothing about him. But I watched the halftime show with a curiosity because I think humans are genuinely curious. If you lack curiosity, I think there's something wrong with you. You should be curious. You should learn about other people, other customs, other cultures. That's it's inherent. So I wanted to learn. I'm like, what is this? What's the big to-do here? I loved it.
I like Latin music. I did learn something about myself, though, in watching Bad Bunny.
Yeah.
Mumble rap sucks in every language. That's really bad no matter what language you speak. That's terrible.
Was he mumble rapping?
When he was doing that, I was like, dude, knock this off. Whatever.
How would you know he was mumble rapping if you can't understand what he's saying?
But it's all that like low sort of tone, fast, whatever. Yeah, that's bad in English, Spanish, Russian, Japanese, anything that you got, bad. I don't know.
He didn't do anything crazy. He didn't go off on anyone. He presented a football at the end, and the football said, together we are something, whatever. It was fine. There was nothing wrong with it. And why people fly off the deep end is beyond me. You know, everybody calm down. Everybody, you're not that important. You're not. It's just a halftime show. It's just music. I don't know anything about the guy, nor do I care. I don't listen to him on my... It's just a show. Calm down.
Yeah. I agree. I'll tell you one other thing that I learned. I don't know what kind of work Ricky Martin's getting done. He looks great.
I said the same thing to my wife.
I looked at my wife and I said, he is hot. Like, that guy is hot.
There's no way that was Ricky Martin. I said to my wife, no way, because he's like my age.
Yeah.
How old is he? Look him up. Look up Ricky Martin's age. Because whatever doctor he's seen.
54.
Okay, I'm 56. I look like an old, elderly human. There's no way. That's not possible to look like that. I'm an old man without a prostate.
I said, here's in sequence, this is what happened. I said, is that Ricky Martin? To which everybody said yes. I said, he looks hot. And my wife said, yes, he does. And they go, you calm down. I look just like him. No. I was amazed.
Seriously, how do you do that? Is that all like trickery? Is that all tricks?
It's got to be something. He must have that, what's her name? The Kardashian mom, the Jenner?
Yeah.
Kris Jenner?
Yes. Like, she's got a good surgeon, too. They must go to the same people.
But it starts with the hair and the beard.
It does.
The hair and the beard are full and rich. I'm going to dye my hair again. I'm doing it. I'm going back to I'm just going to do it. If Ricky Martin could do it, I'm doing it. You heard it here first. I'm doing it. I'm going to go do it today.
Do you have the requisite other things that Ricky Martin has?
I don't care. But if it takes that many years off, I want everybody to hear this.
That looks like a 30-year-old man. That's a 30-year-old man.
It's the beard, too. I'm dyeing my hair. I'm going to go. I'm going there. I'm doing it. I don't see why not.
I'm blown away. That's crazy.
Everybody else is. Everyone else is doing it.
Yeah. Didn't you do that before?
Not to that level.
What, to a good level?
No, I had a patch of gray at the top of my hair, and I would go to Walgreens and buy that and get the patch of gray in. But I'm talking about all of it now. I'm going Wayne Newton.
Are you gonna grow a beard?
I'm going Ryan Day.
Please don't go Wayne Newton. Wayne Newton looks like a cadaver.
I'm going all of it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Now I got to find the time. Should I do it after the All-Star break? Should I do it tonight? I'm doing it. Why not? You only live once.
Live stream it.
What? Seriously, why the hell not?
I want you to grow a beard too, and then dye the beard.
I can't grow a beard. I don't know how to grow a beard.
Well, you could do it well enough. I want something here. That's what I want.
What? I need people to tell me why not, though. If everybody else is doing it, because everybody's got. Hey, I'll just raise some names for you. You don't think Tom Cruise dyes his hair? The guy's like 80.
Yes.
You want me to go down the line here?
Yes, I know famous people very famously get
so
work
why
done.
can I not do it? Why do I have to live with this?
You can do it. I think I don't think it would help you, though. Because if you're going to do that, you got to do everything. You got to do the Botox. You got to do the injections. There's a lot. Yeah, there's got to be a lot of needles. You don't think that Ricky Martin's got a few needles put in his face before? You don't think so? Some injections?
Somebody said about the halftime show, well, you have a controversial figure. You're going to what singer isn't controversial in their own respect? Which one isn't? You can name anyone. Throw them in that same stage, and there's going to be some controversy. There's going to be some
my boy Bruno.
Radicalization.
Everybody loves Bruno.
No, I guarantee if you put Bruno Mars on that stage, there's going to be wackos.
He was just there.
I know, but there's going to be wackos remarking some way or another.
Wait, no, I got it.
Who is the one act you can throw for halftime that won't radicalize our country? I don't think that person exists.
No, it just happened. Turns out, if you put J-Lo and Shakira's butts next to each other, everybody seems to be happy.
Okay, we can go there.
Yeah,
That much butt.
Everybody seems to be happy when that happened.
So
Nobody
J-Lo
said anything about, turn the channel, please, avert my eyes.
Isn't it sad, though? It's sad, man. It's sad. You mean, it's ridiculous that we've gotten to this point where everything is so radicalized.
I know.
You can't even put a performance out there anymore because people have to have their own version of whatever that is. Well, it's stupid.
Yeah. You know what? It is dumb. So we'll get back to the halftime show
Golden
later.
says, Vic, why not do it? Because it's shallow and superficial. Yeah, that's what I am.
Have you met Vic?
Have you ever introduced yourself to me? Who do you think I am?
I am. Oh, that was great. It's shallow and superficial. Hi, that's on my headstone. Nice to meet you. Now, Vic,
Yeah, Gary Kubiak on his way to the Super Bowl. There was a suspicion that Gary dyed his hair too.
Yeah. Well,
See,
Ryan Day's got the insane dye job.
Here's the
going on.
difference. These people won't admit it. Here's the difference between me and all these other people. I'll admit it. I'm honest into this microphone. I am honest. I will tell you what I'm doing. And because I tell you, why does it change your perception?
Because it's shallow and superficial.
But what are they? What's Ricky
Shallow.
Martin?
Hot.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. It's like here's the distinction. This is the real sort of thing, Vic. If you do it and you look great, that's fine.
I'm going to do it.
But if you do it and it looks terrible, then you get made fun of. That's why people make fun of Ryan Day. That jet black beard, it's like, bro, nobody's believing this and it doesn't look good. When somebody has a bad toupee, you point it out. Like, we wouldn't have said anything about that boxer who got the toupee knocked off his head. Wouldn't have said anything about his hair until it got knocked off his head. Now we're like, we're a loser. Anyway.
Well, for Ricky Martin, it helps that he's into superstitions, black cats, and voodoo dolls.
Yeah.
That's probably why he looks so good.
What song was he singing, by the way? Which song was he doing?
I don't know. I couldn't understand any of the
Oh,
words.
yeah, that was a Spanish song.
Yeah, you
I
should.
don't know. El Quiero?
Yeah.
Did you say El Quiero?
He should have been singing She Bangs with William Hung, but I don't know what he was singing.
I'm glad you said that because I said to my wife, I go, does he have this She Bangs song? And she goes, no. And I go, I think he does. And you know what she told me? All I can think of is that William Hung guy singing that song.
Yep.
So I don't know who's.
He did
I
it
do
better.
have to admit, the one guy there was one point in the halftime show where I got up there and I was like, okay, this is it. As soon as Bad Rabbit got up there and started singing, what did he say when he said gasolina? When
Yes.
he started, I got up on my feet and I said, this is my song.
Yep.
And then he went into something else. But I thought he was going to go into the Gasolina song.
Gasolina? Is that Daddy Yankee who sings Gasolina?
Whatever
it's a
it
very
was,
popular song.
That's a wedding song.
I
right
like
there.
Gasolina.
When you go full Gasolina, yes.
Hey, just a quick question for you. Which one of these categories fits Sam Darnold the best for Super Bowl winning quarterbacks that I've just invented right now? Is he Trent Dilfer? Is he Joe Flacco? Is he Mahomes? That's the span I'll give you. Which one is he closest to, Vic? Dilfer, Flacco, Mahomes?
Flacco.
Are we going to be doing the bouncing back and forth, is Sam Darnold elite thing like we did with Joe Flacco forever?
No, but Flacco made some amazing, when he won a Super Bowl, he made some throws that were downright remarkable.
No, he was excellent.
Dilfer was, let's be honest, carried by his defense.
Yeah.
Carried. Darnold, to beat the Rams in the NFC title game, he had to do some things. It wasn't just the defense.
Right.
He had to do some things to get there.
That's the odd thing, though. You could say 2 of the 3 playoff games for Darnold, he was carried. They won by 35. He threw the ball 17 times the first game. This game, he did not play well, and they still won. The NFC Championship game is where he had to do some heavy lifting, and he did. And that's where, there's another. There's
Vic, I own a salon on 32nd. I'm going to come over there. I'm dead serious. Leave your information. I'm dyeing my hair today. Tonight's Nuggets game, new Vic, Ricky Martin. Don't laugh either. See, you're laughing.
No, just see, new
Do
Vic,
not laugh.
Ricky Martin is the next thing that you said. Look, if you dye your hair and you end up looking like Ricky Martin, I'll faint.
Dude, here's what's going to happen.
I can't do a show with a guy that hot. I'm just being honest. I
Here's what's
can't
gonna happen.
do it.
I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. I'm going to get my hair dyed today by this person on 32nd Avenue. Leave your address, please, and name. I'm dead serious. I don't want to go behind my hairdresser's back, but I don't want him holding that L if it is an L.
Yeah.
I'm going to completely recreate myself tomorrow.
Come on, bro.
Dude.
That's what you're going to do. That's
Here's
what you're
what's
going to be
happen.
on the Nuggets
Here's what's
pregame show?
You're going to hang out with me, and it's going to be like a different me. And people are going to go like, wow, whoa. It's going to be
I
it's
love
gonna be
these.
Crazy.
It's going to be Vicky Martin. Everybody's texting in Vicky Martin.
You're going to see it. You're going to see. It's amazing what a difference hair color makes. It's just remarkable. It's remarkable. My hair went gray after I was, and just to be fully that when I was diagnosed with cancer in 2019, I went from dark brown hair to gray in a matter of months. That kind of stuff does it for you, right? I went gray, full gray.
So
no more.
So you just had you said before that you had a little patchy up top. Little patchy.
And that patch turned, my entire head was gray.
Yeah.
In a span of a year. 1 year, gone. So I'm going back. If Ricky can do it, I'm doing it.
I actually love the name Vicky Martin because if it does look terrible, it'll sound like a Temu knockoff of Ricky Martin.
All right, James, I got your information. I'm dead serious. Now, you can't go crazy. I don't want like jet black Wayne Newton. We gotta find a comfortable go-between here. What color does it? Where should I go with this?
How do we avoid Moser knowing that you dyed your hair?
Yeah, don't
until he comes back and you just have
just luscious.
You're Vicky Martin. Yeah. You don't say anything to him. He comes back from Spain and Vicky Martin walks in the room. That's what I want to see. 303-504-0925. It's a Rally House Football Monday. Rally House shop every team in town. This is our final Rally House. Shout out to them for being so kind to us throughout the course of the football season. They are they're excellent, by the way. Go check them out. They have literally, as they say, every team in town for all of your sports apparel needs. So go check out Rally House. A lot more to get to. Some great news, by the way. Something that is, I've been waiting for this since I moved here to get some news like this, and we finally got some. Get to exactly what that is in just a few minutes. You know that sound? That's the sound of luck and the sound of Tulatero. Hey, you want to win some cash so you can look like Ricky Martin? Download that Tulatero app right now. It's got all your favorite lottery games, Mega Millions, Powerball, Lucky for Life. If you download that app and you use the code MAGIC, you get a free credit to play in your first lottery game. Tonight is the Powerball. $113 million up for grabs. So download Tulatero, Tulotero. Register with that code MAGIC. Get your Ricky Martin on. Tulatero, it's your lottery app. All right, Nelly. Very nice. At the end of this segment, we're playing William Hung's version. We can do compare and contrast. Rally House Football Monday, the day after the Super Bowl. The Seahawks are winners. And is that right there, Vic, before we move on to some Nuggets details? The Seahawks winning, this version of the Seahawks, where does that rank for like most shocking Super Bowl champions in a long time compared to what you thought like middle of the year?
Yeah. Well, again, consider the championship games outside of the Rams, right? They had a shot at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
If I had told you that the Broncos, Patriots, and Seahawks would all contend for a Super Bowl by playing in their respective championship games, you would think I were crazy.
Yeah.
So the season as a whole was about as crazy as it gets. I can't remember another season where you had three of the four championship teams that weren't supposed to be there. Is there another example of this? I don't think I could find one. Can somebody find me another example where three of the four championship teams, let alone the Super Bowl winner, no one thought they'd be there. No one did.
But the weird thing, Vic, no one thought they'd be there. At what point? Because the Seahawks and the Broncos were both the number one seeds. The Patriot was the 2 seed.
Of the season.
Yeah.
Beginning of the season.
That makes a lot more sense.
Yes, I'm not talking about now. If you go back to September 1st and you said, all right, go ahead and pick 4 squads that'll vie for a championship. There's no way. There's no way, man. You're not picking New England. You're not picking the Broncos were getting better. The Broncos, I thought, this is a team that can get to the playoffs and host a home playoff game, but Super Bowl? I didn't think they were that good.
We thought the Broncos could contend for the AFC West, even though maybe we didn't think they would actually win it. Like, they could contend for it, and then they ran away with it. I'm trying to think, like, the year that the Nuggets in Heat were in the championship, I can't remember what the Nuggets odds were before the season started because they finished as the 1 seed in the West. But if you remember, Vic, Miami was the 8 seed that made the finals that year. But I thought I saw something about largest combined odds in the preseason were these two teams in Super Bowl history. But yeah, pretty nuts. Because you're looking at two teams that, look, Seattle just moved on from a quarterback last year. The Patriots just moved on from a head coach. It's crazy how fast all that turned around. Now, here's what's cool, Vic. Going to the Nuggets, they get this win against Chicago on Saturday, which was great. Jamal being in the three-point contest is something I love. I've wanted a Nugget to be in one of these skills competitions, like the actual ones. I know Joker did the actual skills competition, right? Is that what they call it, where you're passing and dribbling and stuff like that?
Those are stupid.
Stupid. I know that everybody thinks the dunk contest is dead. I think it could come back with actual names in it, which they get a couple, but...
Yeah, that's the only thing that could help the dunk contest because dunks themselves, humankind has dunked every dunk possible. There's nothing left. Yeah. There's nothing left to dunk. But if you put the right players in it, the right names, it changes things.
The three-point contest is the one thing that I think is still it's got every bit of its luster that it used to have. It's got big names.
The marquee performance on Saturday night at the All-Star Weekend.
Here's what I'm excited about with Jamal, though. Jamal has never been to an All-Star game. He's invited to his first one. He is now participating in the three-point contest. Vic, I think he is going to treat this like Game 7 of the finals. I just know the competitive fervor that Jamal has. Do you think he's setting up racks in the gym every day right now and practicing for this thing? Because it feels like this is something that he would get up for and, like, want to win. Like, I don't know who else. I forget who else is in this. Is Steph in it again? Probably.
Damian Lillard is in it.
Devin
and he hasn't
Booker.
played a minute of basketball all year.
Ah, that's right.
Damian Lillard is a member of the three-point shooting
How does that work?
And I don't get it. You know, I think that's sort of it's a gimmick. I think it smacks in the face of the dudes who played this year.
It does.
That's not cool, man. If I'm Tim Hardaway Jr. Oh, how about this? Michael Porter Jr.
Oh,
you're
for
Michael
sure.
Porter Jr. You're playing your butt off. You're scoring in droves, and you get passed over for Damian Lillard, who hasn't played? Not cool.
Yeah, Tyrese Maxey, Donovan Mitchell, Norman Powell, Bobby Portis. But I think he is going to treat this as if this is like life or death. I think he wants that. He just got allowed in the All-Star Club, and I think he wants something to take home with him.
Well, do you hear what Jamal said about the game itself? He's going to play hard. He said, Wemby's going to play hard. I'm playing hard.
So they are doing the U.S. versus the world thing in this.
He's going to play hard. And I can't wait to see if this changes things. By the way, it sucks that SGA's not playing for the world team, so it takes sort of one name off the list there. Neither is Giannis. So Giannis and SGA are not going to be available for the world team.
Do you think Joker cares?
I think he can be sort of
persuaded
to care. Yeah.
More than
I don't blame him in the old format because they didn't pass him the ball.
Yeah.
He was just, what Joker was for the last 7 years? He was a full-time inbounder.
I think he was comic relief. He was just trying to do funny stuff.
Hey, you inbound the ball.
Remember when he had the basketball and LeBron was standing out of bounds and he just pushed him in the chest with the ball?
Yes.
It was just here, this is funny.
That was his role. So maybe this changes things. I hope they play hard. I'm going out there this weekend. I'll be following the Nuggets. I can't wait to ask Jamal again, though. How is he approaching this? By the way, do you think he's going to sit in the gym at some point this week and work on, grabbing the ball off the rack? He's got to, right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, Vic, he's too competitive. I don't think you can play checkers with that guy without him being like, king me. I'm going to eat your soul. Jamal is just a super competitive guy. And again, I think the extra motivation of him never being there, you said it before, Vic, Jamal would never let on, I think, how much it actually means to him to be recognized like this upcoming week. But I think he really enjoys it. Jamal likes his flowers occasionally. He likes to get some love and recognition for his game.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's felt disrespected his entire career. Because you said it the other last week, Vic. You were like, we need to start giving Jamal some more credit for where this team is at because of him. Because it's always about Joker. But this team, we saw it for 2 straight years. When Jamal was not in the lineup in the postseason, the Nuggets were terrible. Even with Joker playing at a high level, you get swept by the Suns, you're losing 5 to the Warriors. That's because Jamal's not there.
Thank goodness they turned it up against the Bulls in that fourth quarter when they finally started to play some defense, because their defensive mechanism, their strategy, their scheme, I'm like, what is going on here?
Yeah.
I mean, and let's be abundantly clear here. That Chicago bunch, that Chicago team, they were playing street ball because they were put together literally a day before the game.
Yep.
That was an end one team. A bunch of dudes who had never played together before. Hey, let's assemble. And all they were doing was shooting threes. And that team led the Nuggets at the half. And you're sitting there going, what is going on? And finally, the Nuggets got it together in the fourth and won pretty easily.
Did they, I almost wonder, were they playing with their food a little bit? Were they just I think we can turn on a switch and cruise, and that's what happened in the fourth?
Yeah, and we've seen the Nuggets do that several times, Brett. The thing that coming down the stretch now, because you don't have all your players, you can't do that anymore.
Right.
Not against good teams. Like tonight, Cleveland's in town. James Harden's here.
Yeah, they're doing the throw it together and see what happens thing too, but they just came off a game which they had, Jared Allen had 29, Harden had 25, and Mitchell had, 38 or something? They all played really good games together. By the way, really good to have Cam Johnson back in the lineup.
Yeah, and he looked good.
Yes.
His first 3, he looked good.
I hope, because when these guys are missing for so long, and the early returns that we got of Cam Johnson, if you guys remember, he wasn't good early in the season. And right when he started to find, I think, his comfortability within this lineup and his role is when he got hurt. And so he comes back now. Especially with the injuries you've suffered, a totally necessary piece. If you missed it over the weekend, we got the official update, which is what we thought it would be. Peyton Watson's reevaluated when? Not 4 to 6, just 4 weeks he's going to be reevaluated. But that's right around the same time frame as what AG's is now, right? So both him and AG in about a month are going to get checked out again.
I was thinking about something regarding AG. And I wonder, I'm not a doctor. I don't know how this stuff works. So a lot's been made of Lindsey Vonn for going all in, right? She wanted to compete and stand downhill because this is it. And she did. And she got unfortunate. She hit that gate with her hand. Twisted
the pole
her
got a
around.
little stuck.
Yeah. And it was awful. It was hard to watch. I don't know if you saw the replay of that video. It was hard to watch.
Well, they initially said something about it was a head injury, and then I saw that she had surgery yesterday for a fractured leg.
The whole thing was just hard to watch. I mean, you're coming down 80 miles an hour and you hit like that. It was hard to watch. But she said she was going to go all out, and you give her full credit, okay? Do you remember last year in the Game 7 OKC, AG strained his hamstring in Game 6. They had 2 days before Game 7. And I said, there's no way he's going to play.
Yeah.
He played with a strained hammy. He played right through it.
Yep.
I just wonder what kind of damage was done just going for it.
Yeah, I don't know. Could be something there. But at the same time, he had a long break after that.
He did, but...
And now it's coming back again.
You know, you're going for it, though, right? You're going for it. You want to win Game 7.
Yep.
You're going for it. Hell, he led the team in rebounding in Game 7 on one leg.
To your point, what happens after that? Let's say they win.
Is
he going to keep playing the next series?
I don't know. I mean, you need 4 to 6 weeks.
Yeah.
You need 4 to 6 weeks. You don't have 4 to 6 weeks, let alone 4 to 6 days.
Well, I saw Porter was on that on Cam Johnson's podcast.
It tells you how selfless he is, though. How selfless is Aaron? How many guys would do that? I mean, many guys have had the opportunity. Hell, Steph Curry had the opportunity to play. He opted not to.
It's why I got the ultimate respect for him.
100%.
I heard MPJ on Cam Johnson's podcast. He goes,
100%.
The only thing that hurt me in the trade, I don't know if you saw this clip.
I did.
He said, I talked to management and the coaching staff after the season. They sounded like they were excited to have me back. The only thing that hurt was it felt like when they traded me, they held my postseason performance against me, and they knew how bad I was hurt. He goes, I was at 30, 40%, couldn't lift my arm up, getting Toradol shots every morning before the game. And I felt like I had to do that because we had no chance if I wouldn't play. And I think we all felt like that's why AG did it. AG went in on, what was it, a grade 2 hamstring strain and tried to play Game 7 because he's probably looking at the bench being like, there's nobody else. Like, there's no reinforcements. Me at 40% is as good as we're going to get for a chance to win.
Yeah. Like, Lindsey Vonn going for it. Totally understandable, right? I mean, she's not going to be in this situation again. You make it's easy to understand.
Oh,
but
sure.
when you're a professional athlete and you're coming back the following season and you go for it, there are things at stake beyond a medal.
Right. 303-504-0925.
By the way, dude.
Yeah.
I don't know about this now because somebody just reminded me. If I do dye my hair and subtract 70 years from my life, here's the downside. You got to do it again in like a month.
Yeah.
And then again.
Yeah, it's a constant thing now.
And then again. And I don't know if I have I'm not equipped to do it again and again.
Vic, I have a better idea. Instead of doing that, do what that boxer did. Have them give you the old man horseshoe cut, glue that toupee on, style it that way. Then that's going to be on for a couple months.
Yeah, but then I can't get into boxing.
Stop this.
Nelly, let me hear it on the way to break, please.
She walks like she talks and she talks like she walks. She bangs. Oh, baby, when she moves. I go crazy cause she looks like a fly, but she stings like a bee. Like every girl in history. She bangs. I'm
All right, thank you.
wasted.
Yes, thank you.
Who is that?
That's William Hung. He sung that on American Idol. Dude, he got a record contract because of that audition. Obviously not the American Idol one. Hang on, I got to look this up because I want to see if I'm going to be sick. William Hung's net worth. Okay, $600,000. All right, we're fine. If that said
You're
10
rooting for him to be poor?
No. If he made $10 million singing that song terribly, I was going to throw up.
Nelly, he's rooting for him to be poor.
No, not poor. Just not very rich.
I know
There's a
what you mean.
difference.
If you look up William Hung net worth and it's like $50 million,
Yeah.
then what are we doing
Like,
here?
I
What
want
are we
the man
doing?
to live a comfortable life where he doesn't have to worry about bills, but not
William
have
Hung,
a yacht. That's all I want.
$52 net worth. Yeah!
Boom. Hey, 5 big booms for your wallet, Will.
But was that mean? Again, I want him to have a comfortable life, but I don't want somebody who sings that poorly to be rewarded with $50 million. Is that so wrong?
Whatevs.
It's like these streamers. You know that there's one of these stupid streamers that paid $100 to a kid at the Phoenix Open to yell jackass in somebody's backswing.
Oh, don't.
That guy is worth. What's his name, Nelly? You would probably know. What's that
I don't know.
stupid
That guy
idiot's
should
name?
be-
Jack Doherty, whatever. He's 22.
Yeah. No.
Hang on a second. See, this will make you sick, Vic. Hang on. Net worth for this 22-year-old. $2.6 billion?
No, come on. What are you reading? Wait, are you Bro Bible? You going to the Bro Bible website? What's this?
All right, no, wait.
Come on, don't be stupid.
This is the AI overview. As of January 2026, Fortune estimated Jack Doherty's net worth of 2 point. That can't be true.
No,
AI,
it's
you're wrong.
false.
You're wrong.
It's false. If that guy's worth $100, it's $100 too many. For going around and doing those stupid videos?
Okay, maybe it's not that. I have no idea. Maybe they're factoring in he has a brand. They said he makes, Vic, $1 million a month.
Doing what?
Streaming.
Streaming what?
Guys yelling jackass in a backswing.
I'm told on William Hung is now a data scientist for the city of L.A.
Way to go, William.
There's a friend of mine sent a picture of William Hung at a conference for data scientists. So, yeah, that dude made it.
Good. See,
Much
I'm happy
to your
for him.
chagrin.
I'm happy for him. I didn't want him to have a $50 million record deal.
Dude, that guy that does videos, the 22-year-old kid is worth a lot more than William Hung. At least William Hung put himself out there.
Does that make you sick? That kid, that idiot, is out here making $1 million a month?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Which is why I'm going to dye my hair.
303-504-0925. Rally House Football Monday, back after this.
Cheap bangs! Cheap bangs!
Hey! Bang! Come on, man. Bang!
Vic Lombardi here, sports guy. I don't know much about house stuff. Wife plugged in a bunch of stuff upstairs, and all the lights went off, and I didn't know what to do, so I called my brother. He helped me. But if you have trouble in your house and things start going awry, like your furnace, why not call AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric? Right now, they have a $49 furnace safety and efficiency inspection, preventing breakdowns, improving efficiency, ensuring your furnace is safe to run all winter. So if you're like me and you don't know a thing about furnaces, leave it to the pros. Schedule your appointment today. AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
Patriots 16, Seattle 1st and 10, leading 12-0. Darnold under center. 5 on the defensive line. He gets the snap, turns right, fakes the handoff. Here comes the blitz. There goes the throw, end zone. Caught, touchdown! Caught, touchdown, Barner! The tight end! Over-the-shoulder catch in the corner of the end zone. And we've got our first touchdown of Super Bowl 60. And the Seahawks extend their lead early in the fourth, 18-0.
For the record, I never want to hear we've got our first touchdown of the game early in the fourth for my Super Bowls.
No.
I don't ever want to hear that.
We were wondering if no touchdown were scored, it would go down as the worst Super Bowl ever. Now it's up there. It ranks up there in boredom. So let me ask you, you know how you hate watch sporting events?
Yeah.
Like, interest level comes from different places. Either your team's playing in it, or there's a team you appreciate and follow, or there's a team you hate and you hate watch. What brought you most satisfaction from watching New England lose last night? What was it? Because I was conflicted on many levels.
Yeah, I think it's just that New England didn't just lose. It was pretty embarrassing. I mean, that helped.
Here, embarrassing is a relative term because the Broncos have been embarrassed thoroughly in Super Bowls before. And I guess your retort to that would be, well, at least we got here. You didn't, right? There's nothing wrong. You got there. But here's where I was conflicted. I like Drake May. He's a good kid, 23 years old. He's only going to get better.
Yeah.
So I didn't revel in him struggling. But it's a fact he struggled.
Yeah, I don't dislike Drake May.
Yeah. I don't dislike Mike Vrabel. I think he's a hell of a coach.
Me too.
I don't dislike any of the Patriots, to be honest with you, except that Matt Collins guy. His little act bothers me.
Yeah, he does.
His act bothers me.
He
his
carries
little,
himself
routine.
with an unwarranted arrogance.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you think you're doing, but that probably the only guy.
I mean, you hate McDaniels. I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah. I mean, that's sort of worn out by now. I like Christian Gonzalez. Man, what a play he made. He made two plays in that game. There's a lot, the likable players on that team. It's nothing personal. But I'd be lying to you if I weren't happy about Boston fan being upset yesterday. That's where it ends with me. It's Boston fan.
When the ball got knocked out of Drake May's hand.
So is like Dave Portnoy the mascot of Boston fan?
All of you Boston fans out there, and I don't know if you listen to the show or not. You're probably tuning in to WEII or EEI or one of those. Who knows? The fact that your team lost brings me joy.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie to you because you took great joy in stomping out a Mile High 2 weeks ago. But it brings me massive joy to know that you're not joyful. I admit that. Is that petty? Is that petty? Yeah. Huh? But I admit it.
No, I just think you got some fan bases that you hate that you appreciate when those guys are sad. That happens everywhere. Yeah. I love when Lakers fans are sad. I love when Patriots fans are sad. I love when Yankees fans are sad. I love all of it. Yeah.
I like the notion that the Patriots now have lost more Super Bowls than any team ever.
Take that L on the way out.
Of course, you have to get there.
Here's the weird thing, though. I was, in a way, like rooting for the Patriots because I just wanted a good game. And the game stunk. It was terrible. I'm trying to think, I know there have been blowouts like that that have been bad games. Hell, the Chiefs' latest Super Bowl appearance was like that. But as far as, boring, and I'm trying to think back, that Patriots and Rams Super Bowl, I think it was 13-3 was the final score, that Jared Goff Rams team.
Sure.
Early Sean McVay.
Yeah.
And you're just like, what am I doing here?
Yeah.
All this pomp and circumstance, the Super Bowl, everybody in this country is watching, people around the world watching, and we get one touchdown?
Yeah.
Come on.
But you're right about, Portnoy when he mocked Bo Nix being injured. Remember that? And he laughed under his breath about it?
Yeah, he laughed. He giggled about it.
Yeah.
Yep.
I take massive joy in knowing that their team lost. Because that's what you get.
Here's the thing, though. Would you be, just honestly,
Bradley writes in, my mother is a Pats fan. I'm so happy she's miserable today.
What do you think of these teams? Like, how about this, Vic? Would you be surprised if either one of these teams missed the postseason entirely next year?
No,
because I don't think I would be.
No, that's the craziness of the NFL, though. That's what the NFL is today.
It's not to say they aren't good. Like, they are both very good football teams. Seattle is a complete. But I saw some of the names that are entering free agency for them. I don't know how many they're going to be able to keep. There's a lot of good players that's hitting the market for Seattle. And maybe they bring them all back. I don't know. But it's just the way that they've gone about the winning. And maybe this is my fault. And I'm skewed in the way I look at this stuff. It just feels like when you don't have quarterback play that is something you can trust every single week, it leaves a lot up to chance. When the typical thing in football is if you have a good defense, you're fine, right? Good defense is always translating to wins and playoff appearances.
You can see, you're so right, because you brought this up earlier in the show, and I wanted to jump on it. It's a new foundation for how to build a team. We all assume you build it quarterback, offense, skill position. Maybe that's not it. Maybe the foundation of a competent NFL team is get your base defense down, and then the rest of it you can sprinkle in.
If you got a defense that can rush the passer with a good secondary, stop the run, you're going to win 10 games and probably be in the postseason with a shot to do more.
You know, another reason why, too, is because you're not as dependent on injuries. Like an injury to a key running back or quarterback, as Denver fans have found out, that can derail everything. You can get away with a couple injuries on the defensive end if you build enough depth and base there, especially in the trenches.
Bro, you almost got to the Super Bowl with a backup quarterback scoring 7 points. That's how much defense matters in this. And so, yes, the sexier thing and the thing that is, for whatever reason, mentally, for right or wrong, more relied upon is good quarterback play seems to be the thing that everybody trusts. You maybe just trust that Seattle's defense is going to kick your butt for 4 straight quarters, and that's probably going to lead to a win. I mean, that's just what happened. And New England's got one big problem on their hands because it didn't bite them this year. Like, here's what's crazy, Vic. I think Nix was the least sacked quarterback in the league, correct?
Yeah.
And I don't know if it was close. He had 20-some. I'm trying to do this off the top of my head. I'll look it up and get this exactly right.
23?
Something like that. He was sacked. No, the other way. Well, of course, you have to deal with backup quarterbacks. Yeah, it was something like 20, 24, 23, something like that. 22. Yeah, that's lowest in the league for a guy who played all 17 games. Jordan Love was at 21, but he missed a couple. And then you see Drake May, who was sacked 47 times, 4th most in the league.
Their offensive line's in shambles.
He was sacked at least 5 times in each game during the postseason. Yeah. The guy who got hurt was Nix and not him, despite all the hits that he took this year.
Speaking of hurt, would you be surprised at all if at the end of the season it comes out that Drake May played the final 2 games on a bum wing, like a bad shoulder?
I mentioned that when they said that he was dealing with a shoulder problem heading into this game. This was like the week before the week leading up to the Super Bowl. And I asked you, I was like, do you think maybe his shoulder hurt a lot worse than they let on before the Broncos game?
I think you're on to something. I think a lot of his passes behind receivers early, maybe it's, they shot him up before the game just to relieve the pain, and he just didn't answer the bell. I really think he's hurt, and I think you'll have one of those press conferences undergoing a cleanup procedure after the season.
Yeah. Well, it's either that, Vic, or he just completely shrunk in the biggest moments. And for how well he played throughout the course of the year, especially this, if nothing else, Vic, he was accurate with the football, and he wasn't the last couple of games of that postseason run. He probably was dealing with way more of a bum shoulder than they let on.
I think one of the reasons why it was such a letdown with that game yesterday is because everybody, Super Bowl Sunday, you're at a party, you're among friends, you're among family. It's a special day. Everybody's watching the game. Maybe you're not watching every playoff game leading up to it. But here's why it was so hard to deal with, because every playoff game leading up to it was an exciting game, pretty much every one.
Yeah.
Maybe 1 or 2. But the NFL playoffs this season, oh my goodness. Some of the Chicago games, hell, the Denver game with the snow, the shootout in Seattle between the Rams and Seahawks. How many games came down to the wire with crazy plays? The playoffs were superb. It was great theater. It was a shootout. It was fun. And then you get to the Super Bowl, and it's blah.
So I'm just going to go through this real quick. Going all the way back to the wild card, Vic. Rams-Panthers. Remember how close that game was?
And it came down to the final drive. Great game.
Packers-Bears.
Oh,
25 points for the Bears in the fourth quarter, won that football game.
One of the great finishes ever.
Bills-Jags was 27-24. That was a great game. Niners-Eagles was 23-19. Had a couple of clunkers here. The Patriots-Chargers game was 16-3, and then that Texans game against the Steelers was a mess. But mostly good for that. Then you had Bills-Broncos. Amazing.
I mean, one of the great finishes in playoff history.
Rams-Bears. Overtime.
I mean, are you kidding me with that game? That was the game in which Caleb Williams went backwards 30 yards.
Then Texans-Patriots was pretty bad because nobody could hang on the football, and Seahawks-Niners was a 35-point blowout. But then, yes, the conference championship games and then this Super Bowl. It was like you had a really good run of playoff games.
So the biggest stage, the Super Bowl, was the worst game, among the worst games.
Yeah,
it was.
among them. Yep.
Just boring.
I thought for a second when New England scored late, I was like, all right, maybe they get the ball back, get another score, and then we can get something close. But it never felt. Never felt.
New England scored late because, and these defenses do that all the time. I know Michael McDonald, he calls the defense for the Seahawks.
Yes.
Why do you let off? It was pretty clear what they were doing.
You're trading time for yards.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, yeah.
But that's what was happening. You saw that.
Right. 303-504-0925. It's Rally House Football Monday. Whole bunch to get to. Stick around. Oh, Vicky Martin's here. It's like if Ricky Martin and Lloyd Christmas had a child together, maybe it looks a little bit like Vic right now with his wig on.
So I just want to set the table. This is sort of what it's going to look like when I have this procedure done.
From a color perspective.
Yeah, I'm undergoing a procedure, for those of you who haven't heard. Thankfully, one of our loyal listeners, James, has decided he's going to partake and help me undergo this enormous procedure later on. I'm going to get my hair dyed. I'm going to go back to what I was. I asked my wife just now, I said, what do you think? I mean, the boys are talking about this after watching Ricky Martin and how young he looked. Do you think I should dye my hair? She said, whatever makes you feel better.
You said your wife, the boys had a big interest in my hair color. Is that what you said?
Yeah. So she goes, if it makes you feel better, do it. But here's the lingering question. It will make me feel better. But for how long?
Yeah.
And then I have to do it again and again. How long will it make me feel better?
Will you feel like a fraud?
Part of me will be. It's funny. I debate that topic, and I come back with this. Why is it that my colleagues, especially in our business, hell, forget the business, my wife, why is it that everyone out there, female-wise, they can go get their hair dyed, and there's no questions about it?
True.
Of course. They're wearing a different color hair. They change their hair color all the time. But if I were to do it, what are you hiding?
Do you judge people that get like hair transplants that take the old trip to Turkey?
I don't judge them. No. I don't judge them at all. My brother got some hair plugs in the front side of his head. He looks great.
Which one?
Idalia. I probably shouldn't have said
that. Guess what? Adelio is a fraud to me now. But you're right. I mean,
women color their hair all the time, right? They color their hair all the time.
That is
true.
And
there's never a question. It's just, part of the deal. So why can't I do this?
So hang on a second. It's not that you can't. There's just one thing is very clear. You keep bringing up names of people who've gotten work done. You said Ricky Martin, who looks amazing, and Tom Cruise, who is like 89 years old, and he looks like he's 40 still. How old is Tom Cruise, by the way? Is he 60?
He's got to be in the 60s.
63.
63 years old. Yeah. He looks like he's 40.
Yeah, there's no way his hair is that natural. That's not possible.
But Vic, it has to look good. Like, here's the thing. It has to look so good that when you looked at Ricky Martin, we all knew he's gotten work done, and it didn't matter because he was just a good-looking guy. Tom Cruise, same thing. Like, it's not natural, but it's like it looks fine.
But it looks fine because it's the only way you've seen him. There's no jarring like, oh, my God, this is the way you used to look. Right?
But no, he's always he looks very similar to what he did 30 years ago.
For example, you saw me out of the break. Is this jarring to you?
Yes.
All right, well, then I shouldn't do it.
No, it's more about just it looks like you look like Lloyd Christmas. That's what's jarring.
So it's the amount of hair.
And that is a bowl
shape.
cut.
Yeah, you look like a member of One Direction.
Now that is jarring. Whatever your hair is doing right now is jarring to me as well. You look like a troll doll. Anyway, so few things here. I don't know how much you consumed in the Olympics, Vic. I have taken in a lot more than I thought I would have, though. I really have. And I did research for Moser because he's not here. I did watch the luge. I don't get it. The Americans have this guy who's got a big mustache. He looks like he horked down 6 beers before he hopped on that thing.
Yeah,
and I
saw that guy.
Here's my question with the luge.
You got to be heavy, though, don't you? Because
I don't know. Is it better to be fatter or thinner?
Well, I mean, let's just do some science here. Let's do some science.
Yeah.
If you put me and Moj at the top of the luge hill, and you just let the luge go, Moj has all those 7-Eleven burritos stuffed in his.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to get to the bottom faster based on gravity, is he not?
But is that the only thing you're concerned with? Like, is it harder to control? Like when you're going through, like I thought about this, Vic. I did a lot of thinking about this luge. If you put a sumo guy on there, right? Would he almost have so much force that he would fly off the ramp? You know what I mean?
Or it would just penetrate the ice to the point where it wouldn't
Yeah.
go.
Yeah, who knows? I was thinking about that.
But it's obvious the guys that were on those luges are a bit rotund.
But the women aren't. The women are super petite.
But the guys are. You saw that.
Yes.
You saw what I saw.
Yes.
They're bulky.
Correct. Yeah. Speed skating, by the way, I was totally in on again.
Totally. Did you see that Italian speed skater who won gold, Lola Brigida?
Is that the woman who's all over everything?
Heater.
Yeah.
Heater.
Yeah, Vic, I might have seen a thing or two about her. There's always somebody that gets that sort of like, oh, you're here. By the way, she knows exactly what's going on. The second the race gets done, Vic, to pull this move, drop the quarter zip down to your navel, we know what's going on there.
Well, not only that, the Italians just have the fashion down. All their gear is nice.
It's true.
You got to be honest. Some of these other countries that show up with this ridiculous gear, what the hell were the Canadians wearing on the opening ceremony? What was that thing?
I also watched the U.S. bobsled team have 3 men who failed to make it in the sled, and they just started going down an ice luge on their butts.
And didn't you love the one guy who is still in the bobsled? Because he's actually in it, and then the other 3 are pushing, and they hop in.
Right.
So the guy in the front just got to go down solo, and he's going, where's the rest of my team, bro?
Where's my boys?
I'm just vibing by myself.
I'm told this regarding the luge. Somebody just personally texted me. Notre Dame just called. They want their diploma back. Gravity works equally on things despite different weights. So you're telling me, all right, you might be correct. You're telling me if you put me and, I don't know, Nikola Jokic on a luge, and you went right down that luge, that it would not impact the speed of that luge one bit. Is that what you're telling me? I need the scientists to unite.
Wait a minute. Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me either. That doesn't make sense. I
Says
understand.
here, gravity pulls at the same rate. Doesn't really matter on your weight.
Okay, but you aren't free falling. You're at an angle. So what? Like, I guess, how about this? You go through the Eisenhower Tunnel. You're dropping into the Frisco area. What's that called? Silverthorne.
Yeah.
Falling into Silverthorne. That big, giant thing.
The diesel trucks can't stop, so they have those little outlet ramps for them.
Exactly
right. If you're in a Pinto, it's not going to be as crazy. I disagree with you.
I do too. I do too. Vic, you're making sense to me. Screw all these scientists out there. What does scientists know about science anyway? But I took in a lot of it. Also, the Phoenix Open. Were you angry with the youths at the Phoenix Open, Vic?
What do you mean?
They're yelling and screaming and beer chugging and drunkenness.
That's what that tournament is.
And last year you said it got a little too crazy, though.
It got crazy a couple of years ago. They had 125 arrests on one day. I mean, it's never going to go away. That's what that tournament is. If you're going to yell at that tournament, don't hold the tournament. But that's just what it is. Half of the people there aren't there for golf. They're there to party.
Yeah.
And if you recognize that going in, you're all right with it. And I'm all right with it. It's fine. It is, to me, the Phoenix Open, the Waste Management kicks off the PGA season. That's when I start paying attention.
It's basically a live tournament to a certain extent. Like the vibe that the live is going for with music and stuff and all that, it's kind of what the Phoenix Open is. Mm-hmm. Now, I can't believe Matsuyama blew it. Bogey
Force
18
equals mass times acceleration. Mass is very important. Yeah, that's what I was taught. Mass is important, especially on a luge. Listen, if you put Jesse on a luge, and then you threw somebody twice Jesse's weight, you cannot tell me that person twice Jesse's weight wouldn't have the advantage.
I wonder if it's just like, if you're too big, though, is it too hard to control? Is that the problem? Do you have to find some happy medium there?
You also probably start slower. Takes a little bit more momentum to get moving.
That's where your speed, you got to push. You got to go.
But by the way, Brett, I don't know if you remember her name, but whoever was doing color commentary on that luge broadcast for NBC was fantastic.
Yeah.
I know nothing about the luge, and she would break it down for you, right? The people would go around the turn, and she would go, oh, man, he went into that turn a little too high, and that's going to shave off a tenth of a second.
Because I was like, I don't know what's good and bad.
Right. But I love, though, when somebody would make a turn, and it looks like every other turn, and she would go, oh, that's a critical move. Right. That's going to cost them the podium.
Hey,
like, what?
Do your guys' minds wander like mine does? As I'm watching the luge, though, and these guys are going down 80 miles an hour, and they're going so fast, and their feet are sort of just dangling and do that little dangle dance. Yeah. Does your mind take you to, like, what if their foot hit that side so hard it just broke the foot right off?
Yes.
Did you ever think that?
Like,
that's
just a shattered ankle.
Yeah. That's all
no
I think
bones
about. Like,
are left.
Foot
It's
dangling.
sawdust.
What if it hits a piece of the sidewalk there and all of a sudden it's just gone?
Well, I was thinking when they're laying like this, are they actually seeing things
I don't know.
when they look down, or are they too flat? I don't know.
And then, to steal a page from Mark Moser's Olympic tribute, and then you add a layer, another person, the two-man luge. You just put one on top of the other.
I didn't see any two-man. I only saw
Not
singles.
Yet. Not yet. We're getting there.
Oh, they haven't happened yet?
It haven't happened yet.
Okay.
Takes time.
What do we got today? What's on the Olympic schedule today? You open up my old Olympic app.
Let me know when skeleton's coming up, because that's what I want to see, man.
Because I'll be honest with you, I'm embarrassed to say this. When do the men's hockey games start? I know the women are playing.
I have no idea the schedule of these events. I have no idea. I just wait and watch. No clue.
All right, so hang on a second. So women's hockey's going on. So right now, we have alpine skiing. The luge is coming up in 30 minutes.
The two-man?
Nope. Women's singles.
Do they have a
The U.S. is taking on Italy in curling. Vic, who you rooting for? That's at 10:05 this morning.
Who is it?
Italy and the United States in curling.
I always go for the U.S. in any of those battles.
And a boy.
Hey, do they have any of those two-man luge? You know how in some of these sports, for example, in curling, they do a boy and girl division? Do they do that in luge, two-man luge?
Like co-ed luge?
Yeah, do they do
I don't think that happens. No.
I want to do the co-ed luge.
You are?
Okay, so women's luge doubles training is tomorrow at midnight. At midnight.
Why don't they do a co-ed two-man luge?
It would look weird. I think that's part of it. You know what? But the women have to be on the bottom. They have to take the weight of the man. If you want that, that's how it's got to be done.
I mean, seriously, there's Olympics. If you really want to open up, show the world that you're open, give me a combined cross mix two-man luge. Whatever that's called.
Man-woman luge.
Man-woman
mixed
two-man
luge.
Yes. Why not? You have figure skating.
Well, you know what? We got the Olympics here. Well, there's Summer Olympics, right? Yeah. I think somebody needs to add it in for sure. By the way, for the hockey stuff, goodness, when does this start? So men's prelim. So it's 8:40 on Wednesday morning is Slovakia in Finland. Okay. So that's when it's going to start.
Hey, didn't Sweden play last night in hockey? What'd they do?
Last night?
Yeah, they played in the middle of the night.
Hold on. There are so many things you got to jump through here. What is today? The 9th? Hockey. I mean, women's hockey. Is that what you're talking about?
I thought the men played. Maybe
I see only women.
Oh, okay.
I think it's only women going for right now. But
apparently they're having a problem with the medals breaking. Breezy Johnson won the downhill women, and the medals, just hours after they get their medals, they fall off and break.
What?
Yeah.
Like rip off the ribbon?
Yeah.
If only they had time to figure out how to make medals, like 4 years worth of time.
The other downer for me, I was watching the curling, and the curling bores me now. Yeah, it was a thing.
Everybody talks about it. It's not fun to watch.
It's boring now. I'm not into curling anymore. It was a thing a couple years, like 2 Olympics ago when we saw it for the first time. Oh, look, bocce on ice. Cool. Now it's like, okay, I'm done with your curling.
Yeah.
The reason why I'm done with curling is simple. When the first curlers came out, they were fat dudes smoking Marlboros, just throwing the stone. Now everybody's in shape. Did you notice this? These curlers are like svelte.
Yeah.
No. We're not doing this.
I've look, not to disrespect our curling brethren out there in the U.S. How much skill does it take? Because I remember Jared Allen, remember the Hall of Fame pass rusher, Jared Allen, took up curling when his career got done and within like 2 years was winning gold medals, not in the Olympics, but in these like international competitions. If you can do it that quickly, it can't be that hard to figure out. We'll get back to the Super Bowl here in a bit. Yeah, look this is the guy you want, Vic. That's the guy you were looking for. Beer belly,
Yes.
mustache, mullet.
I can respect that.
Looks like he just left Daytona.
I could respect that. And he's wearing Nikes. A lot of them are wearing those weird shoes.
Yeah.
Those band shoes on the ice.
Yeah, this guy, he can be on my curling team anytime. We got a brand new segment we got coming up.
Listen,
I'm excited
if
for
Lola
it.
Brigida wants to do the mixed luge, two-man luge, I'm in.
I'm on bottom.
Take your pick. I don't care.
Or, I'll tell you what, Lola, we have to be face-to-face with no helmets.
Oh, yeah.
All right, brand new segment called Oh, By the Way, coming your way next.
Do you have to hassle with glasses? Or how about the progressive lens glasses? Those are the worst. You don't even know where to look. Up, down, sideways, whatever. Readers, yeah, not fun. None of that is. Well, I have a solution for you. It's called Refractive Lens Exchange, and you can get it from my buddy, Dr. Cudarelli at Cudarelli Vision. Vic Lombardi here. I know you're having trouble reading menus, texting, doing stuff on your phone. I know what it's like because I'm there myself. Cudarelli Vision RLE is the permanent solution to all of that. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. It's part of the procedure. I visited Dr. Cudarelli. We sat down. We went through the whole thing. He said, hey, your eyes are bad, but not quite bad enough. You're going to have to wait a little longer, which I didn't like to hear, but he was honest with me. I'm not ready for RLE, but you may be. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at coloradorle.com. Cudarelli Vision RLE. No more readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. That's coloradorle.com.
All right, so here's the segment. It's called Oh, By the Way, and it's filled with a whole bunch of stories that I would like to spend a couple of minutes on, but nothing more. Just interesting little side takes. For example, oh, by the way, did you see Scooball in Detroit had to go through arbitration to see what his salary was going to be this year with the Tigers? Because they don't know if they can get a long-term deal done. He probably wants to make Dodgers money, so they're trying to keep him one more year. Here's what he took to his arbitration hearing. And tell me if this is a boss move or not. Both Cy Young plaques he brought into the room with him. Which is a pretty good bargaining chip to have on your side.
That's awesome.
In which he won his arbitration hearing, of course, and he's going to make $32 million. But imagine you're going in there, you're trying to argue why you're good, they're trying to argue why you aren't worth that much money, and you drop both of those plaques on the table. These say I was the best in the league 2 years of my career. What does that say to you?
Next time I'm going to negotiate for a contract here, I'm going to bring my little hands.
Bring your little hands?
I got something for you. And you touched on it. We didn't go through with it yesterday at the Waste Management. Have you ever seen a guy dominate a golf tournament and can't find a fairway with his driver, and ultimately it cost him the tournament?
Yeah.
I've never seen a guy. We've seen people struggle with the driver. It happens all the time. But I've never seen somebody lead a tournament and lead it pretty easily. He always found a way out of it.
Yep.
But the fact that he could not figure out the driver was amazing to watch.
Well, for him, like, it was a big struggle for a lot of guys. That I think the Phoenix Open played really tough this year for a lot of different dudes. We saw Scotty Scheffler struggle, which is rare. But to have that sort of leash on that thing, because he led for a long time. I forget how many consecutive holes he was in the lead. But to blow it on 18, bogey, and then let Goddard get in, which, by the way, Goddard's starting to play really, really well. Crazy that Matsuyama had that happen. I know somebody had a parlay where all he needed was Matsuyama to win. I didn't talk to him afterwards. He had to be pretty upset about that because he lost some bucks. But, yeah, that was nuts. I love the Phoenix Open, though. You're so right. That is sort of the lead-in to what the PGA Tour is. I mean, that's the start of their season.
It's the first tournament you pay attention to.
Oh, by the way, how about Mark Hubbard rocking the Riley Moss jersey on 16?
Colorado's own, the pride of Rolling Hills.
Yep. So a couple other things here. I don't know. We touched on this for a sec. Mac Hollins walking out in the Hannibal Lecter outfit after in the Broncos game doing the Warriors come out with the beer bottles.
Yeah.
What is that? The Outsiders, right?
No, that was the Warriors.
The movie's called The Warriors.
Oh, it's called The Warriors. Okay, sorry. That bothers me because he's not good enough to be doing this nonsense. I know he's a weird guy. He doesn't ever wear shoes. He's very big on that. Like, he's always barefoot unless he has to put cleats on. That's the only time he wears shoes. I don't like Mac Hollins.
Me neither.
Don't like his general attitude, his disposition, and I don't think he's good enough to pull this stuff off.
I want to step on his feet.
Me too. How dare he?
The odds are out for next year's Super Bowl. I don't
Yeah.
know if you saw this. Do you know who the odds-on favorite is right now per sports odds right now to win
the
next year's
Super Bowl?
Who is the odds-on favorite?
Okay, I'll say either. Is it Buffalo?
The Rams at plus
Or I was going to
950.
say the Rams, yeah.
Yeah. They're tied with the Seahawks. Both of them are the odds-on favorites.
AFC.
If you look at the AFC and the rest of the teams, there are a bunch of teams with better odds than the Broncos, including the Chiefs. The Chiefs have better odds than the Broncos. The LA Chargers have better odds than the Broncos.
That
believe
one's
it or not.
interesting. The Chiefs doesn't surprise me. I think they look at it as weird year, plus Mahomes got hurt. They'll be back.
The Baltimore Ravens and the Buffalo Bills both have better odds than the Broncos next year. A lot of this probably is, do they believe the Broncos are real when they play a tougher schedule?
Yeah. And can you, look, the way the Broncos won matters. They're probably factoring in your one possession record is not going to be nearly as good as it was this year because that's just really hard to maintain year over year. I brought this up. This happened to the Chiefs this season, though. They were something crazy like 12-0 in one-possession games last year, and that completely flipped this season because all it takes is a weird bounce at the end of a game, and then it goes the opposite direction. I am not going to tell you the Chiefs are dead, by the way. They aren't dead. I don't think that they are. Would you agree with this, Vic? They aren't the superpower that they once were, but they aren't out of anything.
Of course not. Not with him at quarterback.
They could win a Super Bowl next year as long as Mahomes gets healthy, which he's supposed to be ready for camp, isn't he? Even with the ACL surgery?
I don't know. I don't know how fast he'll be. It depends. Everybody heals differently.
Yeah. By the way, what do you think about this? We have fortunately been out of like the TV discussions for a while now. So MLB TV, that's the site that you can purchase all the games through, right? Listen to what's happening here because it's now merged with ESPN. MLB TV is now double paywalled.
What does that mean? I'm confused about that.
You need to be an ESPN Unlimited subscriber to then pay for MLB TV afterwards.
So you
need to have the ESPN subscription in order to get the MLB subscription. Make sense? Yeah. It used to be you just go to MLB.TV and then you purchase your thing. Now you have to pay for ESPN on top of that, which seems like a hefty price for a sport that's having trouble getting viewership. Really tough.
Dude, we can go down this navigation of television again, but do we really want to go there? It's tough enough finding sports. For the Olympics, how do you find what you're looking for on the Olympics? You have Peacock? You have the Peacock? Because the Peacock lays it all out for you.
I usually just search what's on TV.
Okay.
If I really wanted to find something, like, look, if the U.S. hockey team is playing and they aren't on TV, which they will be, but if they weren't, then I'd go find it.
Okay.
But for this, Vic, listen, it's $150 per season for this MLB package or $135 for returning subscribers. But that's in addition to $30 a month for this ESPN Unlimited thing. So take that $135 and take that times, what is baseball season, 9 months? Another $270. That's like a Sunday ticket package. It's huge. Hey, go ahead, Nelly. Jump in.
Oh, by the way, speaking of watching Olympics on the Peacock, did you see this wonderkind Ilya Malinin skating for the U.S.?
Rules.
So he is called the quad god because most people do triple spins. He does 4 spins in the air, these quads.
Including, go ahead.
Well, and I was going to say, not only does he do 4 spins, he also does backflips.
And did you see this guy?
Yesterday,
I haven't seen it yet, no.
Yesterday, he was doing the team's finals where, they have a bunch of different skaters that all go, and then it all counts for one score.
Right.
He was doing the last run in the USA team's finals. He did a backflip on ice, and he landed on 1 foot.
Yeah, can you pull up that video behind us? Because it's amazing.
Are these those judges, though, where they see this and they go, oh, that's undisciplined. That's not figure skating. Or will they give the guys due?
Well, that used to be banned because they thought it was too dangerous. And now I guess it's allowed
like Blades
again.
of Glory? Banned? The move in Blades of Glory?
Yes, like they did not allow backflips for a while. It's the same thing as like skeleton. That was a banned sport, too dangerous. And they're like, you know what? We like the danger. Bring it back. But this guy's incredible. Vic, watch this. Look at this dude. So this is U.S. figure skater. Boom!
Oh, wow.
Look at that.
1 foot sticks the landing.
I mean,
what's his name again? Ilya
Malinin.
Yeah.
Okay, doing a backflip to begin with is incredibly difficult. How many people, like percentage of humans that can do a backflip? Less than 1/4% that can do a backflip?
Very few humans.
And to do it on ice while moving?
And land, again, the most insane thing is landing on 1 foot and sticking it. That's what's crazy. Yo, that guy's remarkable. Figure skating, I actually watched a little bit. Mostly like the women's. I watched the women's. But I don't know what it is, Vic, about it locks me in. If it's on, I don't seek it, but I do watch it. And part of it was towards the end. There was a U.S. I forget her name, a U.S. woman that was doing it, and she jumped into second place. And if somebody else did something, it could knock them off the podium. So I was just tuning in for that. But you watched back in the day, Michelle Kwans and Christy Yamaguchis and all those different ones.
Yeah, but I'll watch it, but then I'll get frustrated because it's one of those sports where you can watch and think, God, that was great. And then the judges come out and you're like,
True.
What are they watching that I'm not seeing here? What are they seeing?
It's kind of like when I'm watching a UFC fight and they rule 10-9 on a round for somebody that I think didn't deserve it. And I'm like, well, what did they do?
I just don't know enough about it.
Hey, quickly here, because we're getting back into it. Cavs and Nuggets tonight, 7 o'clock.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
7 o'clock right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Cavs and Nuggets, Vic.
Well, this is an easy one. Do what you can to limit the threes, man, because the Nuggets on that road trip, they gave up a lot of wide open threes. You watched what I watched, right? Even in Chicago.
Yep.
First 3 quarters of that game, how many wide open threes did the Bulls have? Well, tonight, you're hosting a team that features a backcourt of James Harden and Donovan Mitchell. What do? They jack up threes. So it's going to be of paramount importance to guard that three-point line the best you can. That will be a huge deciding factor. The injury report is already out. Spencer Jones not playing, concussion. And Peyton Watson, AG, clearly not playing. The rest of the guys should be able to go, including Cam Johnson. So you lose some, you get some back. Will we ever see another Nuggets game where they're all back? It's unreal.
Hopefully late April. Keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. It's selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. Chad Brown joins us next. It's a Rally House Football Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town. And let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. To help us break down the Super Bowl is Chad Brown. Chad, how's it going, buddy?
Good morning, fellas. How are you guys doing?
Doing good. So a couple of things here. I don't know if you viewed this the same way. I couldn't help but just mentally try and place the Broncos in the middle of that game and picture what a healthy Bo Nix and maybe J.K. Dobbins would do there. But do you see a lot of separation between, certainly the Patriots we saw head-to-head, there's not a lot of separation there, but between the Seahawks and the Broncos, do you think there's a vast separation?
I think the Broncos would have certainly given the Seahawks a better game than the Patriots did. I have no doubt about that. Would they be hoisting the Lombardi trophy this morning? Maybe, perhaps. But again, they would have had a far better chance. Clearly, the lack of offensive line, the lack of protection for the Patriots, we knew that was an issue.
Yeah.
Heck, evidenced by 15 sacks in the first 3 postseason games for Drake May and the Patriots offensive line. So the Broncos would have done better. Heck, they would have done better with their backup quarterback than the Patriots were able to do with Drake May, because the offensive line was a major issue. Will Campbell gave up 14 pressures, an all-time record. Yeah.
And word came down, as we suspected. In the first hour of the show, I said Drake May didn't look right, his shoulder. Word came down that he did indeed receive painkiller injections over the last couple of weeks to play. He wasn't right. Would you be surprised at all if this week sometime they announce a cleanup on his shoulder, that there's something really serious going on there?
I wouldn't be surprised. I think they're trying to, at least they made it sound as if it was just like not some kind of major structural issue, but a pain issue. So he took the injection to be able to play. But obviously teams cover up injuries all the time, particularly at the quarterback position. But yeah, something wasn't right. The guy who was in the running for MVP was not the guy playing for the Patriots these last couple of games.
No, he couldn't even hit like mediocre shots, right? Early in the game, he was behind receivers, and you could see something was awry there and wasn't going to work out. And that goes back to my original thought, Chad. So much of this, the Seahawks are the first team to go through an entire playoff run without a single turnover. And they did suffer one injury, but they have a backup running back or 2 running backs that can overcome those injuries. You have to be lucky. And the Broncos were unlucky. They lost their quarterback, and they didn't have the running back they needed. That luck made a difference in this run.
Now, the luck, of course, it swings both ways. It's important for you to be lucky to make the run, but then every year someone says, well, we're going to be back. Well, how are you going to be lucky again next year?
Yeah.
And if we look at some of the improbableness of the Broncos' wins this year, you don't have to go deep into your mental Rolodex to go back 33 points in the fourth quarter versus the Giants, 1-score games against the Raiders, 1-score games against the Chiefs. I mean, so the luck.
Oh, we lose Chad? Yeah, we lost him. All right, we'll wait for Chad to get back. Speaking of lucky internet connections, maybe?
You froze like Will Campbell out there.
Chad will be back with us in just a second, but it is like I can't help it, judging this through a Broncos lens, and yes, luck is part of that. Sorry, Chad, you get cut off talking about that, but go ahead, talking about the luck factor and not coming back the following year, or it's not a guarantee anyway.
Certainly no guarantee. Your thought of, okay, we were in the championship game. Let's just fast forward to the regular season and get back to the AFC championship game. It just doesn't work like that. Not only do you have to earn your way back to that particular place where you fell short, but there's no guarantees that all the lucky things that happen for you are going to fall that same way. Injuries are certainly a part of that. The way the ball bounces are certainly a part of that. Opposing teams' choices to do weird things that cost them football games, those are a part of that as well. So there's no guarantee that anyone is going to be back. The Broncos are pretty similar to the Patriots in that they've got the 4 pillars of success. They've got ownership, they've got GM, they've got head coach, and they've got quarterback. But despite having those things that give you the best chance to be successful, there's no guarantee that either one of those teams are going to find themselves in the playoffs again this coming season.
If you could pluck one guy from Seattle's offense and put them on the Broncos offense, would it be JSN or would it be Kenneth Walker?
It'd be JSN. I love Kenneth Walker. I love a physical run game. But JSNs of the world are far more unicorns than Kenneth Walkers. And I admire the running game. I think it's important. Guys who can be physical, guys who can not turn the ball over, who can pose their will on the defense. All that's great. But if you have a guy like JSN, the defensive coordinator has to stay up late at night figuring out what we're going to do with this guy. And you can begin to dictate coverage that allow you to open up other guys. A physical run game, again, it's fantastic, but you can find lots of guys who can be inserted and plugged into that.
Can I play devil's advocate a little bit? Because
just real quick, Vic, to his point, the Seattle pass game disappeared the second he left the game.
Yeah, but that's where the importance of Kenneth Walker came in. And that's why I would play devil's advocate. I mean, you won that game with JSN hurt. You won that game with him and non-factor in that game. You won that game because of Kenneth Walker.
Yes, they did. But the Kenneth Walker effect also takes an offensive line who can do that, an offensive line who's built more for that. If you're going to look at the skill sets of the Seattle offensive line versus the Broncos offensive line, Broncos offensive line, one of the better pass protecting units in the league, but not the better road grading unit. So from a personnel standpoint, from a drafting free agent standpoint, when these two teams are looking at offensive linemen, they're looking at them through a different scope. So to be able to think, oh, we went out and got a physical running back if you're George Payton, and therefore we should be able to run the football, well, your offensive line becomes a factor in that. And the Broncos offensive line is not built with that necessarily in mind.
Chad Brown with us. What do you think Sam Darnold is? Like he had a really bad first impression in his NFL career. Could be because he's playing in New York and the Jets are a bad organization. But for 2 straight years, he's won 14 games. He did that in Minnesota last year. They kicked him out, and now he goes and wins a Super Bowl. What kind of quarterback is he?
I think he is a top 10 quarterback, no doubt about that. Top 5? Now you may be pushing it a bit, but one of the most accurate passers in the league over the last 2 years. Accuracy matters. But to go to your, I guess, the base of your question, the Jets suck. They've got the longest playoff drought in the NFL. So no matter who would have been drafted there, what chance for success do you give a guy without a good offensive line, without explosive weapons on the outside, without play caller and head coach who are going to bend their game plans to help their young quarterback? They didn't do any of those things. So he's had 5 teams he's been on. 4 of those 5 teams have given up on him. Yet here he is hoisting Lombardi trophy today. This was a guy who was in the Heisman conversation in college. He was a top 3 pick because of his skill set at USC. I called his games with the Pac-12 network when he was at USC. I thought he was one of the best quarterbacks in the draft. Certainly earned the drafting position. But where you go, what team you get drafted to, and while these teams spend all this time reviewing you as a player, they need to spend an equal amount of time reviewing the organization as well and seeing what do we have in place to help this quarterback become successful.
Chad, I spent the entire week in San Francisco. I did not see you in the media center. I didn't see you at parties. I partied crazy hard. I didn't see you on the streets of San Fran. I didn't see you. Are you sure you were there last week?
I was there. I have documented footage of myself being on Radio Row. My wife walked in the fashion show on Friday. That's why I was unable to connect with you on Friday morning.
Oh, it's always a wife thing.
Well, you know, when your wife was your biggest cheerleader for your 15 years in the NFL, well, when it's her turn to be on the stage, you go and cheerlead her. That's how this whole thing works. You know this, man.
You're a good husband. So I have to stop you right there. So you and the missus, when you're looking at this game as a fan, you played for both teams.
Yeah.
Yes.
One team lets you go. The other team, you know, they bring you back to Seattle all the time to rev up the crowd. Who are you rooting for? Who are you pulling for?
My wife was 100% in the Seahawks corner. When we got home yesterday, we flew home yesterday morning, there was a box at the front door. It was an Amazon package with a Seahawks handkerchief for our dog to wear during the game. So she felt like the more Seahawks love she had in the house, the better chance of them winning. I looked at this game not from a rooting perspective, but I thought, hey, the Patriots, situational football. And I just overlooked the offensive line equation. And of course, hindsight's always 20/20. If you look back at the 2 losses that the Patriots had with Tom Brady to the New York Giants, pass rush, offensive line was a factor in both of those losses. So no matter how good of a schematic team you are, no matter how good of a play caller Josh McDaniels may be. 10 Super Bowls for Josh McDaniels. In the end, if you can't block them dudes up front, if they can win with just 4 guys, you don't have a shot. That was certainly the case last night.
It's funny you mentioned that because I said to a buddy when I was watching the game, I'm like, if Sean Payton has the stomach to still watch this, which I'm sure he did, he had to be screaming at Drake May to get rid of the football, because it's the one thing that he continually harps on is you can't take sacks. Sacks are drive killers. I almost think to a certain extent it's made the clock in Bo Nix's head tick too fast, because he will exit clean pockets sometimes because he doesn't want to take sacks, but God, is that important? He's the least sacked quarterback in the league.
I would definitely take my quarterback being too sped up in the pocket, like as Bo Nix can be. And it lends itself to 2 to 3 bad throws a game rather than the guy who gets sacks and takes negative. So if Sean Payton's harping has affected Bo Nix, Bo Nix has chosen to go the lesser of the 2 evils. Holding the ball, there's nothing good that comes from holding the ball.
Yeah.
Get rid of that thing. Get it out of your hand. But the reverberations of personnel moves in this game, from a Bronco perspective, the move for Russell Wilson allowed the Seahawks to get a lot of these guys who were making key plays last night. So Bronco fans, you got something to do with this Seahawks win, with the number of draft picks and free agents that were on the field for the Patriots. Pretty fascinating.
All right, Chad, off topic here. You and I are about the same age. How old are you?
55.
Okay, I'm 56. Both of us, we're broken, elderly men. Look like we got our faces run over by a truck.
Who's this we you speak of? I
Just
see
let
one
me
man
finish
on
my
the
thought
screen.
here. I'm
Okay,
going to
sorry.
ask him a question of significance. I'm going to ask you because you're a fellow old. I'm going to get my hair dyed today. I'm going to go back to my dark-haired days. Do you have any problem with that?
Yes, I have a significant problem with that.
Why?
Who are you, dude? What's changing in your life?
No, it's very simple. Chad, here's what happened. He watched the halftime show, saw Ricky Martin, realized they were the same age, and he goes, why does he look that way and I look the way I do?
That's not fair. So if he can do it, let me tell you something, Chad. My wife dyes her hair. Your wife probably dyes her hair. All women dye their hair. Why can't I?
Because you're going to look ridiculous, Vic, because we are used to women with dark hair. You have established yourself. You are a public figure. And, the salt and pepper thing, man, it's distinguished. It's cool. Ricky Martin, not only did he dye his hair and his beard and his eyebrows, I'm sure he got some Botox, and I'm sure he was wearing a ton of makeup, because otherwise he would look like an old man who dyes his hair. And if I do it, and if you do it, that's what we'll look like. Old men who dye their hair.
I will look young.
At bars and casinos. You've seen that guy. You don't want to be that guy, Vic.
I am that guy.
No, you're not. You're curious. You're interested. Maybe a temporary hair dye over the weekend that could wash out by the time Monday comes around. So you can play the game and post some pictures on social media. But please do not do a permanent hair dye, Vic. I beg of you. I beg, as your friend. This is just friendly advice.
Chad,
man.
fix your face before you talk to me again.
Here's the thing, Chad.
Talking about my gray hair on my
Yes.
goatee, I can't do it. That takes hair dye. I'm not doing that.
I'm mostly in agreement with you, except for one thing. You said if you removed the makeup from Ricky Martin, he would look like an old man who dyes his hair. The sound my wife made audibly when he showed up on screen begs to differ.
I'm telling you. I
want that sound.
The makeup and the Botox injections that it took to achieve that wow-worthy look. Yeah, that was 6 months of preparation for Ricky Martin to pull that 1 minute of airtime off.
Yeah.
Don't be fooled. Don't be
You're
fooled.
swaying me. Chad's swaying me, man.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Vic. How about this? Go half dyed brown, and then you can make the decision afterwards if you want to keep it.
And then it becomes, yes. Then the question becomes, do you do jet black? No, because that'll look ridiculous. And now you got to do your eyebrows that color.
My eyebrows are fine. My eyebrows aren't.
Yeah, some sort of shade of brown, trying to find your natural hair color.
No, the only problem is that you have to do it every month.
Pulling out high school pictures.
You have to do it every month, and then again, and then again. And then it's just a cycle of just doing it every month. It's tiring.
Like steroids, man. It's all a facade. You're real. You're the real deal. You're not a facade.
Are you admitting that you used steroids during your career? Is that what's happening right now?
I wish I would have. I probably would have played longer.
15 years, a long time. Yeah. Chad Brown joins us every single week. Always appreciate it, Chad. Thanks for the breakdown.
Thanks, guys.
Hey,
Always
and
good to be on with you.
Thank you for talking Vic into not doing this. I think it's a bad idea. It would be great for our content, but I think personally it's a bad idea for him.
Yes, I'm curious from a content perspective, but as a friend, I put that before my desire for funny and good content.
You're a good man. You're a very good man.
Thanks.
Chad, we'll talk to you soon. See you. Chad Brown joins us every single week on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. It's a Rally House Football Monday, our last one of the year. Rally House, shop every team in town. And by the way, they have been excellent. Go check them out. They got everything you need from a sports apparel perspective. Go see them at the Rally House. Back after this. It's a Rally House Football Monday following Super Bowl 60, which is right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. By the way, Rally House, shop every team in town. I saw this video, Vic. I got to show it to you because it got me just to die laughing. Because we were talking about the halftime show, and I know everybody's got there has to be an ultimate political stance that you need to take now on music acts. I refuse to participate in this. But there was a tweet that is so funny that I need Nelly to pull this up behind me. And here's what it says, Vic. Me watching Bad Bunny, not understanding a single word, but digging the vibe.
I didn't understand a single
And it said
that
video
was me watching
of Joe Biden at that concert where he's just staring blankly and smiling. The music's going
Listen
on.
to me. I am not going to apologize for this, and I don't care what you think, what you say. I don't care about all the radicals who listen, who tweet. I don't care. I was at a party where some people didn't like it, some people loved it. I was curious. My curiosity took over. I wanted to watch it. And I thought the choreography, the story it gave us, I didn't understand a word that dude was saying. But I was vibing with the music. I liked the beat. I liked it. I was watching the message. You know what it was like? It was like watching a foreign show without the subtitles. I wish they would have given me subtitles at least.
Yeah.
But I enjoyed it. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I liked the halftime show better than the game.
Game was boring. Very. Plus the game, like we mentioned this multiple times today. It's like I could not separate myself from mentally infusing the Broncos into that game from what the Patriots couldn't do because Chad Brown brought two things up that I want to discuss. One is the Russell Wilson trade set the foundation for the Seahawks to be this team. Do you know what they got and what they turned those draft picks into, Vic? I don't know if you saw the final tally in all of this. So they initially get the players, Drew Lock, Noah Fant, Shelby Harris. Drew Lock, by the way, still there, now a Super Bowl champion, Drew Lock. But here's their picks. It's Charles Cross, Boye Mafe, Tyreek Smith, Devon Witherspoon, who had a whale of a game, and Derek Hall. All of those guys were huge in that game. Massive. And so you set the foundation with it. The funny thing is, everybody's like, ha, Broncos, you idiots. You set them up for all this success. Guys, the Broncos are right there. Like, you could have very easily had, think about this, Vic, had Bo Nix not snapped his ankle in half or whatever happened, you could have had the Seahawks and Broncos, who were both involved in the Russell Wilson trade, making the Super Bowl the exact same amount of time post-Russell Wilson for them. You know what I mean? Post the trade. That's what's nuts. Is that we're all like the people making fun of the Broncos, like you set the foundation for their team, and it's true, you did. You were also right there.
Yeah.
Right there.
I'm not going to listen. History's history. When the Russell trade happened, we were live on the show. We all acknowledged it was great for the Broncos. We were all wrong. We all were. The Seattle people tried to tell us. Yeah. They tried to tell us.
They did.
They tried to tell us you're making a mistake. But when you're quarterback hungry, and that's a disease in this league, because half the teams are quarterback hungry. When you're hungry for that position, no matter what anybody tells you, you're going to be desperate. And a desperate Broncos team at the time saw that move and said, we want some of that. That guy can help us. Think about it.
Yep.
Think about where we were at that point. We were unwilling to wait for developing a quarterback. We didn't want to go through that process. It took too long. The quick fix, the Peyton Manning fix that we all experienced, we wanted that. Well, took a swing and missed. Oh, well.
But you're right there. And you have this same kind of built team that the Seahawks have. It is very much defense first. I mean, Clint Kubiak essentially ran a Sean Payton style of offense where the passing game was just don't put the ball in harm's way, let our defense eat, and they had the difference is they had a running game that was able to really get going. Like, Kenneth Walker had a fantastic game. 27 carries, 135 yards, pretty consistent throughout the course of the game, despite not getting much of a passing game going. Here's the other thing, because I know I said this before the season started. I wanted the Broncos to make a run at Cooper Kupp because I'm like, I want a veteran wideout that you can trust, that gets open, can move the chains. He did come in huge in a few spots of like, hey, just pick up some yards and get some consistency going through the pass game.
He was also, though, a complimentary receiver this year. He wasn't our W receiver one.
Well,
He wasn't that.
I didn't even need him to be that. I'm just saying it's a reliable option that you'd have when you're in a pinch. He's a guy who can get you 8 to 9 yards, get you a first down. But overall, you think about this, both offenses stunk. You know what the Seahawks were on third down? They were 4 of 16. They were terrible. But their defense was so good it made it not matter. But still, as far as the game goes, I think remarkably boring. And I couldn't help but infuse the Broncos mentally into that game, being like, God, you would have competed more.
Listen, the fourth quarter got interesting because it had to be interesting. The Patriots were down by so much. Seattle took its foot off the gas, and it made for some fireworks. Other than that, you cannot tell me that game. I don't know about where you watched it. Everybody listening to this show, I was among friends in the neighborhood. There was 8 of us, and I stopped paying attention for a while there.
Yeah.
Wait, another field goal was scored? And I can't remember the last time I just stopped paying attention to a Super Bowl.
I'll be honest with you, by the way. Didn't watch a single commercial. I know that's a big thing for people that talk about the commercials they liked. I didn't see a single one. I didn't pay attention to it.
Yeah, the sound was up. There were a couple that drew interest. I think those have flown the coop. We live in the digital age where instant reaction, too many videos, there's too much. It's hard. It's hard to sell. The Dunkin' Donuts one was pretty funny with Tom Brady at the end. I love the Budweiser one with the eagle, of course. I think most people appreciated that one. There were a couple in there. The Backstreet Boys.
Yeah,
Is that Backstreet Boys?
I didn't.
I
didn't see anything. I didn't even pay attention.
I just want to make sure I get my boy bands right, and it was NSYNC or Backstreet, one of the two.
No, that was
Everybody.
I Want It That Way, Backstreet Boys.
Yeah. I started singing out loud at my party, and people were like, "Whoa!" It was, you know what it was? It was an impromptu. What's that thing called when you go sing with your friends?
Karaoke.
Yeah, it was impromptu karaoke.
We're looking for the word karaoke there.
I couldn't think of it.
I was thinking like flash mob or what? Did you see this story, by the way? So this from Ari Merov. It was Postgame. So Kenneth Walker, who won the Super Bowl MVP, his dad has never been to an NFL game to watch his son because he doesn't like crowds.
Ooh, like social anxiety?
It must be.
Yeah.
But he went to the Super Bowl, it was his first game, and watched his son win the Super Bowl MVP. That's pretty neat. I would think, though, you could probably put him in a suite, and he wouldn't be too much in front of crowds.
Yeah, but to get to that suite, you got to get through crowds. I mean, I don't know how bad it is for him, but I can see that that's the worst place. The Super Bowl?
Yeah, it's true.
If you're afraid of crowds, show up in Media Row one night.
Well, how about he does one of those Taylor Swift entrances where they take her like through in a box through a kitchen so nobody sees her until she's up in the booth. That's pretty crazy, though. Never watched him play. We also touched on this. If you watch the fall from Lindsey Vonn, it was pretty brutal. Her pole got stuck in the flag, kind of turned her a little bit. She took this nasty spill, was medevaced again. And I thought initially it was said that there was like a head injury. And look, the medevac thing isn't.
That's just how they do it.
When you say somebody's medevaced, it's like, oh my God, are they almost dying? It's like in this case, it's just easier to get them out that way than it is to take snowmobiles and stuff around. But it's reported here from Yahoo Sports that she underwent surgery yesterday for a left leg fracture that she suffered. That on top of the ACL that she does not have currently. And I don't know. Do you know was her ACL her left or right leg? Do you know which one it was?
I don't know. I know one leg had titanium knee replacement parts. I mean, she's like the bionic woman out there.
Yeah. if you had the option, you'd rather have the fracture on the same leg as the knee, right? Just immobilize that sucker and give me one of them, wouldn't you?
Dude, at that point, does it really matter?
I mean, it's brutal either way, yeah. It just sucks, and part of a warrior, man, to go out there and try and compete with an ACL tear and then to have that happen, just brutal.
She's braver than I am.
I don't think I could have done it. Like, all of these people, by the way, that was talking about, I tore my ACL and ice ski, and I was like, well, did you do it a week later? Because I watched her go down on these runs. Vic, the amount of pressure it looks like it's putting on your knees to go that fast and make turns, it has to be terrible.
Well, let me ask, have you skied?
I've never skied before.
You've never once skied in your life?
No.
Okay, so you don't understand how that sport, especially the downhill. I've skied 5 times in my life, so I'm an authority on this now.
Yeah, of course.
Compared to you, I'm an
tell me the bunny slope. Tell me the bunny slope way to go.
Steve, have you skied?
Oh yeah, I've dabbled.
Like, how many times have you skied?
I don't have a number off the top of my head, but plenty of times over the years.
Okay, my buddy Sean Hart, who's probably listening, he used to take us to Winter Park when we were kids, and as a practical joke, I'd skied like 3 times. He took me up to the the one with all the little hills, the little mini hills.
Oh, the moguls.
The moguls. It took me an hour and a half to get down. But I got down. And at the end of the day, I was like, okay, I got this figured out, right? I got it figured out. Until you get a little too cocky. And you say, okay, I got it figured out. And you go completely off the rails and you can't. Dude, I don't know how physically they do that sport. I don't know how they do it. The amount of the knees and ankles, the amount of power you have to have in your legs to pull that off, out of my league. No concept.
And you're right, Vic. If you start going a little too fast past the point where you can control your turns, you're toast. Oh, you're toast.
So a couple things here. Texters are saying it's both on her left leg. So the fracture and the ACL are on the same leg. It's her left one. Secondly, I've seen some of this. I think this is silly. Lindsay took the spot of somebody that could have competed when she had a torn ACL.
Nobody cares.
First of all, she earned the right to do whatever she wanted to get in there.
She can do what she wants.
Second of all, I think she finished 3rd the previous day in her qualifying run. So it's not like she didn't have a chance to win. This is a freak injury.
No, the Olympics are as much about stories as they are anything, and she's a great story. She was the story of that event. So the fact that she took somebody else's spot, well, that somebody else should have won their spot, fair and square. They didn't. Tough.
Which Olympic event was an immediate pass for you?
What do you mean?
Like, if it was on, you're like, no, thank you, I don't need to watch that.
Well, there are a lot that I don't like the one where they're just like running in place on skis. What is that?
Incredibly boring. Yeah.
What are we doing? I can go run myself.
I hate that. Yeah.
You're just running around, like running for miles and miles. And okay, great. Well, where are we running to? I mean, if you're going to run. Get off the skis and run.
That in the super long speed skating stuff where it's like 5,000 meters, I'm like, all right, 11 laps to go. Let's go. Hurry this thing up. What are we doing here? Let's go.
By the way, the speed skating is so wild to me because they make it look so easy, and yet they're huffing and puffing deep down. They're hurting.
Yeah.
But they look like they're just having a
major question.
Nice ride in the park.
Major question about that, because I was watching some of that longer. I think it was the 5,000-meter one that took forever for it to get done. This guy is on pace for an Olympic record, okay? He's going to break it by at least a couple of seconds, if not more. And he ends up setting it. I don't know who the guy was, where he's from, no idea. But he said it. I saw Usain Bolt do the same thing when he was doing his runs that were setting world records. When you're going for a world record and you're on the pace for it, why do they pull up at the end with, like, distance to go where they slow down because they know they've won the race?
I don't know.
But it's like you could set a record that's even more unbeatable.
Human reaction? Hey, all right, so we've seen the luge. Have they done the bobsled yet?
I know they've done at least trials because the U.S. team had 3 guys that didn't make it inside the bobsled.
I want to ask you a serious question. Of all the Olympic sports, of all the ones that exist, which one are you most likely?
Don't say bobsled. You couldn't do it.
Why not?
I told you, I know somebody. She was an alternate for the last Winter Olympics. If somebody got hurt, she was going to go.
Okay.
She told me the training and what it takes to do that. No, you couldn't do it.
Okay, but that's the one I can't figure skate. I can't speed skate. I'm not jumping off a mountain. That's crazy.
It's luge. Fringe. You have one big push in the beginning, and you do like this with your hands a few times, and then you lay in there.
I'm not wearing the skinny outfit all day. But if you give me the bobsled and you put me in the middle of all those big boys, just stick me in the middle. I'll just crunch down in there. I'll hang out. What do you need? If you need a sandwich, I'll make a sandwich. I'll do whatever it takes.
Okay, hang on.
You're in the tube.
I'll take just for our audience and the purposes of them. I'll do something for content. I'll do the big air ski jump, in which I can't ski, and you will watch me break every bone in my body.
Well, that's why I say of all the events that are out there, you'd be most likely to achieve the bobsled.
Curling. Give me 3 months to figure out the touch on the curling rock.
Yeah, that's stupid though. It takes too much precision.
Am I right or wrong? Curling would be the easiest. It takes no physical shape. You just have to have touch and be able to broom and walk on ice.
And hey, Brett, according to some of the stories that have been coming out over the weekend, though, you are doomed to fail at ski jumping just for certain. You don't fit one of the key attributes needed to get the lift.
Of course, yeah.
Dude,
kind of
I
sunk
would be
there.
a welcome addition to the bobsled team. I could tell jokes. We could talk sports. What items? What topics do you want to? I mean, that's a long way down the hill. Tell me what you want. I can bring food.
You guys are just hurling down the course. You go, hey, you guys see the big game last night?
Hang on a second. I just got this visual of everybody hops in the bobsled. They're going. They're making the turn. And Vic flips open his visor and throws a mortadella sandwich in there. Just takes a big bite, flips the visor back down.
I go to Twitter. Hey, look what Twitter's saying right now.
Guys, the Wi-Fi sucks. 303.
Hey, should I dye my hair, guys?
Yeah, no kidding. I'm telling you, I saw the American luge, one of the American luge guys, double chin, big old mustache, beer belly. And I'm like, it can't be that difficult. Maybe I'm wrong. Can't be. You do this, 3 of these where you push against the ice and then you lock in. And then it's just time to ride, baby. 303-504-0925. It's a Rally House Football Monday. Back after this.
All right, new Olympic sport, a tub full of ice. Who can stay in that tub for the longest? Why not? People do it all the time. Not only ice now, but saunas. I have a sauna, and let me tell you something. It is worthwhile. I do my best thinking in my sauna, thanks to my friends at Flatirons Fire. They specialize in a lot of things, fireplaces, anything for outdoor kitchens, but these saunas they're selling right now, they are nice, and I use the heck out of mine. If you want one, check them out. 53rd and Bannock. 53rd and Bannock, right on the corner there, the nicest showroom in town, North I-25. Stop by or visit online. Flatironsfire.com. That's Flatironsfire.com.
It's a Rally House Football Monday, our final Rally House Football Monday of the year. Vic, couple things here before we get out.
Yeah.
This from Jason La Canfora. Max Crosby told Tom Brady he will never play for the Raiders again. An unnamed GM has told Jason La Canfora. Here's the quote. He told Tom Brady he'll never play for the Raiders again. That's a fact. He told them he'll retire before he ever plays for them again, but I'm not sure they're actually going to trade him. Myles Garrett said the same thing last year, and we know how that ended up. Again, Raiders not a threat, but where Max Crosby would go is, here's something else about the Raiders. Tell me what you think. The Seahawks won a Super Bowl with a quarterback that was there in his first season. That quarterback is who? Sam Darnold. Who was the quarterback previous to Sam Darnold in Seattle?
Geno Smith.
Who now plays for?
The Raiders.
Geno Smith left Seattle. They won a Super Bowl. And the team he currently plays for has the number 1 overall pick in the draft.
What's crazy is I didn't think Geno Smith was that bad when he was with Seattle. I thought he was pretty damn good.
He was fine.
That's not a referendum on Geno Smith.
No. This is why, and I got into this in the appetizer. We didn't touch much on it since, but it was the question of what kind of quarterback is Sam Darnold? Is he like Joe Flacco? What is he? This is what I'm talking about, how the surrounding factors matter. That Sam Darnold is in a really good position in Seattle where he's got a running game, he's got an elite wide receiver, and a ridiculously good defense. Geno Smith had that. He was fine. He leaves, go to a bad organization, and the organization is the worst in the league the following year. Is Geno Smith that much worse? No. But here's what I compared it to, Vic. Nikola Jokic, was he as good of a player as he was the championship season as he was the years prior to that? Was he as good? Yeah. He didn't have Jamal Murray, though, and that matters.
Yeah, you got to have the pieces.
Like, is Nikola Jokic worse now than he was when you won the championship? No, you didn't have the pieces.
Yeah.
Like, the surrounding stuff matters, and it affects the way that people are perceived. There's some guys who are good enough where they can overcome all that. Like, some guys like Mahomes can have Tyreek Hill, not have Tyreek Hill, still win Super Bowls, doesn't matter, I'm that good. But for most players in every professional sport, your surrounding cast props you up to be as good as possible.
Well, again, we can send this message. Everybody in New England knows Tom Brady won a bunch of Super Bowls, but he doesn't put himself in position to win those Super Bowls without that New England defense.
New England defense, Rob Gronkowski, like a whole bunch of different things. Vinatieri, good coaching.
The pieces.
Yeah, all that stuff matters. Now, Tom Brady is good enough where he leaves and he does it somewhere else because he's really, really good. But even then, they had a really good defense in Tampa that year. Remember Antoine Winfield, the game he had in that Super Bowl where he threw the deuces right back in Tyreek's face?
Hey, so Brett, football season is officially over. We are in the off season. Are you one of these people who goes into a depression without football? Because I don't understand those folks. I appreciate an off season. I like it.
I'm cool with the break, but Vic, I'm one of those psychos. Like, you give me the combine, I'll watch some 40s.
Sure,
I'll see some bench press.
Yeah. Well, it makes you recognize and relate to a lot more stuff that goes on in the off season. The combine, the draft, the free. Heck, I think the craziest part of the NFL offseason is that free agency window. What do they call that period of 24 hours?
Legal tampering.
Yes, the legal tampering window might be the most buzz of the entire NFL offseason because that's when all the moves happen.
See, I'm just the NFL's got their hooks in me, man. I'm such a sucker. I love the draft. I think it's a wonderful television product. I don't know why. Sure. I love it, though.
But it wouldn't be the same if you didn't have the offseason. You need the offseason.
Yeah.
You need time to breathe. You do, and it's healthy. I have an offseason for golf. I like my offseason, not having to worry about it. Worry about my swing.
Yeah.
Why can't I putt? Just chill out a little bit. It's okay. You're going to be fine.
Vic, I had 4 3-putts and a 4-putt on Friday.
See?
And
I didn't even worry about it.
I need a break now for a long, long time. Long time.
Somebody said watch the UFL. Man, if you watch, more power to you. If you
I'm not
can
that
stomach
crazy.
that stuff, go ahead. Knock yourself out. I want no part of that.
And this is right. Hey, this is spring training time for me. Get them pitchers and catchers reporting. See what them rocks are cooking now, huh?
All right, so I asked.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
I'm in a group text for Nuggets coverage tonight. Where Nuggets are at home. We have the game on altitude, Cleveland, and among the topics I brought up my hair, and I asked Katie. I said, Katie, do you think I should dye my hair? I need more people's.
No way. She says yes.
She said, well, put your picture in Chat GP. What do I call it? GPG?
Chat BG.
Chat BG.
Put your picture in Chat BG and see what it looks like. Here is the result of Chat BG. And I honestly, I had a violent reaction to this. When I saw it, I had a violent reaction to that.
All right. Vic, I'm going to tell you exactly what you look like, okay? You look like, did you watch the show The Irishman?
Yes.
Or the movie The Irishman?
Yes. Uh-huh.
When they used the de-aging technology that did not work on Robert De Niro, that's what I'm looking at right here.
So you're saying that that doesn't work?
It's like I watched Robert De Niro with like a blurry face and caked on dyed hair, but when he went to kick somebody, do you remember when he's fighting and he went like this? It was like an old man's kick. Yes. I'm like, this isn't working. You can't de-age movement, okay?
But that doesn't grow on you a little bit? Just a little?
It's, to be honest, it's as mafioso as I think you'd ever look. Is that
Good.
right there?
Good. Nothing wrong with that. A little respect.
Maybe you said your
maybe
reaction.
You'll stop making fun of Italians on the show.
You never.
I said, make me look like Ricky Martin, and this is what it gave me.
I'm telling you. Okay, hang on, Vic. Do it again and say, now add a beard.
I'm not doing a beard,
Just
dude.
try
I ain't doing
it.
all that stuff. All right, let me try that.
Yeah. Just say, now add a short beard.
That's Chet B. Cheese. Smart.
Because if you want to go Ricky Martin, you have to do the facial hair combo. You have to. So as you do that, the Nuggets have 2 games before the All-Star break with tonight's penultimate game against James Harden, Donovan Mitchell, and the Cavs. The game tips just after 7 o'clock and pregame powered by Ramos Law starts at 6:30 on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Even though the Avs are off, by the way, Ticket Tuesdays do not stop. 5 pairs of tickets to the Avs and the Wild in their return to Ball Arena on February 26th. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Papa Murphy's Steak and Bake Pizza, the home of $10 Tuesdays. Have you gotten a response yet from ChatGPT?
ChatGPT is going, hey, man, I don't know if we can get you a beard. It's trying. It's taking a long time.
You said you had a react. You didn't say if you liked the reaction or disliked it with this hair, by the way.
It says here, the image we created may violate our guardrails.
It hurt you say, make me look like Ricky Martin. It's like, bro, we have years of developing anything that you guys ask for. I have none of that in my bank.
Ain't going to work.
Take
that picture off there, dude. Nelly, come on, man. Seriously, I have like a violent reaction to that.
Do you want to read what Moser responded from Spain?
He's watching?
Well, you sent it to the radio team.
Buenos dias. Right, I did. Oh, what'd he say?
You go ahead and read that.
Let's see what Moser said. Hold on a second. From Mark Moser. You look like a blank with dumb hair.
Nailed it.
Moser, if you're listening, this is your opportunity to come back from España totally remade. A remade man. Get your hair done, your face done. Do it all. Add to that soul patch.
I really want you to dye your hair now because I just want to see Moser's reaction the first day you walk in with it. That's all I want. Just that. Nelly, got a fact checker?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Fact Checker. Presented by Backus and Shanker. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
Earlier, we were talking about the quad god, Ilya Malinin, the U.S. skater who landed a backflip in the Olympics and landed it on one foot. So I was going down the rabbit hole of backflips in figure skating because this is what we do during the Olympics.
There's a woman who did that years ago.
Turns out that it was made illegal by skating in, I almost said 1776. No, a few 76s after that. 1976, it was outlawed because they said it's too dangerous.
Yeah.
People are going to hurt themselves. There was a woman who did it in competition in 1998 because she said, if I'm not going to get gold, I may as well look cool doing it.
I like
and
it.
she nailed it, and they actually deducted points off her score because they said, that's dangerous. You're not supposed to do that. The ban on the move was officially lifted in 2024. So Malinin became the first skater to legally do a backflip since the ban has been lifted.
Think about how ridiculous that sounds. It's too dangerous. And yet, we'll allow people to jump off these damn ramps 1,000 yards into the air where they come down and you'll never see them again. That's cool. That's not dangerous.
Just the doubles on figure skating, they're holding up like the women, spinning around in circles. There's blades that could cut a neck. That's dangerous. Landing a backflip on one foot, though.
Dude, I'm telling you, cold tubbing. Ice cold tub. Whoever withstands the cold tub the longest, without dying, if you die, you forfeit. You stay in there the longest, you win gold.
Would you like to say something on the way out?
Hey, gentlemen. Good morning.
Hi, Coach.
Hey, Coach.
Happy,
Coach, did you Ricky Martin your face? You did.
You did Ricky Martin your face.
Dude, you dyed your hair and your beard. Yes, you did. Don't
Vic,
even.
I am a young man.
Dude,
Do not speak to me like
no.
I'm old.
Ricky Martin did this to all of us. All of us hit this level.
I have red and gray currently in my beard. I did nothing of the Ricky Martin variety.
I smell it. I see it. You went full Ricky. I will call your wife.
Don't be jealous because I have an elite beard that fills in well. I have one last parting gift for you guys.
What's that?
I've been driving in to do my show 10 to noon with Raj.
Yeah.
And something, I can't put my finger on it, something just sounds better about your guys' radio program.
Oh, yeah. What can
I don't know.
it be?
I don't know what it is. You guys have been on a heater in these last two days of LK. I love LK. Big LK guy.
Big LK guy. All right. That is Mike Sanford. You hear him in a few minutes. Have a wonderful Monday. Talk to you later. See ya. Bye.
You heard the call right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with Kevin Harlan and Kurt Warner. Super Bowl 60 goes the way of the Seattle Seahawks, 29-13 over the New England Patriots. A dominant defensive performance from the Seahawks. The dark side defense as Drake May gets hit 11 times, 6 sacks, 43 yards, 2 picks, including a strip sack interception return for a TD. Dude, this was a complete mismatch from the beginning. It was a snooze fest for the first half. New England doesn't get on the board until quarter number 4. The Patriots had no chance. And as we welcome you to a Rally House Football Monday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 in the morning sprint, we were 45 minutes of snow and a phantom ankle break from a watchable Super Bowl. And it's such a damn shame, Coach. It's such a shame.
Yeah, you know, in the annals of bad Super Bowls, I'm going to put this in my lifetime as one of the worst, if not the worst. And here's why. A lot of Super Bowls that have panned out to being bad, and a lot of people were jumping into my comments on the X saying, well, some of those early John Elway Super Bowls, those were unwatchable. Well, at least going in, you thought, okay, you have a potentially dynamic elite quarterback that, hey, it got away from you in the game, but there was the tension before the game started that something really good could happen. Then there have been some other Super Bowls that you're just like, yeah, here we are again, right? It's the, you know, in the modern day, it's the Chiefs versus the 49ers, or it's the Chiefs versus the Eagles. Haven't we seen this movie before? But then there was some type of dramatic, like you saw the witch, whether you wanted to root against Patrick Mahomes or for some reason you are a serial killer and you wanted to root for Patrick Mahomes, you had something significant to root for. What was bad about this Super Bowl was twofold. It was a bad pregame lead up in terms of the matchup because of the two quarterbacks that were playing that are not household name, not guys that you say are probably ever going to be the best of the best in the National Football League. Am I right?
I wouldn't have said that prior to the game about Drake May, considering
Did you watch the playoff games? Because this was the exact same thing.
Again, considering he had a unbelievable regular season, finishing second in the MVP vote, and it was a razor-thin margin between him and Matt Stafford. He was historically good from an accuracy standpoint during the season. So I wouldn't have agreed with you going into the game. I could have just said you played the numbers 1, 2, and 3 defenses in the world, and it's your first time being in the postseason. You can be flustered as a young quarterback. Now, he goes up against... They made a statement last night.
Yeah, they're real. But apparently
that Seahawks defense is good.
But if you watched Drake May in all 4 of his postseason appearances, he himself looked overmatched against the Chargers defense. Were they unbelievable? They were pretty banged up on both sides of the ball,
Still
certainly
top
on
5
offense.
defense.
Still good. Obviously, the Texans. He looked overmatched.
Statistically, the number 1 defense after last night's game. No one's better than that
and
Seattle
both
defense.
of those games were at home. Then you play the Broncos defense at home. In Denver. So it was an on the road for him.
He looked overmatched in the playoffs.
He looked overmatched for the entirety of the playoffs. So what I didn't like about the Super Bowl is that it went in with the perception. I had the perception of my heart of hearts is telling me that this is going to be this is a Seattle Seahawks inevitable Super Bowl victory, period. And that's how it played out pretty quickly, and it continued to play out. And then the other part of it that I thought was a bad Super Bowl is the fact that there was one side of the ball that was facing off against another side of the ball that looked like 3A high school football versus, state championship Cherry Creek.
Yeah, you don't deserve to be on the same field. And a defensive Super Bowl can be fun.
Yes.
I'm not saying it was the worst Super Bowl ever. Like, Super Bowl 48 was, that was not fun. That was a bad Super Bowl from the opening snap. That was a bad Super Bowl. This feels like it's on the same level because you realized from the opening snap, New England had no chance. A defensive Super Bowl is fine.
Yeah.
A 10-7 Super Bowl, I can be fine with, as long as it feels like the game can tip either direction. It never felt that way last night.
The one
they had
time,
no chance.
The one time that it felt like, oh, wait a minute, is there a slight chance?
I thought Mike Vrabel was supposed to be a good head coach.
And he doesn't go for 2.
What? It doesn't cost them the game, right? Again, they had no chance. You're down 19-0.
They're not going to win the game.
You're likely not going to.
And honestly, you know what the craziest thing about this, Raj, is that I think Mike Vrabel, because he was very emotional, especially about the offense. Like he was going in between. He's the ultimate meathead, right? We've established that on this program. He was going between.
He rents F-250s for a 2-day trip.
Yes, he does.
Tulsa.
He was going between. Oh my gosh, our defense is balling out. I'm a defensive guy. I hate our offense. They're the worst. So he's screaming expletives to himself, but then he just sprints over to Drake May and tells him, "Hey kid, I believe in you, man. You got this, man." And I think he was so caught up in that quandary of we have no shot because of how bad our offense is, and how I think he's had to tell, even in the Broncos game, he's had to get on the headsets multiple times and tell Josh McDaniels, "Hey bro, just freaking run the ball. What'd you guys do? Drop back pass with the worst offensive line, certainly the left side, maybe in pro football, against some of the best defenses in pro football in back-to-back-to-back weeks? Like, dude, what are you doing?" Josh McDaniels was horrible yesterday. If you're really bad somewhere, if you have a massive deficiency, and I've lived this, unfortunately, I've had to call plays with a lot of deficiencies. Think about CU in 2022. You try to mitigate what bad could happen. And instead, he decides to play drop back pass football and give up 14 pressures at the left tackle position. Left guard, not any better. It was a really bad play calling performance. But what I tell you is there was the one moment, we already talked about it, where all of a sudden, here's Matt Collins. Drake May corks a downfield throw, hits the go ball. Okay, cool. Like, that's cute. Like, let's go. We got a little something here. They get a stop on defense. Of course, they don't go for 2.
Which was insane. Not going for 2 is the dumbest math you could have made as a coach there.
And then Drake May, who I don't even know what he was thinking, you start getting close to midfield. You have points potentially out there.
Yep.
And he throws one of the most deplorable interceptions I've seen at any level.
Bad ball.
Dude, that was horrific football. Such bad ball. And so a lot of people are going to say, well, Drake May was hurt. He probably was, man. Like, he probably has some type of shoulder that is going to require maybe a postseason cleanup, and then all of a sudden, New England Patriots are going to explain away his postseason. Explain away. But guess what?
Broncos fans explained away after Bo Nix's injury. You can do that.
No, but I'm saying they're going to explain away why he was flawed. Here's what I know was flawed about him yesterday. You remember that backpack that Sean Payton talked about with Bo Nix? The backpack that had all the, it had the lacrosse balls and it had, his study sheets and everything for his interview. That backpack was associated with not taking bad plays, not turning the football over, and not taking sacks. I'll tell you this, Drake May, that dude's never seen a sack that he didn't want to take now. That was bad. Like, and his sacks that he takes gets you out of field goal range, man. They take points off the board. I know Drake May was 1 point or 1 vote away from the MVP. I've said it all year. I'm just not fully bought in, man. Game on the line. What has he ever done in a major spot?
I mean, we went through it last week. He hasn't been in that spot.
No.
He was never in that spot in the ACC. Was never in that spot as a Tar Heel, right? Like, you were never playing in a big-time game. There was one game that they played against Clemson. One game. And they got boat raced by that Tigers team.
Overwhelmed. Outmatched.
So you have to go back to when Drake was a high schooler to find the last, big leverage game he was in. And at that point, it doesn't really matter, right? It doesn't translate into the NFL. So that's what I was saying, is that I think I could, if I was a Patriots fan, explain away a bad postseason going, he's never done this before. In all of the games that matter leading up to being a pro, he's never done this before.
It's true.
So I suppose you can look into next season and go, now you have that experience. Look at what Bo did last year. Look at the Broncos against those Bills. How bad were they? They pretty bad?
Yeah.
That whole team? Was Bo nothing good outside of that one touchdown throw?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He learned from it. He got better this year.
You're right.
Certainly looked better against the Bills in this playoff run.
Yeah.
And then unfortunately gets injured, right? So I think you can, as a Patriots fan, look at Drake May and go, there are obviously good things happening.
Because I said the same thing about Bo after last year, right? It's like, when is he going to prove that he can win in the biggest of spots? And he did it this year. He did it. I mean, I think he did it. The Buffalo game was that. I mean, that's his crowning achievement. I know
Without a doubt.
It was aided by some takeaways and, Josh Allen not playing his best football, but Bo Nix led an offense that ultimately somehow, some way, at the end of the game, overtime football game, it won. It beat one of the best quarterbacks, if not the best active quarterback that's healthy, in Josh Allen, and he scored 33 freaking points. How many points were on the board at the end of the game? Not the case for what New England was able to do, even in their victories in the postseason. None of it looked like that's the guy, the franchise quarterback. The other thing that I liked about this weekend, man, is I didn't realize how much I hate New England Patriots fans and the organization. So it ended up being kind of a joyful hate watch over the course of this week. So think about this, the week in New England Patriots lore. Bill Belichick doesn't make the first ballot Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
Robert Kraft matches that, doesn't make Pro Football Hall of Fame. Tom Brady says that he's not rooting for the Patriots in the Super Bowl. Drake May loses the MVP vote by 1. Patriots get destroyed in the Super Bowl. All of that pales in comparison to one of the coolest Patriot hate week things that you could ever find. Bill Belichick's girlfriend wearing a troll t-shirt with an Asian massage parlor, same name as where Robert Kraft ended up living in infamy. Awesome. So good to see.
So petty.
Well, it's so petty, and it just shows that there was a lot. Like that little triangle of individuals, Robert Kraft, Tom Brady, Bill Belichick, there was not enough oxygen in that facility, in that region of the country to hold all those three guys.
That triangle has 2 points at the top and 1 at the bottom. It's Kraft and Brady together.
That's what it feels like.
And it's Belichick all the way down here.
Although, do you think Brady's new Raider, you think he's going to lean more further into the Raiders because they have a chance to be successful, and it's going to
He already did prior to the Super Bowl, yes.
It's going to evoke a little bit more hatred of...
Kraft will never hate him.
No, they're boys.
Kraft will never hate him.
And Tom will never hate Kraft either.
Nope.
You're right. Those two are...
It's those two, and then the last point of the triangle down buried as far beneath the ground as you can get.
Look at this shirt, Raj.
It's fantastic.
Orchids of Asia.
I don't love a lot of things that she does. I think she's kind of a scumbag. I love that. That's my type of humor, man. So much more to get into today on a Rally House Football Monday. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 and Rally House Shop. Every team in town will continue breaking down Super Bowl 60 as the Seahawks dismantle the Patriots. I watched a ton of Winter Olympics over the weekend. It was fantastic. Lindsey Vonn comes back for a whole 13 seconds, breaks her leg, and has to be airlifted out of the Dolomites for surgery. Fantastic weekend in sports and the NFL. We'll continue it on the other side. It's Altitude 92.5. Welcome back to the morning sprint. Alex Ryan Emmy alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson's behind the glass, 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line today. Watch us, twitch.tv/AltitudeSR. Subscribe on YouTube today at Altitude Sports Radio. The Nuggets have 2 games left before the All-Star break, and Jamal Murray in the 3-point shooting contest, as coach has me in the background killing me right there. Doing like was it Charlie Puth at the Grammys? No. It was
Charlie Puth did the national anthem,
which was super cool. Like that shot of the national anthem going all the way over the top. Unreal. Something happened at the Grammys. Some dude who does like backflips on the stage.
What went
I
over the top?
don't know. The plane's going over
you
the top.
Called it the national anthem going over the top.
I don't know. You threw me off here.
Yeah.
Mute your computer over there.
I did.
Mr. Screens. Yeah, something happened at the Grammys a few weeks ago. I can't remember who it was. I know he does backflips on stage. And he had 2 different songs playing in his ears as he was singing. Benson Boone. Benson Boone, that one.
Who had a pretty good commercial last night with Ben Stiller.
I enjoyed that commercial.
It was pretty good.
It was a good one. We'll get back into that in a second.
Yeah, we'll commercial it up.
Nuggets back at it tonight against the Cavs. James Harden, Donovan Mitchell. Game tips off just over at 7 p.m. Pre-game show powered by Ramos Law starts at 6:30 p.m. here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Yeah, the Stiller commercial was solid. I think without a doubt, hands down, Clydesdale and Eagle was the winner of the night.
I was a Liquid IV.
Liquid IV singing toilets, fantastic.
Really good. Because I'm a Liquid IV. What do I have this morning right here? Post Super Bowl.
Attaboy.
Liquid IV. 0 calories, baby. What's the song again? I forgot about it. It was a Phil Collins song, wasn't it? Take a look at me now.
Yep.
So good.
Fantastic. I didn't think the Dunkin' commercial was great.
A lot of people loved it. There was a lot of star power.
A lot of cameo heavy, Cheers, Friends.
It just felt like it fell slightly flat.
The only thing that hit it, I thought it had already gotten flat and it got saved at the end.
Okay.
Jen Aniston doing a D's nuts joke, fantastic.
Pretty good.
How do you like D's nuts? And she pulls out Tom Brady, who was like grinding up on Alex Earl during the Bad Bunny halftime show.
He's living his best life.
How about Alex Earl upgrading from in the football player
Braxton
category?
Berrios to the greatest of all time?
Turns out.
Yeah.
Also, let me upgrade you.
Also, how about Mike Vrabel? That kind of went on a limb and said that he was going to leave 6 inches.
Left nothing.
Left nothing.
Yeah,
had 0.
Those are the best ones. Those are the 3 best commercials.
Lay's Potato Farmer always gets me.
Yeah, that was a tearjerker.
It kind of gets
good.
me. It moves me. And then at the end, I'm like, for a dadgum Lay's commercial?
For a potato farmer?
That's it, huh?
Crushed it.
Instacart, pretty good. That was the Ben Stiller.
Yep.
Benton Boone.
Solid commercials. Nothing like groundbreaking. Solid commercials. I was hoping for, I don't know if I saw it. Was there an Odyssey commercial?
I didn't see it.
I was really looking forward to one. I wanted like a long form 2-minute
Bad
Odyssey
Bunny?
preview.
Liked it?
I was entertained.
Really good set. Phenomenal set.
Didn't understand any of it. Didn't have to.
But like the actual like visuals.
So cool.
And then the fact that those like all those the like trees and
Ents
shrubbery
that were walking around.
Those were humans.
Yes.
So cool.
I look at the halftime show and have for many years in the same way that I look at my movies. They are either entertaining or they're not. They're binary. I was entertained last night. It was enjoyable.
It was good.
Someone got married. They sang God Bless America or a bunch of flags out there. He could have made it like super political. He didn't.
I didn't think so at all. I thought it was a really good running commercial for a lot of the foundation of this country, which is it's comprised of a ton of different cultures.
Oh, yeah.
That's who we are.
I enjoyed myself, again, not knowing any of what was said, and you are either
but it's hard,
nearly
man.
fluent or fluent guy.
Yeah, but music and reggaeton, like it's so fast. Like, so I'm not sitting there like listening to him like, oh yeah, I got it all.
Right, but like, you know what I can't understand? The music that's playing on the speakers when I'm in Cabo with a margarita in my hand.
Mm-hmm.
You know where else I'm entertained? In Cabo with a margarita in my hand.
Which is kind of exactly what the vibe was during the show.
Went to, they sing Fado in Portugal, right? You go out to a dinner there, and after everything closes down, they have, I think it's called Fado. and I can't understand Portuguese.
No.
I sat there for 3 hours and
Still
listened
good?
to it. I can hardly I went to Dublin and Belfast this summer for the Open Championship, and then went up north to Portrush. We went out to Irish bars at 2:00 in the morning. You can barely understand a word those dudes are saying. They're even speaking in English.
When's the last
know
time
what I enjoyed? That.
When's the last time the Super Bowl went straight country music? Has it been a while? Was Stapleton? He was national anthem. He was national anthem.
I don't
right?
think Stapleton was a halftime show.
Yeah, he was not a halftime show. Has it gone like pure country without any major crossover? Because this was pure reggaeton with a little tiny bit of pop with Lady Gaga.
I can't remember. I don't think they have. I don't know. Like, I could see Zach Brown doing it, and who would crush a Super Bowl? Kenny Chesney. Crush it.
Yeah, that's a good call.
I am a Kenny Chesney guy.
Well, he has such a big catalog of music. That a lot of which is the similar vibe to what you felt. You need, toes in the water, butt in the sand, little drink in the hand, right, and you're good to go.
Shania Twain, 2003. Thank you, KJ.
God, that's a long time ago. 23 years ago. And for much of America, would you say that country music hits a pretty wide swath of its population? Like the country music radio stations in Denver are very, very listened to too, right? And even in California, which you wouldn't think so, because it's not necessarily, rural farm work happening in coastal California, parts of California. But it just seems like there should be a country music halftime show at some point.
They'll probably get there.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'll probably be entertained. Just like I was yesterday.
Tom Petty. Do you remember that? Were you live? Tom Petty did the halftime show?
You trying to tell me Tom Petty's country?
No, but just that halftime show was fire. Just great music. And then another guy with great catalog. It's like 2007, 6, somewhere in there.
Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, February 3rd, 2008. So from the 2007 season. So
good.
Was that that wasn't the Cardinals Super Bowl, was it? The Cardinals in Steelers Super Bowl?
If I remember correctly, that was Patriots Giants.
Okay, all right. Still another memorable
Good
one.
game.
Those two games were
The New York
fantastic.
Giants. That was Tyree, wasn't it? Wasn't that the one-handed catch?
That was it. Mm-hmm.
So good.
The same year that the Raiders selected Jamarcus Russell first overall.
Good, really good pick. Worked out well for
They'll
them.
have a better chance to get the quarterback right this year.
Yeah.
According to you. People
Fair.
still getting pissed off at that coach.
It's all right.
Fernando Mendoza.
They don't like him.
The same type of guy as Joe Burrow and Andrew Luck.
Tell you what, man. Nobody wanted to give Bad Bunny a chance either. Something about, nobody likes anybody that has some roots to Latin America.
Again, my hips were popping.
Yeah, not everybody gave El Malo Conejo a chance last night.
The baby was dancing a little bit.
Yeah. So give Fernando Mendoza a chance too. And his Cuban heritage, his lineage.
We were having the conversation around the Super Bowl party last night of like, isn't it? It's so disappointing that the Broncos weren't there. And I was being the rainy cloud because a lot of people were saying, oh, the Broncos should have been there. The Broncos should have been there. The weather screwed them, or Bo Nix's ankle screwed him. And I went, you know what the result would have been? Had the Broncos somehow, they kicked the field goal, they win in overtime. Let's say that happens. Just by magic. You know what the result would have been with Jarrett Stidham at quarterback?
Probably the same.
29-13.
Probably
something very similar to that.
Potentially worse.
Potentially worse.
You know why? Because Drake May was playing at an MVP level during the regular season, and Jarrett Stidham hadn't played since 2 regular seasons ago. Now, the one outlier to this argument would be, okay, what if J.K. Dobbins would have been freed from injury purgatory? And you can now lean into the ground game. One thing that, for whatever reason, Josh McDaniels did not want to do yesterday. He did not want to even unload his 2-headed monster, including Travion Henderson, until like the third quarter.
Travion Henderson didn't get over 10 yards rushing until the final play of the game.
It was bizarre. And Ramondre Stevenson, good
10 yards receiving.
Good player, but you didn't start using one of your greatest attributes, which is the two of them. How about Stephon Diggs? Milk carton. Total milk carton. You heard more about his girlfriend Cardi B's interlude with a robot and falling down. I don't know if you've seen that video from the weekend. Strange. Kind of like danced on a robot, and then the robot fell forward, and she freaked out and thought it came to life. So she went down. I think she was a little backward heavy a little bit. Got pulled to the ground. But Stephon Diggs, nothing. Absolutely nothing. There was a good little scrap, though. Sideline scrap. It was fun.
Waiting until the end of the game to do that.
Mm-hmm. Now, when we bring up the conversation about the Broncos and what would have been, what could have been, and that's the sports talk radio here in Denver conversation that we're all going to have. Every single show on every single platform, heck, even outside of the sports talk space, you're going to have that conversation. And here's what I tell you. I still think that Seattle wins the Super Bowl. I still think Seattle wins the Super Bowl with a healthy Bo Nix, potentially even a healthy J.K. Dobbins. Why? I just feel like you're still a year away. Bo Nix is still a year away. Sam Darnold, do you know what Sam Darnold looked like yesterday? He looked like a seasoned veteran quarterback that made the right play.
Dude who's been in the league for 8 years.
Yeah, looks like a guy that knows how to make the right play and play the right type of complementary football in the highest of leverage of situations.
That guy didn't turn the football over once in the playoffs.
Unbelievable. You know why?
Sam Darnold didn't turn the football over once in the playoffs. It helps when you have a Super Bowl MVP running back.
He was great.
27 carries, 135 yards, unrestricted free agent. There's no way Seattle lets him go.
They can't.
They can't.
He's a Super Bowl MVP at the running back position, though.
On a contract year?
Last time was it Terrell Davis?
That sounds right.
I think I saw that. It's a long time ago, man. TD is now a Rambassador for a university he didn't go to, CSU. He's the Rambassador now, not playing football, even though he looks like he still could. But, Bo Nix would have given the Broncos, in my opinion, a better shot than Drake May gave the Patriots, had Bo Nix been fully healthy.
Why is that?
Because Bo Nix doesn't do the thing that Drake May did with so much unbelievable frequency. What did you say? How many? It was negative plays.
11 negative plays in the game.
A bad day for Bo Nix is usually like 4. That's a bad day. If Bo Nix has 4 plays that either lead to a turnover or a negative yardage, sack, fumble, one of those types of situations.
6 sacks for 43 yards, 1 fumble, 2 interceptions, and 2 passes that went for negative yardage.
Does watching Drake May in the pocket at times feel like one of those really bad horror movies that you already know the outcome before you watch it happening? Like, oh, here it comes again. That's what Drake May as a quarterback to me looks like in these spots when it's grimy, when it's tough. The thing that Bo Nix does such a good job of is just feeling the rush, either stepping up or immediately backdoor in and starting the second play. And then when need be, he's the guy that throws the ball away. Drake May slowly drifts backwards, kind of that Shedeur Sanders thing that I was yelled about when he was at CU. He did it, obviously did it a ton at CU. That's what Drake May looked like. It's like I feel pressure and I start drifting to the back right of where I'm at currently, and then I just get eaten up from behind from one of the pass rushing Jessies that Seattle has.
You throw up a prayer. Like the one ball that he popped up to center field, and there were 4 Seahawks defenders there surrounding Mac Hollins. And Mac tried to make the argument that he was interfered with. Drake just threw up the ball so he wasn't going to get either 1 sacked, 2 lose the ball, or 3 get an intentional grounding. He just tried to throw it as far as humanly possible and hope that Mac could go up and get it. And Hollins is looking at the referee like, oh, what am I supposed to do here? I went, everyone in the building knows what that throw was. They're not throwing a flag for PI there.
The other reason why a healthy Bo Nix, and if there was any way that a healthy J.K. Dobbins would have played, is in addition to Bo Nix not doing the thing that Drake May does, and that's take the bad play, turn the football over, take the big sack repeatedly. Man, the Broncos are strong where the Patriots were weak, and that's pass protection, particularly on the left side. Garrett Bowles is one of the best. He was up for
first team All Pro.
He's a first team All Pro up for best pass protector. Will Campbell, short arms. Will Campbell, tiny hands. Drake May. It's almost as if those two things kind of showed up in real time. Like Will Campbell, do you have to move inside? Are you going to have to become a guard? Because he got run around and run inside and bull rushed.
Top 5 pick from last year, man.
He sure is that. He looked like a rookie. I'll give him that. But he didn't look like a rookie that was worthy of a top 5 pick at the tackle position. He looked outmatched. He was in football hell, mental football prison. Could not get out of it. Tough watch, man.
Your Super Bowl odds have the Broncos at plus 2,000 to win next year. It's behind a litany of teams. We'll continue breaking down Super Bowl 60, get into what was the weekend for the Nuggets, another triple-double for Nikola Jokic. And what'd you watch in the Olympics that piqued your interest? Because last night, it was that freak Ilya Malinin, apparently an American, the kid from Virginia doing backflips on the... That was the coolest thing I saw all week. And that and so much more coming up on the Morning Sprint. That's Coach. I'm Raj. It's Altitude.
I'm going to fight and die to protect them with everything I got.
Nuggets back at it tonight on 92.5, looking for victory number 35 on the season as they host the Cleveland Cavaliers and James Harden. 7 p.m. tip, 6:30 p.m. pregame show. Jamal Murray will be shooting in the three-point contest. That'll make me watch that.
I'm getting kind of excited to watch that. It's been a while since there's been a Nugget participate in that event.
That's what you need, man. Like, you need these dudes who've been shut out of the All-Star game for the better part of a decade to finally get there.
Kid in the candy store mentality.
Yes. That's what I'm seeing out of all like the Olympian hockey players that weren't there in 2014 in Sochi and didn't get their chance in 2018 in Pyeongchang or 2022 in Beijing. That like all of these players, you know what the Kachucks are doing? NHL players had the ability to go stay in a super bougie hotel in Milan. Just by themselves or even with a teammate, roommate in a bougie hotel. The whole team is staying in the Olympic Village.
I love that.
And the Kachuk brothers are roommates. They've called it Club Kachuk.
Are they both married with kids?
I have no idea.
That could be an interesting
could.
club right there.
Yeah, they might be knocking on the door of Jake Paul's fiance.
Oh, gosh.
You guys don't know what's going on.
What's her name again? Jutta?
I don't know her last name. She's a very good Dutch speed skater.
Is it Yuta?
Utah?
Yuta. J-U-T-T-A. Yuta.
I'm sure Brady's tried to knock on that door once or twice already.
Gosh.
Yeah, those dudes are
different
all
world.
The American hockey players. Again, mostly young dudes. I actually don't think there's a single player from the 2014 team. I'm fairly certain that there isn't a holdover. They're all staying in the Olympic Village and just acting like they're college kids, having a blast. So that's what Jamal's bringing to the NBA All-Star game. I'm going to go there. I'm going to play in the three-point contest. That's what you need to have.
Little useless trivia. Last Denver Nugget to compete in the three-point contest.
Aaron Aflalo?
Nope. I'll give you a chance, KJ.
I can't play, I know.
MPJ?
Denver's own Chauncey Billups in 2010.
Chauncey. Aaron Aflalo didn't get in there? I feel like AAA would have had a great time.
The last Nuggets winner was Voshan Leonard, 2004.
Voshan Leonard. I remember that when he was in, those Powder Blues.
How about that, man? That's a 22-year hiatus, essentially, since you've had a Nugget win, but then a 16-year hiatus since a participant. So I'm excited that Jamal's gonna be letting it rain a little bit.
Yeah, that'll be a blast. They get a win over the weekend at Chicago, 136-120. Nikola Jokic passes Oscar Robertson for the second most triple-doubles all time. He trails only former teammate Russell Westbrook. He'll likely get there sometime next year if he stays healthy and doesn't, miss a month of the season next year.
It was pretty neat hearing David Adelman talk after the game, both with the Altitude TV crew. I think Katie Wingy spoke to, but also at his post-game press conference. Like, do you realize how significant passing Oscar Robertson in anything is? And he's so right. I mean, so many of the youngsters don't have quite the same appreciation that a guy like David Adelman does because, he grew up this son of a legendary basketball coach and the legends of the game, the Oscar Robertsons, the Bill Waltons, Bill Russell, those types of players, when you bypass some of their long-standing records or, in the standings of all time, great NBA players. It's pretty neat wwhat's happening right now with Nikola Jokic.
You thought they were going to lose 4 straight. I mean, you're trailing going into the fourth and you run off. Game. You run off, was it 20-4, 20-2 run, something crazy like that. It looked like it was a 4-game skid. And I was going to be in the same situation with the Avalanche, just going, for the love of God, get to the break. Just get to the break before
no more 4 to 6 weekers
before you fall away from San Antonio, right? Because now I'm in that mode of looking at the NBA standings and going, who do you have to play in round 2? And when do you have to go through Oklahoma City? You don't want to have to go through San Antonio before you get to OKC. The 2 seed matters a whole bunch.
That's the one that you want to get. There's no question. That's the one you want to get, period. It's going to be important, man. Oklahoma City over the weekend, what'd they do?
OKC gets their 40th win or on the year. They are 3.5 games up on San Antonio. San Antonio is 3 games up in the loss column on Denver right now. They're 36-16. Denver at 34-19, playing host to Cleveland and James Harden this evening. Do you expect to see the James Harden and Donovan Mitchell experiment go well tonight?
Oh, gosh.
Or not enough ball for two dudes who need it in their hands?
Yeah, I think that's going to be somewhat problematic as it really has felt like for just about everybody with James Harden in at least the last few years, where you just it's a lot of reputation. That's a lot of I don't know. James, like, would you ever even consider wanting to have James Harden on your team? If you're a Nuggets fan, would you want James Harden here?
No.
So it's like really no different anywhere else because he needs the basketball a lot. Would you want Spidey Mitchell here? I would want it more than James Harden.
I'm not going to say no to Donovan Mitchell. No chance.
But I don't see the two of them.
Would not say no to that.
But the two of them working out is, I mean, is there a chance tonight that it looks good for a while and they both go, for 28 and 27 and, oh, that's going to be awesome, maybe. But I just think that, I think that's it just seems like some aging players, particularly James Harden, just trying to find his spot. And it just keeps going team after team after team, just keeps getting moved.
After an evening devoid of entertainment when it came to the Super Bowl and the actual on-field product between the Seahawks and the Patriots, it just dominant from that Seattle defense. Pats had no chance. Drake May either looked overmatched or looked overmatched and injured at the same time. I was looking for something to be entertained, and I did not think it was going to come in the form of men's Olympic figure skating. Have you seen that Ilya Malinin kid? This 23-year-old from Virginia?
The quad god.
The kid's doing backflips on the ice.
So I thought that was banned from competition at some point.
It was for a while.
Okay,
and
so
then they brought it
when
back.
he did it, I was like, well, they used to do that all the time in like the fun skate. What do they call it? The exhibition after the fact. There were people
they
ripping
bring the
backflips.
gymnasts out, and you go to every city. You kind of
No.
The Harlem Globetrotters thing.
I think in the and this could still be the case in the here it is. This guy's he's a maniac.
Maniac! It's insane watching a dude do a backflip on skates.
And he lands it right on that. What's the little stopper right there? A little pick.
Just the toe pick?
Toe pick right on he lands it right on the toe pick.
The coolest thing I've ever seen.
But
that was dope.
Old school Olympics, I'm thinking like Nancy Kerrigan era.
You weren't allowed to do it.
Correct. But there was after the awards were given out, there was a fun celebration night as part of the Olympics that was televised.
I remember what you're talking about.
It was like a day or two after the final figure skating, and they still might have it. So I'm not talking, but I remember you'd see people ripping backflips. Like, why don't they let that happen?
Right.
Why don't we do that?
Where was that 2 days ago?
God, that would have been fun.
Lindsey Vonn gets 13 seconds.
Oh boy,
13 seconds into her downhill run, and
did you watch it live?
Oh yeah, stayed up for it.
How were you feeling?
Excited
beforehand.
Excited.
So you did not have this sense of inevitable dread.
No, I was expecting her to get down the mountain successfully, but not get on the podium. I thought she was going to finish like 7th. And we were going to have this, you know what, good for you. At 41, you probably weren't going to medal anyways, even with an ACL intact. And now that it's 100% ruptured, she's going down the hill at nearly 70 miles an hour.
And who is that?
That's not Lindsey. Is that Lindsey Vonn?
No.
That wasn't the injury. That wasn't her. That's somebody else.
That's Andora's Conde Moreno.
Yeah, I was going to say, that ain't her.
That is
behind me.
Awful. Dude, that is as bad of a knee injury as I've ever seen.
She's ripping through, man. Catches her arm on a gate.
Yeah.
And at 70 miles an hour, just the tiniest little movement, it can turn you backwards. It looked like a catastrophic crash.
So I slept in on Saturday. 7 o'clock. And I had a very different viewing experience because, of course, my wife's like, wakes up like, oh my gosh, Lindsey Vonn had a horrible crash. Oh my gosh.
Oh, you got to get her on the stop looking at social media and ruining.
Yeah. So
I've got Caitlin on that. You don't tell me anything.
Yeah, I know. But my experience was pull open the Peacock app, right? On the actual TV. and watched the entire coverage for however long until Lindsey Vonn's awful fall. Actually, I ended up watching the entire event start to finish. And with knowing the outcome, knowing both that Breezy Johnson was going to win the gold medal, which was really cool, but watching Breezy Johnson's run prior to Lindsey Vonn's run, you're like, okay, she's younger. Obviously, everybody was.
Fully healthy.
Fully healthy. And it looked like she was about ready to crash, especially in the top 1/3 of that run. I saw that and I said, Lindsey Vonn's gathering information as she's watching these, the way that it's that run is skiing that day. I don't think that she wanted to be too wide on any of those gates, because then it was going to propel you, for example, with air out to her left, and she was going to have to put extra stress on that left knee. And so I think she was trying to get as tight to that gate as possible, and in doing so ended up having the most consequential of outcomes. After watching the first 12, I said, I can see why this happened now, because that was a sketch track that everybody was racing.
The scream was brutal. You could hear it on the broadcast. As soon as it happened, like, I thought it was going to be the ACL, and then it comes out that she breaks the leg. She has surgery right after. They have to airlift her off of the mountain because it's so high and steep up there. You can't have her ski down. It was devastating to see her make that comeback and know that her career is probably over. Like, does she race at 45 after these two injuries?
She's a sicko.
She's a sicko.
Like, that's one thing about her.
She's a mutant.
Like, her and Tiger Woods dating made sense because he's a sicko also.
Sicko.
Both of them are the definition of my life is defined by my competitive nature in achieving at the highest level and defying all odds. So to say that Lindsey Vonn is definitely done, I'm not ready to say that, because she's a bona fide sicko.
I love that she decided to race on the ruptured ACL, and people were giving her all a bunch of crap about it. Give it to somebody else if there's another person who can step up into your spot. She very clearly realized this might be my last chance. I'm going to do. If she was 28 when that happened, probably doesn't race, probably pulls out and goes, I'll go when I'm 32. I'll have another chance 4 years from now.
Different story when you're 40.
Loved that she tried it, man.
I love that she tried it too. But the reality of injury, a significant injury, even if you don't, if you could say that the fall was completely unrelated to ACL, like that was DMac's take. And it is, because she got clubbed. Her arm actually locked on the gate and it spun her around. However, you rob Peter to pay Paul when you ski on like that much of a braced up knee. Why? Well, when you biff it like that, instead of tearing your ACL, which is being firmly secured by a brace, you're going to end up probably having some type of other major trauma. And in her case, it ended up being a surgically, what required a surgically repaired fracture. I bet it was ugly, man.
Make sure you guys tune in tomorrow for your chance to win one of 5 pairs of tickets to see the Avs take on the Wild in their return to Ball Arena on February the 26th after the Milan Cortina Winter Olympic Games. First U.S. game just 2 days from right now for the men. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Papa Murphy's Take and Bake Pizza, the home of $10 Tuesdays. The morning sprint rolls into hour number 2. Raj alongside the coach, Mike Sanford, our very last Rally House Football Monday of the year. Thank you so much for being with us all season long. Rally House shop every team in town, coming off the heels of a Seattle drubbing in Super Bowl 60. 29-13 is your final. Kenneth Walker III, your Super Bowl MVP. Fantastic game, 27 carries, 135 yards on the ground for the unrestricted free agent. Here are your running backs, coach. Going into the offseason, UFAs. Breece Hall, Kenny Walker III, Travis Etienne, Javonte Williams, Rico Dowdle, J.K. Dobbins, Tyler Algier, Kenny Gainwell, Rashad White are your top guys. There's a whole bunch of others, but those are your top players.
You said Breece, or is he not?
Breece Hall is an unrestricted free agent this year.
See his tweet last night? He wants to be playing in that. He wants to experience what he watched last night on television.
He wants to be in SoFi Stadium next Valentine's Day?
He does.
We won't be talking on the airwaves the Monday after the Super Bowl next year.
Yeah,
unless the Broncos are playing, and I would assume that we're probably on the air if they win one.
We can disrespect the president or two. It'd be okay. So Breece Hall last night's tweet was, hope I get to experience football on this stage. Everything on the line. I'll get there one day. I know it. And he's got the finish line graphic or emoji.
Come to Denver, brother.
Love to have you. We've been talking about it for weeks.
We got $10.5 million right here for you.
Yep, we can afford you. We got some money that came off the books. We still got a cost control quarterback.
We can handle paying you $10.5 million for 3 straight seasons.
Why would he not want to come to Denver? Because think about the model for both of the teams that made it from AFC and NFC. Dominant defense. Both teams at different points had really good ground games, or at least a bell cow running back. The Seahawks absolutely deleted the two-headed monster at running back, and Drake May ended up having to become the leading rusher in that game. Ramondre Stevenson and Travion Henderson were just about absent.
13 carries combined between the two of them, 42 total yards.
That's a tremendous job by Seattle. It's also, you know what else it is? It's malpractice. That's malpractice, the offense coordinator position from Josh McDaniels.
It looks like a Broncos stat line from this season.
It does, man. You know what's the difference between what Josh McDaniels did to his franchise yesterday and the embarrassing play calling that he had?
What's that?
Is Will Campbell, I'm looking at pro.nfl.com. Will Campbell allowed a career-high 14 pressures in the Super Bowl. All right, ready for this percentage pressure rate? 26.9% pressure rate. So 27%, nearly 1 in every 3 times that Drake May dropped back, there was a pressure from the left tackle. Tied for the most by an offensive lineman in a playoff game since 2018. You know what's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over and over and expecting a different outcome. That's just as much, if not more, on Josh McDaniels than it is on Will Campbell. You got to change it up. If you have a major problem at one of your offensive line positions, hey, man, you ever heard of the screen game? One of the best things to get an offensive lineman back into rhythm is running the football, getting them to feel like they can come off the football and be the aggressor, not be the guy that has to be the reactor, because that's what a lot of times pass protection is when you're going against really, really good edge rushers. It was bad. It was really, really bad. But I'm excited to see what the Broncos do in this offseason, because Breece Hall can look at Denver and say, golly, they got the quarterback, he's an athlete, they got the defense, they got the O-line, and all they need is they just need the bell cow, because Sean Payton will call runs if he likes his back. Invest in that back. It's not that hard. Where else do you think, like, if we're looking at competitors for Breece Hall's services, and he wants to compete at the highest level and potentially play in a Super Bowl, and that's important to him, where else do you think what other suitors would they be out there right now?
Houston could use him, depending on what happened. Like, what is Joe Mixon? Missed the whole season when he was only supposed to miss like the first 4 weeks. So if Mixon isn't available for them, or if they decide to cut ties and create a little bit of an extended dead cap situation with Mixon's contract, Houston could be a really good spot for that player. Denver is a fit like a glove.
Trying to think if there's anybody on the NFC side. No, I mean, you're all three of your NFC West teams are pretty set, unless Kenneth Walker. I don't think there's no way Kenneth Walker is going to get. Seattle's not going to let him go.
No, you can't let that player walk after winning a Super Bowl MVP. Could he go to the Rams?
Kyren Williams, man. Gosh, Kyron's pretty dang good.
They've got, a couple of younger backs in Kyren and Blake Corum, so maybe they probably don't need him.
Yeah, think about it. Kyren Williams, yeah, he is young, man. He's he'll be a fourth-year back this year. Dude, he finished the year with 1,252 yards. He was really good. So they're not letting him walk. Other teams, let's see, Chiefs?
Shut up. Don't do that to me. You know, the other thing that I saw today is that Derek Carr said he would maybe make an NFL comeback for the right situation. You know what the right situation for Derek Carr is?
Chiefs.
Yep.
For 6 weeks?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I hate that.
Yep. Hate that.
Because it would probably go fairly well.
And Cousins is also likely going to be moved in the offseason away from Atlanta.
So what's Atlanta? Are they doubling down on Penix?
Yep. They're moving away from Cousins.
They trusted my eval, didn't they? They listened to the coacher.
He's got knees like Lindsey Vonn's, but, we want him to be the quarterback.
Take it easy on Lindsey. You can talk bad about Michael. Just don't talk about Lindsey.
Something stupid like that's going to happen.
So Breece Hall's going to be a Bronco, man. I want to speak that into existence. I don't see that. I don't see many of their opportunities out there. Like Buffalo's got their guy. Baltimore's got their guy. Of contenders in the NFC, Green Bay's got their guy. Chicago's got their guy. The freaking Detroit Lions got their guys. Plural. Shoot.
Well, I think Montgomery is probably going to be moved on from soon, but they've got Jahmyr Gibbs.
Would you take Montgomery here?
Yeah.
Is there enough bell cow with Montgomery? Or does he feel
he's
big?
You've probably squeezed a lot of that juice already.
That's what I feel like the tread on the tire conversation comes into play a little bit with David Montgomery.
Maybe Pittsburgh could be a suitor for Breece Hall.
Man, who's playing quarterback there? Is Aaron Rodgers back? Is he?
Mike McCarthy's there.
That's right.
Run it back one more time with Mike McCarthy.
Yeah.
He's not the same quarterback, but he was a replacement level starter this year. And there's not a lot of those dudes out on the market. And there's certainly not a lot of those dudes coming up in the draft.
Do you know David Montgomery played 4 seasons in Chicago?
Yeah.
He's coming up on year 8. And he has toted the stone, man. God, he got ridden hard in Chicago. 242 carries, 247, 225, 201. And then in Detroit, they did the thing where they started to kind of, use him in a complimentary role, and he was frankly better. His yards per carry skyrocketed to above 4.2 every single year, when in Chicago, he kind of hovered right around 3.7 to 4.0. Yeah, Montgomery, he's Javonte Williams. He feels like Javonte Williams.
It's Breece Hall or bust in the offseason for free agents.
Unless, for some reason, Seattle says, yeah, we can recreate Kenneth Walker III. We like Charbonnet. Like he's the guy that can recreate what we did. Hey.
Well, it's like they've got Sam Darnold signed a 3-year deal worth $33.5 average. And that feels remarkably cheap. Like are they going to tear that up? Is Sam's camp going to go, we need something new, we're going to hold out? We just want a Super Bowl without throwing in a pick?
Though? Can you really do that?
You could.
Just say,
it happens all the time.
Is he even fully in the contract yet? Did the contract,
Sam Darnold's contract was signed, yeah. It kicks in this coming season for years 2 and 3 at 37.9. 2027 is a $41.9 million cap hit. Then he's a free agent after 27.
Do you think Sam's agent was pissed last night when he was getting interviewed and he was apologizing for the offensive performance?
Don't do that.
He's like, I know we kind of won in spite of, I don't know, like our offense. I'm sorry. Hey, 12s, can you give this defense a round of applause?
You know who gets to apologize for the offensive performance? Drake May, who had the 6th worst EPA per drop back in any Super Bowl in the last 25 years.
It felt like it. Sure felt like it.
You can apologize for that one.
You know what's so funny, man, is last night is case in point when you compare the performances solely on a stat sheet of yards and completions and all the, like Drake May threw for about 300 yards.
Well, they had to.
But that's my point is like yards is it. I think yards is the worst stat for a quarterback because yards, I think there's a direct correlation between throwing for a ton of yards oftentimes and playing substandard winning football. Because a lot of times you have to get into that, got to throw it against. So whenever you're looking at stats, man, people will say quarterback win-loss record's not a stat. I'll take that any day of the week and twice on Sunday over the yard stat and career yardage and all that. Because like Sam Darnold, statistically, was that a really, really good performance if you just looked at the stat sheet? No, he was exactly at 50%. He was hovered right around 200 yards. Am I right on that? Where did he end up? I thought he ended up with right around 200. But he made the requisite plays, and when you watch the game, you saw Sam Darnold, he did the things that you're supposed to, and more importantly, he didn't do the things that cost you a game that Drake May did so frequently in that game.
19 of 38 in the Super Bowl,
50%.
202 yards.
There it is, 202.
1 touchdown, no picks, 1 sack.
Just situational, overall winning football, playing complementary to a defense that was outstanding.
12 of 17 in the first round, 124 yards, 1 touchdown. You won 41-6. Defense was amazing against San Francisco. Scored, I think, 2 defensive touchdowns in that one. You go to the Rams game for the right to go to the Super Bowl. You beat him by 4. He goes 25-36, 346 yards, 3 scores.
Yeah, that was a big one.
Big game.
And Stafford went off, too, in that game.
Stafford was great. 3 sacks, 25 yards, but again, no interceptions. He did have a fumble. He recovered it.
So zero giveaways.
0 giveaways in 3 games. He was great. My question to you is, are you able to get Bo Nix at 33.5? Nope. Likely no. When Bo comes up, he's going to be a $50 million quarterback, and then you can't have the Kenny Walker III. You can't have the Breece Hall.
But you got to get him now.
You have to get him now.
You have to.
Overpay for him now. If you have to give...
How many years?
Give him 2 years at 12.5. Breece Hall.
3?
No, 2. It has to coincide exactly with Bo Nix's contract. Those both have to go off the books at the same time so that you can roll all of that money into the quarterback. And that still won't be enough if you get to where you think you want to go. Right?
I think
Fox Sports came out their power rankings right after the game. Number 1. Vegas doesn't agree, but number 1.
Vegas has the Broncos, what is it, 12th?
12th at plus 2,000.
It's pretty good.
Is it too long?
Pretty good deal.
KJ's NFL notes are coming up on the other side. That's Coach. I'm Raj. It's Altitude. Every day here at 11:20, we go through the biggest stories in the gridiron with KJ's NFL notes coming off of Super Bowl 60 as we look ahead to next year at SoFi, Super Bowl 61. We go from Super Bowl licks, that's what people were calling it because the Lombardi trophy was right in between the L and the X, Super Bowl licks.
What do we got next?
Super Bowl 61. That's all I got.
Okay.
I got nothing special from the kids.
SoFi'd be a fun one.
SoFi will be great. The hope is that the Broncos will be there. Fox Sports thinks that they are the number one team in the NFL heading into the offseason. Vegas says they have the 12th longest odds to win at plus 2,000. KJ, what's first?
Well, as you just said there, Raj, obviously last night was Super Bowl 60, and it went like a lot of people expected. The Seahawks won 29-13 over the New England Patriots, bringing the Lombardi trophy back to Seattle for the first time in 12 years. Sam Darnold was 19 of 38 for 202 yards passing and a touchdown. Kenneth Walker rushed for 135 yards on 27 carries.
How many?
135 yards.
On how many carries?
27 carries.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Go ahead and ask the question here. I want to answer this question.
That's the most rushing yards since Terrell Davis in 1998 in a Super Bowl. So I want to make sure we get that on the record here. After watching the Seahawks dominate yesterday during Super Bowl 60, how far away are the Broncos from being able to compete at this level?
The formula was set for how the Broncos are built. Elite defense, confuse the opposing quarterback, create ungodly amounts of pressure on that quarterback, both with how you blitz them and your pure pass rushers, even if you're rushing 4. With a quarterback that's never going to be probably an elite thrower of the football, a top 3 spinner of the rock. You got to lean into the ground game, man. And I think what you watch Seattle do, Clint Kubiak on the offensive side of the ball as the play caller, which we'll talk about here in a second, just exercising the discipline to say, you know what? We're playing this good defensively. We're playing against another team that's dealing with the pressure. They're going to inevitably turn the football over. My goodness, we've got to give our running game a chance to get going. And that's what they did, man. They're in desperate need of the running back that gives Sean Payton the confidence whatsoever to be able to call 18 to 22 carries for that running back.
Now, they have both of the things that we want here in Denver. That is elite running back and true number 1 wide receiver. You have to choose one of the two.
I heard Chad Brown this morning say wide receiver, and he's right in terms of the way that the league tangibly values a guy like Jackson Smith and Jigba over a running back. But it's almost like you almost have to say Sean Payton himself, if he got a wide receiver 1 like Jackson Smith and Jigba, would we see even a higher percentage of throwing the football?
Probably. And if it doesn't happen, then you get an up, especially with the wide receiver that we've been talking about in A.J. Brown. If they don't up the number of passes and the number of targets for that player, it then turns into A.J. Brown's a headache again, and he's a locker room malcontent.
That's why I want both. But that's neither here nor there. I would say for the situation here in Denver, Sean Payton, we've looked at the years that he has leaned into the ground game. He's had a bona fide 1 at the running back position. That makes it special and unique because also of the situation that you have on defense. You're going to stop a lot of teams for the foreseeable future. You're going to create takeaways. You're going to pressure the quarterback and create negative plays like you saw the Seahawks do against Drake May.
And it feels like Sean can make chicken salad in the wide receiver room. He can make chicken salad in there.
Has that not been his? I mean, we looked back at wide receiver 1 for the New Orleans Saints, and it more times than not, it felt like it was outperforming maybe drafted expectations for his wide receivers and tight ends. I think you go out and get Breece Hall, man. Breece Hall. And then
he's unseating A.J. Brown as number 1.
Who do you want for this team, for this Denver Bronco team? Gun to head, Breece Hall.
It's Breece Hall. It's Breece Hall. It is.
I'd feel better about go out and get an established number 1 because Sean's not going to trust a running back that isn't established in this league until probably year 2 or 3 of that player's career.
Like Sean Payton had 3 years of bona fide number 1 Michael Thomas. And at that point, Michael Thomas was a standout wide receiver in the NFL.
When was he drafted?
Michael Thomas?
Was he a first?
2017 is my guess for him. I think he was a second rounder.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, that was a Sean Payton chef's kiss performance in terms of developing a wide receiver.
2016 draft, second round, 47th overall.
47th overall, man. That's I say Breece Hall, and then go use pick number 30 or whatever. You're going to have pick 30, right? Use that to go get a wide receiver this year.
Look at the other top receivers he had in his years in New Orleans. Like, was Marcus Colston ever the number one receiver that you thought A.J. Brown could be or Justin Jefferson is?
No.
Jimmy Graham had a couple of years where he was number one tight end, but it was still in the same breadth of Rob Gronkowski, and it was flash in the pan. Brandon Cooks. Do you think of Brandon Cooks, even in his early days, as bona fide number one wideout?
Gadget player.
Yeah, not really.
Shorter, compact gadget player. He was a first rounder, but a later first rounder. He was 20th overall.
What about Kenny Stills? Kenny Stills a number one wideout? Lance Moore, number one wideout? No. He can make chicken salad. You know what? There it is. A.J. Brown, you're no longer the apple of my eye. You move into position number 2. Breece Hall. Come on down, baby.
Because that's what Sean Payton did with the running back position. Most of those guys were household names, were they not? They were Heisman Trophy winners.
Reggie Bush.
Mark Ingram,
Darren Sproles, Alvin Kamara.
Alvin Kamara was a little bit of a chicken salad situation.
Deuce McAllister.
Deuce was awesome. Gosh, I know that was
Chris Ivory. Those are good running backs, man.
Yeah. That's more, I think, synonymous with best Sean Payton in the Drew Brees era was who's your runner. And he talks about that a lot, man. It's important who the runner is.
Yeah, you can kind of go. Chris Ivory and Sproles, I think you can go. Those are two guys that you found and you made into workable backs. The rest of them are legit.
Alvin Kamara was third rounder, brother. That's chicken salad-ish, right? He was a third rounder, man. He was NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year in 2017 for Sean Payton as a third round draft
Breece Hall wasn't a first round draft pick. Breece Hall was second rounder. Iowa State.
RJ Harvey, man. I wanted more.
Scored a lot.
Scored touchdowns.
Didn't feel dynamic. Scored a lot. Wasn't dynamic.
You get Breece Hall. How big of a... Oh, gosh. Breece Hall, RJ Harvey. Do you like it? Is RJ Harvey flashy enough in the pass game? He ain't Sproles, right?
No, but he was serviceable.
He's good.
We got to stop looking at RJ Harvey like he's a finished product.
I'm worried about RJ Harvey because of how much tread was on those tires in college.
You just need him for 4 years. He's a running back. You use him for the rookie deal, unless he is a top-tier guy.
Dude, RJ Harvey's 25 years old, man.
You drafted him for one contract.
Picked him his second round, 60th pick overall. You moved to get to that spot.
He turns 28. He goes to the free agent market. You move on. But he's not a done product. We have to stop looking at that player like he is a finished product. I feel like a lot of people do that. KJ, what's next?
I'm going to have a drink or 2 or maybe 3. Who knows?
After helping the Seahawks get back to their eternal glory, Clint had to finally make a decision last night about what's next after deflecting all week. Here's Clint and Stacey Dales of NFL Network discussing his future.
What does the future look like as a head coach in this league for you? Because it's going to happen.
Yeah, that's up to God, and we're gonna enjoy tonight. Yeah.
So no answers on the network.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah. Well, you guys know I'm going to Las Vegas, so I'm fired up about it. But tonight, one more for one more night. Hell yeah, I'm going. Of course I'm going. Yeah.
Just confirmed it right here.
Leave it up to God, and then hell yeah, I'm going. What are we doing here? What are we doing? Clint's like, I think Clint had that internal dialogue. Internal monologue, if you will.
Screw it.
Am I supposed to say that I'm going or not? What's the league rules surrounding this?
Am I gonna get fined?
What does this have to do with any kind of rules that are out there?
Yeah, you imagine he says yes, he breaks it. There's a rule that's being bent, and the NFL goes, remember that first round pick that you guys had this year?
See ya.
Later. KJ, keep moving on, brother.
I'm finna have a drink or two or maybe three. Who knows?
According to Adam Schefter, the Miami Dolphins and the Arizona Cardinals would like to find trade partners for their starting quarterbacks. Obviously, that's been speculation throughout the entire season, but now he's going on a record. And a couple of teams that he listed in his article was obviously the Jets, the Falcons, the Browns, Steelers, and Vikings as potential quarterback destinations this offseason. Miami is expected to be willing to pay down a portion of Tua's contract to help facilitate a trade, but cutting Tua would leave them with a $99 million dead cap charge, which would be the largest in NFL history, versus if they were to cut him after June 1, that would spread over 2 years. Murray has 36.8 already guaranteed as soon as the calendar hit 26. If he's still on the roster by March 15th, that's 19.5 million that goes to him. And then if they cut him before June 1st, 54.7 million dead cap hit. But if they wait till after June 1st, again, that'll be split over 2 years. So with all of that being said, which quarterback is most likely to be traded this offseason?
Ooh, I don't know who would want really either of their services. Here's what I've learned. It was very in vogue with the advent of the RPO to have compact, smaller quarterbacks that are good athletes, good RPO guys, because a lot of run-pass option football is predicated on quick twitch, think middle infield, second base, shortstop type of, put the ball in the running back's belly and then rip it. Bottom line is, man, this is not a little man's game. The NFL is not a little man's game for the quarterback position. You just look at last night's Super Bowl. Two bigger quarterbacks that were between 6'4", 6'5". Look who's going to be the undisputed number one pick in this coming draft. It's Fernando Mendoza, another 6'5", 2.25 type guy. I don't see much of a real, true future for either one of those two in terms of an NFL franchise willing to hedge their bets on them as their future.
Kyler is the more tradable contract because of, I think there's like $20 million in guaranteed money on top of what you'd be paying Kyler if you want to go out and get Tua. Tua's guaranteed monies this year is like $56 million. It's crazy. And I think Kyler is guaranteed 36, 37, something crazy like that. So you can move Kyler before you can move Tua. I don't touch Tua with a 10-foot pole. I think Kyler Murray still has something if he can stay healthy. I would prefer him to be a baseball shortstop.
Correct. Just like I said, right? What did I mention about the RPO game?
What is he, 28 right now, Kyler? 29?
Come be a Rocky.
Yeah.
That'd be great. We'd take you.
Go play second base for us. Pay a bunch of money. You won't get hurt.
Think the Munfords could take on that NFL contract?
Sure.
Why not?
They've done that. They've paid bogus money to Ian Desmond before and Chris Bryant.
Chris Bryant's made hundreds of $1 million not to play baseball.
Gerardo Parra a bunch of cash. They can handle Kyler Murray.
Pay him not to play football. It's interesting. There are fewer and fewer short quarterbacks in the NFL right now. It feels like Bryce Young is going to be the only one that's going to be a part of a definitive part of the plans of his franchise. And Baker Mayfield's in that category, but he's a little bit more like that 6'1.5" guy. Whereas, Bryce Young, Tua Tagovailoa, Kyler Murray, if you have no shoes on and you do like a hardcore, those guys are like 5'9.5" to 5'10.5". They're small guys.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance every single day here in the 11 a.m. hour on the Morning Sprint. The biggest stories from around the NFL. Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. We'll wrap things up on the other side, hand it off to PhD from 12 to 3. Nate and Andy today, 3 to 6, before a Birdos Blitz ahead of the Nuggets in their second to last game before the NBA's All-Star break. They'll tip off at 7 p.m. as they host James Harden, Donovan Mitchell, and the Cleveland Cavaliers. Wrapping things up here on a Monday, our final Rally House Football Monday of the year. Thanks for being on with us all season long. Rally House, shop every team in town. The coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryanemi wrapping up Super Bowl 60, a fun weekend in the Olympics. Nikola Jokic, another triple-double, passes Oscar Robertson for second all-time. Jamal Murray is going to be the first Nugget to hopefully win and compete in the three-point contest since Vashawn Leonard back in what was it, 2002 or something like that? I thought it was going to be Aaron Aflalo.
I think I said Voshan.
That's easy.
Vashawn?
Vashawn. I was like 9.
Apologies to all the...
I was very young when he was playing. So Jamal will be back in that. Excited to see what he can do from three-point. They'll play against the Cavaliers. Cavs very active at the trade deadline. They bring in not only James Harden, they move away from Lonzo Ball. They bring in Dennis Schroeder for some guard depth on that team. They're currently 4th in the Eastern Conference right now. East has not been kind to the Nuggets. They've been battling through all of these injuries. You lose to the Pistons, you lose to the Knicks. This will be a difficult game against the Cavs. 11 games over 500. 2 more games, including tonight, before the NBA breaks for the All-Star festivities. As I fall over myself, things seem to be coming up all Seattle right now. Did you see the news out of the NBA? Board of Governors may be voting on an expansion for 2 cities. Seattle is one of them. Vegas rumored to be the other.
It's a no-brainer that if this ends up happening, they end up the Seattle Supersonics, right, Raj?
Yeah, you can't bring them back to Seattle and not give them that name. There's too much history with the franchise.
History, and I mean, you go to Seattle right now and you might see more Supersonics gear there than you do Mariners gear. It is a iconic cult-like brand because of how they were just robbed from the great city of Seattle and awarded to Oklahoma City.
You'd have to find a way to remove the history of the franchise.
It's a little bit
because
like
the
franchise,
Browns, right? The franchise is still like Oklahoma City. You look at the franchise as we do the Avs in Quebec, the same thing.
Correct.
One history.
Browns, Ravens, and then the Browns became their own. Because the Browns were an expansion team, right? They were an original. The Modells moved them from Cleveland to Baltimore. And they're kind of like the Bernie Kosar history of the Cleveland Browns became the Baltimore Ravens.
I see on Football Reference, the history of the Browns is one history. So I don't know if they removed it from the Baltimore days and now the Baltimore Ravens are just the Colts.
Because that's what happened, right?
The NFL might do it. Like the NFL might do it differently. What Seattle needs to have happen is you need to absorb that history, and then OKC's franchise starts in 2008. That's how you do it. That's how you figure it out. Give them Seattle. Give a new franchise to Las Vegas. That's how you do this. And I don't know, is there another city that you would expand to? Like Nashville? Could you do Tennessee? Doesn't strike me as like a big basketball city, but that SEC basketball footprint continues to expand.
Vegas is so obvious.
Vegas
right?
is obvious.
Low-hanging fruit.
Would you go north of the border? Would you go to Montreal?
Vancouver would be the better one, but...
Would you go south? Would you go to Mexico City?
That'd be wild.
After the most viewed halftime show of all time, by the way, statistically, that has come in. Most viewed halftime show of all time, Bad Bunny. You go to Puerto Rico?
Trying to look at the biggest arena. Trying to look at the biggest arena in Mexico City. They have some work to do. They do have
Just play outside at the Azteca.
That'd be pretty cool. How about the elevation of Mexico City? Pretty serious. Much higher than Denver.
Yeah, I don't want Denver to have to play more games at altitude.
7,349 feet.
Yeah, I don't need that.
And
so let's stay away from Mexico City. Vegas, Seattle, and if you got to go to Nashville, go to Nashville. Those are my 3 teams. 3 places that you're going to go to.
Tampa.
The text line is helping us out here. Browns are a new team, and they already have Memphis, but it's obviously very different cities. You could put one in Nashville. You really could. The text line helped us out. The the Ravens were required to leave behind all records and the Browns' name when they moved.
What about the NBA becoming the Nordiques? Just taking on the imaging of Quebec.
It's happened before. The mascot for the Montreal Canadiens is the former mascot for the Montreal Expos. And when the Expos went under, they brought back Youppi. And then he became the mascot for the hockey team.
And then in a sense, the Rockies of the AHL, right? Not necessarily the logo and colors, but the name. Rockies became a baseball team, did they not?
They did become a baseball team. It's a shame that the Avalanche don't own the rights to the old Colorado Rockies logo and colorways.
So good.
Really good jersey. That's owned by the New Jersey Devils.
So Middle America, it's so funny. The NBA, I feel like, has more obscure cities. Like Memphis feels obscure to me.
Oklahoma City
Oklahoma
feels
City.
obscure.
Sacramento
is obscure.
Very obscure to me. And then you could make the same argument.
Portland.
Yeah. Portland's got nothing else, right? Timbers.
At that point, like, put a team in Sioux Falls.
Like Boise. Boise NBA team. Let's go.
Jackson Hole.
Be fun.
El Paso.
The NFL's got Green Bay, which is obscure but different because it's like almost like birthplace mecca of professional football.
Still obscure as heck.
Very obscure. Buffalo, pretty obscure. Pretty obscure.
Yeah, but former major basketball team, current NHL team, not as obscure as Green Bay is.
What's the most obscure NHL team, location-wise?
Winnipeg.
Yeah, they got a CFL team.
Calgary. There's some weird ones out there, man.
NHL, I know it's worked out well, but Florida and
like Tampa Bay is obscure as all hell.
Yes, the Florida, like the fact that the Florida Panthers has been as wildly successful as it is.
Both of those teams.
It's crazy, but it's worked.
Raleigh, like North Carolina.
Yeah. Because
obscure.
That's extremely obscure because everybody assumes that they're in Charlotte. If you're not like a real, follower of
no, their AHL team is in Charlotte. The Checkers. The Charlotte Checkers. San Jose is obscure.
It is. It fits though. It's like a good niche. It fits well. Just because it's like that became San Jose's thing, right? Instead of we're kind of sharing with San Francisco and Oakland, like we have an NHL team. And there's a lot of population in San Jose now. Baseball, Major League Baseball doesn't have much obscurity. Seems like Major League Baseball has hit the major markets.
Is there an obscure one? Does San Diego count as obscure? They had
San Diego
an NFL team.
San Diego should have potentially an NBA team.
Okay.
Build an arena.
I can see that.
I mean, my dad was coaching at the Chargers. I wouldn't say during the heyday, but not too far removed from being in the Super Bowl. It was a fun place to watch pro sports.
Milwaukee. Obscure.
Get the Brewers, man. And the Bucks. And then not too far down the road is, Milwaukee's.
Okay.
You got two.
MLB's largely big cities.
Well, what about the St. Louis Cardinals? Because they are the only team in that town.
Blues.
Yeah, but there used to be.
Blues.
The Blues are there. You've got the St. Louis Blues.
I'm tripping. I'm
you
sorry.
used to have
They're
the
so
Rams.
out of sight, out of mind.
You used to have. It's not a great city to be
It's the
in.
worst.
It's not
awful.
a fun city to travel to.
It sucks.
But there used to be 3 major pro teams there. Yeah, you could be the St. Louis Spirit. Sounds like a WNBA team, but I think that's the easy one to dive into.
Outside of the NHL, because it has such a Canadian influence, and so there's some Calgary and Winnipeg and some of those types of places for teams. I still think the NBA is the most random, man. Like Sacramento makes no sense to me. It never has.
Sacramento and Portland are in the same boat.
Sacramento's so weird because it's almost like it's like the 7th most significant city in the state of California. It's got an NBA team. It's like, what are we doing?
Meanwhile, those nice people in San Diego, they just can't hang on to the Chargers.
And it's the best
poor
place.
guy, it
It's
is
the best place to go
delightful.
visit in the state of California.
Special thanks to our friends at Rally House for being on board with us all season long.
Columbus Blue Jackets. So obscure.
Obscure.
So damn obscure. That is wild.
Bill Simmons says it's the most irrelevant franchise in sports, and you know what? I tend to agree. Gabriel Landeskog named captain of Team Sweden. Cale Makar will wear an A for Team Canada, alongside the C for Sidney Crosby, and the other assistant captain, I believe, is going to be Connor McDavid. So congratulations to those Avalanche players wearing letters at the Olympics.
Canada said, keep Nathan McKinnon's grumpy ass so
You know
far
what they
away from
didn't,
wearing
though?
one of
You know what they didn't do? You know who's running the power play for Team Canada?
Who's that?
Cale Makar, Nathan McKinnon.
Jeez. Did you not learn?
We're going to learn. Whose problem was it? That's in 2 days. PhD's next.
The biggest takeaway you had from the Super Bowl was what?
The Patriots offense didn't suck because of a snowstorm.
All right. Yeah, that's good. I agree with you on that one.
There you go. How about that?
Scott, your biggest takeaway from the Super Bowl was what?
What a waste of time. It kind of turned out the game played out exactly like I thought the game was going to play out, to be honest with you fellas. I watched Seattle. I don't know why, because I hate Seattle, but I bet I watched them play this year. I'll tell you why, because you know why? And this is why the NFL is so smart. My wife had Sam Darnold on a fantasy football team and had to play him a bunch this year, and he absolutely killed it for her. I mean, he was killing it for her. So for some reason, I saw Seattle play, or at least was following them around all year round. And then when I watched the postseason and then saw New England, obviously, in that game, and boys, let's go. It snowed for a quarter and a half. Everybody's making like that was a snow out game. That was a 55-degree weather game, just the first half of the game, right? I thought they were going to get killed. They got killed. They aren't any good. Drake May. I'm going to say something. You ready for this? I'm going to say something that no one's going to say.
Well, let's go for it.
New England's going to have a big decision whether or not they extend that guy, because I don't know if he's ever going to be the guy.
He came runner-up for the MVP.
Saying that, he did have to have his shoulder shot up before the game, so he might have a little injury there.
Yeah, that dude was bad. He bad.
Yeah, but he was bad. Even hey, Tyler, even on half them completions, the receiver made unbelievable catches.
Yeah. He was
over his head, too high. I mean,
he was bad in that game. He was bad against the Broncos. He was bad against the Chargers. He was bad against the Texans. He just had a bad playoff, but somehow made it to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, he's their future, though, Scott. He's going to cruise to a new deal with them.
No. Listen, that's what they're saying. And like I said, I'll give him.
It's a hot take. I got it. It's a hot take from you.
I'll give him a break because like I said, if you're having to shoot up in your throwing shoulder, you probably got some issues somewhere. So I'll break a little bit, but. Tyler, that look like a franchise quarterback you've seen the last two times New England's played?
I mean, no, but I also saw him play a lot of football throughout the season, and he looked fantastic. So, it's probably somewhere in between. I don't know how much the injuries played into it. I don't know how much the pressure, the moment, the stage played into it. But he played good football for a huge part of the season, and then in the playoffs, he was bad.
You know what that was? That's that dude can get you 20, 25 through three quarters, but it can't make a big shot in the fourth.
Would the Broncos have given Seattle a better run for their money?
Yes. Well, no. Yes and no. With Bo Nix, I'm not sure that they wouldn't have competed with him.
So, what are you saying?
I'm saying if Bo Nix would have played, I'm not so sure that they couldn't have given them a game and done like they did all year and win in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Because defensively, I think they're better than New England's, and I think and listen, wasn't like Darnold looked like the king of the world the first three quarters either, did he?
No, Darnold missed a lot of throws in the first half. I mean, he had three throws that probably would have led to scores had he not missed those. But he did get better as the game progressed. Look, could the Broncos have beat the Seahawks? I guess we'll never know. I think they absolutely would have looked better than the Patriots did in that game. Bo Nix absolutely would have been better than Drake May was in that game. So they would have had a better fighting chance at it. The game would have unfolded in a manner that would have given the Broncos a chance because that's the style of games that the Broncos tend to compete very well in. I think the Broncos would have had as good of a chance as anybody against the Seahawks in that game.
How would the Broncos have done against the Seahawks? No Bo Nix. With Stidham, but you get J.K. Dobbins back.
I don't know. I mean, the biggest difference in that game, so if you want to compare the Seahawks to the Broncos, a lot of similarities, right? Great defense. Great pass rush. They didn't do a lot of great things offensively, although throughout the season they did. They did a lot of great things throughout the season. In that game, they were held together by a really good running back and a kicker. That's what held them together. So I guess what you're saying is if the Broncos had the exact same formula that the Patriots had, meaning average quarterback play but good running back play, how would they have played? We would have had a decent football game.
The Kennedy was Seattle's running back, right? That was his name.
Kenneth
the one,
Walker.
the MVP.
Kenneth Walker the third.
Walker.
Or JFK. Either way.
JFK. I maybe I was stupid, but I'm watching Walker play and I'm like thinking, dude, he's built a lot like R.J. Harvey. Why? And all Chris Collinsworth could talk about, and they'd show it, and that's what's so great. Excuse me. That's what's so great watching television and listening, because then you can see the replays. But them showing this patience at the hole was absolutely fantastic television. It's the one thing that R.J. Harvey has none of. It was the one thing that J.K. Dobbins had tons of, Tyler, because you and I talked about it quite a bit on Mondays about how patient of a runner he was.
Yeah.
But Walker's built a little bit like R.J. Harvey now, isn't he?
Well, he's got some speed. I guess I can see the similarities. I feel like Kenneth looks thicker to me. He looks more like a bruiser to me. But, yeah, I can see some similarities there, Scotty.
Kenneth Walker, 5'9", 211. That's how he's listed. I don't know what RJ
Primarily
Harvey
known
is.
as a Colorado Buffalo, by the way, Kenneth Walker.
How so?
Well, that's because that was where he showcased himself in college.
Kenneth Walker played for the Buffs?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
You serious, Clark?
Yeah, I did not know that.
He played for the Buffs, and then when Mel Tucker went to Michigan State, he went with him to Michigan State.
Oh, I did not even know that.
Right. You know what? You're absolutely right.
I actually didn't even think that was a deep cut right there.
For me, it was, yeah. R.J. Harvey, 5'8", 205. So, pretty similar. Pretty similar. Yeah. Yep. Kenneth Walker's a unrestricted free agent, by the way.
Yeah. Let's not get too excited about that. Team's not going to let a Super Bowl MVP walk.
Okay.
I was going to say, he got himself paid. That's what he got.
I think so.
You are not going to win the fan base by allowing a Super Bowl MVP to walk.
Hey, and they called kind of an whatever hold on the center on about another 50-yard run and touchdown.
You know what? I thought that play right there, Scotty, might have prevented him from getting the MVP. I honestly thought that game was going to be the first ever kicker to get an MVP. And
did you really?
I did. I absolutely did. And on that play, when that got called back, I was like, oh, no, that might be the difference, because the one thing he didn't have was a touchdown in the game, right? And when that got called back, I was like, man, they really might have to go with the kicker now.
Dude, that was going to put him over 170 yards and a touchdown in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Come on now.
He was
tremendous. But I will say this, like Crawshaw, and that's where the similarities to Seattle, I guess. That kicker was and even at the end of the game, and it sounds stupid because it doesn't matter. You don't want to block. You still have 2 scores. But that little quick pooch Australian League's football kick he did with 12 dudes rushing, or 11 dudes rushing his ass, and he just line drived it and still end-over-ended all the way to the 5-yard line.
You could have given it to
He changed the field. He changed the field all game long.
He did. Yeah. Good argument for a punter to be MVP also.
You're taking some strays.
That'd have been great. That would have been the perfect ending to what this season felt like in the NBA. What did Tirico say? Eight of the teams were the top 8 teams all made it into the playoffs, and it was a defense felt like it was a defense kind of league. Didn't have any of the bright superstars just going crazy this year doing stupid numbers. It would have been perfect to end the Super Bowl with the punter being the MVP.
The odds, I saw a couple favoring the Broncos to actually win next year. Now, listen, I understand a lot of things have to do with luck and health. I get it. But assuming that the Broncos can be lucky enough and healthy enough, do you think the Broncos should be and could win the Super Bowl next year? Should be favored and could win the Super Bowl next year?
They should be at the top. They should be high on the list, sure. I don't see why they'd be number 1, right? I mean, why is Seattle not number 1? Why?
Because they have a ton of free agents that they're about to lose.
They'll probably get those guys back, right? I mean,
well, I don't know about that. I don't know what their cap situation is and what they got to get back. I know when the Broncos lost 2 defensive players, Malik Jackson and Danny Trevathan, their defense wasn't the same.
Hey, put him high on the list, sure.
What do you think, Scott?
Top 10 maybe, 10 maybe. But you got to see how does Dobbins come back and stay healthy? How does Bo Nix? I mean, I'm just going by what the coach says. I mean, this looks like a thing that happens every year and a half or so. So, got to make sure that this injury is good.
You're funny.
I think for the first time, you may want to go, and this isn't fair to him, and I apologize because he seems like a great family guy and a dad, but you probably want to see if you can upgrade your backup quarterback.
Upgrade your backup quarterback?
Well, like I said, I'm just going by what the coach says that this Bo Nix ankle happens quite a bit. It's.
You think Bo's got brittle bones, huh? He's brittle bones, Bo.
Isn't that what Sean Payton kind of told
us? Yeah, he's the BBB, brittle bones, Bo.
Brittle Brown Boo.
Brittle Browns, that sounds like a blues song. Brittle Browns, tell you the tale of Brittle Bones.
We was running the quarterback, man, with a brittle bone.
I'd probably put like go back to the conversation where the Broncos would be and favored to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
I don't know, maybe top 5. Like I mean, I can think of other teams that should be above them. The Rams should be above them.
Mm-hmm.
The Seahawks should be above them. The Patriots should be above them. The Patriots did just make it to a Super Bowl after all. They should probably be above them. After that, I don't know. Now we're starting to talk about the territory the Broncos are in, but that's good company to be in. Mm-hmm. Sure.
I will say this on Tyler's argument. Everybody who watched that game is sitting there saying Denver's better than New England. There's no way that they would have lost that game with Bo Nix. And so I think they are – I think New England will get poo-pooed. And I'm going to say one thing. I know we got so much to talk about. But, Tyler, I like Mike Vrabel. I think you like Mike Vrabel as a head coach anyway. We thought it was kind of stupid that Tennessee got rid of him when they got rid of him.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw his post game afterwards. I thought he was outstanding. I thought he was outstanding. They got the right guy there, and so I wouldn't bet against him just because of their head coach. I tell you what, would you still call Mike Vrabel a younger head coach?
Sure. No,
he's in his probably 40s, isn't he?
Sure, of course.
No, he's been a head coach for a decade.
Yeah, but
that's not a younger.
He's not even 50 years old.
No. But younger head coach is about experience to me. That more than about the age.
Well, by age, he's still a younger coach. I mean, if he all goes well, he could coach another 15 years, right? I mean,
no doubt about it. Easy.
No, I like that guy, and I hate liking anything from New England.
I did get some joy out of the Josh McDaniels offense being as bad as it was. I'll tell you that much.
That was bad.
Sorry, buddy.
That wasn't good.
Assistant Coach of the Year, Josh McDaniels. Where were you in the Super Bowl, buddy?
All right, let's dig into more elements of the game itself and a little bit of the Olympics. The Nuggets hosting Cleveland tonight, and just a couple games before the All-Star break, so they're getting healthier. Scott, definitely getting healthier, which is good. Although Jamal scared us with that hip, but I think he's going to be okay. So plenty to dig into. Gorgeous day, man. It's a Rally House Football Monday. Our last one of the year, man. Thanks to Rally House. They've been an awesome partner this entire year. So Rally House, shop every team in town. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, what's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The new year is here, and improving your health may be one of your big resolutions. And if you're tired, low on energy, not sleeping well, not seeing progress in the gym, what is going on? Sometimes that can make it very tough to be committed. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is here to help you with that resolution and so much more. These symptoms often a sign of low T. And guys in their early to mid-30s, you start losing percentages of that low T, and you turn around and you're like, oh my gosh, what happened? But check this out. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic not only is helping in its traditional ways, but also with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. It's designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. Nice job, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. With the low T treatments combined with the body composition programs, most men notice real improvements, more energy, better focus, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and often a renewed sex drive as well. So find out for yourself. Just call 720-440-7900. 720-440-7900. Get started at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Feature therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Bon Jovi was in a Super Bowl commercial with Key of Key and Peele, and who's my guy? Who's oh gosh darn it, he's the baseball player there. This is terrible. He's great. He's funny. Danny, what's his face? Help me.
Woodhead. I didn't see the commercial.
No. But just not Danny Woodhead. Gosh darn it. He's in Tropic Thunder. He's in those HBO.
Danny McBride.
Danny McBride. Thank you. Yeah. So Key and Danny McBride. That was pretty funny. Where they were kind of playing off. I think it's an insurance commercial or something. Then Bon Jovi. It was an Allstate commercial. Pops up in the end. So there you go. Dan, I don't know if that was on purpose or not.
Allstate bills have gone up. Sitting there putting up commercials on Super Bowls.
Well, there you go. So I respect the effort, Dan, unless that was just a coincidence that you played a little Bon Jovi.
I saw it.
So is that why you played that? Are you going a little theme-wise?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I like it. My favorite one was the Duncan commercial.
That was good.
I thought that was pretty clever. And I did love the Benson Boone, Ben Stiller commercial. And there was the one that aired, and then there's like a 2-minute version of it where Ben Stiller just keeps trying to do backflips off every part of the stage to keep up with Benson Boone, which was pretty funny. I have no idea what the commercial was for. I think it's Instacart, like order bananas or something like that. So that was good. I did any of them catch your eye?
I did with the anti-Tyler thing, and I actually went to a Super Bowl party, which is not what Tyler likes to do. I'll go third person on that one.
There you go.
I generally speaking like to watch by myself, but when you're at these parties, you can't even hear them. So I don't know. I got to go back and watch them all, I guess.
Oh, no, I don't think you have to kill yourself.
Listen, Tyler's in the middle of courting, so you start doing things you don't want to do.
He does all sorts of stuff now.
Yep.
Yeah, you're courting, so you got to do that. I did like the Dunkin' Donuts, especially how they made all the other people, all the other casts from all the different shows, And then at the end, wasn't that the end where Jennifer comes in and goes, I got a new boyfriend, Tom.
Yeah, but first she did that, but first she hit us with a D's nuts. How do you like D's nuts? I got a new boyfriend. Here's Tom. He's like, what's up, guys?
But at all these different shows that were like Monster in the, 90s?
Yeah, they were all playing different characters.
80s, 90s, yeah. I mean, it was like, oh, man. Well, there's Jason Alexander from Seinfeld. There's Joey.
Duncan's, generally speaking, has crushed it almost every year in the Super Bowl.
And that's Ben, like, playing off of Matt Damon. I thought it was funny, man. I liked it.
Well, and then you have Sam, the bartender, go, hey, listen, you're gonna sit there and live off gonna live off your Boston stick all your career, I mean, that was a good commercial. I liked the little bitty bird that fell down out of the nest, and the small Clydesdale colt stood over him so he wouldn't get wet, and then they grew up and became best friends.
Yeah, the whole thing. I realize if they want to make you cry, like Super Bowl commercials can definitely make you cry.
Budweiser Freebird is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean it's the same elements that make us such saps.
Oh, the other one that was clever, and I couldn't really hear all the audio, but the Pepsi one with the polar bear, that was clever.
Yeah,
stealing Coca-Cola's polar bear.
They must have lost their copyright on the polar bear's Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola didn't really even have a commercial, did they?
I don't know.
Not that I remember now. No.
Maybe because is Pepsi the new official drink of the NFL?
I have no idea. I mean, they've sponsored the NFL for a long time. They've done all sorts of stuff with the NFL. Back in the day with Michael Jackson, they were with Pepsi in the NFL.
We didn't get any QR codes this year.
Oh, yeah, we did.
There was one.
There was a QR code?
There was one commercial that had 2 or 3 on there. Yeah.
But was it just the QR code? Because remember, what was it, Coinbase, I think?
Oh.
They literally just put a QR code with no information.
No. It wasn't like that. It was Mr. Beast doing his Mr. Beast thing, and you can win $1 million QR code.
Yeah. Gotcha.
The whole Mr. Beast thing is, hey, the guy's really successful. I get it, but holy cow. I get it. You give away money. You're a game show host. You give away cash. Cool. I mean, it is kind of tired with Mr. Beast.
See how many people were.
Plenty, I'm sure.
The warden was trying to get up there, and the junior warden was all PO'd that she didn't get her phone up in time to get the QR code. She's saying, "Roll it back, run it back,"
Yeah.
So I'll bet you a whole lot of people still hit that QR code, didn't they?
Oh, I'm sure they did. I mean, the guy is successful for a reason. I'm just sort of over it and tired of it.
Oh, was another good one you mentioned, make you cry.
Yeah.
And it was like it might have been the very first commercial at the very first time out. And it was the Lay's potato chip commercial.
Yeah, that's fine.
It was the old guy, and he's giving the farm to his daughter, right? And then you flash back to when he was taking his daughter out to the farm, and now she's grown and he's old, and that was pretty good.
Yeah, that's live like you were dying. I gave my American Express card to my girl and watched her drive off to the West Coast. It's they can get you. They can get you in 30 seconds. Ain't no doubt about it.
What was the Kenny Powers one?
Kenny Powers, yeah, that's my guy. He was with Key. It was like for Allstate.
Oh, that's the one you. Okay.
Yeah. Kenny Powers, Danny McBride. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's Danny McBride. Okay,
that's Danny McBride. I can't believe I forgot his name. I love him. I've seen everything he's done. But there you go. The commercials. All right, so I'm sitting there watching this, and I'm I'm having a hard time with the whole thing because I'm just thinking about how the Broncos should be in this game. And I started getting more and more upset with Sean Payton. Sorry, Coach. But it wasn't the play call. It was the decision. Because if you're up 10-0 on the Patriots, you win. Like, they just are not a come-from-behind offense. There's nothing all that dynamic about them. And it forces them into turnovers. So I understand Sean wants to defend the decision and it was the wrong play call. But the more that I look back on it, guys, 10-0, they beat the Patriots. They do. The Patriots would just be forced to do what they've done all year.
You know what's crazy about that? And I don't think you're wrong based off the Patriots offense that we saw in the playoffs. But if you're scouting for the Patriots, if you're game planning for the Patriots going into the playoffs, they scored the second most points per game of any team in the NFL all year long, right? And so going into the playoffs, that's not what you would have thought would have been a game plan that would have worked. In hindsight, you're right. 10 points probably would have been enough to get that game under control.
Kills me. Tough one to live with, guys.
Why can somebody for the life of me explain when the Patriots did finally score, why they didn't go for two?
No idea. What was the score at the time?
Like, they were down, okay, what was it? It was 19-0, right? So they score a touchdown.
Yeah.
And they just kick the extra point. Rather than had they
they went for two on the first one, did they?
No, the first one they did not.
Second touchdown.
The first one they just kicked the extra point. But had they gone for two, they could have scored twice, 8 points, 16. Then that would have left you just with the field goal to tie up the game. Like I'm like, Mike Vrabel's a pretty smart dude. Somebody explain that one to me.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't think it really mattered because I didn't see them making some sort of dramatic comeback one way or the other.
Well, yeah, you're right. But, I mean, don't you coach to give yourself a chance?
So I see what you're saying. Like, you get 8, you hopefully get another 8, then you're set for 3.
Exactly. Because even if you missed the 2-point conversion, you still would have been able to cover with the touchdown, with 2 more touchdowns.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. Why not just try? I don't know, man. It's kind of like in your Super Bowl, like when I saw the Panthers punting in the fourth quarter. I was like, wow.
Yeah.
I guess we're just giving up. And I couldn't believe Ron Rivera did that in the Super Bowl against you guys. I'm like, whoa, we're punting? We're down by like 2 possessions and we're punting. I was like, oh, the Broncos just won the Super Bowl. That's pretty cool. So who knows? I don't know what – I mean, I agree with you, although I don't think it mattered whatsoever. If you look at the stats, Drake May piled up a lot of phony numbers, man, when the game was absolutely out of hand.
Yeah.
So
he had 295 yards passing.
Yeah,
I bet
come on, man.
When he's down three scores, he probably got at least 140 of that.
Yeah.
I did laugh when Chris Collinsworth was describing Drake May and his ability to get out of the pocket, and he said, statistically speaking, he's the best rushing quarterback in the NFL. I'm sorry, by what other measure are we going to measure who's the best rushing quarterback in the NFL other than stats? Well, how else are we going to measure that?
I don't know, man. Sometimes you don't have to run. Is that what he was implying? That there's other guys that are better out there? They just don't have to scramble around?
I don't know.
Is that what he means?
All I know is that the dude is the best rushing quarterback in the league this year.
The Patriots had the 3rd easiest strength of schedule this season.
Yep.
3rd easiest. And they got one break after another in the postseason. Come on, let's be real. And maybe they forced some of it because C.J. Stroud was exceptionally bad. Then they played hamburger helper hand with Justin Herbert, who was hurt, and then they got Stidham in a snowstorm. To me, a healthy Broncos team takes care of the Patriots. I'm not going to say they win by a lot because they didn't beat anybody by a lot this year, but they take care of it. And the question is, where would the Broncos be if they face the Seahawks in the Super Bowl? And for the record, I hate to say it, but I think they probably would have lost even with Bo Nix. I just don't think it's quite their time because I don't think the offense is gelling like they should. How about Sam Darnold after the games, being critical of his offense?
That was the most mopey Super Bowl winning quarterback I've ever seen in my life. Like, dude, it's okay to smile. You just won the Super Bowl.
He was like, oh, man. Like, all right. Hey, how about our defense, 12s?
Hey.
But he was interviewed.
Sam Darnold's career has gone from seeing ghosts to in about 3 months wearing the biggest ring he's ever owned.
It's remarkable. Good for him. Who do you think has more regrets?
Did you see Drew Lock with the champagne goggles on in the locker room?
Yeah, he's a Super Bowl champion.
Why did he have champagne goggles?
Well, I think they were throwing champagne on each other.
I've never seen that done in the NFL. Did you see that done in that locker room?
I don't recall the post-game celebration. I kind of tuned out by then. Did they not do the champagne?
I don't know if they did. If they did, that would be the first that I've ever seen it in the NFL.
I don't know. Why else would he have the goggles on? Is it going downhill racing? What would the other reason be?
But that's my whole point. I've never seen a champagne shower in the NFL.
I thought they all did champagne showers.
No, only baseball.
Well, NBA does champagne
Do they?
showers.
Okay. Hockey does champagne showers.
All right. Well, I've never seen it in the NFL.
No. I have no idea.
I'm seeing video. They're doing champagne.
Yeah. I don't recall us doing champagne, that's for sure.
You guys are just pouring, man.
Dude, you were hopped up on uppers and brownies and stuff like that.
In the middle of the game?
Yeah, post game.
Those things hit quick.
Drew Lock, Super Bowl champion. Good for Drew.
I like Drew.
How about that?
That's good.
I'm happy for him.
Yeah, I am too.
Thank God his ring ain't measured on the side of his head.
Drew found a team that freaking believes in him. Like not as a starting quarterback, but they value that dude. He's been in that organization twice now. They value Drew Lock. That's cool. That's good for him.
We all got our roles, right? So Drew Lock is a Super Bowl champ.
Yeah, how about that?
How about that? All right, any other takeaways from the game?
I watched both halftime shows.
Okay.
They both sucked.
Okay.
There you go. Yeah, I watched them both. They both sucked. How about that?
All right. Scott?
Are you mad about that?
No, I'm not mad about anything.
Oh, okay.
I watched Bad Bunny. I thought for the ambience of the show was fantastic. It'd been nice to know what he was saying. We recorded the other one, and I watched about half of it, but my back was hurting too bad, and so I went up to bed.
Kid Rock's audio was off by like 3 seconds with his lip singing. It was. I don't know if it was whatever he was listening to in his ears was not the same track that was being played over the speakers, but his lip singing was off by like 3 whole seconds.
Well, they didn't do the venue right. To me, you know what that was? That was like a big hotel's ballroom.
Where was it?
I have no idea, but it looked like a ballroom where they did a hotel. Warren read somewhere where they were having major transmission problems for a while, and some outlets couldn't get it in. But I mean, let's be honest, it's a small organization trying to do a TV broadcast.
I don't really. The lip syncing to me doesn't really bother me because most artists do sing along.
As long as you're in sync with the music.
Yeah, most artists do sing if you don't know it with backing tracks. It's not unusual whatsoever. I mean, a lot of artists do that. So I really don't hold that against artists. They just kind of do it. That being said, it was a little weird. It was just a little disjointed at some point. I went back and watched it, and I like Ba with the Ba. So I'm like, okay, well, there you go. That's a song I like. The Bad Bunny thing was interesting because I went back and I didn't understand what was going on because I'm not that familiar with Puerto Rican history. So, but I'm always curious, Tyler and Scott, just about history of things I don't know about. For whatever reason, I went down a really weird Lyndon Baines Johnson, LBJ wormhole. There's several movies about LBJ, like that period from the Kennedy assassination to when Nixon took over that I just didn't really know. And I just sort of went down that. I was like, oh, this is really, really interesting, kind of relevant to what's going through these days. I didn't know the history of like Puerto Rico, what issues they've been dealing with, the nature of Puerto Rico itself, and then Puerto Rico and New York City. So it's pretty cool to actually go and like learn more about what was actually going on and what everything symbolized. And I was like, all right, this is pretty cool. And then, and it really was like a musical. It wasn't just like a halftime show, like we're just going to do a montage of songs. You kind of got to accept it for what it was, which was a musical performance about the history of Puerto Rico and the influence of Puerto Rico in New York City. And then the overall message was love, which, I mean, how can you, be against love? I'm not sure how you, like, are anti-love. Yeah, I thought so.
Where'd you get that message from?
Just the whole thing. What do you mean? Did you not get that?
I didn't hear the word love. I was waiting for the word love.
They had it up on the Jumbotron, Scott. Like if you looked above, it literally was on the Jumbotron above them.
Oh, there you go. That right there speaks to the world.
So you didn't like it. So you didn't like Bad Bunny.
No, I thought the choreography and everything about it was fantastic. I was sitting there with with prisoner 582165582, and I said, you know what? I'm listening to this, and I feel like I should be in Cabo right now, sitting by the ocean with a Corona, and just listen to this music, and it would be the greatest thing in the world.
Yeah, I think I'm down with that as well. I love. Do you guys like Latin music?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. All right. That's what it was. So.
You know, the funny thing, though, how about this? So you got a Latin show going on, and there's people upset. It's the American Super Bowl. Okay, I get you. Whatever. Doesn't matter. But then you have Lady Gaga right in the middle of it singing a Bruno Mars song.
I know. I thought that was a little bit weird.
That was a Bruno Mars. That wasn't a Bad Bunny song?
That was Bruno.
Oh.
That was a Bruno Mars song.
All right.
Mm-hmm. And I'm like, she's singing a Bruno. And then I will say this. Please, 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 Miss Gaga, don't dance.
You're not a fan of Lady Gaga dancing?
Yeah, when it came to the dance, that was a little forced, and I'm not sure she got the rhythm in the hips that she needs.
Somehow Ricky Martin looked like he was about 35 years old.
He looked great.
And that's another thing. Ricky Martin came out and sang for like 35 seconds.
Well, when he came on, I was turning to everybody, is that, and I couldn't place it, but I was like, is that, and everybody's like, yes, who is that? Yes, and finally we figured out it was Ricky Martin. I was like, no way. He looks way too young to be Ricky Martin.
Yeah, he's in a show this year that I doubt you guys watched. It's called Palm Royale with Kristen Wiig and Allison Janney. Oh, okay. Well, it's a kind of a fun.
I like Allison Chains too.
Allison Janney, not Allison Chains.
Oh, okay. My bad.
No, but it was an HBO show. It was really. I'm not recommending it. I liked it, but it's boutique beyond boutique. But I've been watching Ricky Martin in that for the past, year or so. Like, he's a good-looking dude. But he got younger looking in that particular venue. Like, to the degree I was like, is that? I think that's Ricky Martin. But we had to, go back and check to make sure it was him. But it's good to see Ricky Martin, man. She bangs. Living La Vida Loca.
He was the influence when he came out with She Bangs, you remember that video? That was my goal that year, to be able to fit into leather pants like Ricky Martin.
Did you pull that off?
That'd have been one hell of a goal.
You got any photos?
I'm still working on that 20 years later.
How's that going?
Yeah, well, it's still a goal, okay? Okay? You okay? Come on and everything, okay?
I understand. Listen, it's good to have goals.
Boomhauser.
Yeah, I thought they both sucked. That was my take.
You're just not a fan, huh?
No, I didn't like either one of them.
The best shows they've ever had at halftime, let's be honest, I think he's done it twice. Bruno Mars puts on a show that's unbelievable. Just make Bruno Mars your halftime host. He's your Johnny Carson of Super Bowl halftimes, where he does it for like 25 years.
He's done it twice.
Yeah, but I think he
just did it again.
Did you like the national anthem by Charlie Puth?
I'll tell you, the camera work was pretty sick for sure.
Yeah, that was.
I mean, that was it. The whole thing was like a cool moment. Yeah,
it was awesome.
That dude's got a voice,
dude. And do you realize he was paying tribute to Whitney Houston by the way he arranged the song and what he was singing in the end?
I did not know.
Mm-hmm. Like the way, if you go back, which is the most iconic anthem of all time, Whitney Houston.
Yep.
Which, by the way, was lip synced. I don't know if you guys knew that or not, but it was. And
wait, she lip synced an anthem?
Yeah.
No way.
A lot of people.
You can't do really?
Oh yeah.
You can lip sync an anthem?
Most Super Bowl anthems are lip synced.
That seems wrong to me.
Well,
that like I get the performance thing, but if the anthem, you shouldn't be able to lip sync that.
They've been doing it for years. I mean, Christina Aguilera screwed it all up. She forgot the lyrics, which was like brutal. She wasn't lip syncing; she was just screwing it up. But Charlie Puth wasn't. He wasn't lip syncing, but he was giving tribute to her by the way it ended. Like it goes, home brave. And if you think about it, and you go back and look at Whitney Houston, she did the same way. And then the camera guy, and I saw Peter Burns, our pal Peter Burns, who knows the camera guy. And the camera guy goes, yeah, that's just what you do. Like, that's how you do it. You hit the guy, and then you tilt up for the planes, carry with the planes back to the guy. It was awesome. They nailed it. So, I thought that was kind of cool.
I was blown away by his voice.
He's unbelievable.
His voice was outstanding.
He's incredible.
I didn't know who he was, to be honest, but he was amazing.
You don't know who Charlie Puth is?
I didn't know.
Holy cow.
You know what, Tyler? I didn't know who that was either, but I was like, oh, my gosh, that dude could sing right there.
Well, he did it's been a long time since you've been there.
As soon as I saw that, I wanted to take a Puth. I had to go down the rabbit hole and find some Puth.
He's an incredible musician. So, all right. Any other moments? How about my boy Tirico? He does play-by-play. Check this out. He does play-by-play of the entire Super Bowl. Which, can you imagine that, right? Getting ready and doing that. Then he takes an elevator or however you get downstairs, goes on the field and hosts the primetime coverage of the Olympics. Like, you got to be kidding me for a twofer, like a broadcasting twofer.
Hey, I got to ask you guys something. And we talked to Tirico. I thought Tirico was too long-winded in the first half, but I thought he smoothed down the second. And I'm good buddies, and I think Tirico's the best there is. And he's a fabulous broadcaster. Did you guys happen to watch Scott Van Pelt a little bit later on ESPN?
I did not. What was he doing?
Well, they're doing the Ryan Clark and the other guy, Reese, or whatever, the bigger guy. But they're out in front of the stadium doing the show. They're out in front of SoFi. They're doing the show out in front of SoFi in L.A.
Yeah.
The Super Bowl was at Levi in San Jose.
Okay.
Can anybody tell me why they're sitting out live doing a live Sports Center broadcast in front of SoFi? I mean, the stadium looked lit up and beautiful. It looked awesome. Is that where they are next year?
I'm honestly asking, were they advertising for next year?
They were.
I mean, that is where it is. So
that's where it is next year. And there's another reason, too. The NFL Network, which ESPN is soon to partner with, their studios are located right outside of SoFi.
Right there.
So my guess is it was a twofer, like, not only are we promoting, we're moving on to next year, but we're becoming partners with NFL Network. Like, it's kind of handy all the stuff is here, right? Like, we're not going to have to really do anything.
Thank you for that.
So
I was tripping out watching that going, why are they in front of SoFi? But now it makes 100%.
LA's got a few big years coming up. They got Super Bowl next year. The year after that, they got the Olympics, right?
They got the Olympics. That's right. Isn't World Cup? Is World Cup coming to LA too?
Probably.
Well, it's coming all over the country.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I assume we're wicked late. Should we just keep going, Dan, or just keep going? All right, that's cool.
Well,
all right. Let me get to the Olympics and Lindsey Vonn. Go ahead. What do you guys have to say about Lindsey Vonn?
Oh, I got nothing smart to say about Lindsey Vonn. I mean, it was fun to play the conspiracy thing for a while, but honestly, my takeaway on it was it's easy to tell somebody when to give their time up, man. It's real easy to tell somebody else when they should stop competing, and I got nothing respect for a 41-year-old that went out there chasing their last moment. She went down in flames, but Scott, you and I have both talked about it many times. One regret I have over my career is that I had 2 or 3 years left. And I honestly, in hindsight, wish I wouldn't tell the wheels fell off. She's not going to have that regret.
Yeah, I'm with you, and I was thinking that exact same thing when you started talking, that it's tough for me to say, what do you keep doing that for? And I sit here at my age going, you know, and I left 2 or 3 years on the table of, well, but I'll be honest with you. I left 2, 3 years on the table for money. You know, I'm looking back going, I'd have played 2, 3 more years. If I was going to play 2, 3 more years, it was only going to be for money.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but Scott, you probably feel different today about that than you did then. Like at the time, you probably felt like you were making that decision. But looking back on it now, I would guess, I'm not trying to put words into your mouth, but I would guess you look back on it, man, I had 2 or 3 more years to play that, and I was never going to get to do it again the rest of my life.
Yep. Yeah. Now when it's so far gone, you're like thinking, now it's about playing. And especially I've been, you know, covering the game for the nearly 40 years, 35 years since. You're like, yeah, now it's just about playing. And then I was like, man, I was tired of moving. I was tired of moving.
Yeah.
And if I wouldn't have been tired of moving, I could have got 3 more years easily. And here we go. You know, would that have changed my life drastically? I don't know. You know, I think my plan was probably set, and I probably would have walked down the same pathways I did, just had a few more do-re-mis in my pocket. But I was talking to somebody today who's a big-time skier, and she fell at 12 seconds basically into the run, and she hit her shoulder on that first post, right, or one of the first posts.
It wasn't that she just hit the post, unfortunately, because they hit post gates all the time. That's part of ski racing. She hooked the gate, and that was the difference. And, boy, that is fractions. Fractions. That is the difference between just hitting it and going right through it and hooking it and being done.
And the guy that was talking to me said, listen, it wouldn't have mattered whether she had a good knee or not. When she hooked that post, she was done.
For sure.
When you hook a post, you're in for a major crash. You hope you get out of it, you know, okay.
Yeah.
But he said, and that's what this guy told me. He said, you know, and he said the same thing. He goes, I'm not so sure that she should have probably not let the next alternate come up and do it. You appreciate the guts, and I don't want to leave anything out there. But because you failed on a technical, I mean, that was all her technique that caused her to fail. He said once she hooked that, I mean, it wouldn't have mattered whether she had an ACL or not. She was done. She was going down and going down hard.
You know, the whole concept of somebody else could have skied. If she was the 4th qualifying woman from the U.S., they had four women who qualified for the downhill. If she was number 4, I'd be more leaning in that direction too. But the truth of the matter is she was a top 10 qualifier going into the race. And you don't get judged. It's not a judge sport. You have to earn that. And what they do is they let a couple of skiers go down just to warm the course up a little bit, make sure the course is fine. And then they take the top 12 or so racers in the world, and they randomly draw them to go, say, 6 through 18. Breezy Johnson, who won it, went 6th. I think Lindsay went 13th. Something. She did go 13. Unlucky 13. But you know what I'm saying? She wasn't the 4th qualifier. She was number 2 to Breezy Johnson, who won the gold medal.
Mm-hmm.
And then to win the gold medal, do you know Breezy Johnson? Well, great story there, too, because she got wrecked on that same course. She won by 0.04 of a second. So the difference between winning and coming in 10th is probably a second or so, something like that.
Less than a second.
So the only way for Lindsey Vonn to try to win was to take extraordinary chances. And she had done that course 2 training runs. She only had to do 1 to qualify for the Olympics. You have to do 1. She did 2, and it went fine for her. And she had one of the top qualifying times. So this was, to me, just more like
bad luck.
Bad luck. And trying to win. And since when do we dump on people who are trying to be aggressive to win?
No, I mean, listen, we all loved Phillip Rivers coming out of retirement this year. We all loved it, right? And Phillip actually came out and played pretty good football, all things considered. You know, he didn't win games. But for Lindsey Vonn to be in a position, first off, you know what? even if there was a qualifier, even if there was somebody behind her that would have been in a better position to compete, really wouldn't that have been on the coaches to make that decision anyways? Like wouldn't that have been on them to decide who should be elevated, who should not?
Yeah, there just wasn't though.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I'm just saying let's play the game, right? So like we're trying to vilify Lindsey Vonn for making that decision, and it's just not the way it went down. So no, man, it was sad to see it. She fractured her leg, by the way, which was that the same leg? Yeah,
same leg as the ACL.
All
She
right.
broke her left leg, and it was a left ACL tear.
God, I saw a list of all her injuries from the course of her career.
It's unbelievable.
That woman has been banged up.
She's got a lot of guts, man. Got a lot of guts.
See all the boyfriends she's had in her career, too?
Scotty.
All right. Hey, heads up. The Nuggets have 2 games left before the All-Star break, and we got James Harden again and the Cavs. We know James Harden. Game starts at 7 o'clock. Pregame powered by Ramos Law starts at 6:30 here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Well, I get to previewing the Nuggets a little bit and what they have on tap with Cleveland here in town and James Harden. Also, health is getting better. It's creeping up there. Also, the Olympics is on now, and I'm curious some of your takes on the other Olympic sports that are out there. It's the Winter Olympics is a trip.
I watched some the team ice skating yesterday.
Yeah, quad guy.
That was pretty good, man. That one cat America got that kind of had a monster score to win the team event for him. He's the last guy to go for the team.
The quad god.
Ilya.
Yeah.
Dude, the quad guy who does a backflip on the ice with ice skates.
They have legalized backflips for the first time in years and years and years.
Have we not watched Blades of Glory?
Exactly.
We feel like this is a good idea, huh?
Well, they said it was too dangerous, but now they've put it back in, so you're allowed to do it. You don't really score that high.
They used to do this?
Oh, yeah. Back in the day. It was banned like years and years ago. It hasn't been legal in forever.
Oh, wow.
You know what? I'm not sure that – I think DMac's right. I'm not sure the judge really scores it super high. But when it happens, the crowd in the arena goes frickin' ape.
It's cool as hell. All right, we'll get to that in just a little bit. Somebody on the text line, Shot Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, smarter than us, no doubt, pointed out, hey, listen, guys, Seattle has $74 million in cap space. They're actually 5th in the NFL in available cap space. But I'm going through their roster, and I'm looking at that compared to the Broncos. And Spot Rack has market value for the players who are becoming free agents. And what stood out to me is there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players who are about to become free agents on the Seahawks who have a market value of over $8 million. The Broncos have one guy whose market value is over $8 million. Can you guess who it is?
JFM?
That is correct. At at over $7 million. $7 million, my bad, not 8. 7.8. That's his market value. John Franklin Myers, 7.8. Meanwhile, the Seahawks have, you ready for this? Rashid Shaheed, 14. Boye Mafe, did I get that right? 8 million. Kenneth Walker, 9 million. Josh Joby, 9.7. Kobe Bryant, 14.2. And Tariq Woolen, 8.1. Meanwhile, the Broncos are just a bunch of bottom feeders relatively with their free agents. Alex Singleton's market value, they're listed at $4.6 million average per year.
4.5 to 5, yeah.
Troutman, 2.8. PJ Locke, 3.5. 3.8 for Stranad. You know what I'm saying? J.K. Dobbins, 2.5. They've got the Broncos as just a bunch of, scrappy dudes, man, in free agency. Mm-hmm. Whereas, so there's a bunch of them. Now, if you
you can bring the guys you want to bring back. Of the Broncos list, you probably bring back Troutman, don't you?
I'd bring back Alex Singleton. And the team, I just don't think the team values Jonathan Franklin Myers the same way that a lot of people do.
I agree.
Because financially, it's not that big of a deal, other than the fact, do they really want to be committed to that many guys on the O-line and D-line long term?
Yeah, I don't know, but it's funny because the Broncos don't have as much open cap space, not even close, $26 million compared to $74 million, but they don't have as many big name guys.
Well, where are you going with that, though? I mean, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I think it's a good thing for the Broncos, although the Seahawks, if they wanted to, they could do it. I mean, they've got the space to bring a bunch of these guys back.
70's stupid. Like that's a crazy amount of cap space that's available. So they can definitely prioritize to get the majority of those guys back if that's what they want to do. I think for the Broncos, the good news is that you don't have any major decisions to be made. I see this. There's this conversation and narrative going on out there right now about Drake Greenlaw that he's going to be one and done. And I'm like, why? Why would you have Drake Greenlaw be one and done? To save $6 million in cap space doesn't make sense to me. You don't want to gut your entire inside linebacker room with Justin Strnad, Drake Greenlaw, and Alex Singleton. I would bring back Alex Singleton to Scott's question, so he would be at the top of my list. And then, if you want to prioritize guys like Troutman after that, fine. But I wouldn't let those guys walk.
Yeah,
I'm saying Troutman. If Troutman's only cost you a couple $1 million, I think I think he's got the trust of the coaching staff and the head coach in particular. And that's only going to cost you a few $1 million.
By the way,
it
would not take much for the Broncos to get themselves within the stratosphere of the money that the Seahawks have available. You could front Mike McGlinchey. You could redo Ben Powers. You could redo even Dre Greenlaw. You could restructure his contract, and you could create another $20 to $30 million like that.
I just think you got your world championship if you're one of them Seahawks dudes. You're just looking to cash out now, and you might. They're going to lose some dudes. I guess that's what my point is. Despite having all that cap space, it seems inevitable they're going to miss and lose some impact players on that team. It's crazy how much they're valued compared to the Broncos. It's wild. So they've got a lot of very talented, high-priced free agents. Now, they do have cap space, but kind of so what? You have no idea who's going to overpay for you, and you're going to lose. It just took the Broncos losing a couple of dudes on defense for that defense to be good, but not the same. It wasn't the same when Malik wasn't here and when Danny Trevathan wasn't here. Again, good, but, dripped away. I think it's a good sign for the Broncos that they just don't have a lot of high-priced dudes that they might lose. I think you could survive losing. Hey, listen, I'm not for losing Alex Singleton, but I think you could live without him. I think there's ways to supplement that. I'm not looking to ditch him or anything like that. And he's not really going to cost you that much.
No.
But who's to say Singleton's going to want to stick around? I get it with these guys. If they've got a better offer, if the grass is greener somewhere else, and they're a little insulted that we didn't get a deal done. I kind of get that. Like if they just want to, pick up and go somewhere else. So it'll be interesting in free agency, but I think the Broncos are in pretty good shape.
When you're talking about, what'd you say, Singleton's number 3.6, 3.8, whatever it was? That
4.6 market
4.6.
value. Yeah, but according to Spot
say
Rack.
you offer him 4.6, and his years of service. How much is it worth to uproot your family and a fan base that loves you?
That's a question all athletes have to ask.
Is that $500,000? Is it $1 million? Is it $2 million?
You guys tell me.
If Ken Walker is offered his 9.3 there in Seattle, but somebody comes and says 12, do you not jump at that?
Well, Kenneth Walker is 25 years old. So if he's not willing to uproot his life to make the most money possible, I don't know who would be. Alex Singleton's got a family and is 32 and a half. I mean,
right.
Huge difference as far as I could tell.
Yeah, it's always relative to how much money you've made, how many years you've played, and whether you've had a championship or not. All those things factor into those decisions.
And let's be honest too. When as you get up there, Tyler, go back to your decision. It's comfort of family and home.
Yeah.
If Alex Singleton has made this his home, I mean, he went through one of the most tragic things in his life as far as personal health goes, and the support he garnered around him from this fan base. To him, that's worth maybe sticking here, and Could you not see Alex Singleton making this his home for the next 30, 40 years?
A lot of guys do.
Yeah.
Hey, let me go down this list, and you tell me, do we got to keep them, or are we okay? And we're not insulting them. We're not saying bad things about them, but just got to keep them or not.
So I'll play the game, but my general thought on that, DMac, is that there's not a guy – I've got guys that I want to keep. I don't think there's a guy that's going to be on this list that you're going to say, oh, we can't live without him.
Okay. All right.
But
how about
we can play the game. That's just my opinion.
How about this? I'll just go through the names, and you stop me when we hit somebody you got to keep. All right, Scott? Tyler, here we go.
So not we want to keep, like you can't live without him.
Yeah, you can't live without him. We got to get him back.
Okay.
All right. John Franklin Myers. Alex Singleton. Adam Troutman. P.J. Locke.
Keep.
You can't live without him.
You're not playing the game, Scott.
You can't live without him.
Can't live without him.
Can't live without him. Gotta have him. You want me to start again?
Yeah, try that again.
John Franklin Myers, Alex Singleton, Adam Troutman, P.J. Locke, Justin Strnad, J.K. Dobbins. Okay. Mercedes Lewis, Little Jordan Humphrey, Sam Mustipher.
Yeah, there's not a single guy that is like do or die.
Wow, that's wild. All right, you're in good spirit.
No, you want to play the game again on guys that we want to keep?
Well, I don't know what the difference is. You either got to keep him, you want to keep him. What's the difference?
Oh, I think there's a big difference. Like if we get you done at the right price, I'd love to have you back.
Okay, love to have him back, guys.
Yeah.
Like we're gonna let you test the market. I mean, that's basically what you're saying.
I mean, there's a dollar figure that I would walk away from you.
Got to keep guys. You're keeping them. You're being aggressive with them.
Yeah, there's a dollar figure that I'll let you walk for.
Love to keep them, guys, as you're going to test the market, and we'll see what's what.
Okay.
All right. John Franklin Myers.
Yes.
Alex Singleton.
Yes.
Troutman.
Yes.
PJ Locke.
Yes.
Yes.
Stranad.
Yes.
Okay. J.K. Dobbins.
Yes.
Mercedes Lewis. Little Jordan Humphrey.
Gone.
Mustapher.
Gone.
But my point is, like, I want to keep the majority of those guys. I want the majority of those guys to still be on this roster.
Yeah, but you're okay if they test the market.
Yeah.
Well, all right. I think you're in pretty good position then if you're the Broncos. If that's how you're feeling about those guys, that means they're somewhat replaceable. I mean, it'd be nice to have them, but they're somewhat replaceable if, we're going to let you test the market.
Yeah, about 47 out of your 53 guys are replaceable, generally speaking.
Okay. All right. Would you say that about the offensive line?
Well, I mean, you don't have to have the conversation because you're dialed in. You're locked in.
You're locked in. Listen, I guess my point is I'm being upbeat here. The Broncos are, I think, in a really good position here going into free agency. And you look at a team like the Seahawks, can they really keep it together? We'll see. They got a lot of, higher priority guys that are going to command a lot more money than the Broncos. And there you go. The Broncos, the big salaries, the Broncos have locked up all their big salary guys. They have. The highest market value is John Franklin Myers, and they're clearly okay letting him go.
Their biggest salary guy for next season will be a free agent.
And by the way, are you really positive at age 33? Not trying to say anything bad about him because he's been great. But at age 33, we really, got to have Alex Singleton back here?
I want to have him. It's not a gotta have.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's a good point. Wanna and gotta is two different words.
Good spot there for the Broncos. All right, hey, I was just seeing a preview of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Boy, they have they're an interesting team, Scott. Plus, there's something going on in the Olympics that doesn't seem right. Details coming up next.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, go to Phil Long Ford, the best car dealership in Colorado. Phil Long Ford's got the best prices, the best customer service, and the best inventory. I think relationships matter. That's why every time I need a new vehicle, I go to Phil Long Ford. I bought over 5 cars from Phil Long Ford. I know these guys, love these guys, trust these guys. Relationships matter. And it's one-stop shopping at Phil Long. You don't have to drive all over the state because there's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford. They've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. They also have an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, make sure you keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
Is this a little Bad Bunny? I like it. By the way, guys, we did check in with Dan during the halftime show, and again, he just threw on a game of Madden.
I beat the Falcons.
I mean, this year he had to do that to prove a point.
He sure did. There's
I
no doubt
always
about
do
it.
that.
Oh man, I could go for when football's over. Couldn't you just imagine yourself sitting on a beach? Oh,
Pina colada in your hand.
pina colada in hand. Maybe a virgin for these two.
I'm sorry?
Virgin pina colada. Just something cold, frosty. Shirley Temple. I don't know. Whatever. Just your toes curled up in the sand just a little bit. I'll tell you, I got some.
Going in March.
Good for you. I could go right now, man. Like, it's just when football's over, it just feels like let's take a break. You know what I'm saying? And we are 2 games away from the All-Star break, so that's a break. And then we're in the middle of this hockey break right now. Like, if there was ever a time, fellas, to go somewhere sunny and sandy, boy, we are here.
Let's stay tuned.
Yeah. This quote
I'm going away to cold Kansas City to watch a first grade basketball game, and then go down to Oklahoma and see my 81-year-old father.
You're going to Kansas City for a first grade basketball game?
Who's that?
My granddaughter.
I'm sorry.
That's wonderful.
My bad. I didn't track that right.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, I've never get to see him play, and kind of popped up. So
I think that's wonderful, man. That's great. Here's Nathan McKinnon. You gotta love Nate. Nate, by the way, not in an alternate captain. It is Sidney Crosby is the captain for Team Canada. Kale is an alternate captain. They don't say assistant; they say alternate. And Crosby is, or McDavid is the other one, not Nate, which is you get. Here's Nate McKinnon.
Came down to the Snickers. There's too many guys going, listen, we're going to have Snickers in our bars in the Olympics.
Yeah. Listen, Nate is like the most reluctant captain of all time. It's not who he is, man. It's just like he wants to do his own thing. He's a great player, of course, unbelievable. But just because you're the best player, does that make you a leader?
Kevin McHale, I sat down one time and had dinner with him in the press room when he was general manager of Minnesota. He said he's come to learn that every team needs the best player, the best leader, and the best scorer. He said, and sometimes you might have one guy that are 2 of those. Rarely will you have guys that's all 3, but you probably could. He said, but you got to have your best player. You got to have your best scorer, and this would go for hockey or basketball, and you got to have your best leader. Landeskog for the Avalanche is not your best scorer, not close to your best player.
Correct.
But I think all of us now that have grown up with Landy when he was named probably a year too young, but wisely maybe looking back now after all those years, he might be as good of a leader as they've had. And they've had 2 great ones. Listen, Joe Sakic, from everything I've heard, was an unbelievable captain. But you hear the exact same things, and you guys hear the same things I do. Darren, you're down there all the time. You said it last week. Landy goes out for a while, and he said, you can feel the hole in the locker room that he leaves.
I can.
There's your best leader, but he's not your best player or best scorer, is he?
He is not.
I agree with everything you just said there, Scott. And on a good team, you've got all 3 of those. The only thing I would say, though, I've never been on a team that the best player wasn't a leader or a captain. So I think when you are the best player on a team, you are by default a leader on that team. And guys, you don't always have to be a rah-rah guy. You don't always have to be a speech guy. You don't always have to be a even lead by example guy. But your best player will always be a leader on your team.
Well,
and listen, I've been on teams too. Your best player leads, and it ain't necessarily in the direction you need to be led.
Well, Team Canada just told you what they feel about Nathan McKinnon in terms of that. Okay?
Yeah.
So it kind of confirms some of the stuff I was saying too. But I'm not trying to put the dude down. He's like,
because he's a great scorer.
He's arguably the best hockey player on earth. Okay, so but it's just not like the leadership thing for him. And let me give you this quote. Asked about the Olympic experience because they're all over. By the way, Gabe was named the captain of the Swedish team, and of course, nobody's surprised by that. Nate McKinnon, I want to enjoy myself, but I'm not here to enjoy myself. I'm going to do everything I can to play well, and hopefully it's enough, and hopefully I can contribute. Don't you have to take all of this in? No.
Put that camera on me, I'll perform. That's what I do. That's what the dog does.
The dude's dialed. That's how I heard it. He's dialed.
Yeah, he's those guys. Yeah, he's that guy. He's that guy. He's a little bit like Blutarski. Blutarski, whether you like it or not, was the leader in Animal House. And when he starts giving the pep rally to the team, right? When the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor, Germans forget it. He's on a roll.
He's on a roll.
That's McKinnon. McKinnon is Blutarski.
He's a trip, man. Nate McKinnon is he's ours. You can't live without him. Can't win without him. Ain't no doubt about that. But I don't think you can win without Gabe, in all honesty. But good luck as play gets going there relatively
you know
soon.
what? You got a little analytics backing that up because what's happened the last couple of years, he's been out.
It's not been great. And it is weird that you can feel – because there's so many, like, quiet dudes in that Avalanche locker room. You know what I'm saying? That's why Brent Burns, by the way, can step in right away and, like, blammo, be like a leader in that room at age 40, whatever he is, just because he's got a little personality, man. Guys gravitate towards him.
How about the year they won at Cogliano?
He's a quiet dude. He ain't.
No, everything I heard that year, he was a major leader on that team.
Okay, I'm not going to try to put him down. I mean, he got him going. He was a fourth liner. I'll tell you, Naz Kadri was more impactful to me than Cogliano, but Cogliano was good. Cogliano was a guy, but no, you realize nobody's like Gabe. Like nobody's even close to Gabe. And I don't know what that void is, if there is one, or how things are in the Nuggets locker room. I think Jokic has been unbelievably reluctant to be that guy over the years. I think he's gotten better with it. I don't think Jamal gravitates towards that. I think it's been kind of weird with the Nuggets in terms of that. Because
I think that for years it felt almost like Jamal pushed against that. But I think it's come to the point now where it's more of an accepted thing, and maybe that. And I would state this: I think Jamal Murray right now is more comfortable in his skin, and Tyler talks about this just with his career. I think Jamal Murray is more comfortable in his skin right now than he's ever been in his career, and so he sees Joker does. I don't know if you saw an interview a couple games ago, and Jamal was talking about Joker, and he goes, "Listen." I mean, just the things he said, and I think there's been a hesitation in the past of giving that much credit. Their relationship, he talked about their relationship. I thought it was fantastic. But I think guys have got – Tyler, yes or no? I mean, we all want to be led at one time or another, but sometimes if you ain't in the right headspace with who you are, it's tough to let certain guys lead you, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it goes both ways, right? It's tough to lead. It's tough to be led if you're not in the right headspace. When you get the right combination of the leaders and the guys that are just beneath the leaders that are confident in where they're at, I think that's when you get some magic, though.
The why I'm not – listen, I think because we saw the Nuggets win some games they probably shouldn't have at Boston, at Philadelphia. I mean, Boston's going out and making trades because they think they can win the East now, and they were basically going to go for the lottery, I think, their management in the first part of the year. So you see all these wins, and you kind of go, oh, my gosh, why they gave that away. They gave that New York game away, and, Detroit, they let it go at 3 minutes. They had it right there at 3 minutes, and blah, blah, blah. I've gone down that road too, but now I'm at the point now where it's like, you know what? This is a really good team. The biggest question is, are they going to be able to get healthy? if this team gets healthy, I think they can win an NBA championship, still win an NBA championship this year. And if they get healthy, I think, and we're talking about leadership, Darren, and especially that second unit, because that first, second unit are two different monsters all the time. All the time. I think you're going to see Bruce Brown and Tim Hardaway and Val really taking that second unit by the bootstraps and go, let's go. And that's exciting because I think as good as they've all played, sometimes in too big of minutes, now you condense those minutes to 18 to 20. I think they're going to be factors. And the biggest key is, can they get healthy? And that's not a guarantee, right? That's not a guarantee.
That's for sure.
Do you know they got the same record as they had at this time last year?
Is that right?
And they finished second or third last year.
I forget. Third, I thought.
Yeah. I know I finished fourth because
because they were in the second round against Oklahoma City. Correct.
So they got the same record, and that's with Joker playing 10 less games at the same amount of games this year.
All right, so you're optimistic.
Gordon playing 20-some games less than he played at this time last year. Christian Brown playing 20 less games than he did at this time last year. Held
together by duct tape.
Can they get healthy? If they get healthy, April's going to be an interesting month because I really do. I think if they get healthy and what analytic people do is they look at the record, they haven't been able to do this. Look at them. Do you realize that last game, and I don't even remember, gosh, I can't even remember who, Chicago. And I know Chicago made a bunch of trades and did a whole bunch of stuff. But go back and look at some of the offensive numbers they put in that game. That's as close as it's been since it was in the first half of the season or the first 30 games of the season as they've seen in a long time.
They got there eventually. Boy, it was like, come on, guys. Like the Bulls were wearing like name tags, and it's like, come on, let's go.
The first half was this is our sixth day on the road trip, and we got to get through this. We got 6 more days so we can take a break.
All right,
and they played like that the first half, and David Adelman was pretty upset at half.
I don't blame him because the Nuggets have talked over and over and over again about how you can sneak out a couple of wins because other teams let up right before the All-Star break. Like, it's not a time to let down. You need to get those wins when they present themselves. And tonight is no joke, man. The Cavs are a strong team, but they're not, you can beat them. They're not, but you've been so bad at home, Scott. I mean, 14-10 at home? That is insane. So
yeah, but you got to look at some. You got to look at some of the circumstances. 4 of those games were one-off home games. 6 of those losses, I think 2 of the wins, 3 of the wins. So 9 or 10 of those games were with, one starter with Jamal.
Well, okay, so are you telling me they've got an appropriate amount of rest going into tonight? It's not a one-off game, that we should handle business tonight to preview this game tonight.
If your head is in the right, place, you're playing a tough team that plays a style that's been tough on you. I think Cleveland's won at least 3 straight games against you because I think they swept you last year.
They've won.
I don't know what they did.
They've won 3 in a row coming into this game. They're 8-2 in their last 10. They're playing well, and they just added James Harden.
Yeah. No, it'll be tough, and their style gives you issues. And again, you're probably going into the game without Peyton Watson and without Spencer Jones. That's still going to be interesting up in the air. Without Aaron Gordon.
But you do have Cam Johnson back. You do have Christian Brown back. You have Jamal and Jokic. You have 4 of your 5 starters.
Where we at minutes-wise with some of those guys?
Cam's still probably in the 20 to 24.
Is that still a thing?
I think. Oh, for him it is. He only played 1 game.
Okay.
And so they'll watch that. I think Joker's still, they're kind of watching it. They'd like to keep him around 32, I think.
Unless we got a winning game.
Yeah, of course, exactly.
And then if we got to win a game,
right? That's why I kind of laughed at that. Well, okay. Minutes restrictions. It's a nice theory. A winning game seems to be the bottom line, no matter what. So Well,
You don't get paid to keep games close, do you?
Hey, you sure don't, buddy. So you got 2 before the All-Star break, and this would be a good one to have. So game tonight, 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock
When do they
we
play
go.
Wednesday?
Wednesday, the Nuggets are at home. They are hosting, because my memory blows, but I can get it here in a second. They are playing the Memphis Grizzlies.
That's right.
And who knows what they're all about these days, right? Like, they seem to be a disaster. But, they're
You got
garbage.
to listen. You win these 2 games, you'll go into the All-Star break with the 3-game winning streak. You got 9-10 days off. How about the Clippers? How about the Clippers making all the trades? Oh, they're giving up everything, and Kawhi goes out, drops 40, and they beat somebody yesterday or Saturday. I don't even know today is Monday. Beat somebody Saturday that they probably shouldn't beat on paper.
The Clippers beat Minnesota 115-96 on Sunday. Yesterday.
At Minnesota, right?
At Minnesota.
At Minnesota, they beat and Kawhi
Soundly.
gets 40. Yeah, I mean beats them soundly after everybody says, "Oh, Minnesota or Clippers are done."
Yeah, you got Kawhi with 41 on 14 of 30 shooting. Okay, well, he's going to jack up 30 shots, Scott. But that's their game plan? Kawhi balling for 30 shots a game? Wow.
I mean, you
Have
traded
fun with
2
that.
starters, didn't they? They traded 2 starters away.
Dude, their starting lineup is a riot. The LA Clippers starting lineup. Kawhi Leonard. Okay, here we go. You ready for this? John Collins, Derek Jones Jr., Brooke Lopez, Chris Dunn. That's their starting lineup.
Pretty wild transition for what it was.
And they killed Minnesota.
Brooke Lopez is still playing basketball, huh?
Dude, like what? That is actually kind of remarkable, that win right there. That is actually kind of insane. What the hell did Anthony Edwards? 23 points. God, Minnesota, man. I love seeing Minnesota suck, Scott. That might be my favorite thing in the world, seeing them stink.
And I've said it,
Yeah,
and I
that's
think more
great.
people have come around it. When Tim Connelly went there, he went there with the idea, how do we beat the Nuggets?
Yeah.
And he set that team up to beat the Nuggets. Problem is, a lot of other teams he didn't set them up to beat.
Whew. All right. Hey, a reminder, even though hockey is away, we still have Avs Ticket Tuesday. You can have a chance to win one of 5 pair of tickets to see the Avs take on the Wild when they return to Ball Arena on February 26th. It's powered by Papa Murphy's Take and Bake Pizza, the home of $10 Tuesdays. No dumb questions, 303-504-0925. And I got something for the Olympics that I got to throw your way coming up next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
From the Olympics, no dumb question. Is curling interesting?
With the last shot of this game and a chance to lift the Americans through to play for gold. Team USA trying for 2 and the win.
Team USA beats defending gold medalist Italy in the mixed doubles gold medal.
To get to the gold medal.
Okay. Is this interesting?
Yes.
Here's what makes curling so great. Is that there is not a man or woman, there is not a human being in their middle age that has not watched curling on TV and said to themselves at some point in time, if you gave me 2 years, I could do that. Every middle-aged adult on planet Earth that has watched curling has thought to themselves, give me 2 years and I could be in the Olympics.
I'll add to that. Yeah. There's not been a beer drinker that's ever played shuffleboard at a bar that hasn't said the same thing.
That's right. Matter of fact, Jared Allen, that's right, Jared Allen of the Minnesota Vikings, that Jared Allen, he actually attempted this and accomplished the feat of becoming an Olympic curler after he retired from the NFL.
I don't know what's going on in curling in terms of their conditioning, but have you seen the curlers these days? They're kind of like incredibly yoked up and fit and look athletic.
Is that right?
Yes.
Hey,
you got to see it. It's like way different than it used to be.
When they released the curl, or the what's the puck called? It's called something.
Stone?
The stone. When they
the
let
40-pound
the
stone
go,
by the way.
Yeah, when they let that stone go, they are doing a lunge. I mean, you bet.
Yes, deep
talk
lunge.
About groin and ham and everything else, man. I think it's fantastic. I watch it once every 4 years, and I can't get enough of it when I watch it.
Really?
I found out yesterday that Cody Wise I think it's his sister and brother-in-law are like run a major curling foundation, I think, on the Western Slope.
Do you know that there's
awesome.
a big curling center right here in Denver up there off 6th Avenue?
Yep.
Big curling center over there.
Not ice hockey that has curling. It's just for curling?
I believe it's just for curling.
Okay.
Yep, it's right off 6th Avenue. I drive by it every day I go to the game.
Yeah. We should go check it out, Scotty.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Listen, my back and I ain't.
Do you want to be the glider or do you want to be the sweeper?
I'll be the sweeper because I think I could do that better than I could glide that thing down.
I could no way, no how get in that kind of deep lunge. Period.
You could lift that stone up.
You don't have to lift it up. You just have to tilt it and clean it a little bit.
You got to carry it into position, don't you?
I'd have you'd have the stone boy.
Oh, Dan, you'd have Stoner Boy.
I'll be the Stoner
Boy.
I'd have the Stoner Boy. Yes.
Carries the stone out to the ice for you.
That's right. All right, there you go with the curling. Good for Team USA. That's awesome, man. That's
I watched
good for
them
them.
beat. I didn't see today's match. I watched them beat Canada, I think, in the opening round, which I was I thought a bit of an upset. And then they lost a couple games maybe they shouldn't, but then the game they needed to win, they won it big. And no, it's fantastic when you watch it. And those announcers that do it, man, they bring the energy to it. It's pretty cool.
No dumb question. What was, despite how boring the game was, how much joy did you take in the misery of Patriots fans?
Yeah. I was in my own misery watching that thing. I didn't need to welcome anybody else. I don't like Seattle fans either.
You don't like Seattle fans. Okay. Well, why not? The 12s.
Well, there's a 35-point game a few years ago that still lingers in the back of my head that itches hard.
Okay.
And I remember them just inundating downtown Manhattan, New York.
They were there.
For 4 days I was there, and just drove me a bit crazy.
They were at the game last night, too.
They showed out.
I guess I took a little bit of joy in Josh McDaniels' offense being as bad as it was.
Okay.
That was Josh McDaniels. That was Josh McDaniels.
So it doesn't bring any bigger sense of enjoyment to see the misery of Patriots fans other than other fan bases.
My enjoyment was in that game that the NFL season is over. Now we can get into mock drafts. Now the mock draft season started. I was just excited this season ended. I was hoping it was going to end 9-0 in the lousiest Super Bowl in mankind's history. And then we could just get to mock drafts so we could find out what's going to happen at 30.
CBS Sports mock draft earlier today. Broncos select Omar Cooper, a wide receiver out of Indiana who's catching tutties from Fernando Mendoza. Now, that does leave Jake Golday for the Patriots to pick up, who's an inside linebacker, and Anthony Hill Jr. as an inside linebacker. So with two high-quality inside linebackers on the board, do you guys like the Broncos in this mock draft taking a swing at Omar Cooper, a wide receiver?
Hell yeah.
I'm asking. You brought it up. I'm giving it to you, Scott.
Might as well. You need playmakers. If this guy can be your playmaker or grow into it, I'm all in.
Tyler?
As long as we traded for A.J. Brown first, sure.
I cannot guarantee that. Of course, the mocks are relative to whatever you're going to do in free agency, so it's a little tricky to figure it out at this point, no doubt. But
so we got another month or two to wait for mock drafts?
No, we do not. You called for it. Well, you called for it. I'm ready for it. I'm not ready.
Okay.
Like, anytime you want to talk mock drafts, like you just suggested, we're good to go.
There is no offseason for mock drafts, Scott.
Ain't no offseason for that.
I got another dumb question for the Olympics. You ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do the Olympics prove to us, we just talked about curling, that the sports that doesn't leave it up to 8 different judges sitting over the sideline is better than the ones that do?
I couldn't agree with you more. And it's so tricky because I cannot discount the athleticism and amazingness of like quad god and ice skating.
Right.
But
I agree.
It's sad. But it's like any sport to me, and it's weird because like boxing can be a judge sport, right? Like if you don't knock the guy out, like all of a sudden this incredible sport becomes on judges' scorecard. So, but like the ice skating to me, man, I mean, I guess there's ways that they can analytically figure it out. There's things that they make sense. I can't tell, though.
Listen, you're going to find anomalies to this rule like boxing. That's a good example. But generally speaking, Scott, the way I feel about that is that if it's decided by judges, that is an event, not a sport.
Well, and you guys, Darren remembers. Tyler's probably too young. But back when the Cold War was legitimately raising its ugly head from 88 on in particular, probably even in the 70s. I mean, it was, Axis versus Allied in all the judging, and it'd be discrepancy of, 2 points. This judge gives that diver a 9.7, from South Korea. The North Korean judge gives him 7.8. I mean, it was that drastic, was it not?
It was. That was the joke was, the scores from the Russian judge, meaning, you're getting screwed over because of, dirty stuff.
That used to be a saying, right? Yeah, the Russian judge says 6.5.
Well, there was a time that Russia could compete in the Olympics, but that ain't the case anymore, which is, fine by me. But, I don't know. I don't know what to say about judged sports. It's frustrating. Like, I don't know. Do you know one good ice skater over another?
No.
Scott, do you? Can you tell? Seriously, can you tell?
No. You know what? I sat and watched probably 7 events yesterday, 7 different, both women and the women's individual in the team and the men's. And you could tell, here's what I got to learning. you could tell when one guy's grinding or one gal's grinding. Like the U.S. lady grinded her routine out,
Mm-hmm.
and then even though the Japanese guy at the end didn't quite catch Elia, who was kind of a combination of grind and really beauty, but that Japanese guy was just, there is a smoothness. The Italian guy went. There was a smoothness.
There was, but Ilya,
to
the
his
quad
skating.
god, pulled off a quad into a triple axel that Johnny Weir said multiple times, nobody else on earth can do this. So we just saw a guy do something that nobody else can do. Well, you get credit for that, don't you? Like that's got to mean something, and it did actually, as it turns out.
But you can't tell when there's this, like I don't know if you watch the Italian guy go.
Yes,
and
he was
how
great.
Cool was it for him? Skating the way he skated, and that crowd was just going nuts for him. It was a really emotional moment.
He was sliding across the ice like he just scored a goal,
like a soccer goal, right?
I mean, everybody's crying and all emotional. Like that's the type of thing with the Olympics. Like even if I don't understand the sport, give me a good story, and we can all understand and appreciate the pressure of that stuff. But it's weird. Like ice skating is like a judge thing on certain parameters.
I mean, almost all of them are all the cool ski stuff. The like big
yeah,
air.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess not all the ski stuff, but there's plenty of it.
Ski
jumping's
not ski.
How did
ski jumping's going down to meters, right?
Well, ski jumping though, they have style points. You get evaluated on the distance, but you also have like technique and style points that are added into it.
What happened to America that we only got one dude in the big air? Are you kidding me? I thought that used to be like our deal.
That dude is from Colorado, and he came in 4th place, and he did it. He's from Walcott, Colorado, and he did it with a broken arm. His first name's Ollie, and he's 17. He's in high school. And he did it with a freaking broken arm. He's a senior in high school.
Fall. Like, what does a broken arm have to do with anything?
It's incredible.
I mean, really.
All right, big question today.
No dumb question. Is it a sport you can do if you got a broken arm?
Yes, it's an unbelievable sport.
You can play football with a broken arm.
All right, we come back with the big question of the day around the Super Bowl next.
Hey, if you're out there looking for a one-day solution to your hair loss problems, maybe you got a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration today. It's 720-459-HAIR. It's a simple one-day solution that is guaranteed to work. Guys, lifetime guarantee that your own natural hair is going to keep growing. Matter of fact, your own natural hair starts to regrow the very next day. When I went to Advanced Hair Restoration, I was with the best of the best, as you will be. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, fantastic at what they do. You're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment, and you're going to walk away satisfied with the results. Guys, call Advanced Hair Restoration today at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Okay, guys. After the Super Bowl results and you take it all in and you think about the season, how close were the Broncos to winning the Super Bowl this year? And what do you think the prospects are of them winning it next year?
They were 2 games off, and that's about right. They lost that game, and they probably would have lost the Super Bowl as well. So, in hindsight, I think the Broncos probably could have and should have beat the Patriots if you had a healthy Bo Nix. Even if you had a Jarrett Stidham and you had good weather, maybe you win that game with Jarrett Stidham. So they probably could have gotten to the Super Bowl, but I don't think that they were going to win the Super Bowl this year. No matter how you look at it, though, that's dang close. You got down to the Final Four, man. That's dang close.
Scott?
As constituted at the end of the year, they weren't close at all. If we play the Vic Lombardi, with a healthy J.K. Dobbins, which you didn't have the last, 6 weeks of the year, with a healthy Bo Nix, which you got hurt late in the conference championship type game, with the lineup that you had going into it, you didn't have much of a chance. And everybody wants, all the snow. They played in it too, and your offense was nowhere to be seen. It was very bad. You're in a backup quarterback with no running game. Your defense kept you in a game and gave you an opportunity, but you weren't close. You're not going to win it next year either because you won the AFC West. And what is your schedule trade? Weren't they a top 5 easy schedule also, just like New England? Your schedule changes next year, doesn't it? Don't you play a first place schedule?
Yep. Sure does.
So that's going to be harder too. And it's currently constituted. That's what everybody says makes the NFL great is you can be, when Vrabel took over a 4-win team, you get to a Super Bowl.
So
that's the NFL.
So I totally get why the injury conversation, the coulda, woulda, shouldas, if we had J.K. Dobbins, if Bo Nix was healthy, I totally get why that's exhausting and why some people don't want to play the game, but I also don't think it's totally fair to dismiss the narrative entirely because I would argue that 95% of Super Bowl winning teams have got incredibly good fortune of having the right players healthy at the right times at the end of the season. So, okay, yeah, we didn't have them. True. But look at the teams that do win Super Bowls. I know there's anomalies. I know we've got a couple examples of backup quarterbacks winning. The teams that win Super Bowls 9 out of 10 times have got the key players healthy in the end stretch.
Okay.
And they didn't have it. But they're going to have to be better next year. The league improves. The league gets better. Quarterbacks get better. Is Joe Burrow going to miss over half the season this year? Does a new voice, kind of, I guess, a new, semi-new voice, in charge new voice anyway, in Buffalo, does Josh Allen even get better? Same thing in Baltimore. You got some quality quarterbacks. You can't believe the Chiefs are going to be happy with how their season ended, and they still, guess what they got? They still got Patrick Mahomes. So it's going to be tougher. And, staying pat, or let's run it back. If you run it back, you're going to be, 8, 9, 10 win team tops.
The ESPN, and our buddy Jeff Legwold is part of this, have put out power rankings for next year. They put that out today. They've got the Broncos at 4. Jeff writes, the Broncos were 15th in plays of 20 yards or more. The other 3 conference championship teams were number 1, 2, and 4. Running back J.K. Dobbins led the team in explosive runs despite not playing after November 6th. Jeff Legwold is saying you got to find some pop, meaning the top teams had more explosive plays. The Broncos were mid, and after Dobbins went out, they were way below. So is it as easy as that this team, if you have more explosive weapons, just simply as constituted, would be significantly better?
I don't think it's as simple as that, no. Because there's things to factor into that, including play calling. So if you're not a fan of Sean Payton as play caller, well, that factors into it. If you think that Bo Nix is afraid to push the ball down the field, that factors in it. If you think that Bo Nix is being held back by play calling from pushing the ball down the field, that factors into it, right? So you get the weapons and you get more tempted to take shots. That's true. And I think if you had better playmakers on this team, you probably would have seen a more aggressive play calling approach. But if you match the playmakers with the play calling that we currently had, I don't know how radically different it looks.
Yeah, you know what? And listen, you don't know. Listen, none of this know. From now until the first game of the year at the end of September, it's all speculation and guesswork. It's all, what we saw, what we didn't see, what we like on paper, what we don't like on paper. It's all about that. I am excited that it looks like you may have a new voice in the head of Bo Nix, and I think there's a relationship with Miles Davis. And if there's a relationship with Miles, I think they're gonna be singing some nice blues for the other team.
Miles Davis was a jazz trumpeter, but if you want to say he's into the blues, that's fine. That would be an interesting.
He had a little blues. He could play a little.
That would be an interesting Super Bowl halftime show, blues and jazz, circa 1962. Let's see that one. But this has, in terms of power rankings, the Broncos basically playing the Patriots again. Do you think that is what will happen next year?
Nah.
Why?
Game's weird, man.
I think New England got found out too. If we being super honest.
So you don't think New England will be there?
I don't. Again, I'm just going as presently constituted. I don't think either team's going to be there.
Who's going to sneak up in the AFC?
Baltimore, Buffalo, Kansas City.
We don't know. We don't know because we haven't seen the offseason. We haven't seen the trades. We haven't seen free agents, nor have we seen the draft.
Kansas City's like minus $60 million beneath the cap right now, by the way.
So I don't know how to predict that, DMac, but I know that the NFL, as currently constituted, has never been more difficult to predict the future because teams are turning things around, and it's always been a short turnaround in comparison to other leagues the NFL has been, but teams are turning teams around in a season, in one offseason. They're coming out of nowhere. You look at what the Patriots did this year. You look at Jacksonville a few years back. I mean, these teams are literally coming out of the woodworks that you have no idea who they're going to be. So I don't know how to answer your question of who it's going to be, but I find it very unlikely that we're going to have a repeat of the same four teams that were just there.
I'll tell you this. You're probably right about that. I would probably say Seattle's going to have some issues bringing back their impact players.
Not just that, you're losing your offensive coordinator.
Okay. That's right, Clint. Yeah, as soon as the game was over, I'm with the Raiders. Like, okay, well, we all thought that.
He came out, that offense came out a little different at the start of that third quarter, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you this, man. The Tennessee Titans have $99 million in available cap space. The Raiders have $87.8, and it looks like Max Crosby does not want to be part of it. The Kansas City Chiefs are minus 57.9. Minus in the negative in terms of cap space. So
Didn't we just do this conversation with the Broncos, though? I mean, don't act like it's impossible.
All right. Ain't easy.
They got the quarterback, right?
Okay. They do they? I don't know. I don't know what his health is going to be.
Oh my gosh.
Well, no, is he going to be okay by the time the season starts or not?
I don't know the answer to that.
Good point.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. We'll see.
If that's what you're saying, I thought you were saying something else.
No. I'm saying
you're
he's hurt.
Kansas City's $57 million over the cap?
Yes.
Yeah, they're dead.
Probably. It's going to be difficult. They may need a year or two to figure it out. That's for sure. To reconstitute themselves.
They could probably literally front load Patrick Mahomes' entire season salary and recover that. Boom.
There's all sorts of things you can do, but they got to do some work. They got to put it to work. The Raiders should be better. They're going to get Mendoza. We'll see how Clint does. It wouldn't surprise me at all if they turn things around quickly. Crosby's hatred of being a Raider, I guess he's just burned out. He doesn't want anything to do with it. Dan, you'll probably update us unless football go
What's
here.
What's he going to do with those Raiders tattoos?
You just whatever with them.
He's still going to go in the Raiders Ring of Fame, though, isn't he?
Do the Raiders even have a Ring of Fame? Do they have something like that?
If they don't, they should.
I don't
know why they wouldn't.
They'd probably just,
I thought every team did.
They just go to their parole officer and just like, hey, what's up? That's the Raiders' problem. We'll see what they do. I think the Broncos will be back, guys. Not only do I think they'll be back, I think the Denver Broncos, mark this tape there, Dano. I think the Denver Broncos win the Super Bowl. And on this date, which will be February 15th, 2027, we'll be talking about a Broncos victory. And we'll be talking about a parade downtown. And that'll be damn exciting. We may be doing this show from LA after they win. Who knows? But I think that is going to be the trajectory for the Denver Broncos.
That's it. We're not making the playoffs.
And there we go. They're in an incredible position to win. Incredible position. I can't think of a better place for the Broncos to be, frankly. Now, you got to do the right things in the offseason, but it's going to be hard
to back, healthy quarterback.
Yeah. You got to stay
Number
healthy.
One wide receiver, new tight end.
Fine. No problem. I think you can do that. I think you can draft an impact tight end in the second round. I think you can pay for who. Did you see Breece Hall's tweet over the weekend? Like reflecting on the Super Bowl, that'd be nice to be, something along those lines. I'm like, hey, I got an answer for you, Breece Hall. He's going to cost you a couple bucks, but you got a couple bucks to spend on him.
Yeah, they got money. They got plenty of money.
Like, I saw Pickens is going to be tagged by the Cowboys.
Yeah, I've been telling you guys that.
Right.
Take him. That's why I've been saying A.J. Brown all along. With others, I guess. With others.
Yeah, you've been
learning that that's a sensitive subject. That nobody could have ever thought about A.J. Brown.
Where'd you learn that, by the way?
Learn what?
That it's a sensitive topic with others.
Oh, do you? Oh, what are you trying to say?
I've heard him talk about it on the air.
Yeah, that's where I heard it.
Oh.
Where else would I have heard it?
Okay, so you concur?
Yes, I concur with A.J. Brown, but I've been saying that all along because I never thought that George Pickens was realistic.
If you can figure out how to trade for A.J. Brown, that would be freaking awesome. That would be amazing.
Headaches?
Yes.
I'm not afraid of do I want it, Scott? No. Am I afraid of it? Not really. We've seen this so many times. First off, wide receivers want the football. Okay, big deal. They want the football. Second off, if you got a good locker room, you should be able to absorb a big personality, and you should be able to get them to fit in. And if you don't, then your locker room's not as good as it was anyways. You probably weren't ready to win a championship.
Yeah, what diva, high-skilled wide receiver comes without that sort of element, Scott?
And George Pickens, to me, by the way, is a bigger headache than A.J. Brown.
Okay. And you're not getting him anyway. It's not coming. So that's an interesting article by Leggy to point out how the Broncos did so well this year without really high impactful players. They did it.
I will say this, though. I think the Broncos, if you're going to get your playmaker, find me some. If it's not A.J. Brown, find me somebody else that you're going to trade for because that's where you're going to get it. You're not going to get it in the draft. And if you're not going to get in the draft, that leaves you two options. It leaves you free agency and it leaves you trades. Now let's look at free agency. George Pickens is going to be off the board. He's going to get franchise tagged or he's going to be back in Dallas one way or the other. Now start talking to me about the realistic trade candidates.
We'll go through.
And then Dallas has been afraid to trade superstars away.
What do you
tag and trade? Is that what you're saying?
Wow, that would be sure. I mean, that would be unbelievable because they're going to tag him
Didn't they trade their best pass rusher last year?
Yeah, they did. It was
different circumstances.
Universally, looked down upon. But Pickens, if they tag him, is $27 million. That feels like a bargain, by the way. But that's what his going price would be, which is crazy because I think he could get a lot more. We'll go through the rest of the NFL news, plus the Broncos organization doing something very interesting on Thursday. Let's Football Go is next. All right, guys, the new year is here. How you doing with those resolutions? Making positive changes in your life? Is it happening? Well, if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction and you're ready to move past the frustration and embarrassment, it's time to call upon the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. There may be no better resolution than finally taking control of your ED. And if you remember the first time you failed to perform in the bedroom, you probably just laughed it off. Not a big deal. Happened a second time, a third, more, and you're like, this ain't good. Well, come on, man. Let's get it going in the right direction with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their treatments work where their pills and herbals, where the pills and herbals fail. They've got treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more, and there you go. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So in this new year, make the resolution to treat your ED and change your life. Call today. They have 5 locations up and down I-25. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, spectacular location, and in Colorado Springs. Call today, 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Lead me when I want to be led.
Well, that's Dan right there.
When I'm in the mood to be
When I'm in the mood, yeah. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Found him at mountainhighappliance.com. Brad will take care of you. He's the best. All right, Dan, let's football go, buddy.
All right, fellas, the Denver Broncos will host a community information meeting on Thursday from 5 to 7:30 p.m. to share preliminary concepts for the proposed new stadium and mixed-use community at Burnham Yards. So the meeting, which is part of the city and county
Dan. Burnham Yard.
Burnham Yard. Oh, my bad.
Well, let's get that right. Let's know what we're talking about.
Are the Broncos
here.
sensitive about that?
Well, it's just one of them things.
Burnham Yard. So the meeting, which is part of the city and county of Denver's large development review process, will allow residents and key stakeholders to learn more about the Broncos' plans for development. Attendees will also have the opportunity to ask questions, participate in live polling, and provide direct feedback to the team. So if you guys were to attend this meeting, what's the number one question you would have in regards to the new stadium?
Well, I'll tell you this.
Why am I here?
What, say again, Scott?
Why am I here?
Your question would be, why am I here?
Yeah, in other words, what he's saying is, I don't attend HOA meetings.
Okay. Dan's question, if you want to just play along.
Scott, did I get that about right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually better well said.
But no, I'd love to see you in a meeting where you stand up and you say, why am I here? That would be incredible. Is that really your question?
It would show you how stupid the meeting is, but this is all a bureaucratic thing that you have to do.
The Abe Lincoln meme when he's standing up. Why am I here?
Why am I here? What am I doing? I think so. That would be your question. Why am I here? You would question your own presence at the meeting.
Yeah, because this is a bureaucracy thing.
All right. That's Scott's question. Tyler, what's your question?
Are you putting a roof on for the purpose of a Super Bowl?
Okay.
Because if so, that's dumb.
So you have a question and a statement, which is probably how most HOA meetings go. There's
about right.
There's other things involved with the question.
Because when we have 30 out of 32 teams with indoor stadiums, how many times do you think you're getting that Super Bowl?
Wait, I'm confused. Do you want a roof on this new joint or not?
Not really, no.
Really?
Yeah,
retractable?
I'm actually anti-roof.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Why?
Because I like football being played outside. The AFC Championship game was fun. It was awesome.
Oh wow!
It was a memory that everybody's gonna that's gonna go down in your memory bank forever.
It's a bad memory.
That takes away our excuses. That's the only reason we lost.
Yeah, that's right, Scott. That's true.
I mean,
then what would we do?
I don't know.
I think within 10 years we're gonna be sitting there in these stadiums, or we're gonna be telling our kids, back in my day, football was so much better when it was played outdoors. Now, you wouldn't believe it, but there was a time that football was actually played outside.
Well, it's a retractable roof. I mean,
that's not outside.
A retractable roof is not outside?
No.
So the possibility that it could be covered means it's not covered?
No, a retractable roof means that even when it's open, it's like 70 to 75% covered.
Okay. All right. So what do you want, like the Los Angeles Coliseum, where there's just goes straight back and everybody is open to every single element?
No, I don't like that either. I don't like that.
Who gets to be covered and who doesn't get to be covered?
I wouldn't build a stadium to be covered. What point are you missing here?
Well, yeah, but you seem to care about like who gets covered. Like,
what do you mean?
Well, if in the new stadium in Buffalo, the fans are covered, but the field isn't.
Okay.
There is no retractable roof.
Mm-hmm.
So that's an open field. You're fine with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
But if you added the retractable roof to that, now the far majority of it's going to feel like it's an indoor stadium all the time.
Scott, you got
when you open your sunroof in your vehicle, does that really make you feel like you've got a convertible?
No.
Thank you, Scott.
That's a really good comment there.
Makes your car loud. And
when you got a convertible, you're feeling that open air in your face, baby. Let's go. Let's hit that highway.
I'm kind of laughing at this because the concept of not having a retractable roof is so absurd that it doesn't seem in the realm of possibility that they would even consider something without a retractable roof.
They won't. Not the money they're going to spend. It'll have a retractable roof.
Right. But it will be retractable. I mean, it'll be
The only time we tracked it, like if it's retractable, if it's closed, then it's tracked, right? The only time it's going to be tracked is 4 Super Bowls.
Well, I don't know. It would definitely be tracked and closed with the weather that happened in the AFC Championship game.
No. We're going to go back and make Tyler happy.
Mm-hmm.
All regular season games and postseason games, it's going to be tracked. And then if we are granted a Super Bowl that one time every 6 years, it'll be retractable.
All right.
There you go.
Okay.
Well, first off, Scott, you're not getting it every 6 years. You will get it once and then never again because every stadium in the NFL is going to have it.
SoFi's having their one next year. Didn't they have one?
But we're not LA.
Well, that's true.
Well,
we're trying to be Tyler.
Do you know that is technically not even covered?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Okay.
I know they can have. I know they can have lightning delays and all that.
Correct.
But that's my whole point. That's not an outdoor stadium.
Then why
that's my entire point, DMac.
Why do they have lightning delays?
I got it. So cool.
Because it's open on the sides.
Put a sunroof on the stadium.
Okay. All right, Dan. Oh, by the way, my question would be, how are you doing with SRM concrete? To me, that is the juiciest of all the stories there and how that negotiates. I don't know if I get a real answer, but that's the question I would throw out there because that's the one stumbling block that they have right now. I know they'll get over it at some point, but,
I would just say
curious.
win eminent domain.
Well, yeah, I don't know if eminent domain's going to work on that one.
Why?
Because it's not where the stadium's going to be built.
So tell them that we need a parking lot for public use.
Well, theoretically, where SRM concrete is just where like luxury hotels and restaurants would be. It's not really.
We got to build a team hotel.
By the way, my wife and I went for a little bit of a hike, and we're up on the bluffs, and we're looking over at the Lone Tree City Center light rail stop. It's the funniest thing in the world. If you can get up above and see it, it's just a white roof, and it's a light rail stop, guys, with nothing but fields. It is so funny how you could put a shovel in the dirt tomorrow and just build whatever you wanted to out there, and yet you got to hem and haw and do all this, crap to figure out how to build this around train tracks at 10th and Osage. It's remarkable. Next story, Dan.
I just want to tell you my question real quick for them would be, is there any plan to improve the traffic before and after games so that you're not waiting to get in and out of the stadium for 3.5 hours? Is there any sort of plan
There is
to
a plan.
improve that?
Light rail.
There
is a plan. Take light rail.
Light rail already exists there, but they're going to build all sorts of roads. They have to. That's where the state is going to kick in money, by the way, by the hundreds of millions. And that just has to happen. That's where the state has to work together to keep the stadium in downtown Denver.
Because the traffic around the stadium is ridiculous.
Oh, well, it's going to be ridiculous there, too. I mean, you're going to be – there's no choice. Even though they are going to build new roads and different ways to get in and out of there, guys, we understand the area we're talking about. There's only so much space. It's probably going to be worse, frankly. And don't forget, there's going to be more buildings around the stadium. It's going to be public transportation is going to be your best way in and out. Unless you go to the Lone Tree Center where you can build parking lots for days. It's nothing but parking lots out there. The level of pain in the ass with this downtown location compared to Lone Tree is ridiculous.
Are you still trying to campaign for Lone Tree?
I'm not. I'm just laughing at what they're about to go through and what they could easily convert to. It's amazing. They're way too deep. They've spent hundreds of millions of dollars on Burnham Yard buying up properties. So there's no way they're not doing it there. It's just funny to juxtapose one to the other. That's all. Next story, Dan.
All right, guys. Super Bowl 61 odds. Way too early odds are out already. The Seahawks, Rams, Bills, Eagles, and Patriots round out the top 5. Let me scroll down here a little ways. Oh, number 12.
This is according to who, by the way?
BetMGM's
Okay.
Super Bowl 61 odds. Sitting at number 12 are the Denver Broncos at plus 1,800. Teams in front of them, the 49ers, Chiefs, Chargers, Lions, Packers, and Ravens. What do you guys think about the Broncos being the 12th best odds to win Super Bowl 61?
I'm not a gambling man, but if I had $20, I'd throw it down today. That's a solid place. 20. I don't know, man. I'd put a couple bucks down if I was a gambling man on that. It's a good bet.
12 feels low. Outside the top 5, though.
Scott?
About right. I figured prediction-wise, they're like Tyler said, top 5, but reality-wise, they're probably 10, 12.
I got the Broncos.
Yeah, because you do have to judge the team as it stands today, right? Like you have to judge it based off the playmakers, the players that you've got, the players that you may or may not be losing. You can't just assume that free agency is going to be awesome. You can't just assume that the draft is going to be awesome. To do these odds as it stands today, aren't you kind of judging the teams that exist today?
Sure, but there's so much inevitable change with all teams, so it's a weird one. I think in order to be a smart betting person, you'd have to project a little bit. Like, what do you think they are going to do in free agency? What do you think they are going to do in the draft? Who do you think they are going to lose? And when you go through that, if you just sort of say, well, I think this and I think that, things get a lot better for the Broncos. Not worse, better.
Doesn't every team say that?
Probably
every single team in the NFL.
Chiefs probably aren't saying that this year. I don't know if the Seahawks are even saying that this year. But they won.
Seahawks got $70 million. They're going to be fine.
They do. They got a lot of very high-priced guys coming available. But you're right. They got a lot of money. It'll be fascinating. By the way, and I know Brock Heward sort of downplayed this, but every story I'm reading about the Seahawks talks about them being sold too, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. It just means that's what's going on.
Pretty good timing.
Oh my God. It'll be the most valued, highest valued team ever. Can you imagine that team used to play for in the middle of nowhere where nobody was paying any attention, right? You used to think that is going to be the highest valued NFL team ever. Pretty remarkable.
It's a fan base that has no other major sport around them, right?
Well, I read
hockey.
Yeah, they got the Kraken. And Scott, I read today there's 2 NBA teams coming. Ain't one going there in Seattle?
Well, maybe. I don't know what they've done infrastructure-wise.
Well, where else would a new NBA team go? Seriously, where else?
Well, if you put one in Vancouver, do you need one in Seattle?
God, do you really think they would stick another one back up in Vancouver?
I saw Seattle and Vegas.
That to me makes so much sense.
Well, listen, everybody was like all over Vegas for a while, but I don't.
What? Be great.
I think it'd be stupid.
Why?
I think because I think it's stupid. What of all the major franchises have had gambling association bad news? It's been the NBA, and now you're going to put a franchise in the gambling capital of the world.
Hey,
Let's go to Santa Monica,
Scotty, give it a little bit of time. NFL will be there right with him. Every league will be in the same spot.
Yeah, I mean they're going to get a baseball team. They'll get they already have a hockey team and an NFL team.
Vegas is a guarantee.
That's
not even debatable. It's a guarantee.
I would think so too. All right, next story, Dan.
Lastly, fellas, Max Crosby told Raiders part owner and future Hall of Fame quarterback Tom Brady he will never play for the Raiders again, said one NFL GM who would have interest in trading for Crosby. The GM said, quote, "That's a fact. He told them he'll retire before he ever plays for them again, but I'm not sure they're actually going to trade him." If you remember, Browns pass rusher Myles Garrett said the same thing last year, and we know how that ended up. So where do you guys think Max Crosby plays next season?
Probably just play for Vegas. He's probably just doing like Myles Garrett, trying to get more money.
Well, maybe. But how many years out is Vegas?
From having a good team?
5. 2, 3?
Probably
3,
at least
4, 5.
That seems a little bit. I don't think anybody wants it to be that long.
I mean, the Patriots were a 4-win team last year. They got a new coach, and Drake May wasn't. I guess they weren't that new. I don't know. Seattle got a new coach and a new quarterback. They turn it around.
I could make an argument that Vegas is one of those rare teams that actually would be the best thing for the team to trade a player like Max Crosby.
You're probably right. I mean, you're right. I see where you're going. They're at least 2 years out.
Yeah, go take the value, man.
Yeah, you're right.
He's
you're
not
right.
happy. He's not going to be there by the time you're good anyways.
Clint and Fernando are going to need a little time to click anyways. Yeah. You're right. That's a good point. Why keep them? What's the point? I mean, can you get multiple first-round picks for Max Crosby?
Absolutely.
Well, then, yeah, I would.
Guaranteed.
That would be a good trade then. Yeah. Why would you keep him? Seriously.
I'd probably get rid of him.
Yeah, he probably feels it too. I saw the power rankings. That at least if you want to go there, they got Vegas in 31st out of 32 teams. They ain't going nowhere this year. But there's a lot of potential there. Do you believe in Clint Kubiak?
I do. Yeah.
Do you believe in Fernando Mendoza?
To to the degree that I believe in a new rookie quarterback, and my expectations are way lower than yours all the time with rookie quarterbacks.
By the way, speaking of the mock drafts there, Scott, I know you're dying. He's it. Ty Simpson maybe. It's just funny. I was looking at one mock, and they had Ty Simpson going to Pittsburgh. Wouldn't that be just, at 21, wouldn't that be the most Pittsburgh of all Pittsburgh things to have to do? Like, you're never in a good position to draft a quarterback, and you constantly need one. And you take another one in the 20s in a weak quarterback class, like where they were with Kenny Pickett a few years ago. It's not a strong class for quarterbacks. This draft cycle is going to be, I think it's going to be a bit of a snooze fest, guys, to be quite honest with you.
Well, the greatest quarterback class of all time is 83, arguably. And of all those great Hall of Fame quarterbacks in that class, didn't only one of them win a Super Bowl?
Only one won a Super Bowl, and it was at the very end of his career. That's Elway. How about the fact that Drake May was the second youngest quarterback ever to start in a Super Bowl, and the youngest was Dan Marino? Like, you forget Marino, like, even went to a Super Bowl, but he did.
How old's Drake?
23.
And never got back.
Never got back. So Marino was younger than 23, or younger days-wise, than Drake May to do that. Also, first MVP as a running back since Terrell Davis in Super Bowl, what was that, 32, I think? Something like that?
32.
32. So,
wow.
Little notes there. Yeah, there hasn't been a running back been an MVP since TD.
Vonn's still the last defensive player to win MVP.
Geez, shouldn't the Seattle defense have got the MVP? I don't know how you do that, but, and Kenneth Walker was good, don't get me wrong, but that defense won them the game, right?
Yeah.
But
I don't know who you would have picked on defense.
I was going to say, who's it going to be if it's just one dude? It's
Witherspoon.
Maybe,
yeah. Somebody on defense, though. I mean, it was, hey, man, can you imagine if they didn't score any touchdowns and they won? They already set a record, Myers, for kickers, for points.
That's why that
for
dude
field
should have won
goals.
it.
Why not? He scored all the points.
Hey, if it wasn't for that cornerback for New England, Darnold would have won it.
When we come back, we'll preview what we got going with the Cavs here in town against the Nuggets. Nate and Andy coming up as well. It's PhD on 92.5. Grade the Super Bowl. What kind of grade would you give it?
D. I think I'm just grading purely from an interest point of view, right? Did it entertain me? No, I was not entertained.
It's kind of crazy because of how great the playoffs were, though, overall. I mean, there were some unfreaking believable games. Scott, grade the Super Bowl.
2.7.
Out of what?
150.
So you're down on it, too.
No, I mean, the fourth quarter had some scoring, but, Seattle went a little bit more prevent. Drake May looked like a scared little boy out there. The both teams' first half was, like heavyweight punchers that go through 5 rounds, and there's like 27 punches thrown total. And then I thought Clint Kubiak came out in the third quarter. I went, all right, here we go. But they also – Darnold wasn't great the first half either. And though they didn't sack him, they had some pressure on him. But, third quarter got a little better for Seattle. I think didn't New England start the first – I mean, it looked like Denver's offense started the first 2 or 3 possessions, 3 and out in the third quarter, and you're like, well, it's done. Collins were talking about if they just kick this 5th field goal, it feels like there's no way Seattle catches up or New England catches up, and he's right. I was so hoping for that game to end 15-0.
Grade the NFL season.
Well, that's a good one. I don't know. I mean, probably like it always is. B+, A-, somewhere in there.
Yeah, I don't looking back on the season, nothing necessarily stands out that's particularly different than a normal season, I guess.
Change on the guard.
What?
Changing of the guard.
What do you mean?
Well, it's
with the quarterbacks?
It's not Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen. It was actually quite a radical difference.
Which I think is good as long as the old guard finds their way back into the fold, which I assume that they will. I got no issue with the up-and-coming quarterbacks. I think that's good and healthy for the NFL. But you also don't want to just replace those guys. If those guys are gone, the problem with the young guard is they're not all going to work out, right? So you've got a few guys that look great right now. You need a mixture of the old guard and the new guard.
Do you feel like, Tyler, that they've anointed the new guard just a little bit earlier than they should?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, really, in hindsight, what have they done? What have they done?
Well, nothing.
It's
been a bunch of games.
It is the new guard. Well, I mean, the new guard got to the AFC Championship game.
Yep.
That's what happened. And then it was Stafford and Sam Darnold. It's remarkable to me that Sam Darnold, out of that unbelievable quarterback class, is the first guy with a Super Bowl championship. That is a trip. Dude's been with 5 teams in 8 years, and he got that done. It's remarkable.
But you're talking new guard, old guard, and I guess you would say old guard won it, though, didn't they?
I'd say it's medium guard, actually. Old guard would sort of be the Matthew Stafford. But I guess that's old guard. I suppose Darnold, that class is the old guard. I suppose Stafford is the ancient guard, that he's still hanging in there and had an MVP season in, his 17th year, and makes a announcement that, hey, I'll be back. I'm not going anywhere. Does a Wolf of Wall Street like at NFL Honors. That's kind of cool. That's kind of a fun story. Meanwhile, we have the NFL is going to play more international games than ever, fellas.
9.
And it's amping up quickly towards an 18th game, not next year, but it's coming. Ain't no doubt it's coming.
Yeah, and probably the same year that you get that 18th game is the year that you find out that every team in the NFL is going to be required to play an international game every single year.
That's just going to be part of the deal. And they're going back to Mexico next year, which they haven't been to for a few years. I would assume that'll be the Broncos playing, but we shall see. They're taking 2 teams from the West Coast and they're sticking them in Australia. And I've heard some guys griping about that, but that's just the way it goes. The NFL guys, if I were to sum up this year, one word is bulletproof. And it just grows and grows and grows into what's increasingly becoming the strongest sports league in America, in the world. Never mind America's not enough for these guys. They want the world. Ain't no doubt about it. So that's kind of it. And then the Broncos have their place in it. And they got a lot further than I thought they were going to be, guys. A lot further. And the frustration for me is I think they could have taken one more step. I don't know how they would have done against the Seahawks.
Well, you know how you do. You had a home game to go to the Super Bowl, and I think anytime you lose a home game, ask Jake Plummer.
Right.
Anytime you lose a home game to go to a Super Bowl, I mean, it's got to be pretty tough.
What do you think the most interesting thing will be for the Broncos in the offseason?
That's a good question. Probably who they signed.
Free agency?
I mean,
yeah.
Before that, we're all going to continue to have the conversation about the play caller. So that'll carry us for some time. And it probably will carry us even through training camp because I'm not sure if the Broncos will make any sort of announcement on that. They don't need to by any means.
Yeah, why do they need an announcement? For what?
Well, they'll be asked about it here in a couple of weeks at the Combine. That's when they'll be asked about it. What they say about it is anybody's guess, right? And what that even means, who knows? So, yes, I think that will be the big storyline, big question for the Broncos throughout the entire offseason. I do think free agency is going to be far more interesting than the draft this year for the Broncos. I actually do think that. And I just hope whatever direction they go with their first-round pick, if they even take somebody in the first, if they don't drop out of it, it's somebody who's going to play. I thought they whiffed on Jahdae Barron. I don't think for a team that was as good as they were, he was impactful nearly enough. And maybe he was hurt. Maybe that's what was going on. But it feels like a swing and a miss. Hopefully he turns out to be somebody good. But I want a guy who's going to impact the team right away. That's where I'm taking it from. Andy Lindahl stepping in here. It's good to see you, my man.
Can you get an impact right away guy at 30?
I think you can, yeah. Actually, especially at inside linebacker.
All right. Hey, real quick then, Scotty, did Al Wilson's the last guy you took around there after you won your second Super Bowl, captain out of Tennessee. You were calling the games at that time. How long before Al played? Do you remember? Did he step in right away?
Golly, I want to say it was his rookie year that he started playing quite a bit. If not his rookie, then by his second year. But he got in a preseason game and did one of those Al Wilson blow the running back up at the goal line plays, and everybody went, whoa, who is this guy? So
it's a good question, though. Did he start right away? Did he impact things right away?
Well, then, so maybe I heard your mock draft segment, of course.
Yeah.
But that off-ball linebacker from Texas has been talked about a couple of times. It's probably a name we ought to get to know. Seems to, according to Leggy, would be a steal down there if you were to get him. And maybe if you're looking for impact right away, that's your Al Wilson type guy that can step in and be the dude. And I think
would love it.
All of us. I don't care. I'm BPA. I would like a little offense this year, but if that's the guy, that's the guy.
Just some FYI, Al Wilson played in all 16 games his rookie year and started 12.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
You get that kind of guy around 30, then you've hit a home run.
Ironically, though, Andy, and I too would love to see offense at 30. You don't have a choice but to go BPA.
No, I'm with you.
You don't get to hand select. You're not going to get to pick by position or pick based off needs. You're just going to be like, all right, well, we're probably through all the first-round grades.
Yeah.
There's nobody left that's on the board that we've still got as a first-rounder. So what's the best that's left?
And who do you want a fifth-year option on, right?
Right.
It's a Rally House Football Monday here on Altitude Sports Radio. Thank you to Rally House. They've been a great partner for us all year long. Shop every team in town. It's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. What will you remember the Super Bowl for, Andy?
Oh, my God. I was going to say this to Nate. I haven't yet. Often in sports, you don't get what you expect. Sadly, that's exactly what I expected. A boring game that I'd even said it, I think, on Friday. I bet you it's like 6-0 at the half. And then I thought the offenses might get going kind of like the college championship around the middle third quarter when they got a feel for what the defenses were doing. My God, that didn't even happen until the fourth quarter. Just ridiculous. Ridiculous.
We all kind of nailed this one.
Yeah,
I added 30-13. You added something along those. You had like a 17-point win.
Yeah, it was low.
Like
I don't remember what I said, but it was low.
But the differential was, there. Scott, you had the Seahawks winning. Did anybody here take the Patriots?
Nate
took the Patriots?
Nate likes to fade the public, and the public was all over everything Seattle related. And the public was right.
Was there anything
I never want to fade the public. Sometimes there's too much knowledge there.
Was Nate just being contrarian to be
contrarian's
sake?
He was a big fan of Drake May.
Oh.
So I think that leads it to. And look, I think Drake May's hurt. I think it's going to come out. He did not look right. His throwing motion looked weird to me. Did it not look that way? Because again, the kid, look, I don't think he knew what he was looking at. That didn't shock me. He faced three of the toughest defenses down the stretch. But man, He's more athletic. He's got a better ball than that. That looked like a guy to me that was trying to protect himself the whole game, man. He just didn't look right from the get-go.
Well, he had been just battered the entire postseason.
Well, and again, I give you credit. You had mentioned this going into the Bronco game. You want to know what my big disappointment coming out of the Super Bowl is? And I know everyone's saying the Broncos could have won, and maybe that's right. You know what? This is exactly like 2005, ironically enough, when they blew the game against the Steelers to possibly face the Mike Holmgren Seahawks, and everybody thought they'd have won that game. But the bottom line is there is a small part of me, and I'm going to be hard on the defense because I thought that was your elite unit this year. That was where all the money was spent this year. Why didn't you do more to the Patriots what they did?
Well, I think they would have, Andy, if they had a 10-0 lead.
Okay, well, then you should have kicked the field goal. But nonetheless, they really should have got after him a little bit more than they did. And I know they got after him plenty, but you didn't force a turnover. You came into the game forcing turnovers, and that ended up being the big deal. I just wish the defense could have got a little more on him. I don't think they made him as uncomfortable as because look, the weather in the second half was helping to make everybody uncomfortable in the AFC Championship.
Yeah, and listen, that left tackle, Will Campbell, he's a young dude. He's a rookie. He actually had a great season. He got hurt late in the year, and he was not the same after it, but he had a rough go the entire playoffs. That was arguably maybe the worst Super Bowl performance I've ever seen of an offensive lineman. I think that kid's going to be fine. I really do. He's probably going to have to move into the interior, and he's probably going to be a long-time Pro Bowler.
Wow. You don't think he's a tackle?
His frame isn't built like a tackle.
Boy, that is a huge swing and a miss if that's the case.
Not really. I mean, if you got a 13-year Pro Bowl career and put him at left guard, that's not a miss. That's a win.
Well, he's a first-round guy.
The left guard's only a second-year guy, too.
He's a rookie.
Pick a spot. My point is that he's going to be fine. He's going to be playing in this league for a very long time. To Andy's point, though, that is a dude that you should have wrecked shop on. I mean, I've never seen a dude get whipped up on in a big game like that the way that he was.
Well, the Patriots offense wasn't doing anything against the Broncos.
No, I get it.
It was very similar to the Super Bowl.
But you just didn't get that. They needed the turnover, and we knew it.
It's a lot easier to get. It's a lot easier to get when you have a lead. And when you have a two-possession lead, it's a lot easier to get.
Collinsworth was saying it all game, Drake May's going to have to get on his giddy-up. He was saying that in the first quarter, and it wasn't really until the fourth quarter he made a couple first down plays with his legs.
Finally said the heck with it, too, and threw it.
Yeah.
How about?
Drake May was not good.
No, not at all. Not at all. There's one point where Collins is like, I don't even know what to analyze. I have no idea. He goes, I got nothing for you on that pick.
Well, and he's throwing up Hail Mary balls with 9 minutes to go in the game. Like, what are you doing?
Three guys in coverage. Yeah, he's throwing it in three dudes in coverage. And the pass, he threw an interception late. This where it could be injury. There was a guy open just to the right. Just let it go out right as far as you can. He tries to throw it to the middle to the under guy, and he overthrows him by 10 feet.
Yeah, he sailed it. He was sailing. I'm telling you, I think Tyler
sailed everything. Even completions, Andy, he was sailing.
He took the shot. You know what he looked like a little bit? Scotty, you remember this. Remember when Brian tried to get through that Raider game? Brian Greasy with the shot in the second half. We saw stuff like that. He sailed a few throws, too, because you're not feeling your arm right.
Hey, by the way, Al Wilson, 8 years with the Bronco. Remember, he had to quit because of health. 5 Pro Bowls in those 8 years. 1 year he had 132 tackles, Tyler. You like this, 132 tackles. This is a middle linebacker. 100 solo.
Yikes.
Dude, do you remember the training camp where he was screaming at Clinton Portis, don't you dare try to run outside. You better run on up in here. And then he put the little crow feather in his helmet. And Shanahan got mad about it. You know, the air holes at the top of the helmet?
Oh, yeah.
Al took, I don't know why, but there's like a feather on the ground, and Al shoved, I guess he wanted to know where, like he was so hard on Clinton his rookie year because he was like, you were not avoiding me. You're not running away from me. You're not, I mean, you know, and this is back when they were hitting in practice, as you can remember.
These young bucks need that, buddy.
So, but I bet you Clinton would tell you he was the back he was because Al was hard on him his first training camp.
He didn't get hit.
Speaking of that, by the way, did you not see how much do you wish the Broncos had a run game watching what they did yesterday?
No kidding.
My God.
No kidding. I do wonder, like, and I know this conversation, it feels stupid, but I do wonder, you have a healthy J.K. Dobbins, you got a healthy Bo Nix, like what it looks like. And I honestly don't think it's that dumb of a conversation because if you look at teams that win Super Bowls, they do get lucky with health, at least at the right time. The majority of teams that win Super Bowls have got the right guys healthy during the last stretch of the season. So you ask if Sean Payton had a bell cow, like, well, I don't even know if J.K. Dobbins is a bell cow, but if he had a bell cow, would he commit to it the way that he needs to?
Look, I wouldn't even go bell cow. I'd change the term to trust. He did not trust Dobbins. He did not trust McLaughlin to keep calling plays that it would get better. With Dobbins, he knew all right, did I say what? Harvey. I meant Harvey. With Dobbins, he knew if I keep handing you the ball, you're going to break something at some point. I don't think he had a faith that any guy would do that when Dobbins got hurt.
I agree.
And that's why he went away from the run.
Hey, Andy, I said earlier I couldn't help watching Walker and thinking, God dang, R.J. Harvey's built a little bit like Walker now.
He is, but how about the patience? There was that one where Collins where
Oh,
had
my
me laughing where
gosh.
he almost like stopped as if he was at a buffet trying to decide, do I want to go back to the dinners or do I want to go over to dessert? And he just took a hot skip and threw the hole.
Do you guys remember watching Le'Veon Bell run?
Yeah.
I've never in my life seen a more patient runner. And to the degree that honestly as an offensive lineman, I'd be like, dude, run the freaking ball.
You're making me nervous.
Like hit the hole. Somehow Le'Veon Bell would come to a dead stop behind the offensive line and then just explode.
I think I wrote that name like 3 times in my notes last night.
Yeah.
Just it was a la Le'Veon Bell. There was like a next gen tracking thing on it, and Kenneth Walker spent like more time behind the line of scrimmage on positive runs than any back in any game this year. He was nothing but patience.
But you know what, Nate? But when Dobbins was kind of rolling, because I remember we was talking about too, maybe not at the patience we saw Walker.
Sure.
But Dobbins was the same thing, especially when you compared him when RJ would come in the game after. Dobbins was. Let me give it a half a second.
I just think it's so hard for young backs. And we watched Harvey do that this year of you get out there and it's just everything is so damn fast and you're so panicked because the holes don't look like they did in college and you get rushed or you worry you're going to get taken down in the backfield. Like Harvey's problem all year long was, well, just bounce outside. Here's the problem is NFL linebackers are all just as fast as you are.
They're as fast as you are.
Yeah.
Well, don't you think, guys?
You got to get them in wash. You got to in that patience because you know what, Walker broke a couple outside late too, right? He, in fact, I think Collinsworth said, "I've never seen a guy run backwards more to get around the corner for a positive gain." But he would get the linebacker sucked up in the wash a little bit with his patience. And now he's going outside, and those guys are running into tackles and their own defensive tackle and tight ends and everything else. And now all of a sudden, what looked like it's going to be a 2-yard loss was an 8-yard gain.
Yeah, there's a patience to it. Tyler, before you bolt out of here, how rough a night and then how rough of a day is Will Campbell having?
Yeah, I was just talking about it. You were probably walking in as we were talking about it. That dude's not going to be happy the entire offseason.
Yeah.
Probably the worst Super Bowl performance I've seen of an offensive lineman. I'll say this, though. I watched that dude all season long, and he did a lot of good things until he got hurt. A lot of good things.
Yeah.
I think he's
going to be
MCL,
okay. Right?
Yeah. I think he's going to be okay in the long run. They might have to bump him inside to play guard. But the dude is a good, tough, physical football player that was taking some really dumb sets based off the guys that he was playing.
And the other issue was McDonald was just like, there it is. I'm punching the bruise all night long. And what's so funny about that game, guys, is I think they blitzed 7 times. Seattle blitzed 7 times in that game. They were just winning with 4.
Yeah.
All night long, but it was how do we make things hard on Will Campbell and make his life tough? And
here's my thing though, like, hey, Josh McDaniels,
adjust, my God,
give the dude some help,
dude.
Like, what are we doing?
Okay, so great point right there. There was a 21-yarder to Kayshon Boutte. I think it was on New England's second possession. Okay, there was a 6th offensive lineman, and they had lined up Hunter Hancock on that side, so they were 7 across the front, but they had overloaded the right side, and Drake May had time. Had a pocket, stepped up, threw a laser to Kayshon Boutte. You know how many more snaps they took with 6 offensive linemen on the field in that game? Goose egg.
Yeah.
He never helped his dudes out in the slightest bit. I don't know what Josh McDaniels has been doing for the last 2 weeks, but it's a fireable offense. He was awful yesterday.
By the way, Nate, he should have known going into the game because despite the fact that I said that Will Campbell had a good season, he was atrocious the entire playoffs.
He was having a bad playoffs.
The whole playoffs, he was atrocious. Yeah. And how Josh didn't game plan for that, like, that's on you, buddy.
It's all rookies on that side of the line, and Seattle was just like, we'll throw stunts at them all game long. God, McDonald put a freaking masterclass on yesterday. And to me, Mike...
And oh, by the way, just 30-something as a coach, right?
Yeah, 38 years of age. He was fantastic. And I thought Mike Vrabel coached a game where Mike Vrabel was waiting for Seattle to make a mistake. He was waiting for a backwards chest pass all game long is essentially what he was doing, because that's how he won the rest of his playoff games, was just like, okay, we'll circle you, we'll keep our guard up, and we'll wait for you to make a mistake. And Seattle never made a mistake. Like, at some point, especially in the third quarter where you're down 2 scores, it's like, dude, you gotta put the pedal to the metal a little bit right here. It's the damn Super Bowl. Like, what are you coaching? What game are you coaching right now?
And guys, we talked about this early in the show too. Seattle's kicker changed the game. Seattle's kicker, punter, excuse me.
Oh, the punter,
Seattle's
Dixon, was incredible.
Punter put New England, flipped the field.
Put him in jail.
Numerous times,
Well, they have 2 or 3 drives start inside the 5.
Rushed all 11.
Yeah.
Remember, he rushed all 11. He just quick kicked it almost. And just sent it to the 5-yard line.
Yeah.
I mean, he buried. I wish they would have given him the MVP.
Yeah, it would have been funny.
I tweeted punter
the punter
should be
or the kicker?
co-MVPs.
Which one?
Both.
Punter.
Why not?
Yeah.
Just the special teams
Okay.
unit.
Yeah.
They can both just walk around the
I
trophy.
did see that Seattle spends more money on their special teams than any team in the NFL.
Got what they paid for.
They did.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because their special teams are really, really good last night. All right, Tyler Polumbus, well done, my friend.
Here's what I need you and Scotty to do. I need you both to go turn on a little Blink 182.
Okay.
It's Blink 182 Day. You have any idea why?
Because
Nikola Jokic.
No! Don't give it away. Don't give it away.
It's too late.
This will be a fun trivia question for everybody. What did Nikola Jokic do that made this Blink 182 Day on the Kreckman and Lindahl show?
Because it could end by tomorrow.
It could last just one day, but nonetheless, we are here. But by the way, it's not easy to get Andy to hit the brakes when he's excited about something.
I got to guess.
That was a Herculean effort on my part. All right.
Was good. Well,
by the way,
Andy
Scotty,
to be quiet is a miracle in itself, right?
Scotty,
now the voice is back. You better be ready. I'm going to be all talking up in there. I'm going to come over to your house. I'm going to sit on your couch. I ain't going to shut up for 2 hours. I'm going to go home. And when you wake up, I'm going to be right on the phone talking to you again.
Scotty, what's
Can I say something? I listen to. I have 2 women I live with, so just the third voice.
What's the final score tonight, Scotty? First team to 130?
I don't know. Cleveland's kind of had Denver's number for a while.
And now they got Harden.
But
Yeah.
we'll see. Maybe that'll be a little bit of a, let's see. I don't know. It'll be interesting. This will be a tough test. You're on the road for 6 days, 6.5 days, and now,
it's a good Cleveland team. They're really good, and they just got Harden and Donovan Mitchell. He will score. He just flat out will score. That should be fun tonight.
Well, you know what I learned on this road trip? A lot of people down on Donovan Mitchell.
Really?
Not because he's not a great player. He is, but I know a lot of people in Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
He ran their coach out. How good is J.B. Bickerstaff doing in Detroit?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. He's pretty good at what he does. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that Detroit team, I think, is one of the best coach teams in the entire NBA. Like, if you want to give Bickerstaff Coach of the Year this year, I got no issues with that whatsoever. That team is really good.
He may get it. And Denver had a chance, really under short-handed, too.
All right, Scott Hastings, everybody. He'll be on the telecast tonight. Nuggets Cavs. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. It's a Monday afternoon. It's a Super Bowl Monday. It's a Rally House Football Monday. Rally House shop every team in town. Andy, if Bo Nix and J.K. Dobbins were healthy, how many touchdowns would they have beaten Seattle by yesterday? We'll discuss that next. Well, I think the Avs have a comfortable third period lead right now, Andy.
Let's all sing.
Yes.
Everybody get together. Let's party like it's 2022.
Everybody sing it like Eric Johnson. Remember as many of the words as you can. I think EJ did pretty well given however many.
First off, did he know
Molsons.
the song sober?
It's like
to get it out, not sober.
It's like a thing that he hears in the background while he's really focused on a hockey game, and then he's plowed and he's trying to remember which of the. I think he skipped a verse, or maybe it was just like a whole line.
I think all he got out was all the small things, and then we got Denver. Denver.
Good memory though. It's
oh yeah.
It was some excellent live karaoke. Why are we playing Blink 182 today on the show? Why? 303-504-0925. Send in your guess. Why are we playing Blink 182 today? The hint that Andy already gave out, Nikola Jokic.
Yeah, and also because I'm on this show.
Yes.
About it.
Yes.
This is the first thing I thought.
It's Andy's favorite band, so he's really excited about this.
Go to the text line and just read Marcelo Crow's text.
Okay.
He's got an interesting reason as to why.
Okay. I'll have to dig into this in a moment.
So I'm gonna have to write it back and get more information.
Okay. Give me a moment. I'll show up there.
I mean,
Andy, Bo Nix is healthy. How bad did the Broncos beat Seattle yesterday? Obviously it's a minimum 20-point win, probably. I mean, over midway third quarter, right?
You think so? No.
No?
Look.
No, you don't think so?
Here's my thing: is that do I think they get a win? Yeah, probably. I think they figure it out. I think Bo uses his legs against that Seattle pass rush more than what I guess Drake May decided he wanted to do. Now, why we think it would trend away from what the rest of the year was, which was white-knuckling and sometimes 2 quarters of bad football before a great fourth quarter, I don't know. But I think it would have been a hell of a lot more entertaining game than what I got yesterday.
I think the Broncos defense would have made the game more entertaining. Bo Nix would not have done any better than Drake May did yesterday.
Really? Okay.
No.
Interesting.
No. And again, if you're wondering why I would say such a thing, let's see. Yesterday in that game, Drake May was pressured on 53% of his dropbacks. 53 than Drake did. However, Andy, when you pull up Bo Nix, he was a bottom 5 quarterback in the NFL.
Okay, do you think Eric Bowles could have held up better against the pass rush, though, than Will Campbell did?
Undoubtedly. Yes, they would have done a better job against the rush, but also, Seattle still would have had pressure, and guess what? Here's the other problem. Bo Nix struggles against the zone, and what did Seattle do all game long? I mean, all that Drake May saw when he looked up was blue shirts everywhere that he was looking. And when you go up against a zone like that, you cannot play risk-averse football. You got to cut it loose, man. That's your only shot. Why did Stafford have success against Seattle's defense? Because Matt Stafford's got a damn cannon. And also, Matt Stafford, how old is Matt Stafford? 38 or whatever he is, 37?
He's old.
Yeah.
Says the 51-year-old.
But Matt Stafford's not afraid to throw an interception.
Oh, no.
He's really not. And Drake May played that game, and I'm sure it was drilled into his head by Vrabel and McDaniels, don't make a mistake and beat us in this game, okay? Very much the same way that Sean Payton beats that into Bo Nix's head. Just don't make a killer mistake and let our defense win the football game for you. New England honestly tried to use a Denver game plan yesterday, and it just didn't work because Seattle never made a mistake.
But don't you feel like Seattle used a Denver game plan too?
Oh, without a doubt.
And then finally, towards the end, Sam Darnold found a couple. Sam Darnold had a chance to blow that sucker wide open early, and he just was it Jackson Smith and Jigba that had gotten free behind the defense?
Shaheed did, and Smith and Jigba both
I think
did.
you're right.
Yeah, he had a couple of overthrows in that game. Sam Darnold wasn't good yesterday. But what did Sam Darnold do? He didn't make a killer mistake. He wasn't making turnover-worthy throws. There were a couple that were, behind a guy and they got tipped up or whatever, but New England didn't drop an interception or anything like that in that game yesterday.
Sure.
Darnold he played a clean football game. Kenneth Walker had a great game yesterday, and they were more than happy to punt the football away because Mike McDonald knew, offensively, New England can't do anything.
Kate,
we're just going to kill these guys.
Do you think the combo of Bo and Bo and J.K. Dobbins would have been better than what we saw last night out of Drake and his backs?
I would hope so.
Because I think Dobbins running
that run game
could have created some different scenarios for Bo to look at. And look, here's the other thing I'll give Bo. Although you did make the point you can't play risk averse, but you kind of all Collinsworth kept saying was he's got to get rid of the ball quicker. He's got to get rid of the ball quicker.
Yeah.
He's not getting rid of the ball fast enough. Bo would not have had that problem.
I don't agree with that. I rewatched the game today, and there was nobody open. I mean, nobody was open.
All right, who do we think had the better? Here's what's hard.
And this is where, again, sometimes Drake May, you have to find a one-on-one and put the ball there. Do you remember that possession, first possession of the second half for New England? And Emenworry on second down, and then Josh Jobe on third down. Both of them perfect step-for-step coverage. That was what Drake was looking at the entire game. And I do think his decision-making got rattled because of the pressure. I think he was, but also, on what planet am I believing in Bo Nix, he of frequently getting the pocket zoomies to have any more composure against a rush like that than what Drake had? I don't see it.
But would they have faced the same rush against the Broncos O-line? Because it was the better offensive line by the numbers than New England's.
It was. I think it would have been better. I still don't think it would have been great. That Seattle defense, man.
But Denver had a knack for, there's no doubt about it, Nate. Denver had a knack for figuring things out.
Do you think Denver would have won?
I'm not. Just going off the way the season was, there was a lot of things I couldn't explain. I don't know. Mm-hmm. I think it would have been a close game. I think it would have been a better game. I think it would have been a
closer game.
But I think I give Bo credit for making some plays. Now, look, I say that. Here's the other thing I'm just going to tell you. Everybody can hate on Drake May, and that's fine. He was awful. One of the worst quarterback performances I've seen in the Super Bowl. I also think the kid was hurt. I don't think his shoulder was right. I've seen enough out of him to know there was a wide open throw towards the sideline late in the game where he zoomed the middle of the field pass. If his shoulder's right, I think he tries the deep ball, and he had one of the best deep balls coming out of the draft that year. And he didn't even try it. I don't think he was healthy. I think that also added to some of what we saw. But I do think Bo makes some plays. I think our defense hopefully gets after him and gets some stuff done. Mm-hmm. And I think Dobbins would have done a better job running against them because our offensive line was better.
I'll tell you what, man. When Twitter is clamoring in a nationally televised game to have Bo Nix over Drake May,
right?
That tells you what the legend of Bo Nix has done over the last 2 weeks.
You're right, but see, here's the problem. Bo Nix wasn't going to play.
Right.
I mean, again, the reason why I said last week,
I
was not upset the Broncos didn't go to this game for the reason that Jared Stidham would have been the one playing it.
Right.
And I don't think it would have looked so much different.
The other issue in running the football, and this is, again, where Seattle was just something else, was that defense's ability to be able to stop the run with two linebackers on the field.
I know.
Holy crap. Because, again, Emenworry and Witherspoon, just those dudes and the way that they tackled, I don't think New England had a single run of 10 yards in that game. There was, a couple of toss plays to Travion that I think did okay. Up the middle, they couldn't do a friggin' thing.
Couldn't move anybody.
No, and Seattle was just you know what? And it was the best run defense in football this year. And Seattle was just we're gonna stay in nickel. We don't care.
Well,
we don't think you can do this.
You mentioned it. What made the 2015 defense in Denver so elite that people underestimate, and I remember seeing it a bunch of times. And you mentioned it was those DBs, but I'm telling you, for that 2015 defense, both Brandon Marshall and who was our guy that went to Chicago? Danny Trevathan. Mm-hmm. Those two linebackers, when they got their hands on backs, big backs, they were done.
Yeah.
Run was over.
Yep.
They didn't let teams break. They didn't let backs break tackles on them. And like you said, when you have a good tackling team
Seattle
has, man,
That tackling, that like again, like they're talented. They don't have like they don't have Nick Benito out there. They don't got a guy like that.
They don't need it.
No, they don't. They tackle extremely well.
How about the one time where the defensive tackle just basically pushed the center back, grabbed Drake May, and all three of them went down?
That was Riley Mills, the rookie who was hurt most of the year. And again, that was just pure coverage sack of Drake May just looking up, and suddenly it's like, oh, I'm sitting on my ass.
Not liking anything.
Exactly. Like the run lanes, I don't know. They didn't look like they were there to me.
And they may not have. Look, I don't know what
Seahawks.
happens. I guess I didn't invest in mental space in would they have won with Bo Nix because I just kept thinking he wouldn't have played this. Stiddy would.
And that could have been bad.
Right.
That
I didn't
could have
need
been
that
bad.
was just the thing. I did not need a Seattle butt whooping for the Broncos a second time.
Yeah.
I told you last week, of all the things have existed in my Bronco fandom, I've never dealt with a team kicking your butt twice in a Super Bowl.
Seattle took away all of Drake May's composure. I mean, everything was just, it was rushed and it was hurried in that game. I think he played scared, just terrified to make a mistake. To your point, I don't think his shoulder was doing terribly well. They rattled the hell out of him. Honestly, if anything, the game that it reminded me of was Tampa against Mahomes.
Yeah.
I mean, do you remember Mahomes running for his life that day?
Oh, yeah.
That's the thing is yesterday, May couldn't even get out of the pocket.
All right. Did we overrate the AFC? Because all the sexy quarterbacks exist in the AFC.
It has all the quarterbacks.
Minus Stafford and depending on how you feel about a Jalen Hurts.
Right, but either Seattle or the Rams, like they're both winning that game by multiple scores.
No, I don't
yesterday.
disagree with
that
you.
NFC Championship, that was this year's Super Bowl. That was the one.
But the AFC to me, because of the quarterbacks that exist in this, and again, maybe I overrate the quarterbacks as a whole because maybe it's just Mahomes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe it's just Mahomes. Because again, of that 2018,
Andy,
of the Ballyhoo 2018 draft class, who's wearing a ring? Only Sam Darnold.
Allen's got an MVP. Lamar's got 2 MVPs. Joe Burrow is pretty damn good.
Oh, you know me. I love me some Joe Burrow.
Should have an MVP
he should.
award.
Justin Herbert can't figure out what the disconnect is of that guy because he's got everything you need.
If there's ever a planet where that guy's got healthy tackles, but, you know, I say that and then watch. Next year, all 3 of his interior offensive linemen will get hurt because they're the Chargers. So, yeah, like right now, the better team infrastructure exists in the AFC, and the other part of it is when you're talking about team infrastructure, this is why Denver is such a dangerous team next year. Another year of Bo Nix's development, and again, you got to hope you get it's. I say this in a year in which you didn't have your quarterback available for the AFC Championship game, but you got to hope you have the same health luck again.
Let me ask you this, and this may be an extreme take, but whatever. It's day after Super Bowl. Why not? Any chance a game like that mentally does something to May where he's the Dan Marino of that draft class?
I wondered that.
And because for those that don't remember, Dan Marino got to the Super Bowl in his second year, right?
Yeah.
And never went back.
Yeah. I don't know if that was a because Marino still is one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever live.
He put up numbers. He put up better numbers than Elway and all the guys that won the Super Bowl.
But like, think about that for like a young guy like Drake May or a young guy like Will Campbell of like, you know, and look, these aren't the first young players to ever have a nightmare performance in a Super Bowl.
Sure.
Okay. It's we have seen it happen before, but also like, okay, now how do you respond to it after an off season of the world telling you suck? It's the old Jeff Legwaldism, right?
Somehow you're not the number 2 team.
Congratulations,
you're the
New England.
32nd team.
You're now the worst team in the NFL.
You lost and you're terrible.
Drake May, you are now a bum.
Forget the Saints.
Right.
Who has the number 1 pick? The Raiders? Forget the Raiders.
Forget those guys.
It's you. You're terrible.
Clint Kubiak, by the way, is he's out of there. He's going to the Raiders now.
Did we finally get that official announcement?
Yes, I believe. I don't know.
If not, it's coming.
He said it last night. Yeah, I'm taking the Raider job. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what happened? I do want to say, Nate Kreckman throws in what seems like kind of a harmless prop of talking about the 12s. I was going to say, I almost tweeted you mid-game to go, do we need a clarification of the rules with this 12s mention? Because once we got to the trophy presentation, and I think by the half we all knew that the Seattle was winning this game. Felt like at 9-0, you got enough points to win this thing. Everybody thanked the 12s multiple times. So if you waited to get your drink props in postgame, you were gone. You did not make it up to bed. You were on the couch asleep.
Man, actually, I'm looking at it right now. Yeah, this drinking game had you buzzed if you really played it last night. Most of these props hit. B-roll shots of the Golden Gate Bridge.
That's all they had.
Got the damn bridge all night. We had that all over the place. We got to mention Darnold's Jets tenure. They even made that into a graphic. Here we go. Commercial props. If there's a commercial about AI.
Oh,
there's every damn commercial.
How about the one, by the way, just let me have an old man moment for a minute. How about the commercial featuring Ferris Bueller? I'm forgetting his name.
Matthew Broderick
talking about, hey, let AI do your job. And I looked up and I'm like, dude, if you're going to just let AI do all your spreadsheets and stuff, your job will not make it to Independence Day. That's all I got to say. Don't let AI do all your work. That's a terrible commercial. What are we doing?
Defeat the robot.
Yeah,
that's what we say.
Off. AI did it all. Well, look at that. I guess you could just take a permanent day off because we're just going to let AI do it all. What are we doing?
Yeah, we should try and defeat the robots, people. That's my take here today on the show. Band together and defeat the robots.
By the way, great text. The Raiders did beat the Pats this year, bums.
Week 1. They did.
That's right. The Pats are the worst team.
Week 1.
I've lived that as a Bronco fan where everybody just makes you feel like you're the most terrible. Broncos went to 3 or 4 Super Bowls in that stretch where they lost to Washington, the Giants, and the Niners, right?
And it's these guys suck.
And yet it was 4 years of, you guys are terrible.
The Simpsons made it was like a running joke on The Simpsons.
Yes.
Because the Broncos were always getting their asses kicked in the Super Bowl. They were in the Super Bowl. That's pretty good. You like to be in the Super Bowl. Except you got to watch your team get annihilated. Andy, at what point last night did you know that game was over? I'll tell you mine. It happened a lot earlier than I wanted it to. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 and a Rally House Football Monday.
I'm just so proud of my brothers and my organization, man, my team. I'm just happy, man. I'm happy for the 12s, too.
Tonight belongs to the Seahawks and the 12s. 12 is a big number tonight. It was 12 years ago tonight you won your last Super Bowl trophy. So the 12s dominate.
Congratulations, Jody. I don't think the 12s will ever stop cheering.
I have to thank all the 12s at watch parties everywhere, and all the 12s around the world.
We got the best fans in the world, 12s. Look how many 12s are in this stadium right now.
Hey, shout out to the 12s. Shout out to the 12s.
But our defense, man. Hey, 12s, make some noise for our defense.
Congratulations, 12s.
That was one of the drinking game props.
Okay, does it count that it was after the game?
Well, that was in the drinking game. Was the any reference to the 12s when Seattle wins?
Okay. Which you and I knew would happen.
I picked New England. My heart knew what was going to happen in this game, but hey, you know what? Drake May needed somebody.
You rode with your guy.
I did. Yes.
For those that don't remember, Nate loved Drake. The Drake was the best QB for him coming out of that class.
Love the Drake.
The Drake.
Yes.
The Drake is your guy. 'Cause you're kind of snooty and you like to raise your pinky when you drink stuff.
That's right. Uh-huh.
Guy's named Drake.
I was a big Drake guy coming into that draft, and I'm still a big Drake guy. I think he's really good.
I don't even like Drake.
I'm still a Drake guy. However,
I hate the Drake.
Andy, it became evident pretty early on in that game, like, oh, they're in trouble.
Hey, real quick. I got to get the final count. How many was it?
It was 1 over 12.
Oh, my gosh.
It was 13.
Baker's dozen at 12.
13 drinks. Holy cow. And that happened in like 15 minutes. Like, that was a compressed window, man.
Yep.
You probably had to refill. All right. So, anyway, I had to get Spring City Spring City knew the count. I needed to know it. When did you know that it was done?
Early. It was early. Yeah, it was early. And going into this game, Andy, I worried. I was legitimately concerned, like, okay, I know how talented they are. And McDonald, you give Mike McDonald 2 weeks, and he's going to solve any problems you throw at him. The problem was that New England had a massive problem, and it was the left side of their offensive line.
Massive. 2
rookies in Will Campbell and Jared Wilson, and when they started blitzing Witherspoon, and he had a sack in the first. His sack was in the first quarter. And it was just like, oh, okay. Like, for whatever reason, again, Josh McDaniels and Drake May did not have a good plan for what to do when the extra rushers are coming. Like there wasn't quick, hot stuff for him to be able to get the football out. And again, like, you look at the season numbers, and May was really good under pressure. He was arguably the best quarterback in the NFL when under pressure this year.
Not last night.
Not last night. And it looked as though New England really, I thought their mistake in this game, and I don't know if honestly, I'm talking about like Vrabel doing a bad job. I don't think it mattered. I think Seattle was just so much better than New England. But still, like, you're coaching a Super Bowl, like, do a good job with this opportunity, right? And Vrabel and McDaniels did not do that last night. And some of that was just like, what are you doing to find easy outlets for Drake May when the pressure is immediately in his face? And they just weren't there. There were plays, and that overhead drone shot that NBC was giving us, and it was like, here's a pass rush converging all over this quarterback and a whole bunch of receivers who still have their backs to the quarterback running down the field.
Not a good formula.
Somebody stop and turn around.
Yeah, it was funny. You know where I did get a laugh about it? That's 2010 Denver Broncos.
Right.
Kyle Orton getting overwhelmed by a rush as his guys are running deep routes with nothing to kind of be a safety valve.
Like, nobody read the thing. No, nobody read what Seattle was doing. And again, and some of that is what McDonald does with his disguises and what he is able to do to confuse the hell out of a quarterback. But it felt to me like Devin Witherspoon's sack, which I think was in like late first quarter. It was just like, oh man, like they're going to need a miracle to win this thing.
All right, I'll be honest with you. And again, I'm not trying to make excuses for the guy, but first off, I thought he was going to be mighty confused by what Seattle showed him because he was mighty confused by what Denver showed him. But when Drake, he had an easy throw. I want to say it was to your guy, Hunter Henry. We call him Hunter Hank if you're not familiar because it's funny. Anybody Henry's a Hank. He had a simple out, and I mean, he airmailed him.
Yeah.
And right away, I'm like, his shoulder shot up.
Yeah.
I bet you the kid can't feel the thing on his arm. He's got no touch, and he's freaked out.
Yep.
And the rest of the game. The other thing that I knew was in trouble, and probably this, when did that sack where the rookie DT, pushed the lineman back and grabbed him? Like, Drake May did hardly anything to even fight out of that tackle.
Second quarter, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, dude, what are you doing? He just went down. And again, I'm like, that's a guy that's protecting himself.
Yep.
He is not playing football the way we watched that guy. He wasn't even really doing that against Denver. So don't tell me Denver didn't do something to the shoulder. I know they did.
Yeah, it again, like, and it became evident early on. I thought what New England was trying to do, the Patriots wanted okay, we'll go tit for tat with you. We'll punt the ball to you. We'll try and keep this thing low scoring. Let's see if Sam Darnold in Friday when I was giving my roadmap to a New England victory, I think I used the phrase Sam Darnold regression game.
Okay.
And again, like, Darnold wasn't good, but he never made a bonehead mistake like Sam Darnold became very well known for doing in his NFL career. That's how he's ended up on so many teams. But guess what? He didn't do that yesterday. And it did feel to me like Vrabel and company were waiting for a Jarrett Stidham backwards chest pass.
And it wasn't going to happen.
It wasn't going to happen. It never did happen. And then they got into the second half, and it's like they're down 12-0. They got a 4th and 1. You're past the 40-yard line. You have to try to score, dude. You can't punt right there. Then you score, and you have a chance to make it an 11-point game. Okay, a field goal and then a touchdown with a 2-point conversion. You kick the extra point. What?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know what game you're coaching.
It doesn't do anything for you.
It wasn't the game you were coaching 2 weeks ago. That's for sure.
You've now made it. You've kept it a 3-possession game, and you had a chance to make it a 2-possession game. Again, like, your likelihood of winning is so damn low. But my God, it's the Super Bowl. Will you try? And Look, I think Vrabel's good. I think he's an excellent coach. You don't get to that stage without it. But they made such a big deal out of his game, situational management and everything going into this Super Bowl, and then he goes out there and just gets destroyed by Seattle's coaching staff. They outcoached them so badly yesterday that with the talent deficit that already existed, the Patriots really had no chance, which is why, to me, that game was over in the first quarter.
Maybe this is too hardcore a question for where we're at right now, but I'm going to ask it anyway.
Let's get hardcore on a Blink 182 Monday.
We might need to further discuss it. I don't know that he watched the game, but what you said right there, okay? And I kept thinking it. Mike McDonald was willing to coach the game that Sean Payton wasn't.
Yeah.
Period. How much you think that's going to stick with Sean all offseason?
It's gonna crush him.
Because they stuck with the run,
the decision.
They you know what I mean?
They kicked field goals.
Like, again, the Broncos could have called that game plan against the Patriots. They really could have.
And honestly, like, that's what McDonald's been all year long. I think Seattle attempted the fewest 4th downs in the NFL this year. Just they were the take the points team because of the defense that they had. They always just, well, all right, give us the 3 points. Like, that's what's ridiculous about that game. They ended up getting 2 touchdowns, one on offense, and then Nwosu had the what was ultimately a pick 6. It wasn't
super weird, right?
Wasn't a strip sack.
No.
Even though Devin Witherspoon was the one who created that entire play, he gets no statistical credit for it whatsoever. But it gets picked up by Nwosu and he takes it back to the house. They didn't need either of those touchdowns to win.
No. By 9-0, they were good.
Yeah, they could have won on just the 5 field goals, which I wonder if they hadn't scored a touchdown, then do you then have to give MVP to the kicker?
Do you ever like it when karma gets a guy? I don't know if people know this. I pointed it out to you before. One of the things, again, I was on the field for Super Bowl 50, and I remember one of the little things I saw in pregame, and I asked a few of the guys about it afterwards, and they did, in fact, tell me, yeah, it hacked them off.
Mm-hmm.
Cam Newton warmed up in the Broncos side of the field. That whole pregame warm-up.
Okay.
Like, he wasn't supposed to be down there, broke the unwritten rules.
Like a trolley
technically,
move.
he could be down there,
Yeah.
but he kept running through their area and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And it fired some guys up. Mac Hollins with the Hannibal look and the I just felt like I was like, man, you don't have a whole quarterback. We all know it. You're out here in your Hannibal mask, and then you're walking out there, and you're doing the bare feet in the grass. I just wonder, it's like karma kind of got you. You did all that, and I guess you got your touchdown. Good for you.
You gotta see. The problem is, Andy, is you gotta balance football karma with your need to go viral on TikTok.
Well, you got that done.
That's the
I
challenge.
congratulate you. And somehow you had the Vrabel jersey and all this.
Right. Somehow you've got to be able to do that. Kreckman and Lindahl. It's a Blink 182 Monday here on the show. Why? Why is that? Oh, we will reveal the mystery. We're shrouded in punk rock mystery.
Few of you have gotten it
today on the program. A few of you have.
One guessed that it's 182 days. It's not. That's in July. There is an official Blink 182 day in July.
Okay.
Where they always do a big sale on their website. Keep out to look for that. It's like July 7th or something. I don't know. But this is sports related today. Thank you to the Serbian god Nikola Jokic. So it combines me and Nate's two true loves.
You know the band 311?
Oh yeah,
Andy?
who doesn't?
March 11th, 311 Day. It's like a big thing. A couple of years ago, the hotel that I was staying at, they were performing at a theater while I was there. And it legitimately, I didn't put 2 and 2 together. I didn't know why, but it was just like, what are all these stoned white guys doing here in my hotel right now?
Oh.
This is not the standard crowd.
And then you figured it out.
And then I was walking by the theater and I saw the marquee and I was like, oh, okay.
That's why
all the stoned white guys are here.
And now I know where they'll be tonight.
It makes perfect sense. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
The Avalanche Mule. All right, now you got my attention. Join us Friday. You know what? If you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, go join the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, whenever you got it free. If you've been dealing with this problem, look, it's not fun to deal with. A lot of men deal with it, but don't like talking about it. Try to put off getting treated for it. And if you're in this boat, don't put it off any longer. Again, it's the new year. It's time to meet new goals. It's time to put away old habits. And if you need to get help with this, there's help available over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, a place that's served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and have successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today and give your partner the best gift of all for the upcoming Valentine's Day weekend, a renewed, restored relationship. Did you know that at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've got options for you, treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you lasting an hour or more if that's what you desire. So if you've tried the pills and the herbals and they've failed, it's time to call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Here's how it goes. Schedule a consult. Get it done this week with Valentine's Day coming up on Saturday. Schedule it with them this week. First visit's $99. You'll have a T and a PSA test. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider. And if you're approved, you're going to get a test dose. If you're cleared for a test dose, you'll get one there in the office. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, then the visit's free, so no money to lose there. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be ready the next day, back to feeling your old self. You could go in Friday, maybe ready the next day for everything on Valentine's Day. 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado, including Fort Collins and the Springs, a great revamped location in Castle Rock you should visit. They're all along I-25. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Hey, I got breaking news.
Ooh, break it.
I decided to Google it. So if AI isn't lying to us, and I'm not sure if it is or not.
Okay.
According to Entertainment Tonight via Facebook.
Right off the jump. No, and definitely not. But continue.
Because of the Facebook thing, you could be wrong. You could be right. This is like getting fired on your day off.
Okay.
Cardi B and Stefon Diggs.
Did they break up?
Broken up.
Oh, no.
And there was a report on Twitter that it was mid-game. Neither attended the post-Super Bowl bash that Cardi B apparently threw. And they've unfollowed each other on Instagram.
Oh, that's
which is
how
you know it's real.
That's real.
So that's a bad day.
They broke up mid-game?
You had a bad day, taking one down. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know how. Shouldn't have your phone. Was that long-ass Super Bowl? Was that halftime show too much where he's just like, all right, I've had enough?
Did they really break up?
According to reports today.
They have
Are you going to doubt the Entertainment Tonight Facebook page? If we're going to doubt Entertainment Tonight or Facebook, then what do we have left in this country?
What is there to be believed?
That is the Walter Cronkite of entertainment news.
The unfollowing that's being confirmed by multiple outlets, including the Entertainment Tonight Facebook page.
Apparently, the suggested split was caused by tensions, including the presence of another one of, to use the kids' terms, Diggs' baby mamas, who was sitting front row at the game.
She was front row?
I believe with the kid. So if she just brought the child.
Okay.
You know, I don't know.
That's a rough night for Stefon Diggs.
That's a whole lot of bad.
How many catches did he have yesterday?
Not a lot.
3 for 37. 3 for 37. He did not have much of an impact on that game.
And he got blasted by a Seahawks safety on the out of bounds line that I cannot believe they didn't throw a flag on.
Andy, think about this. Seattle blew out the Patriots. They didn't even need their best player.
Yeah.
JSN didn't do anything.
No, he went in for concussion check.
Yeah, he was like in the tent or back in the locker room most of the game. He finished with 4 catches on 10 targets for 27 yards. 4 catches for 27 yards. I'm sure like the JSN touchdown and yardage props and everything else were popping. Longest reception, 27.5. His longest was 16 of the game, so hit the under on that one. Again, that's their best player. They didn't even need him.
No.
They were fine.
Because they didn't need offense, apparently.
Their defense was just that dominant. Why are we playing Blink 182 today?
People need to know.
Because on Saturday night, Nikola Jokic, 22 points, 14 rebounds, 17 dimes, Andy.
What is that in modern parlance?
Assists.
No, I mean the whole thing.
That's well, I'll tell you what. That's a lot of fantasy points first off, but it's a triple-double.
The triple-double.
Yeah,
triple-dub.
That's 3 different statistical categories in which you have 10 or more. It was also for his career the 182nd triple-double of the career of Nikola Jokic, passing the great Oscar Robertson to move so low into second place on the all-time list. He is currently 25 shy of tying, 26 short of surpassing his old buddy Russell Westbrook for the NBA's all-time lead in triple-doubles. Nikola Jokic, 182 career TDs.
Okay, 182, thus it's Blink 182 day here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. You'll be hearing the music all Monday. I know you're all excited. How many triple doubles has Russ added this season? Is he still in triple double mode, or is because now he doesn't even hardly have a team around him, right?
He had one against Denver.
Oh, of course he did.
He did. Yes.
You think he's gonna? When do they play again? Do you think he tries that again? Is that just going to be the team where he goes out and goes, it's triple dub night tonight, baby?
By the way, his Kings played Cleveland the other night. It was the first look at the James Harden Cavs.
Yeah, how'd that go?
Let's see. They lost. Russ had 21 points, 5 rebounds, 9 assists. So single-double for Russell Westbrook.
I like that.
Yeah. He did add 7 turnovers.
I remember that.
In a very...
That sounds like a Denver stat line right there.
By the way, speaking of apropos of absolutely nothing other than this stat is going to be tattooed into my brain forever. Last week, Andy, the Illini beat Northwestern by 40. I believe it was 84-44 was the final score.
Okay.
Northwestern, okay, just think about this. Northwestern lost by 40 points.
Okay.
They had one turnover. They lost by 40, and they had one turnover.
Wow.
In the entire 40 minutes of basketball. That's a bad shooting night.
Yeah, that's bad shooting. That's just bad conceived possessions, I guess. Although I guess, like you said, you're getting the shots up.
Bad everything.
Did they do a lot of rebounding?
No, they didn't do it.
Like, did they get some second chance possessions?
None whatsoever. They just got killed. Illini lost to Michigan State on Saturday night. I was flipping back and forth between the Nuggets and the Illinois game. But the Nuggets were, I don't know, basically like sleepwalking their way through three quarters, and then they just blew the doors off those dudes in the fourth.
They did, but it was such a weird game. Like, they would go up by double digits, and then they'd blink, and they were down again.
Yeah.
Like, I had a buddy come over, and at one point we started in my living room, and then I went downstairs, the old man cave, flip on the TV, and it felt like it went from like a 5-point lead to an 11-point deficit or something.
Yeah.
And then, you look back 2 seconds later and boom, they're up by 11 again. I don't know. Valanciunas was a little grumpy, it felt like that night.
What a weird team, Chicago. They're blowing it up, and they needed to blow it up.
By the way, did they get did Jamal get a Charlie horse on that play where he had to leave for a second? Didn't it look like he caught a hip right to the...
He's questionable for tonight.
Yeah.
Jamal is he is listed as questionable with a hip. So he did get...
Well, it was hip-to-hip contact when they went up in the air.
Yeah, so...
The only good news is it didn't look like ankle or knee or anything.
Do you think there's a planet Jamal Murray misses a game to
No.
a chance to go up against Donovan Mitchell in his own building?
I don't think so.
I think he's going to go. I would assume he's going to go. He is going to be in the three-point contest.
Boom.
Yes. I think he can win. I really do. First off, it's Jamal, so he's going to take it really seriously.
Oh, yeah. He's not going there just to show up.
Secondly, Andy, okay, I'm not trying to oversimplify things or anything, but a three-point contest is you have a rack of basketballs right next to you, and you grab the ball, and then you shoot it, right? Jamal Murray, how many threes a game does he take where the ball is handed to him by Nikola Jokic, and then he just steps past him and just goes directly up? It's kind of, huh? That's his motion.
Does he shoot any fadeaways just for fun? Just to fade back from the three line?
Just run.
Yeah.
He'll do the thing where he tiptoes his way back on the baseline and then just corner three it just for the hell of it. I think he'll take it seriously. I think he's got a good chance of being able to win.
Is Tim Hardaway Jr. bummed he didn't get a call?
Perhaps. Yeah.
Because they kept talking about how he'd probably like to do that too.
Yeah. I think he would be good at it as well. But yeah, Jamal's he's gonna go for it, and then he and Joker will be on the world team the following day. By the way, last week when they were playing the Knicks, Tim Hardaway Sr. was at the game, and I did the thing. I don't know if my daughter likes this or not, but I did the thing where I was like, so Tim Hardaway on the Nuggets, that's his dad, and his dad was a really cool player, and I pulled up one of his mixtapes on YouTube, and we just watched highlights of Tim Hardaway crossovers, the old UTEP two-step out of Tim Hardaway. That dude was so friggin' awesome.
He was.
Prime
really good.
Tim Hardaway was so explosive off the dribble. My God, did that dude have handles. What a fun player. Not the version that played for the Nuggets.
I was going to say, though, is he top 5?
He was mostly just fun for throwing the monitor, but still.
Is he top 5 in guys you forget played for the Nuggets? I feel like there's a whole bunch of kids that probably don't remember Nick Van Exel played here.
He was here a while.
Tim Hardaway played
Hardaway
here.
only played 25 games here.
No, you're
like
right.
That,
what about the
He's more like a Dale Murphy Rocky.
Do you remember Mark Jackson played here?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Yeah.
I did recall
Kevin
that.
Willis, the great Kevin Willis, Scott's guy, played here.
Kevin Willis was an all-star a couple of times.
Not here.
No, not here. No.
Guys that were all-stars, but not here could be the list.
Yes, distinctly not here.
Dale Ellis was, I don't think he was an all-star here, but man, he was really good. He was a key part of that team that upset the Sonics.
Great shooter.
5.
Yeah, great shooter. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You've had some. Orlando Woolridge. Do you remember him and his sweet glasses?
I
the
do.
Sweet rec specs.
I do. I remember his Skybox card from like 92. I believe he was in the Nuggets.
What I
uniform.
remember most about Orlando Woolridge is that I felt like he was the first guy of my youths
Yeah.
that could dunk. Because a lot of my guys from the 80s Nuggets, Alex English wasn't a rim rattler. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Blair Rasmussen and Danny Shays weren't jumping mid-key and throwing down with a thunder dunk like Orlando Woolridge was.
Could Blair Rasmussen touch rim?
I'm not even sure.
Didn't do real good at the combine, did he?
Now, you know what? Again, it's white guys profiling white guys, and I apologize, but I'm just telling you.
That's what we do here.
Once Orlando Woolridge showed up, I was like, man, that dunking is a sweet thing.
The Nuggets have 2 games left before the All-Star break with tonight's penultimate game. I love the word penultimate. Against James Harden, Donovan Mitchell, and the Cavaliers. Game tips just after 7 o'clock, and pregame powered by Ramos Law starts at 6:30 on Altitude Sports Radio.
Hastings weighed in. Alvin Robertson. Do you remember him?
He played here?
Yes. Hastings
Milwaukee
said he did.
Bucks legend Alvin Robertson?
He might have played with Scotty. I don't know.
Deep cut. That is outstanding.
That's why it's good he's listening.
That's hello, Scott Hastings. Have a good call tonight. Nuggets, Cavs, right here on Altitude Sports Radio. But Jeff Legwald joins us for Super.
We got his dumb Super Bowl. He told us it would happen Friday.
6-3.
We got the dumb leggy Super Bowl.
It was basically 6-3. It's Altitude Sports Radio. Hey, dudes, Nate Kreckman here for my friends over at Roller Auction. You have got 2 days remaining on the February 2026 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction. There is some great, well-maintained, used vehicles and equipment available for you. You just got to go to roller.bid to check out the entire selection. I'm looking at a snowmobile right now, a Ski-Doo 154 Summit SP 600R Rotate Power snowmobile right now, current bid, a mere $2,000. That's right. You want to get a well-maintained snowmobile directly out of government service to be able to get up into the hills and go rip around a little bit? You know you do. Go to roller.bid right now and make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. That's roller.bid/altitude because our next giveaway is for Avs Penguins tickets catered Sweet Ball Arena. You could be there. Just sign up to bid right now at roller.bid/altitude. Spring, what's happening in those Olympic Games? Let's go. Jeff Legwold time on a Monday afternoon. The 2025 season is in the books. The Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl champions. On to next year. Jeff Legwold, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Well, little Timmy the sports writer happened to be correct with his prediction on the Friday edition of the show. Just his kind of Super Bowl, folks. Jeff, as you watched that game, give me the breakdown of Jeff Legwold jotting down notes and just appreciating everything that Mike McDonald did to put Drake May in hell yesterday.
Well, I think he did what he's done all year. I mean, that defense by advanced metrics, regular metrics, and eye test
had it all.
Was either the best in the league or one of the, the old Bum Phillips line. If you're not the best, it didn't take long to call roll, and I think that was the case. And you knew it going in, and given the number of times people have pressured Drake May in the postseason and the turnovers and the sacks, you knew that was going to be a problem. I am stunned, and having been around Josh McDaniels when he was here and talked with him about offense at times, I'm stunned they did nothing in the protection scheme really to help. Late in the game, they kind of spread it out a little bit and chip a little bit. But, man, they let that thing get way too far away from them. I mean, again, little Timmy here, sports writing, but I would have been tempted to max protect early just to see if you could hit a big play or two, because they were one of the league leaders in big plays this year on offense. So
Jeff,
I would have taken that chance.
I dropped this early on in the show. The 21-yarder to Kayshon Boutte on the second possession. They had 6-0 linemen. There was max protect. There were 7 up front. 21 yards. They never went back to it the entire rest of the game.
No, I would have been very tempted to ride with that for a half even, just to see if you could keep making headway, because they couldn't block. And, look, every defensive coordinator I know, and if Vic Fangio leading the way, if you get away with rushing with 4 and get consistent pressure, you're winning the game. You just are. And they rushed 4. I think they, by my count, and again, it was just me counting, I think they had 6 or 7 blitzes.
7 blitzes,
with the extra rusher, a legitimate extra rusher. Now, every time he called one of those, it was perfect. I think they got pressure on all but one, by my eye. So when he did call it, he was money. But they had a better plan. They had better players, and, they won the game, and it looked like they had a better plan and better players.
All right, Jeff, are we entering, or I don't even know how to phrase the question. Have we been in an era where defense is more important for winning these things than people get credit for at time? And I ask you that question because I know the old saying is defense wins championships, but as you know, and you've talked about on this show 1,000 times, everyone's looking for the franchise quarterback. Yet you just bringing it up, Big Fangio last year in that defense, too much for what we saw with Mahomes. This Seattle defense, too much for the league MVP, preventing Matthew Stafford from sliding on another ring because I'm convinced he would have done it yesterday. You go back to what the Broncos did, and so on and so forth. Is this kind of showing you that what does this tell us about that it doesn't need to just be about the pursuit of the quarterback?
It's never been that. That's always been the public, in my mind, the public talking point in football. Yeah, the pursuit of the quarterback is always on because, the great ones have always shown us they can make a difference. The best of the best can lift a team that isn't really Super Bowl worthy and get it a trophy. The problem is we make the list of those kinds of players bigger than it actually is. And if you're pursuing the elite of the elite, that's a very short list, and your chances of getting one are very slim. But the problem is the social media, the constant discussion about football on every platform, some of which I work for, So we're all part of it. But the discussion makes the legitimacy of the great quarterback list too big. It's not that big. You need other things if you're going to win, and you don't have one of that very, very, very small group of quarterbacks. And I'll just point to Joe Burrow right now. And that's the life. Dan Fouts, Dan Marino. I mean, how many times do we have to see, unless you have, and they are the elite of the elite, and they still needed more around them. And look, the thing about defense, and we're all uncomfortable with it because it's so true. Defense is less apt to feel pressure in the biggest moments. It's less troubled by timing and other things that can just mess up the best of offenses. And it takes a lot more to tip a great defense out of a moment than it does to tip a great offense out of the moment. And my work history is I watched the best offense I have ever seen day to day lose a Super Bowl by 5 touchdowns. So I just think defense is more reliable in the biggest moments. And I think it rises to the top in a lot of Super Bowls because that's just the case.
So obviously, Jeff, what will happen now is every owner will go to their general manager and say, find me the best reclamation project, and I need a defensive play caller as my head coach. That's clearly the direction the league goes now, right?
That's in his 30s.
Yeah. No, well, I guess after the 10 openings were filled recently, we have seen that is not the case.
Yeah.
Because that's, again, I just think people make the list too big of the quarterbacks who can pull the whole thing to a Super Bowl win, because it's a very small list, because it's very, very hard to do. And look, I still, you take all the information in and you're just left with questions. Drake May says he shot up his shoulder before the game. And so you've got that bit of information, and we don't see any max protect or enough. I mean, I just don't see anything in the game that says my quarterback is physically compromised, has taken a painkiller in his throwing shoulder before a Super Bowl, and you've got no answers for how to deal with that. It's like they wanted to prove there was nothing wrong with him or something, but they put that kid in a bad spot, and he's going to have to live with that result forever. And I think he was, some of it certainly were his decisions, but some of those throws, you knew something isn't right. And I bet the Witherspoon hit on the hand didn't feel awesome for a guy who had to take the needle to even play the game.
I'm curious. You mentioned a reclamation project. News comes out today via your buddy Adam Schefter that Derek Carr would like to enter the fray again. Of course, I guess it'd have to be via trade because the Saints still hold the rights. Is there going to be a market for him after what we just saw with Sam Darnold? What do you think happens now?
Well, I think Sam Darnold in scouting circles, look, I know the resume is the resume and you are what you are and all those things. I know it, but and a talent perspective, you talk to draft people, Sam Darnold's standing in that draft from a talent perspective was very, very high. And I think he's an example of even the most talented of people in the NFL. If you ruin their confidence, it will take a long time for that talent to resurface again. And to me, that's what it's an example of. And it's why teams that draft quarterbacks in the top half of the first round should really do their best to be prepared to play them. And I know everybody hates me saying that all the time, but the situation Bo Nix walked into, if Sam Darnold walks into that a few years ago, maybe his career looks a lot different.
Jeff Legwold with us on the Monday after the Super Bowl. Jeff Legwold brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Let's circle back to New England for a moment because that's one of the teams that Denver's going to be slugging it out with in the AFC. Jeff, after a game like that where their last 2 first-round picks, Drake May and Will Campbell, both had a really long night, really struggled in that game. It was just year number 1 of Mike Vrabel, but where does New England go from here now?
Well, you're always in search of the talent that didn't get you over the top. But I think Will Campbell's immensely talented. He's one of my favorite players in the draft. I think his issues are technique-based. And when I say that, vertical pass sets, stand-up pass sets, as people call them, are not the best for a guy of his stature. He needs to learn to punch and to get more from his punch. Long ago, Tunch Ilkin, I covered him as a player. He was a coach, broadcaster. Tunch was the master of teaching people where to punch and how to do it. So I think Will Campbell, he's going to take a lot of heat, deservedly so. That's a tough night to have a tough night, as it were. But I saw a lot of technique issues there rather than a talent issue. And, obviously some of it's talent because, playing at that level of a game and you're out there, you got to handle business. But I think a lot of it was technique and can be repaired. But, they're like the Broncos. Where were the impact guys on offense on the field? That just one team was far more talented than the other team, and the Patriots, took a lot of heat all year for playing the weakest schedule. Now you never know what the strength of schedule's really going to be when the schedules come out, and you got to play who's in front of you, and you don't apologize for those wins, but they obviously were not as tested as the Seahawks were. And I think it's very telling that, the Rams were really the only team to score on the Seahawks. I think the Rams averaged 28?
Yep.
In the games against them, and I think everybody else averaged 15, something like that, 14 or 15. So that's very telling. That's a tested team, and one of the best offenses in the league. Is really the only team to have moved the ball against them and scored, all season. So I think all those things come to fruition, and the Patriots did not have that kind of impact players on offense on the field. And I think their predicament looks much the same like the Broncos. They've got a quarterback they like. They think they play well defensively, and they lacked impact on offense in the biggest game they played.
Jeff, we got about 30 seconds here, so you have to make this an extremely quick answer. But if Bo Nix doesn't break his ankle at the end of the Buffalo game, plays the AFC Championship game, obviously wins it, how many points does Denver beat Seattle by in the Super Bowl?
Well, I think they faced the same problem the Patriots did. Their defense would have been better, I think, for sure. But I think Seattle in the current iteration was a better team. I think the Broncos have a defense just as good. But I think the Seahawks were a better team, and the Broncos would have needed turnovers from Darnold.
Boy, not leading that witness, can you? Nope, you really can't.
And Nate ultimately said the same thing. Let's be honest about it.
Jeff Legwold, everybody, ESPN.com. Jeff, well done. Obviously, our proud alma mater was ripped off because Devin Witherspoon probably should have been the MVP. But still, we march on. Excellent work all season long. Again, top 100. I'm watching my email inbox. I have not gotten a rough draft yet. So as soon as you have that ready, just send it my way.
Check your spam. That's what a lot of people say it is. So,
Direct to spam.
Yeah. Witherspoon, a Russell Wilson pick. We should all remember.
Oh,
too.
we all remember, Jeff. You had to just get that in, didn't you, pal?
Yep.
Well, you have a great rest of your night there, Legwold.
That's right. Jeff Legwold with us there on a Monday afternoon. Yeah, Andy, when Seattle gets the rings, they would do well to ship one out here to Denver to George Payton. I will tell you just how much he contributed to the Seahawks Super Bowl victory when we come back on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
We welcome you back to Kreckman and Lindahl. Little emo for you. Nix, where are you?
I can't with this one.
Where's your healthy ankle?
I started it in this spot on purpose.
Thank you.
Just for him.
It's a Rally House Football
The
Monday.
webs from all the spiders.
Keep going.
My indecision to call you.
You need to go karaoke this now, Spring. Now we need a video of you karaokeing this one night. But I need a little guy liner on you.
Why is he doing a Maryland accent?
With the young lady in the audience you're pointing down to, let her know this is for you.
Where are you? It's a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 Rally House Shop. Every team in town. Andy,
you know what's going to get you to sing that song?
What's that?
Friday, when we're 2 days into the NBA All-Star break and we've had no hockey for over a week, although I guess we'll get the Olympic hockey finally going.
We're on the road on Friday.
You and I are out there. I'm going to have an Avalanche mule.
For a hockey show. Team USA opens play on Friday. We'll be out at number 38, so come hang out with us, everybody. Yes, the Olympic hockey tournament will get going. I was watching Team USA on the women's side, 5-0 over Finland the other day. That was certainly exciting. That was great.
Fantastic.
I watched I got locked in. Andy, you watching this quad god? Have you seen this quad god
I've
yet?
heard about him, yeah.
Oh man, he's something.
I heard he's
doing quads.
He pulled a trick
that
nobody else can do. You know what I would recommend?
It's got the quad axle. He also did a backflip.
Yeah.
That was pretty sick.
I've seen that live.
I've seen, do you remember there was the French woman, Surya Bonali. She did it back in the 90s, and they were like, that's not legal. Now, apparently, the quad god can just do it.
So, obviously, you know my daughter and my wife skate.
You're from a big figure skating family.
Yeah, they skate a lot. They're all locked in. I haven't watched a minute of it. Don't think I will.
Yes. Andy's from a proud tradition of figure skating.
I am.
Yes.
And my wife skated for Disney on Ice.
Yeah, you guys are like the McCaffreys of figure skating.
Yeah, sure. No, that's not true. I didn't.
Oh, okay.
But anyway,
but you have.
I've done the father-daughter.
You put the sequins
I've
on.
Survived. Yeah. Now we just wore a white shirt.
The feathered boas. You did the
yes,
show.
Yeah. Listen, we didn't show up as Johnny Weir. All right. We didn't have the goose bird glove at the end of our hand.
Quad God was dressed like a guy from Game of Thrones the other day. It was
really
pretty sick. Yeah.
All I'm telling you is if you get a chance to watch it, because I've seen a couple of those Olympians, and we're talking about people that like were qualifiers and maybe I think got to go but didn't even get to skate.
Yeah.
When you see the elite level skating,
good.
It's pretty amazing.
Man.
And I've seen them do the backflip live.
I was watching Chalk and Bates the other night.
Okay.
The ice dancers.
Sure.
Man. Just elegance, Andy. Elegance and pure grace.
I guess there was a guy named Gleb last night. My daughter kept telling me about Gleb. I don't remember who the lady was, but the guy was Gleb.
More of a quad god kind of guy myself.
Yeah, you're not getting into Gleb.
George Payton. Gleb Payton.
Gleb Payton. He might want to go under Gleb Payton after this.
Let's get George Payton
We're
a Seattle
do the
Super
final
Bowl
account.
ring.
We're gonna divide up the bill and see what he chipped in for that Seattle Super Bowl.
So here we go, Andy. So last night, Drake May was sacked 6 times. 6 times by the Seattle defense in the Super Bowl.
Could have been 9.
Could have been. Let's see. 2 of those sacks came courtesy of Derek Hall.
Yep.
Derek Hall, the second-round pick out of Auburn in 2023, selected with the 37th overall pick in the draft. Derek Hall.
You know what I need now? I need Seattle to get another pass rusher that's Joe Oates.
Okay.
So we can have Derek Hall and Joe Oates.
That's a great idea.
Huh?
They do have a Boye Mafe on the other side. He had a pressure. He actually had Drake May in his grasp, but May threw it away. But he almost had a sack. But my guy Devin Witherspoon,
yeah,
out of Illinois,
the number 5 overall pick.
That's
I believe.
Right. Number 5 overall pick. Devin Witherspoon. So he was only credited with the 1 sack. So the pick 6 by Uchenna Nwosu, that wasn't a strip sack fumble situation. They deemed it a pick 6. And he, because he caught it out of the air and then he returned it for a touchdown. So Devin Witherspoon actually doesn't get, I think he gets pressure for like a hurry
Yeah, he
credit
doesn't
for
get a
hurry.
cool stat, though.
But he doesn't get either a strip sack or anything else like that. Is that because he didn't hit the ball? He just hit the arm?
I have no idea. I don't know what. I don't
Is
know
that what it
little
is?
line of delineation they've got for one versus the other. Who knows?
I would
he
think,
caused the turnover.
I would think if you hit the ball, then that's a forced fumble, even if it is caught in the air.
I think because he was already in the throwing motion,
Right,
and he
hit
basically,
the arm, so that makes it then either way, he doesn't get a cool stat for it. Nwosu gets a pick six, he gets a cool stat for it. But either way, Andy, Witherspoon also had the sack in the first quarter. That's 3 of the 6 sacks in Super Bowl 60 for the champion Seattle Seahawks came via draft picks obtained in the Russell Wilson trade for the Seahawks.
You know what I say to that? Cool, Carl.
Yeah, it's extremely cool.
Cool, Carl.
The number 5 and the number 37 overall pick. By the way, they used 20 and 52 to get JSN and Zach Charbonnet as well in that 2023 draft. Charbonnet didn't even play last night.
So 5 of the Super Bowl players came via the trade.
Charles Cross, the starting left tackle. Boye Mafe played in that game last night. So what's interesting is, so they took Boye Mafe at 40 in the 2022 draft. They took Kenneth Walker at 41 with their own pick.
How about that?
Yes.
More bites at the apple. Weren't you talking about that
More
last
bites.
week from The Athletic?
That's right. More bites. You give John Schneider more bites. And, so in the very least, the Super Bowl MVP didn't technically come from the trade, even though they just took a guy. They had 2 picks back-to-back, and they just took a guy right before it, who was Boye Mafe, who had a pressure in the game last night. So there you go. George Payton, you did your part in the Russell Wilson trade in helping the Seattle Seahawks to win a Super Bowl.
Cool.
Congratulations,
Carl. By taking Russell Wilson from them.
You also took John Schneider's biggest problem and Pete Carroll's biggest headache away from your team, a guy that they didn't want anymore and didn't want to pay anymore anyway, who they clearly saw the decline of, and you obtained him and gave him a fat new contract.
And again, to be fair,
I was excited.
I'm still more offended by the Nathaniel Hackett hire. If I were to put number one mistake in the George Payton era, it'd be the Nathaniel Hackett hire.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people, including a lot of us media in this town, were celebrating and happy they had traded for Russell Wilson at the time of its completion.
Were you okay with Kenneth Walker MVP?
Yeah, I thought the kicker had a great shot. He had
Jason
the most field goals in a Super Bowl, right? But they never were going to do that.
That was a record.
So.
He had 5 field goals in the game last night, which was a Super Bowl record. I would have liked to have seen it given to somebody on the defense.
I'm with you.
Because the defense was the story of the game. To me, it's Witherspoon. Because I thought Witherspoon was the most impactful player in the game.
Okay.
Defensively. But again, like, Byron Murphy was awesome. You know, like Nick Gummonworry on his bad ankle was awesome in that game. Hell, Josh Jobe was awesome in that game. And he's like their 4th corner. Like, there were dudes that were just good all over the place. But, like, they were the story. And don't get me wrong, Kenneth Walker had a very good game.
He did.
Yeah. In fact.
And it would have been easier to handle it had he not had his touchdown call back.
Right. If he just gets the touchdown, it's an absolute no-doubter. But in a game in which your offense scores 1 offensive touchdown, I would have liked to have seen it given to somebody on the defense. Again, they tend to go with somebody that scored a touchdown, and Uchenna Nwosu, he didn't get it. By the way, that's the first running back to win Super Bowl MVP since Terrell Davis.
Good for him.
Yeah.
I've got an important question for you.
Okay.
We're getting a lot of Drew Lock won the Super Bowl.
He did.
He's on a Super Bowl winning team.
Drew Lock
is a Super Bowl champion.
He's going to get a ring.
He's going to be wearing it proudly.
He will. Drew Lock won a ring.
Does that make the trade sting all the more?
The fact that Locke gets a ring.
That Locke is still on the team. And
by the way, that was an oversight on my part in the drinking game on Friday. As soon as I was driving home on Friday night, and I was like, how did I not put in Drew Lock takes a snap?
But he didn't.
He didn't.
Wouldn't have mattered.
But still, could have been fun. Could have been another element of the game. Yes, Drew Lock he gets a Super Bowl ring. He's on a Super Bowl winning team. He gets to go to all the parties. He gets to hang out. Do they do a day with the trophy thing for the NFL teams?
That's a great question. I don't think so. You can buy your own fake one because Tyler has one.
Oh, okay.
I don't.
They give you an option.
No,
for
man.
that?
There's literally after the.
Or is
There's
it like an
bunch
Instagram
of the same
ad?
trophies.
Okay.
Because I've been told, remember when the Broncos put the trophies in the locker room? I don't think that was the trophy.
So theoretically, you and I could buy a Lombardi trophy.
No, I don't think we're allowed because we weren't on the team. But if you're on the team, yes, you can purchase a trophy for your mantle, which I would have.
You're telling me, if I got an Instagram ad for a Lombardi trophy, I couldn't just order one up?
You could order that one if you'd like.
A nice sterling silver?
I don't know if it's going to look as sweet as the one that Tyler. We ought to ask Tyler to bring his in.
I want to see it. What did it run him? Do you know?
I haven't asked.
Okay.
I haven't gone that far. You want me to say, hey, rich guy, would you pay for that?
I'm curious.
Would you get a matching set and put it on side tables like lamps?
Yeah. How many can you order?
Tyler had a velvet painting of himself down in his basement.
Can you get one for every room in your domicile?
I'm sure hey, listen, you got the money, you can do whatever you want. Have we not found that out?
That's what I'm saying. If I'm typing in my credit card
you just
number,
want to make sure everybody knows.
You're telling me the
NFL
is going to be nah, you can't buy a
You
Lombardi.
get one for the beer fridge in your garage, so when you open it up, hey, where's the beer? Next to the trophy in the fridge.
Do I have to have a special code like I'm signing up for DraftKings to
I don't
be able
know.
to order one
I
of
did
these?
not buy. I didn't even touch the one. It was literally next to me on the flight home, and I didn't touch it.
I want to order. You didn't touch it?
I didn't touch it.
Okay. You didn't even just walk by, just brush up against it?
I took a picture of a few people with it. I got old Proud Wade waving it around. But
that's fun.
No, I didn't think it was my place, so I didn't touch it.
Tune in tomorrow. That's very courteous of you. Tune in tomorrow for your chance to win one of 5 pairs of tickets to see the Avalanche and the Wild in their return to Ball Arena February 26th. Avalanche Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Papa Murphy's Take and Bake Pizza, the home of $10 Tuesdays. We have the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We're doing that next.
You know what? If you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, go join the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, whenever you got it free. If you've been dealing with this problem, look, it's not fun to deal with. A lot of men deal with it, but don't like talking about it. Try to put off getting treated for it. And if you're in this boat, don't put it off any longer. Again, it's the new year. It's time to meet new goals. It's time to put away old habits. And if you need to get help with this, there's help available over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, a place that's served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and has successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today and give your partner the best gift of all for the upcoming Valentine's Day weekend, a renewed, restored relationship. Did you know that at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've got options for you, treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you lasting an hour or more if that's what you desire. So if you've tried the pills and the herbals and they've failed, it's time to call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Here's how it goes. Schedule a consult. Get it done this week with Valentine's Day coming up on Saturday. Schedule it with them this week. First visit's $99. You'll have a T and a PSA test. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider. And if you're approved, you're going to get a test dose. If you're cleared for a test dose, you'll get one there in the office. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, then the visit's free, so no money to lose there. They have an expert staff. And if you're like a lot of men, you could be ready the next day, back to feeling your old self. You go in Friday, maybe ready the next day for everything on Valentine's Day. 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado, including Fort Collins and the Springs, a great revamped location in Castle Rock you should visit. They're all along I-25. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Oh, we did it. We had a Super Bowl. And the Seahawks won it convincingly, 29-7. Congratulations to you if you had 9 and 7 in Super Bowl squares, like I did. Big victory. Plus, it feels really good to be able to call my kids losers. Let's do this. We have got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Mark Springer, what have you?
Are you guys ready for Valentine's Day?
Yes.
Well, Papa Murphy's Heart Baker Pizza is
shaped like a heart,
crust baked like a heart, savory pepperoni and melted cheese ready to bake in your oven. Order online at papamurphys.com. The Seahawks won the Super Bowl. I don't know if you heard that. And the Patriots and Drake May had a dreadful offensive performance. Devin Witherspoon, first-round draft pick gifted to Seattle by the Broncos in the Russell Wilson trade, was a nightmare blitzing from the nickel spot. After the game, via Sirius XM NFL radio, Kirk Morrison, former NFL linebacker Kirk Morrison,
San Diego State legend,
asked Devin Witherspoon this.
Your performance today should go down to one of the best defensive performances in history. Did you know that they were going to use you as versatile as you were today?
Well, of course I did. They asked a lot of questions pre this game, before this game, and I told them I can't lay the game plan out to the media, but I kind of knew what was going on. We had a good tell on what they like to do and how they like to play and how they was going to attack us. So you talking about a coach who put us in the best position to win? That's our coach right there, and that's why we stand beside him, and that's how we always going to have his back.
Andy, I want to say it was early in the game. I think it might have been on Witherspoon's first blitz. It was in the first quarter. But did you note that Collinsworth said something along the lines of, they haven't been blitzing Witherspoon a lot, but you may start to see some of that in this game. I think somebody let him know.
Nice little note from the meeting.
Yeah, we've got something here. And, yeah, they were planning on using it all night long. Devin Witherspoon had not blitzed once in Seattle's last 4 games. So he did not blitz last 2 games of the regular season, did not blitz against the Niners, did not blitz against the Rams. He blitzed Drake May 7 times yesterday, had a sack, had another sort of strip sack that they called a pick 6. But the Devin Witherspoon wrinkle, it was one of the keys to them being able to win that game. And again, if you're New England and you're watching on film, you know a lot of what Seattle is going to do, but that's where Mike McDonald is as brilliant as he is being able to find okay, I know exactly what side I'm going to blitz him on. I know exactly what I'm looking to try and do on these plays, and it was effective throughout because I think he finished the game technically with 3 quarterback pressures on his 7 blitzes.
Yeah, do you think that's also the fact that they hadn't blitzed in the playoffs much because of the quarterbacks they were facing, and this was a whole new ball game? You're probably not blitzing Matt Stafford the way you're comfortable blitzing Drake May.
Seattle also blitzed at the 5th lowest rate in the entire NFL this year.
That'd have been interesting. I wonder.
Just not a blitz-happy defense at all.
Whereas the Broncos, complete opposite.
Right.
They love the extra pressure.
Yeah, exactly. But also, if you're, and again, going back to what Leggy said last hour, talking about Vic Fangio, if you can win with 4, which they did all day yesterday. I think they blitzed on 15% of Drake May's dropbacks yesterday. If you can win with 4, just do it. And they were dropping 7 all game long.
Do you think at some point, too, they figured out that maybe we can blitz because, again, he was not getting rid of the ball quickly. So maybe they just got to read. We got time to get there.
Yeah, the coverage was outstanding. Nobody was open. The rush lanes weren't available. I mean, some of the all-22 shots that I was looking at on Twitter today, I mean, Andy, the lane discipline with which they were rushing and still winning, just overpowering New England's offensive line in that game. It was something to behold. It truly was. And Collinsworth kind of went off about this in the second half because it's okay, I know that we're broadcasting a Super Bowl that has, I mean, how many punts were there in that game yesterday? 15 punts, okay? America doesn't want to watch punts. But Collinsworth, and he wasn't wrong, is telling his audience, this is one of the great defensive masterclasses you're ever going to see, which it was. It really was. And honestly, in many ways, watching that game was like watching a Broncos game.
Yeah.
It's a very similar sort of recipe right there of sack the hell out of their quarterback, put him in hell, and don't turn the ball over offensively. Move the ball where you can, find the runs where they're there, kick a field goal, and win a low-scoring game. That's kind of how they won a Super Bowl. Like, Denver had a lot of that recipe this year. They just weren't as good as the Seahawks.
No.
And their quarterback got hurt.
Yeah, and again, look, we'll talk about it next segment. Let's hit the next. I'd said something to the guys in crosstalk I want to now revisit with you.
Let's go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, we have the odds to win next season's Super Bowl. Quick note, I saw this a couple weeks ago. This time last year, the Seahawks were plus 6,000 to win the Super Bowl. The Patriots were plus 8,000. Yesterday was the unlikeliest matchup in NFL history based on preseason odds. Second least likely matchup in North American sports history behind the 1991 World Series between the Twins
and the Blue Jays.
And the Braves.
Oh, and the Braves, excuse me.
Twins and the Braves. Braves were plus.
That was Jack Morris in Game 7, 10 innings.
So,
yeah. Dan Gladden.
As I go through some of these odds, keep in mind how unlikely
Sid Bream.
Yesterday's matchup
You guys
was.
want to talk more about the 91 World Series, or
Not
should we get back to
really.
football?
Good,
Okay.
if you'd like.
Okay.
Seahawks and Rams plus 950, your co-favorites to win. Bills plus 1,100, Eagles plus 1,300, Patriots plus 1,300.
What's Denver?
Ravens plus 1,300, Packers plus 1,400, Lions plus 1,400, Chargers plus 1,500, Chiefs plus 1,500, Niners plus 1,700.
The Broncos
plus 1,800.
That was Mark's version of scrolling down.
That was good. That was I saw what he did there, though. That's called tension and release. Well done, Mark Springer.
Chargers are favored to win the division.
So, Chargers and Chiefs both ahead of the Broncos. How about that?
Good.
Good.
Keep it that way.
Good.
Absolutely. The old chip on the shoulder. Sean Payton knows how to play that game. Yes. Use that as your motivating force next year. I mean, Andy, one of the things about watching that game that it really reinforced for me is Denver is not far off. They are not. I know that JSNs don't grow on trees, but you find a more dynamic offensive playmaker. You figure out a way to be able to utilize Marvin Mims in your offense better. You upgrade your number one running back spot, and maybe that is bringing back J.K. Dobbins in whatever fashion that you do, but you have locked up your defense. You are ready to rock on that side of the ball. Special teams, you are strong. You've got a good punter. You have got a good kicker. You have got Devin Key, who is a damn all-pro. Like, the Broncos are not terribly far away. They've got some cap space to be able to operate with. Like, Denver at plus 1,800 to me feels borderline disrespectful for what that team was this season.
Yeah, but I think that's also the immediate knee-jerk reaction to so many one-score wins that we talked about so much with the Chiefs. Did it blow up in the Chiefs' face? That's how people are thinking.
You're right.
Look, I'm with you. It doesn't pay respect to what you did. You were the division winner, and you've got two other teams that are going through a massive coaching change. Well, staff changes anyway, and two new OCs in both spots when it comes to the Chargers and Chiefs.
Yep.
And, although I guess in fairness, so's Denver. But yeah, look, we'll see. But there's a lot of people that don't feel like you can replicate the one-score game wins again, and we'll see.
It worked against Kansas City.
It did.
There's also a world where you get better and win games by more than one score.
Yeah, I'm with you. There's plenty of – we've talked about it all offseason. There's plenty of room the whole 2 weeks of the offseason. We were talking about it in season. Plenty of room for this offense to grow, and it's mandatory that it does.
High five.
And as I mentioned, Chargers favored to win the West, even though the Chargers and Chiefs have the same Super Bowl odds. Chargers plus 170, Chiefs plus 175, Broncos plus 215, Raiders plus 2,500.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Maybe the Chargers are favored to win the West because they've added Adam Gase to their coaching staff. We don't know what his role is going to be yet. It could be their offensive passing game coordinator.
I think it's just another set of eyes, man. It's interesting.
And they're very wide eyes.
They are very wide eyes.
Yes.
He was around here helping out a little bit here and there, too.
Yeah.
Remember that first year? We saw him on the Hill a couple times.
Adam Gase is one of those guys that's very good in an assistant coaching role.
Yeah, he probably doesn't need to be head coach again. I don't know. But,
right.
It's
kind of crazy.
I think he brings a lot of knowledge.
Like the Chargers are, they're going to they're losing Minter, and he's going off to Baltimore. And I think that's a huge loss for them. I think Jesse Minter's really, really good at what he does. But their offensive staff is upgraded. For them, it flat out comes down to your second and third best players, which are Rashawn Slater and Joe Alt, your two tackles. If those guys stay healthy, then I think you're going to be very good, and I think you're going to be a problem. Really quickly, though, just a quick note. Clint Kubiak is going to be the head coach now of the Raiders. What's Seattle going to do for an offensive coordinator? There's not like there's a lot of guys out on the market. This is where you're at a weird disadvantage by going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, maybe you go to a quarterback's coach. It's a great question. I don't know. We'll see. He obviously wants a West Coast offense. They did talk about it at the end of the game last night. How Mike McDonald thought about how he wanted an offense that met more of his vision. Maybe Rich Scangarello pops up again. I don't know.
By the way, Kubiak, that touchdown to Barner, that was a fantastic call by him. New England was blitzing the play action yesterday. Here's the other thing that's kind of wild about that game. Patriots defense did the thing yesterday.
Yeah.
They were very good.
To the point where Seattle was almost afraid to be aggressive on third down in the red zone. It was crazy.
Absolutely. Christian Gonzalez balled out in that game
I
yesterday.
was going to say, had New England found some way in the second half to come back, the two passes he tipped away that should have been huge gains, he could have been the MVP.
Milton Williams was very good in that game yesterday. Like they just in general, New England's defense did the thing, and they had Seattle offensively pretty well snuffed out. Kenneth Walker had, he had his explosive carries in that game, but outside of that, there really wasn't much happening for them. And Kubiak, he went against their tendency. He played play action. They blitzed it, and boom, he got a free release on his tight end, and Barner and Darnold just threw a perfect pass right there. That was a great play call, but outside of that, Seattle offensively didn't do much because they really didn't have to.
No. Good for them.
Okay, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, what happened to Drake May in that game? We'll break that down a little bit for you when we come back here on the other side. Plus, the issues that New England had, how seriously should we take the Patriots next year as a contender against the Broncos in the AFC? We're talking about all that coming up next.
You mentioned everything you've been through, all the ups and downs, all the teams. How did all of that experience help you get to right here?
I think that's it. I think all my teammates, all my coaches I've ever had, always believing in me. I've always believed in myself because of my family and my friends. So it's as simple as that. As long as you believe in yourself, anything's possible.
Anything's possible. Anything's possible!
That's Sam Darnold. He's too understated, Andy. Seems like a chill bro, though.
Do you feel good for the guy?
I do.
I feel good for the guy simply because he was – Josh Rosen never did anything of any note to stick around in the conversation very long.
No.
So I remove him from it. He was gone as quickly as many predicted. But the punchline of the 2018 draft class from the first round of quarterbacks was always Sam Darnold. With the seeing ghosts and having to go to the other teams, and now he's the one that stands there with the ring. Now, again, is he the main reason why they got it? No, but he played a heck of a game in that NFC Championship to get the points they needed in order to get there to this championship game. And as you said, look, if you're not a Bo Nix fan, maybe you should become more of one. Now, I'm not claiming Darnold as a higher graded arm, if you will, but Bo Nix the Seahawks showed you. Bo Nix can get that kind of game plan done for you. I have no doubt Bo Nix would have managed that game better yesterday than I think Drake May did. Now, would that have been enough to win? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not quite there with you because Bo was really bad when he was pressured
Fair
this
enough.
year. But I'll tell you this about Darnold, is that he survived the New York Jets.
Yeah. And New York itself, the media, the whole thing.
And that ultimately, to me, is his biggest win as a football player. It's pretty clear to us that organization is in the friggin' toilet.
Oh, yeah.
And they have been for a long time, and they continue to be. Aaron Glenn's had a hell of a time just hiring assistants this year. Still don't know who the quarterback is going to be next year. They're just a mess. They're an absolute NFL mess. I tweeted last night during the flyover, hey, closest the Jets will ever get to a Super Bowl.
Hey-o.
But that just is what that organization is. And they chew guys up and they spit them out. And, I hope that Zach Wilson gets a crack at it somewhere and has a chance to be able to change his story a little bit the way that Darnold did. And what's crazy about it with Darnold is, how many teams? The Niners, we're good. The Vikings, Carolina along the way before it finally worked out for him in Seattle, and he was surrounded by the right kind of football team.
There's no doubt about it, and the right coaching and the people that had the kind of patience that they needed to have with him. Look, the other thing, just a quick note on Bo Nix, and I want to ask you one Bronco question. Let's get to what you teased, but and maybe I'll ask you the Bronco question as you go through some of what hurt the Patriots. But I here's the one thing. I understand by the numbers and even by the eye test. How about that, Nate? Why you would have some doubts about Bo Nix. And I'm not ready to say they would have won it with Bo Nix. They might. I think we would have got a better game last night. And I think the combo of he and J.K. Dobbins with Dobbins' patient kind of running would have made that a more palatable Super Bowl.
Sure.
But the one thing that Bo showed me this year, as someone who did not like the pick at the time, the kid has got the it factor in the fourth quarter, and he figures some things out, and he finds ways to make some plays when it feels like he shouldn't. And he's done it for 2 years now. And what I thought was just taking advantage of softer coverages and all that stuff at the beginning, I'm starting to wonder, does he just have the fourth quarter it that you can't measure on draft day? And I'm not ready to say he doesn't, because there were just too many instances of this guy. Again, if the Broncos could have kept that thing a fourth quarter game and it was Nix in there,
sure,
would you not have had some weird kind of confidence that he was going to pull it out? Because that's just what they do.
When they were down 2 scores to Jacksonville.
We kept waiting.
In the fourth quarter, I was like, hey, here it comes.
Here it comes, but then it didn't show up.
Didn't happen because you were playing a really good team.
Right.
Yeah, it works out.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough.
It's better when it's the Giants. But still, you were waiting, okay, here, let's have it, man. And again, he had a great fourth quarter against Philadelphia. He had a great fourth quarter against Green Bay. He did it against good teams this year. But yeah, you start to wonder that.
So we'll see. And look, to your point, you may be dead on right. It may have been no better. Jeff Legwold asserted the same point. Probably wouldn't have been much different looking if the Broncos with Bo Nix had been in there because of his problems against zone and his problems against being pressured, what the numbers tell you.
But this just it. Like, what Sam Darnold wins a Super Bowl with Seattle, like Bo Nix can win a Super Bowl.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You don't have to be Mahomes.
No, and that's the thing. You've got to have the whole team.
Yeah.
And that's what the Broncos have. See, here's the great part about it. The Broncos aren't trying to build the whole team, period.
No, they're in pretty good shape.
So
they're not that far off.
Again, like you said, let's add a playmaking tight end. Let's go get a number one receiver.
Yeah.
I'd add to the running back. You need more to choose from at the running back position than what you have now.
What Seattle currently has is they have JSN, which is just an absolute difference maker. And Kenneth Walker was marvelous in this game. Now, I don't know if he's going to be back in Seattle or not. If they want to keep him, they can. I believe the Seahawks have the fourth most cap space of any team in the NFL. So that's just it. Not only are they well constructed through the draft, but like their cap situation.
Isn't it kind of funny how when your picks work out, you've got cap space?
Right. Yeah, it's funny. It's funny like that.
When you're not overpaying for free agents.
And, you shipped off Russell Wilson and made him Denver's problem.
And
but
let
it's
Denver have the cap space
exactly,
issue.
But it's not Denver's problem anymore. So the Broncos are in absolutely a good spot right now. The Seattle defense yesterday that's the story of that game. I don't know if we're going to remember like great moments in that game or anything else like
You're
that.
right.
But
Probably not.
But I think what we'll remember about that game is an all-timer of a defensive performance and game plan that the Seahawks put up.
Okay.
And they made Drake May, who by the way, and again, like I know it's really fun for America to call Drake May a bum today. This guy is still an outstanding NFL quarterback. Will Drake May be as good in his third year as he was in his second year? I don't know. He was great this year. Is it possible that he could have some regression? Without a doubt, because of their record, they're going to have a more difficult schedule next year. Is there going to be some Drake May regression? I'm sure that there probably will be next year. But also, this guy is one of the best quarterbacks in the entire NFL. And Seattle yesterday made his life absolute hell. And they did so by consistently changing up coverages, not giving him escape routes, getting pressure in his face, and just generally rushing him in that game. Seattle took away his composure, and they sped him up. And I think he played too afraid to make a mistake. And some of that's on Vrabel and McDaniels, who I think coached a game that was, okay, we don't have it talent-wise with these guys. Let's hope eventually they make a mistake.
Don't be Jared Stidham.
Right.
You just got the example in the last game we won. Don't do that.
Yeah. I think Vrabel coached with hope yesterday.
And yet again, so let me ask you this. This gets to the question that I wanted to ask you because I brought it up in cross. This is going to come off probably as harsh to some people because the Broncos defense in the AFC Championship did a phenomenal job.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, as you just put it perfectly right there, they did not cause that kind of hell for Drake May. And is that not the biggest? You did not force a turnover. You did not seal up those escape routes and run lanes as you talked about.
Right.
You did not do to him. Now, look, was that kid feeling terribly confident? Not necessarily. You did a good job, but you did not do to him what Seattle did, and that's what I expected for you to do in the AFC Championship.
I mean, Andy, what we learned yesterday is the Broncos had an excellent defense.
But they weren't Seattle.
They weren't Seattle. That's that Seattle defense now, they now go on the list, right? Rattle them off. 85 Bears, okay? 2000 Ravens, the 02 Buccaneers, the 13 Seahawks, the Legion of Boom group. Like, they go on that list. That's an all-time great defense. And by the way, all the advanced metrics, look at them historically. Like, they're a top 10 defense of all time, and they absolutely had it this year. They now go on that list.
The dark side defense.
Yeah. I didn't know they were called that, by the way.
Yeah, you know what? I learned about that literally during Super Bowl week.
Okay.
That had been something that McDonald had given them because they knew they couldn't be the Legion of Boom. All those guys are gone, blah, blah, blah. Okay, you got to help me out. In spring, you clearly follow this stuff too. What were the mob ties stuff? What was that? Because I saw something tweeted out about that. Like, Darnold and some of the offense. Like, how many nicknames does this team get at? Don't you kind of get one big nickname?
Sam Darnold has mob ties?
They just, yeah, he was the face of all the mob ties stuff. I don't know what that is.
Was Dick Hammer, was he connected?
I guess
Dick
it could have
Hammer.
been. I don't know.
The LA Mafia?
And they mentioned it. Look, they mentioned it like McDonald brought it up during his post-game interview, and I was like, what the hell are you talking about? And then I saw some tweet of mob ties, and there was like 5 guys from the offense or something. I was like, I don't get what this is.
That's fun.
But I thought you were only allowed. Look, like again, the 2015 Denver was the no-fly zone. That was it.
Sure.
Right? Now, you could have come up with a cutesy name for the 2013 offense. Nobody did.
Yeah.
I guess it was what'd they call it? The NASCAR thing where they just wanted pedal to the metal and 500 plays between Gase and Manning. Remember that?
Yes.
But I don't get.
Okay. Maybe someone will explain it.
Oh, I guess so. Nick said it's mission over BS.
Okay.
See, I had not even heard about this. I'm like, why is it the last week of the season? Like, if you're really great, all this stuff picks up mid-year.
We're out of town media. We don't need to hear. We don't need to know these things. We're out of town stupid.
Well, all I'm telling you is
okay.
you get to pick one. It's either mob ties or it's dark side.
Yeah.
You can't have both. Nobody gets 2.
So congratulations, 26 Seahawks. You get to be on the list with the 2015
You just made
Broncos.
the list, pal.
With the Legion of Boom, all of that good stuff. One of Drake May's worst moments yesterday. So after his touchdown drive, in which he honestly, like, how did he have a good touchdown drive? Andy, I think he just kind of blacked out, stopped thinking, and just made throws.
Yeah, he threw. Look, both throws probably were throws he didn't need to make. Although the touchdown to Mac Hollins is a good throw,
Beautiful.
and Hollins was able to get away from the DB.
And Reek Woolen had perfect coverage. It was just a great throw.
Yeah, he got a little shove, but so what? They were letting him play all sorts yesterday.
And Vrabel kicks a PAT to cut it to 12. Why? You have to get it to 11 there, but it didn't matter. Seattle comes back. Darnold overthrows Rashid Shaheed, and boom, Drake May gets the football back. He picked up a first down on a throw to Stevenson. I think he had a good scramble for a first down. This is the point of the game where Tirico was like, "Hey, Drake May's finding a little rhythm here."
Yeah, where he's like, "Hey, we may have a game to actually call in the fourth quarter. This might be fun."
And then what happened? Literally this.
8:50 to go. Trying to step up and shoot one downfield. It's intercepted. Ill-advised throw in the middle. Julian Love has it. Love 50. Love 40 and out of bounds at the 36-yard line.
I've got nothing for you here.
All right. We have not done it in quite a while. But we might have to pull out the Michelle Branch for that, because there's letting the moment breathe as a color analyst, and then there's simply trying something to find something to say. And Collinsworth lets you know he was in the latter. Holy cow, was that a long time? I don't remember the silence being that long.
He was clearly watching the replay,
trying to figure something out as to why did you throw that pass.
And then he said this.
Oh, I was getting some Michelle ready.
We overloaded Spring. Anyway, Spring, give us the drop.
I've got nothing for you here.
And I love how he gets the all 22 from the end zone, and he's just like, and then he tried to draw I don't know, simple zone. I don't know how you didn't read this. It's a Super Bowl, son. What are we doing?
Yeah.
I want to know what he edited out of what he didn't say. What do you think he wanted to say?
My guess is Drake tried to make 2 different throws at the same time. I legitimately think he was like starting one motion, tried to go to another, and just ended up throwing the ball to nobody. Well, directly to Julian Love. Hit him right between the numbers. He stepped up in the pocket and just second and third guessed himself as he was letting the ball go.
You know what I want to know now, watching so many of those errant throws, and that clearly was one of them?
Yeah.
I wonder, I wish we could get Brian Greasy on the show, because I know he did it the second half of it was the Raider game, might have been the final Monday Nighter in Mile High, where he got his shoulder, and I remember because my buddy Stink was the one that gave up the block to Darrell Russell. Remember him, the defensive tackle from the Raiders? I guess Stink said he stepped back on that play and his knee went out. Felt both bones hit. Felt like he stepped in a pothole. And Russell blew past him, got to Greasy, and like it's the illegal play now where he just jammed Greasy into the ground. And Greasy had to shoot up to play the rest of the game. That would have been the last game he played that year.
I don't think May was doing good last night.
You know what? Now I think about it, I don't think it was Greasy's throwing shoulder, but maybe it was. Either way, what does it feel like? I mean, you can't feel your arm, dude. There's no way he could feel his arm, right?
To have a ruptured AC joint.
They don't want you to feel the pain, so you probably can't feel the arm.
His accuracy was terrible all night. Now, I think Seattle deserves a ton of credit for that.
Because I don't think he was comfortable with the spaces. You know what was weird? He had that great throw, was it to Hunter Henry, where he dotted it right over a DB in the middle, but he was not one to make that throw at all night, like you said.
And yet, he didn't really have it against Denver either.
No, but he didn't have to, sadly.
Yeah, he didn't have to.
Again, this is why I wish they could have forced him into some of that.
I mean, at least in the Houston game, he threw that touchdown to Kayshon Boutte that was an unbelievable throw. He didn't have I guess he had the one. He had the one touchdown to Matt Collins last night, but he didn't have much. He just got destroyed. Seattle just wrecked the guy last night. And I think he was a young player that, you know what he kind of looked like, Andy? You know the old baseball axiom, so to speak. The old he's trying to hit a 6-run home run with that swing.
Sure.
I think Drake was trying to do a little bit of that last night.
He knew they needed to score. He knew it needed to happen quickly. And I think he got to the point of, I'm not taking any more hits. I'm just going to throw this up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, he got really just, I'm going to chuck it happy late in that game.
Well, so on the driver, Matt Collins caught the TD. He first hit Matt Collins on a pretty unlikely reception.
It was on that crosser, which, I mean, that he dotted that thing in there. That was, and again, but that throw, you know, I know Twitter kind of blew up last night of this guy sucks. I can't believe people were mad that Stafford, see what Stafford did against Seattle. But also, Stafford's the kind of quarterback that is not afraid to just try and zip the ball into tight windows against a zone like Seattle's. Really, the way that May looked last night is the way Brock Purdy looked against them the last couple of times he played them this season. It takes a special kind of quarterback, really the right kind of quarterback, to make those throws. And I think that Matt Stafford's been in the league forever, and just Matt Stafford's got that effort to him.
Yeah, and by the way, the NFC Championship was his third look at the defense this year.
That as well. Yeah.
Don't forget that.
And they played 3 times this year, and the first time Seattle killed him.
Right.
Second and third time, he came back. Also, it goes to show you, if you're New England's front office, go find a Puka Nacua and a Devontae Adams. That helps too. Guys that actually can get open in those situations.
Yeah.
There was nobody open yesterday, man. Mike McDonald just chewed up and spit out Josh McDaniels yesterday. McDaniels was awful in that game.
Oh, he was, because you didn't adjust. You didn't give extra protection. But again, it's kind of like the Broncos' problem. You need playmakers more than what you got on the offensive side of the ball. All right, when we come back, he's timed it out.
Okay.
Michelle Branch.
How long was Chris Collinsworth befuddled for?
I feel like he could get a whole verse in if he wants to. That whole chorus could play over and over and over again. This may be the longest thing we've timed out, I feel like.
We have got the Nuggets and the Cavaliers coming up tonight. Pre-game coverage at 6:30. Tip-off at 7 o'clock right here on your home for the Denver Nuggets, the Colorado Avalanche, and the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House Football Monday. Rally House shop every team in town. Thanks to our friends at Rally House for sponsoring our Football Mondays all season long. Obviously, Broncos gear is going to remain hot because they're going to remain a contender. You want to go get some Nuggets, some Avalanche gear. If you choose to support the local baseball team, head out to...
They've got Rapids and Mammoth, too.
They do. Buffs.
The one off Bowles and Wadsworth had literally everything.
Rammies.
Buffs, Rammies, Air Force,
Falcons,
Wyoming, DU.
Pios, that's
CC.
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mesa. I don't know if they have it.
Yeah. What is it now? Mesa University? And what did Western State turn
Wasted
into?
State.
Wasted State. Did that turn into something different?
It's just Western Colorado, isn't it, I believe?
Is it?
Okay.
What about Fort Lewis? That's still a thing?
Yeah. I think it's still a thing.
Random party school I can think of from my college days. Let's go there.
All
right.
I believe it's still a thing.
Sure.
Yes.
Colorado Mountain College, is that still rocking?
I think they have several of those.
Okay.
Yeah, if you should so choose. Get a degree in
There's
skiing.
some Christian University down Alameda there, right?
Colorado Christian. They're in the RMAC.
They're still doing it.
Yeah.
I don't know if they've got that, but they might.
RMAC powerhouse, Andy.
Boom.
So there you go. All the teams.
All the teams,
in
all
your
the colleges,
town.
all the sports.
That's right. At Rally House, where you can shop, as Andy just said, every team in town. Send them all that, Spring. See if they like that.
I'm going to.
By the way, speaking of the Colorado Mountain Colleges, Andy, the ski schools.
Yeah,
we get an update on Lindsey Vonn.
Yeah.
Okay. Sending a post on Instagram that she suffered a complex tibia fracture that will require multiple surgeries to fix properly. Ugh. She posted the photo of her arm getting hooked in the gate. Yeah. Which caused her to do an Elway helicopter. She said, I was simply 5 inches too tight on my line when my right arm hooked inside of the gate, twisting me and resulted in my crash. My ACL and past injuries had nothing to do with my crash whatsoever.
Yeah, I read another Nordic skier, another competitor that was up there. I can't remember which country she was from, but she watched the whole thing, and she said, look, she was pushing the edge on that turn. We all do it. It's the Olympics. It's going to happen. It's what you got to do. Because apparently the turn that she had to crash on, the skiers were saying, you've got to catch that one tight for the speed because that is the last turn to really throttle you down the hill. It's kind of the catapult down the hill the rest of the way.
13 seconds into the race.
Man, it was brutal.
It was awful to watch. First off, downhill skiers, alpine skiers, their skis, they don't release like the folks over on the green circles at Breckenridge.
Sure.
Yeah, those things stay on.
The bruh trying to go get a mountain time.
Which then caused her leg to explode. It's going to require, again, multiple surgeries for Lindsey Vonn. First off, also, hey, shout out Breezy Johnson. Goes and wins a gold medal in that thing, man. Talk about pushing it. Holy crap, she was bombing that thing. And then secondly, I realized I really need to go ride my snowboard in the Dolomites. I've decided.
Well,
quite picturesque, Andy.
Yes, that would be good.
Wow, those
you
are
could go hit the pipe in our dirt-covered mountains right now.
I could go hit the super pipe, break my neck like every 45-year-old should. I go once a year. I still go I do one rail in the park. That's it. I do one.
But do you go skiing?
I hope. And then I'm up for 2 days.
Sure.
No, and then I.
You play a little frisbee golf.
I hope I don't break my hip.
Yeah.
And
because that would be the oldest of old man injuries.
It really would be. but I did it last year.
Yeah.
And it was just like, cool, I can still do it. And now I'm getting out of here as fast as I possibly can.
Let's go get a beer.
Exactly.
All right. I don't even know if we have enough time because I think that's how long this pause is.
Okay. So
Spring has done the work.
This is the Collinsworth breakdown.
Do you want to play the original call again?
Of the Julian Love interception.
Because yes.
By the way, shout out to Spring for his dedication to ambient sound and not editing out like 19 seconds.
Dude,
of that.
It felt like that was a 30-second in between comment and commentary.
That was your commitment to ambient sound, Spring, was really something.
I think it's important. To be authentic.
To let us know how
no editing.
long Collinsworth thought of trying to say something only to not to.
Okay, so let's Spring, do we have the full? Okay, so this is from the end. Tell you what, just give us the call of the interception, and then we'll get out because, like Andy said, we got a clock we got to stick to. Love 40 was Tirico calling tennis?
Could have.
So Collinsworth then had to look at his monitors.
Yeah.
Look at his replays. He needed to prepare his telestrator, and he had to have a point to make about what happened on that play. See, what happened was, they'll tell you, oh, the timing was off, or the DB made a great play, or the receiver ran the wrong route, or this was a miscommunication for this reason. And Collinsworth is as good as any analyst as there is in the game. He can look at it and he can know immediately. What Collinsworth gave us in the end, which I have a feeling will last as a drop on this show, instead was, what was it, Spring?
Yeah. But it took him
quite a while.
The longest pause in broadcast history, I would say, to come up with that thought.
It really, honestly, kind of was, Andy. As I was watching the game, I was kind of like, are they going to tell us anything about this play?
Is the game over?
Right. What's going on right now? Spring, what was the official time from end of Tirico call to beginning of Collinsworth, air quotes, analysis?
13.75 seconds.
13.75. Here we go, everybody. How do we illustrate length of time on the Kreckman and Lindahl show? We do it via everybody's favorite mid-aughts songstress, Michelle Branch. Here we go. How long of everywhere will we get in here? Roll it, Spring. Wow.
Oh!
Almost got to the V and believe.
Yeah. Now, I will say, not as long as it felt in real time.
Well, let's match it up now. Here we go. This is Mike Tirico, Chris Collinsworth, and Michelle Branch on the call, Super Bowl 60.